Yo, hello. Hello guys. So welcome to stream.
Day 4 of the group stage just wrapped up. We start off with YG making it to the knockout stage with Aurora Gaming, sending a titan of MLBB down to the lower brackets.
Another team falls, and Aurora walks over into the knockout stage. First it was Liquid, now it's Onic.
Melawan Aurora Turki, menurut gua dari game 1 kita kalahnya mungkin Selenanya annoying banget lah. Selenanya jago, terus kita di press juga terus. Nggak dapat momen juga
Selena last annoying player iso. Rosago.
Mungkin meta sekarang gitu paham banget lah. Jadi kita mungkin ketinggalan.
Okay, so guys, welcome to stream. Post match Team Spirit र Guangzhou Gaming को छ.
When it comes to fighting Onic, I think that it's just like another script, you know. It's like similar to 2024 where and the last match was actually Onic Indo. They are fighting for the qualification also. And then I think that we just have to really prepare well and then we really stand a chance to win as well.
MSC 2026 continued to surprise with E7 out of all teams eliminating TLPH, and now they face Pro Esports. Then we'll have Guangzhou Gaming, who are going to take on Team Spirit. And last but not least, the brothers, Civil.
TLPS कसरी हार्यो? What the fuck, bro? TLPS जस्तो टिम कसरी हार्यो? E7 सम्म सबभन्दा वर्स्ट टिम भन्थे यार म MSC को, but worst team त TLPS रहेछ. Oh my god, bro. म इजी गेम होला भनेर हिजो स्ट्रिम नगरेको होइन. TLPS को लास्ट गेम भएको भए त म स्ट्रिम गर्थेँ नि यार. मलाई मेरो स्यानफोर्डको लागि oh my god यार, स्यानफोर्डको गेम हेर्न पाएन यार मैले अब. MSC मा स्यानफोर्डको गेम मिस गर्छु यार. Damn, bro. GG यार guys, GG TLPS. लास्ट चाहिँ अनएक्सपेक्टेड यार त्यो त. लास्ट चाहिँ अनएक्सपेक्टेड. E7 सँग 2-0 खानु भनेको. I don't know guys, लास्ट चाहिँ अनएक्सपेक्टेड. बिचारा कार्ल टिजीले लास्ट चाहिँ हेड पाइरहेछ यार. आई थिङ्क कार्ल टिजी स्टिल गोट नै हो होइन. त्यही पनि स्टिल धेरै नै हेड पाइरहेछ यार कार्ल टिजीले. केही छैन, अब आज गेम हेरौँ न. आज पनि लास्ट गेम हेर्दिनँ म. लास्ट गेमहरू सबै स्किप भयो क्या.
Let's remind ourselves, they're the one that came up with the saber in the jungle. No team has used it just yet, and Zara Egoist
ना यार, स्यानफोर्डलाई किन 12 दिएको क्या लास्ट गेम यार. स्यानफोर्डलाई ब्रो प्ले मेकिङ हिरो देऊ न यार. अनि कार्ल टिजीलाई असिन सकिरहेछ भने युटिलिटीमै खेल्यो. हिजो म्यान मार्कले युटिलिटी जङ्गलमै जितेको हो. कार्ल टिजीको झन् कम्फर्ट हो यार. टिमको स्ट्रङ पोइन्ट नै कार्ल टिजीको त्यो युटिलिटी हो यार. Oh my god, एक गेम पनि जितेन यसपालि MSC मा TLPS ले. 0-2 दुई गेमै क्लिन स्विप खायो TLPS. My god, bro. GG यार TLPS.
Last day is like, all right, you got 4 teams that are going to make it to the knockout, 4 teams that are going to get eliminated. You have to bring your best game plan starting in game 1.
The refreshing thing is, I still remember, I believe the last international, that was the meta where you are punished for creativity, right?
Yeah.
The more you try to move away from the meta, it really does make it so that there's nothing much that you can do.
यो पुरै
Now, it
मसा
does feel
दिइरहेछ
like
त.
more of a rock, paper, scissors, but now in broken walls. I feel like this is one of those maps where it really
ओनिकले हान्न त आज ओनिकको गेम लास्ट चाहिँ अनप्रेडिक्टेबल छ यार. गाह्रो छ यार भन्न नि.
This could be a
Onic
game
game
that is good for Team Spirit in
That's
the
a
sense that
crazy
I
game
think Team
also.
Spirit is one of the
त्यो
teams
match
that
त.
can actually do what some teams have done, which is give the hyper farm over to the jungle, right?
Yeah.
Basically have 4 utilities and 1 main carry. For Guangzhou, actually no, I feel like Guangzhou could do the same.
They could do
I
the
think
same, that
Team
funnel
Spiritले
kind of funnel strat.
But so
जित्नु
far,
पर्ने हो
they
गेम त
funneled
मजाले.
the best with the Nolan.
Yeah.
Talking
Let's
about
go,
this
this is the
setup,
first
Freya
match.
and Uranus, two basically 100% picks or bans most of the time. Uranus sometimes making it through more
Sabila,
so
welcome
on
to
the
the
pick
stream,
side
guys.
than Freya does, who is often banned.
The first game
Modi
team
in
split
that
of Guangzhou
EXP
ko
lane,
chha.
how big of an impact is he going to have in his connection? Because opening up the jungle is so important.
Yeah, XP laners right now.
It mills a ban.
It's in an interesting place just
What the
because,
fuck?
you know, for a while we talked about XP laners so impactful.
First phase
They
mein
still
mills
are.
a ban.
And you see it. The teams that have actually struggled throughout the group so far have kind of with this struggle of what do we put in our XP laners' hands? Do we put something that is one of those tankier heroes that you can play that front line with? Even for a lot
जितनी
of us,
टीम यो
we're
गेम
used to
चल्छ
seeing the
सीधे
initiators,
नॉकआउट है
right? The
केटा
initiators happen.
सीधे नॉकआउट
Now,
स्टेज
for Modi, he's shown he's really good. For example, with the Yuzhong, right? If he can get a lead, he can get going. You know, he does a lot of damage. But again, teams are struggling.
As a
on
last
what do we do
year,
there? And then what do we do in
group
the
stage
side
for
lane,
last
the
year, as
gold
a-
lane? Also, do we put a fighter there or a traditional marksman? And
thoughts on
that's been kind of the
TLPS
nature of
TLPS ले
the
I think
decision-making for the teams.
मेटा एडेप्ट गर्न
Oddly
सकेन
enough, I
अनि
really feel like
प्लस
some of these
तिनीहरूले आफ्नै
EXP
कम्फर्ट
leaders,
खेलेको भए
they got higher value
जित्थ्यो होला
because they're
few
heroes
games
that
भयो नि
don't need the flicker.
Yeah.
Right? For example, the
they
Freya
have to
can
play
use the
for
vengeance,
Sanford
making it
guys
so difficult to
Sanford
take
चाहिँ
them
कार्ल
down.
टिजी को लागि
The
खेल्दा छ
Radiance
बट
can
कार्ल
opt for
टिजीले
something like
पर्फर्म गर्न
Purify,
सकेको छैन
same as the Esmeralda. Right now, Guangzhou, I
इन
honestly don't like this.
असिनमा त
I
खेल्नै
would
सकेको छैन
prefer
कार्ल
if they
टिजीले
pick up the Eudora as well as
नर्भस
the
भयो कि
Poquito
खै I
because
don't know
Valentina seems like I haven't seen the problem just yet.
पगितो
But I know
भ्यालेन्टिना
eventually it will come out, so I'm just going to take the answer right now.
Yeah. Also because they banned out the Atlas. Usually the Valentina is
Yeah.
an answer to the direct, usually blue side
So they're
first.
Masarapp,
hoping
हजुर, हजुर,
for
भन न
Team Spirit to
यार।
pick up something like a Belleric so that they also have.
Supposedly
It's
so,
champion
yeah.
against TLPS
I
चाहिँ
mean,
आउट भइदियो
yeah,
सकिङ
I
पारा
have to
विथ
agree with you
0
on the
विन
LFL, but again, there could
मेरो
be
च्याम्पियन
a
लिस्टमा
method
सरी ब्रो
to
आई नो
this already.
च्याम्पियन को हुन्छ
Again,
भनेर
Paquito
त्यही भएर
himself,
मैले
that hero alone,
भाइटालिटीमा हालेको छु
you know,
मैले
has been
च्याम्पियन
flexed
लिस्ट मेरो
throughout the groups already, and there's the
भाइटालिटी
Belleric,
के
that's gonna be the
अरू एउटा
answer.
टर्कीमा एउटा टिम
Belleric
हुन्छ
and the
च्याम्पियन
Esmeralda. So this already first three picks for Team
अरूको
Spirit
त आई
is
डोन्ट थिङ्क
really
सो
strong, really
अरू टिम
good.
त
I mean, even if you break it down to the statistics, Herrera's win rate is still like what, 70+%?
And the crazy thing is, I feel like this might be one of those games that it's going to be
मेटा अनुसार हुन्छ केटा विनर
risky if
कहाँ
you want to go
टिएलपी
for that
जहिले एभ्री
saber.
टाइम
Yeah,
कहाँ
they might
जित्छ
have
त
to go for something else, like a Harley to try
पहिला
and
कहिले
influence the side
अल्टर
lanes,
इगोको
because
अरेन्जमा नि हारेको
even
हो
if Saber goes in, now it is much safer. But going
मेटा
with this
अस्सी
Belleric
मेटा
as well as
भएपछि
Esmeralda,
त
there's
टिएलपीले
really no
जित्छ
such
भनेर
thing as safe.
कसैलाई एक्सपेक्ट चाहिँ थिएन
And now we also have to see
तर
whether
यति
they
छिटो घर
want to
जान्छ
go
भनेर नि
for
एक्सपेक्ट
a
थिएन
lane or not, because I feel like
लास्ट चाहिँ
for Team Spirit,
विकेस्ट
well,
पर्फर्मेन्स
ban
आएर
out Lane and
अहिलेसम्मको
maybe even ban out the
फिलिपिन्सको
Nolan. And after
कुनै
that,
टिमबाट
not going to have enough good junglers to deal with Team Spirit unless there's another surprise from Guangzhou.
Yeah, this is again, this is one of the interesting things here. Just the difference of drafts, you know, throughout the course here. But Clint being banned out just because, again, they already locked in their marksman. They already got their gold laner. The carry hasn't been picked up too much than what we've seen before between, for example, the Claw
अब
and the
सिधै घर
Monsters.
गइरह होला यार
But you know, you
टिएलपी
have
त
your gold lane locked
बेलब्रेक
in,
र
which then
स्मेरललाई
also
स्मेरललाई
just
राम्रो
shows your
पिक छ
hand
अगेन्स्ट
for
पकितो
Paquito.
क्यारी
I feel like
अलरेडी
it's
लियो
fine
हिरा
because
र
they know that
लिङ
they
लिङ
need
ब्यान
some
हुन्छ
kind
होला
of
रे
threat.
यताबाट
Everything else I feel like for Guangzhou is going to be more burst oriented, and if that's the case, you will not be able to deal with the Belleric, you will not be able to deal with the Esmeralda, and I feel like they at least need one. And now even the Baxia gets banned out by Team Spirit, so they're thinking Guangzou might go for the tank jungle route.
That
Baxia
new
ban
portrait always surprises me, man.
Yeah,
Until
I'm
नेक्स्ट
like,
टाइम यार
is that-
बाक्स्या
is that
अगेन्स्ट
Franco?
स्मेरललाई
It could be
हल्का
either
बोरिङ नै
or,
छ
yeah. That little thunder god scene that Franco has. I'm like,
Eve banned out here.
Onic
So
PS
we'll
भएको
wrap up our
What-
final bans
like
with
TLPS
one
को
more
होइन
on the
जुन पनि
side
फिलिपिन्सको
of
टिममा
Team
भए
Spirit. Expecting
योभन्दा
anything
बेटर
funky
पर्फर्मेन्स
from
हुन्थ्यो
them.
ढुक्क
Cold Star,
इभन
coach getting
एमपिएलपिएस
ready
को
for
लास्ट
this
टिम आयो नि
Sunday as well, coming in with a plan. Both teams have seen the stats, like you mentioned, Claude's low win rate and also the high win rate of
Uru
Aurora,
TS
but
played
that's
if they win
not necessarily a part
टिम
of this
स्प्लिटले जित्यो
matchup.
भने ग्रुप ड्र
So
हुन्छ
far,
केटा
some uniqueness.
नकआउट
These
स्टेजको
last
लागि
two picks
ग्रुप
gonna
ड्र
mean a
हुन्छ
lot for both teams to see if they can get an edge.
I'm wondering too, even for
नकआउट
the
स्टेजको
Rome
लागि छुट्टै ग्रुप ड्र हुन्छ
options for Guangzhou Gaming, you know, what do they want to bring out? Just because you're already against the Spellrick, you don't have the Atlas, you guys took that out. You know, what is the play here? What do they want to fight against with this? And now the Cho being
मलाई
banned
अरू
out
टर्की
too,
भएपछि
a hero that's
भाइडेलिटी
great for
चाहिँ
going
हेर्नु मन छ
ahead
यार
and, you know, obviously going for those pickoffs.
अति हुन्छ
So
त्यो
do
गेम
they
त
pick up the Rome now? That's what I'm wondering.
And the interesting thing here is they pick up the Alice.
Oh.
So is this going to be Alice jungle?
Alice.
We've seen it in MWI used by Navi, and
Wait,
it
Alice.
did look pretty
Alice
effective.
jungle, guys.
Because here's
Alice
the thing,
jungle.
Naisu, the thing that I was about to say about the roam, they need someone that can either heal or give revitalize. Because look at the 3 heroes of Team Spirit.
Discord.
This is a draft that they can keep on fighting for even 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Right? They can fight for 2 minutes, and then eventually maybe Guangzhou will not have enough. Like Guangzhou, the moment Carry dies,
What do you mean?
that's where Team Spirit really comes alive. So
either
I need more sustain coming in from Guangzhou here.
Hylos or Gatakancha is basically what we have as an
boy.
option. The Brody and the Eudora get picked up. Solid choices here. Honestly, for Team Spirit's lineup, they have everything they need.
Yeah, Neo सँगै
Like
के गर्ने हो?
Hylos would be a
के
good
गेमै
pick
हान्छ?
if they want to go for a healer. Yeah, maybe something like a Matilda S
L.
or something like that. But I feel like the safest is that Hylos.
Well, you don't think it'd be a jungle Paquito, though, right? I mean, we've seen
Sine.
Paquito go in the jungle previously in
No.
other
Yeah,
metas.
but
That
if
game
you
I'm
don't
not
have
right,
the
sir.
flicker, you can't make those TikTok.
Oh.
You can't make them, yeah.
Yeah, you can't make those
It
highlights.
has to be the Alice.
It has to be the Alice.
Well, Valentina picked up. We thought that might just be
Eudora, Brody.
warding off something like the Belleric and using it. Maybe Alice was in mind all along and taking the Valentina away since the mid wasn't shown on the side of Team Spirit, so that they couldn't steal.
Alice
from her.
jungle है केटा इन्ट्रेस्टिङ यार Alice jungle रे यार
How do you feel about that, Naisu?
I
कस्तो
feel
पानी
like for
परेको
Guangzhou,
बाहिर त
they're
आम्म
going
बत्ती
to
जान्छ
their
क्या
identity, which is hard engage, hard dive. Because at this point, basically all of them have to go all in, and I
हिजो बेला जित्यो हैन
it's
त
dangerous.
friendly
but if they're
match
able to
भएको
take
थियो
Eudora first, then
2-3
they're fine,
भयो
because
They're not
3-2
swapping.
Because the thing about the Eudora, it's an AO.
It's Paquito jungle.
It's Paquito jungle.
That's why I was
ओइ
throwing
पगी
out.
त जङ्गल
That is a wow wow wee wow.
ओइ पगी त जङ्गल
Bodhi on the Alice. May
What
on the
the
roam with the
fuck?
Grok. This is going to be
Oइ
fun,
पगी त जङ्गल गाइस
Well, what do you expect?
Damn, bro.
10,000
First time
steps
they
or
hit
the
it,
journey
Poggy
of
Dongle.
1,000 steps or 100 days or whatever the metric is now. We know the first one is going to be important. Whoever wins this off to a great start.
अन्त होइन त घाम लाग्छ म इमाड हो
knockout stages and
पानी
one
परेर
team
सक्दै
home. And to kick it off, we've got 2 casters ready to go. It's Mirko and Brigida.
We're kicking off the final day of the group stage here in MSC at EWZ 2026 with all elimination matches. Starting off with Team Spirit coming
Let's
from a
go.
loss.
Team Spirit,
and
I'm
Guangzhou
supporting Team
coming
Spirit.
From a win. Who will get it this time around? Let's see here in game number 1. Mirko, I feel like the team fights for this game are looking to be pretty long between these drafts.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. It really is going to be a lot of back and forths here for both the team, Spirit and Guangzhou Gaming. Spirit, at least it's more of the Spirit we know coming into this matchup, right? It's also Spirit finally leading into
मेरो
the
prediction
meta.
is 2-0 है
For the most part, I think the first 2 matches
2-0
Team
Team
Spirit, it just
Spirit.
looks so weird for Sunset Lover because he's always been placed on heroes like the Valentina, evading away from the meta Eudora.
Yeah,
Hey, look
and
at
now
me,
they
this is
found
gonna sound
another
good.
side, which might just go down here. Quick rotations from Spirit. That's an early first blood.
And that's exactly why you want a Eudora with you when you have a Hirara, right? Like, I mean, people have been talking smack on the Eudora because of a certain few matches yesterday, Onic and TL notably. That's why he's still picking up.
Mario.
It enables the assassin so
Bro,
well.
Team
just by
Spirit ले
bursting
काट्दै
into
हान्छ होला हौ यो
town.
टिमलाई त
Pull yourself together though. That's a bit new, the Master Assassin for Sai, and Hiko's actually taking a Festival of Blood on the Brody instead of
पगी त
trying
जङ्गल
to
छ
beat the
कसरी
laner
वर्क गर्छ यार
on
पगी जङ्गल
the
यति हेर्नु
Brody.
मलाई
Yeah, I mean,
Interesting.
the fighter emblems were something we're kind of really seeing now in the gold lane, but I guess there's a bit more sustain to be expected here for Hiko, considerably, as someone who could likely be targeted every now and then. There's just so much backline potential, honestly, from Guangzhou. If you take a look at their lineup, there's just so much ways for them to go for the backlines, even through either recall or, let's say, a setup from Modi on the Alice once again on
लो
the
त पगी त
team fight later on. But let's see, it's the first turtle already up, and all 4 members of Guangzhou already positioned themselves up here.
Sauna's already going to be able to get level 5 here from this Lizard. Gets level 5, reset on the neutral objective as well. Side with the rotation first.
यो पाउँछ टिम स्पिरिट जित्छ जस्तो लागिरहेको छ यो टर्टल फाइट तर क्यारी त आयो
Falling Stars to the back, recall, still with the red tree sour. Nowhere
Because
to
we
see.
nice, यार
So
जी
waiting for the right moment and
Guangzhou
Team Spirit.
हिकोको रोटेसन ढिला भयो नि
Neutral objective.
Wow. No one went down there. I mean, Sai was there too, but I guess they weren't really able to deal with Savo nor Kid Bomba first. A lot of the
ठिकै छ
resources were
जाउराले
at the exact same time.
जाउरीको
So
स्लेभ
I
फार्मै
guess
गरे
pretty
हुन्छ
much really boiled down to who really got the retry in that scenario. It was clearly
Irara
Guangzhou Gaming
ko
got the better of them.
farm गर्दा ठीक हुन्छ
So
असजिन
now
हो
they don't necessarily have the
Equally
advantage,
bad.
but I think it's somehow working out. So far, they did lose one in the process, but that's the thing. I don't think there have been any direct trades as much just yet. Team Spirit seem to be the more proactive ones despite everything that's happened so far.
And I like their understanding of win conditions here in this game.
गाइस कहिले जित्छ जस्तो लाग्छ यो गेम टिम स्पिरिट और ग्वान्जो गेमिङ कुन चाहिँले जित्छ जस्तो लाग्छ तिमीहरूलाई कि बम्बा नो फ्लिकर बम्बा ओ सनसेट लभरले बचायो सनसेट लभरको कस्तो ड्यामेज लागिरहेछ है ड्यामेज चाहिँ धेरै नै लागिरहेछ सनसेट लभरको
And taking a chill pill, not going too crazy, building upon their already winning lanes and waiting for their mid-game power spike to hit.
Yeah,
Game
they
sound
have really
बढाउनु
good use
हुन्छ
of their resources as well, despite them
हल्का
occasionally
बढाइ चाहिँ
having to use it defensively.
गेम को
And you know how they pretty much understand their timings and win conditions, as you mentioned. They didn't necessarily force a re-engage after that. They knew what had to be done, and they just wanted to protect each other and set up for the upcoming objective. As long as they don't let go of this lead, things are looking to be great for them. Even if it seems like it's not that much at this point, but you need at least see that they understand their timings. So we see the movements right now. There has to be a very careful transition towards this objective because Guangzhou are controlling the mid as much as they can.
Yes, how we're gonna get chunked as well. Has revitalized, but I don't think he wants to use it just now. Sai gonna try to go for the burst down and it's an instant recall with retribution. Now
Recall पकड्यो
lands onto the stun as
भ्यालेन्टिनाले
well.
बेल रिकल लेछ
Sour walks
नाइस बम्बा
finding the damage on
रिकल नि मर्यो
walks up and the knockout strike comes around. Throne of
मोदीको
Ruin
ढिला भयो
blocks 3 members, but Sour is still right there with the rest of the team.
गुड ट्रेड टिम स्पिरिटलाई टटल पायो नि ग्वान्जोले 2 किल पायो टिमले टिम स्पिरिटले
Spirit with the winning team fight.
And it seems like the lead just ballooned for Spirit rather than Guangzhou.
केटा अब टिएललाई पायो भन्दै यार टिएल त अब
amount of kills that they got, and
फिलिपिन्स
now
जान्छ
they
होला
might
हो
be the ones to be rotating towards bot lane first. Oh!
भोलि नै फ्लाइट होला टिएलको त भोलि कि आज नै फ्लाइट हुन्छ
Rico lands the shot.
कोले स्ट्याक पायो होला
May just got bursted.
They don't get the third, but that was a statement right there from Team Spirit. Now it's a 2K goal lead. Only
one side नै आएर केटा यो गेम त
And
यो
they
सिरिज चाहिँ वान साइड हो क्या
solidified their lead and
ग्वान्जोले कहाँ
advantage here in
भन्छ
the
टिम
bottom lane. I
स्पिरिटलाई
think they're really taking control of the sides. And as much as you're seeing really careful movements from their mid, it's understandable, it's warranted. And they're not losing out on too
टिम
much.
स्पिरिट भयो टिम स्पिरिटको हुन्थ्यो यार अहिले टिम स्पिरिट टिम
It probably isn't as the most
20% टिम
aggressive
स्पिरिट
hero
हुन्थ्यो यार
just yet, but you understand that
ग्वान्जोलाई
they're also
अस्ति
waiting for the
जित्यो
right timings for them to find the engage. And the sides are just doing a spectacular job at holding down this early game.
And again, if you guys are still, kind of confused on how Eudora works, that ball lightning second skill to stun, it has reduced magic defense up against opponents. So even tanky boys like May on the Grok,
Yeah.
they're gonna fall, especially when the
Nico
Thunder's
is
Wrath
stable
comes
है
around together with Nico on the Brody.
टिएल निस्किसकेको हो र टिएल एलिमेन्ट भइसक्यो कन्सेप्ट प्ले
Oh, Sawa gonna be initiated.
Ooh, nice engage, Guanzo. Wee, nice.
Both frontliners
Nice
taking
engage
down
there,
the
Guanzo.
turret up top as Sunset is able to get away. Trying to go for the stun right now as Zaur and Hiko will have to respect this. Guangzhou Gaming finally get on the board for kills.
Yep, I was about to say, Guangzhou, it seems like their lineup has to be really up front. They have to close in their
Hiko?
opponents. Oh no, Hiko. Okay, he's gonna get out of that. But at least for Guangzhou, every single time, that can be a problem for them, but that can also be something they take advantage of. The fact that they are very melee, they have to go in. If you see them synced up, then I think when they fight on their terms, everything works out. But when Team Spirit actually make use of these combos, you see the Eudora, you see the Hirara, the burst potential is there, alongside even Hiko,
Wow.
then that kind of changes the tempo.
Nice one.
You see the
Yes.
instant respect there. Sunset did not have the
Guys,
Thunder's
टिम
Wrath
स्पिरिटलाई
up.
सपोर्ट गर्दा है म
Now it's
चाहिँ
back,
टिम
but
स्पिरिट कहाँ
it wasn't.
राम्रो राम्रो टिम जानु पर्यो नकआउटमा अब त यार
Zaur ego is in Sunset Lovers
टिएल
straight up with a
इलिमेन्ट
blue.
भइसक्यो अब
And
ओनिकी
again,
एसआरजीमा
Spirit's
एउटा
all about
इलिमेन्ट हुन्छ
utilizing
आज
the space that they made with this composition through these individual lanes. Guangzhou Gaming, they've gotten a few picks here and there. They got the neutral objective, all three of the neutral objectives, but they're just
not able to convert on any of the structural objectives, and that's why
Yeah.
Team Spirit are the ones still controlling the map. They're the ones holding these positions.
I feel like they do get the wins in the objectives. They start things off. They're the ones who actually engage against Team Spirit. But what happens after that is the question. They're not able to sustain or fight for long, as opposed to what we were expecting from them. Oh, hold on, Kid Bomba though.
Flickers out of the barrier. That's gonna be the ball lightning. Now a Sunset Lover has to flicker out of Throne of Ruin. Sao trying to look for Taunt now, walks up onto Modi. He goes right there as well to put some stacks down on Modi.
Fully
It's a small
3000 को
game
छ
that
टिम
Spirit
स्पिरिट को
want to play, and Guangzhou Gaming can't really force the issue, at least not right now.
They're so careful. Well, Spirit are just like so patient about this.
But Guangzhou Gaming have baited out 2 big battle spells, right?
Yeah.
Sunset and Kid Bomba, they're very vulnerable to that instant engage now.
That can be an opening. We're seeing the first Lord spawn here in this game. It's Spirit actually starting it out with Kid Bomba once again.
Wow.
Just trying
Ooh,
to
Eco
get
को
the
ऱ्यापिड पुट्छ यार
Yep.
Malefic on
That's
आएको को
not where Guangzhou are trying to come from.
Malefic on बनाउँछ
They will
ब्रोरीमा
actually
मलाई थाहा थिएन यार
A bit of their way through. Modi already taking hold of that push as well alongside Mei here in the right mid. But I think it's still tough for Recall. Recall has to have other people to tank either the crowd control or the burst damage that'll come from Team Spirit before he could just freely go in. And speaking of burst,
Whoa, the taunt lands as
को ड्यामेज त
well.
वाइल्ड दिएछ
Bomba trying to capitalize on the ball lightning magic produce. Oh,
Wait.
Samo in the bush. Finds the Wrath of the Dryad. Don't know
Modi नि गर्यो
now coming out as Xing is able to walk up.
इकोले फ्लिकर हान्छ जिजे गयो ल गुवान्जो गयो अरे जाऊ र मैले तर
Ego is Mexico. Finds
जाऊ
a trade in
ब्रो
exchange. It's a 1-for-1 jungle for Rome. Guangzhou Gaming walking out with the winning trade.
and that's the sacrifice they were looking for. Mei had to tank the burst damage.
Petri
And
राम्रो
that's
भयो यार
when
गुवान्जोलाई
Guangzhou, alongside
जङ्गल फर
Modi
रोम
and even Xing with the IMU Wrath of Dryad, decided to go in, going for the re-engage against Team Spirit, and we're taking a look at it right now in the replay. That was a great 2-man setup provided to us by Modi, but the follow-up from Xing, I feel, was really what made a big difference.
ल
And now
लड
Rico's
यार
retake the
गुवान्जोले
objective.
What the fuck के हो गुवान्जो फर्ममा आइरहेको छ त्यहाँ
They get the neutral objective and they back
हान्छ कि आ
away
गुवान्जोले
instantly. Team Spirit are just
टिम
getting
चाइना पो हो कि क्या हो केटा हो
outplayed in
ए
these
चाइना भर्सेस रसिया है यो त एब्सोल्युट सिनेमा हो त चाइना भर्सेस रसिया त
That the way they bursted down Mei was probably to them an opening because you take down one of the front lines, but it didn't work out the way they expected it to. Now it's a tier 1 potentially falling down to the hands of Guangzhou Gaming. Spirit are not even able to defend it up close. It's just Sawa and Kid Bomba standing in front of them. There's just too much threat of backline. Although Modi doesn't have the flicker, but they'll just have to give up on this tier 1.
Team Spirit structural advantage.
यस वान शट भन्दा बवाल के रहेछ मैले त वान शटै बवाल लाग्छ हो टिम स्पिरिटको पहिलाको जङ्गलहरु नै
Mid and up above, all gone as Guangzhou Gaming will look to capitalize on this Lord advantage a bit more with the tier 2 up top. Xing, Bloodwings, Recall. With a bit of poke on Sawo, Bomba.
bomba
Just 2 on the falling star moon. Baits out the Wrath of the
Bomba.
Dragon. Mei is going to be able to look for the airborne now on Bomba.
तर बम्बाको मोदीको नाइस हट
He goes to the iframe.
Sawo मर्यो
Very low, bursted out. Now it's
मोदी
Hiko's
मर्यो मोदी मर्यो
memory over. Now it's
जाऊ।
Sawo walking up as well. Hiko on the board.
हिराराले हान्छ क्या हो
Sawo walks up. But he cannot chase.
Recall
Guangzhou
बुझ्न
Gaming
सक्छ
instantly with the retreat after losing their XP. Sunset doesn't have the
लो
Thunder's
छ
Wrath.
मे
They lost out on so much turrets. Guangzhou Gaming, the way that they've been playing this, at this point we don't really see any lead between
हात क्लब
the
बनायो
two teams
इक्वली
anymore. They've
इक्वली हान्न त हान्दैछ हैन
that's been existing, and we're looking at the
कसरी हारेछ
players
टिम
now.
स्पिरिट कसले
It
गर्दा
looked
हारेछ
like a fight that they still wanted to take. Modi actually found some setups here and there, but Sai had to focus down on Sawo, and that was a lot of time. That was a Belleric who definitely took a bit too much of their attention, and so they just probably really had to settle with that, also trading Modi in the process, but it's still a huge advantage for Guangzhou Gaming nonetheless. You see a lot of turrets already taken down, and
ए
them
टिम
starting
स्पिरिट
to
एउटा
transition
टोटल
into a
पाएको छैन
playstyle where it feels like they're just
एउटा
guarding
टोटल
all
पाएको
around
छैन धेरै
Sai,
अब्जेक्टिभ
who's
छ
already 3-0 on a carry and looking like a massive threat now that we're approaching the 12
रोडीलाई पोजिसन हेर्नुपर्छ यार अकाइ र ए अकाइ रे ग्रक र एलिसको अल्टिमा पर्यो भने झ्याउ हुन्छ रोडीलाई
entering this matchup, considering the matchup, you would really consider that the underdogs would be over to Guangzhou, but it's
Console play.
another potential upset all over again.
At this point, the upset would be if Spirit wins, right? It's the favorite teams losing out. That will be the real upset after yesterday's outcome. Oh my god, I mean, you're right. Guangzhou Gaming also have great scaling now. Team Spirit
Carry
have
le
to
lang
look
and
for
sab
those
charge gadao.
creative angles. Sao
Carry la कसरी हान्छ टिम स्पिडले
under-revitalize on Belleric.
Carry ले भुट्यो भने
So much proactivity, right?
ड्यामेज थाप्नै
It's
सक्दैन
just all about reacting to your opponents. It comes down to Bomba making the plays on the Esmeralda. That's certainly very difficult with a carry on the hands of Guangzhou Gaming.
Yeah, it's like hopefully or Sao lasts long enough so that they can find some other angles around the team fights as long as Sai has his attention on him, but that's the thing.
Sunset Lover? Oh, flicker गयो यिनको
Used by Sunset Lover.
भ्यालीले फ्लिकर किन हान्यो
By Xing,
इकोलाई पक्ड्यो इकोले फ्लिकर हान्यो साउको 4 म्यान आउट भ्यालेन्टिना मर्यो जित्यो
walking up, capitalizing
क्यारी
on the
क्यारी
quick
क्यारीको
notice.
पिर भाइ
Purified bird by Sai. They're gonna go for the
ल गयो वान्जो गयो
Bumble with the flicker
वान्जो गयो
He's
अब
also able to survive as Hiko
Nice
gets
retry यार
It's a mega already for Hiko as he looks to
पर्खायो
go
टिम
for more
सुरले
stacks on the Sky Piercer. Finally, a team fight win for Team
30
Spirit.
स्ट्याक भयो इकोको
Guangzhou still wanted to fight that even though Team Spirit clearly already took down one. And we're in really great
GG, Team
position
Spirit.
to go for the contest. No one was really watching out for Zarigo. His recall too, I feel like he was kind of split between having to fight back
Iko,
and
Iko
just
flicker छैन
focusing on the objective.
उई
the
ड्यामेज त
You could see it already, especially through
कम्बो
Sai.
लाए पनि छैन क्या इधरको त्यही पनि 1HP पार्दिएर यार
Nothing you can
क्यारीलाई
ignore, man. For Guangzhou Gaming, they really got to be decisive with the plays. One wrong move from main, you can see the punish instantly. You need to find these tech charges on these vulnerable targets.
Yep.
If you miss it by just a pixel, which happened earlier, Modi could
Sunset Lover?
capitalize on the tech charge. Sunset on
Recall?
recall with that burst,
Ui, damage
forcing
to
him to
yaar.
back away. Now it's a 4v2 up top as they're trying to get this Baser down. But Spirit will respect Guangzhou Gaming. They built up the lead back to where it was all the way in the early game, and they're going to be happy with that. Whoa, Berserker's Fury for Hiko on the Brody.
Okay, as I was saying, I was supposed to say, Guangzhou, at least you saw from that last team fight their understanding of who needs to be targeted in this current part of the game, right? It felt like they were just trying to focus down on Hiko. That was a setup attempt from May. There was follow-up from Modi.
पानी
But
भरेको
Hiko was just a bit too quick to react as well. The fact that he is already 4-0 as well is not looking as good. With the Malefic Gun pickup and the Sky Piercer, I think he is going to be a bigger problem right now for Guangzhou. On top of the fact
Bullet
that Zarigo
3.6
is seemed to
Team
be a
Spirit
bit
को
too free as well.
guys
Just
make sure
trying
you
to
like
find
the
these
stream
targets.
like
Right now,
र
Guangzhou,
subscribe नै हानौँ
we understand the idea, but the execution has to be more precise. If they really want to go for Hiko, you gotta land those skills.
And if they don't land those skills, I mean, even if they do, Zaur can just go untargetable. That's one, right?
Yeah.
But if they do get him, Hiko's a big problem now. I'd love to see the items. Berserker's Fury. What? You do a bit of true damage now, so I guess it's good for the shred on these very tanky boys up front. But usually when you want to shred, you go for like DHS, right? So I'm wondering what the Berserker's Fury is all about.
वर्षको फेरि बनाएको
I'll catch
टिम
him later
स्पिरिटको
on.
इकोले
Try to ask him about this.
विन्टरको बनायो त गुवान्जो गेमिङकोले
We've seen a lot of interesting
Concept play?
choices here. Oh, but that's Conceal. Winter Crown pickup available also for Modi. But I think there's another Conceal coming in too.
All right, just conceal for conceal there, a trade already. Good damage on Modi. Bottom lane, slow pushing for Mr. Hiko. Great for Team Spirit. They know Guangzhou Gaming can't send anybody down below.
पकितो अब युजलेस भयो पकितो पकितोको काम छैन अब यहाँको लेट गेम कम भनेको एउटा क्यारी मात्रै छ क्यारी मर्यो भने सक्यो गेम गुवान्जोको ग्याम्बल लिन खोजेको गुवान्जोले मोदीको अरू कसैले लाएन साउको 4 म्यान आउट आयो मोदी मर्यो रिटिकल ल्याएन रिकल ल्याएन रिट्रिक अब ग्याङ लिन्छ क्यारी 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 हिकोले हान्यो हिको मर्यो रिकल अघि रिकलले अघि फर्केर हान्छ रिकलले आयो स्ट्याक जिजी यार लड तर डिफेन्ड भइहाल्यो Equally कत्रो damage हो यार
Goodness, I think we have to see that team fight one more
तर
time.
lovely team fight है केटा
Just to understand the entire
मिठो यार team
sequence
fight
and process, we take a look into the replay, and yes, the Throne of Ruin didn't land, but also we saw the exact same scenario all over again. It was just Guangzhou trying to deal with members of of Team Spirit 1 at a time. It was Sao first, but even Sao, it took a while for him to go down. And
Hey,
all the
good
while
to
they were
dance, है
running or trying to burst down
तोरा ने
these front
carry
lines.
मार
Hiko
दिया
was
यार
just- Hiko was just there.
GG,
He was
bro,
just
GG.
throwing out all these long-range basic attacks, and no one from Guangzhou was ready to answer back.
Did you see that damage? No wonder he went Berserker's Fury. It was the True and the Sky Piercer. True damage from
ना यार
Berserker's
late game
Fury and
छैन
the
जस्तो
Sky
है team
Piercer
spirit को
working in
Brody लाई
tandem.
त गाह्रो हुन्छ late game
Executing Sai with a
Brody ले
quarter
एक
of
catch
health
खायो
with
भने
one
सक्यो यार
basic attack.
flicker पनि city मा
Might be
छ
onto something, this Hiko boy.
Yeah, how many stacks could he possibly have, right? If he's 7 kills, or not entirely sure if he got the Sky Piercer even before he got all these kills. Okay, it's 42. It's 42 right now. Not looking so bad, but
Oh my god.
this is terrifying. Because at this point, you see the damage of a single basic attack.
What happened to his Berserker's Fury?
Oh, it's an immortality now.
I guess he sold it for the immo.
Yeah.
That's a very weird build. Heptasees has claws.
त्यही त कस्तो weird build यार ओइ कन्जुल ओ यिनीहरुको पञ्चिल प्लेयर डर लाग्यो
Berserker again. Oh,
साउ साउ मर्यो
falling Simon to the back line now with the
Kid Bomba नि मर्यो
appeal, but Bomba's able to flicker out as Hiko.
डिसिनिज गर्न छैन
Sour with the walk up
मोदीको
again.
विन्टर
He's gonna
फाउन्ड
get around from Modi to try to stay alive. Hiko missed that first
इकोले हो
skill.
गया यार
Couldn't get the torn apart memory now again. I want to see the items.
Okay.
What did he sell for the Berserker's Fury again? Did he sell the immo or the boots now? No, he has immo, so it's the boots. Or is it the Haas claws?
Because I think he had the Has claws even a couple
Oh,
minutes
damn it,
ago.
though.
Oh wait, it's gone again. What? Wait, I don't get it.
के गरेछ
Wait,
यो इकोले
he sold-
आइटम आइछन्
Boots, and then he bought Berserkers, but it's gone again. Is this a visual bug or is it actually gone? Did he misclick?
What is he going for now?
I got no clue, but like
इकोले मिसक्लिक गरेर जस्तो यार अहिलेसम्म फुल आइटम हुनुपर्ने
He
यार
hasn't replaced it with anything just yet. Maybe we see it come in, maybe in a bit.
I am so confused.
Okay, yeah, it's actually the build.
Yeah, and what? Where
एउटा
is
आइटम
it?
मिसिङ छ
I want to see the Berserker's Fury.
He's probably looking to pick up something.
Did he sell the Berserkers by mistake? Oh god. Oh, he sells it for the win of nature. There you go, Sawo. For the walk up first.
Ulla
down,
भयो,
Lord,
GG
straight up
यार
with the carry
Guangzhou.
and Team Spirit.
Yep.
We were too busy with the items. Maybe Spirit was as well.
Yeah. Guangzhou, I think the game plan worked this time. The fact that they went for Sao first,
Team
but that was
Spirit
when
Team
they
Spirit
were
को defend कम छैन यार
caught off guard. Spirit were not able to respond. They were not ready, and
What
they
the
just
fuck you
barely
यार यो
had
MSC को सबै
their
टिमहरु
members nearby to actually engage in a full-out punish against Guangzhou. So the moment that they were actually able to take that pick off,
Okay.
that was such quick movement from Guangzhou. 20 minutes into this game, we still don't know what the next pickup is going to be. The Immortality gets swapped with the Malefic Gun again for Hiko.
Okay, I think there's a bug there because he also bought Win of Nature, but it just shows 5 items. Oh, there you go.
बल्ल
There you
item.
go. Okay, so he's
बग रहेछ लामो
Yeah, that was just so weird. But okay, Wind of Nature. He sold the boots for the Wind of Nature. Now we know for sure.
Okay, I think this is the final answer right now. I doubt there will be any swaps from this point onwards, not unless we see the Wind of Nature actually getting used. Oh, Kid Bomba, that was really far positioning you see from him. Team Spirit, this is 21 minutes, Mirko.
इभल लड यार
This is very scary. Sour gets caught by the barrier. Lord Evolve charging into that top side already. Thrown of ruin in the blink.
Modi.
Catches Hiko. Oh, he just gets wiped
Hiko मर्यो
instantly.
यही हो क्या ब्रोडीको
Sai
प्रब्लम
bursting him down. Sour gets caught by a tech charge.
सक्यो यार केटा
To perfection. Sawo bursted down. Bomba and
GG.
Sunset left to defend against an Evolved Lord. Guangzhou Gaming strike first.
Such
What the
precise targeting and focus onto Hiko when it mattered the most. Modi on that Alice with the setup. And the follow-up to Guangzhou.
China ले हाने यार केटा
They were
के हो
always just
China
after
त
Savo, but in that last moment, in that crucial game-ending siege, they got the target
the
they needed
fuck,
to
bro?
fight the most. And Hiko, without the immortality,
Yo,
he
यार,
had it
guys.
earlier, but without it now,
China
he
ले
was just
कसरी
a
हान्दैछ
much
यार
easier
रसियाको
target
टिमलाई
to take down, and we're not entirely sure if Guangzhou were aware of the fact that he didn't have the immortality at
Elimination
the time.
match
But it was
यार
such a smart and quick decision that you get to see from Guangzhou Gaming as they secure game number 1.
A fantastic game number one. Again, just capitalizing on these vulnerable backliners. The Eudora and the Brody worked well in the early game to get structures, to get a snowball, but that one big team fight set them back so far. And it gave Guangzhou Gaming the right opportunity to scale up to where the Alice and the carry could just carry through. And again, Modi. We've been seeing him on the Yuzong carrying through these group stage matches. Now on the Alice as well, catching Hiko. Right as he sold his immortality for the win of nature, man.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I feel like what you said about the Balearic just waiting for Guangzhou was a bit too true in this scenario. And even for Kid Bomba, I feel like there were just moments they were waiting for Guangzhou before they also got to set things up for the team. And that did not necessarily work out for them, because you see every single time it's Guangzhou starting the fights, it's almost them winning it every single time.
And in this meta, Brigada, it comes down to who makes the first move, right? It's all about tempo. It's all about you making
So disappoint
that step,
performance that
being
team
the
through Rola.
proactive team.
कसरी हार्छ
So
यार
Spirit with the
चाइनाको
draft, again, they
टिमसँग
already kinda put
यस्तो
themselves in a
like
very
winner contender
reactive
टिम आयो यो टिम
position.
स्पिरिट
They're forced to react to all the moves, and when this happens,
Reverse
with
sweep
the
त
ball
हान्नु
forward,
पर्ने हो
there's
यिनीहरूले
not much you can do.
Yep, it's just overwhelming crowd control that you see from Guangzhou as well. I think there's a bunch of things we gotta break down.
GG guys,
about that
अझै
game,
अब
so we're
next
throwing
time
it
start
over
हुन्छ
back
छिटै
to our panel.
Thank you, Mirko and Brigida. One of the exciting things about seeing these moments is that you see different regions have their opportunity in the sun to shine. And when the lights are bright, it seems like GZG have answered the call. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Brain Day, joined by Naisu and Lafel. Naisu, China, one step away from making history.
This is, again, this is how things have been going. You know, it's so exciting to see. And I feel like when you watch that game alone here, they made clearly some mistakes at the beginning, but they adjusted towards the end. I mean, even Lafel and I were wondering, like, some of those initiations for Brody on the Alice were questionable, but then that one at the very end where he caught three in the base, perfect, even with the grok, right, from
But
May,
still workable
there was a
त
couple
लाग्दैन
tech
जङ्गलमा
charges
चाहिँ
that were kind of a miss, and then he landed some great ones. So again, this is the adjustments that they need to make, and now they have the upper hand against a team like Team Spirit.
केटा हो के
Honestly,
भइरहेछ हो राम्रो टिमहरुलाई
right, where we saw in this game, it was mostly Guangzhou Gaming. They were the ones that's engaging the fight, where Team Spirit just tried to react, right? And this is not new. Guangzhou has been doing this
केटा हो
throughout all
के
the way that
भइरहेछ
they
यार
have.
यो
They
टिमलाई
just have that Ni-hao energy where you're like, we're coming in.
Yes, sir.
And
किन
then you
यस्तो
just have to
यस्तो
accept this coming in. And
जेप्पाइ
at that
खेलेर चाहिँ
point,
राम्रो
Team
टिमहरुले
Spirit, honestly, like I gotta say, for the telestrated
Disappoint
later on,
performance यार
it's mostly on
सबै राम्रो
mistakes, you
टिमबाट
know, coming in from both teams, where
Team
I would say
Spirit,
Guangzhou Gaming with the draft and the way they
TLPS,
play, they forced a
Onic,
lot of mistakes coming in from Team
SRG,
Spirit that made their team fighting a little bit more awkward.
सबले
They were
टिम
very
फाल्कन
They
पिएल
fought a
सुत्त
lot around objectives. They
सबै
didn't
टोटको
push
खेल्दा
towers.
चाहिँ
They were definitely not the aggressor
सबै
in this game for most of the time. But they knew, I think, deep
Draft
down,
adapt
once their
गर्नै
lineup got
सकेछन्
going,
यार
the
राम्रो
right team fight,
टिमहरुले
they could snowball with the correct push.
adapt गर्नै
Disciplined
सकेछन्
approach from GZG.
Even the decision to put Paquito in the jungle is, again, something that a lot of teams aren't going to do. They put that in the hands of Recall. He might have had a difficult time kind of maneuvering around fights here and there, but it was more so finding those openings, which he did so well. Also securing objectives early on. Again, the team really had to support him to be able to do that. And now it makes sense, too, to have that Valentina. You know, 99% of the time he's got the Wrath of the Dry. I don't think there was anything else that he took.
Sunday skipped
So
it
you can play
100
around
jewels.
locking down
Thank
those
you,
members.
Sunday
There was a lot
Gaming.
of fights where it looked like something
thank
was going
you.
to start up, and then they kind of pulled off a bit. So
Nah,
there
yaar,
was
ke
really
khelde
good
ja
show
rahi
of
team.
discipline here from GZG as well. And again, I think Team Spirit has been one of those teams who have sat at a lot of the top of the
I'm
standings,
kidding,
the
other
power
teams are
standings
better.
for a while, and now they've been
Early
making
game
some adjustments.
It was a
जितिरहेको
nice
कस्तो
Valentina
early
pick
game
early.
जित्दैन
We
खै
were kind of
के हो
questioning
यार
it, not taking the
टिम
Eudora,
राम्रो
but they
टिम हो
gave
क्या तर
themselves
I don't know
a lot
यार
of ways to
के
deal with
गर्यो
some of the tankiness
अरू
required to
टिमहरुले
survive
इम्प्रुभ
and
चाहिँ हान्यो
sustain
अति
these
नै
fights, which clearly they wanted to do. They played it slow. Uranus wasn't available, but they were able to steal from the Belleric. They also opened up a little bit from the Paquito and Jungle, not being able
अब
to
हेर न
Alice to come in
सुरुमा
and do
ग्रुप
what
अफ
she does
डेथबाट
best
अरू
rather than
टर्की
trying to
क्वालिफाई
kill
भएको छ
all the
टिएलपी
time.
एलिमिनेट
So they
भएको
had
छ
threats across the board,
एसआरजी
and
र
they
ओनिक
had
लोअर
more
ब्याक
than maybe
कसले
they should have.
एक्सपेक्ट गर्छ क्या
Vel,
यस्तो
you took a look at some of the mistakes maybe Team Spirit made, but also some of
नाइ
the ways
नकआउट
GZG
स्टेजमा
were
त
able to accomplish that.
हल्का
Break it down
बोरिङ
for us.
हुन्छ यार
Yeah, honestly, like we gotta look at the
TLPS
draft
निस्केर
first. Yeah, let's stand. It's okay. Not too high. Not too high.
Yeah, they had to
All right,
raise
there
the
you go.
camera for him, man.
Yep. So now, this is the thing that we gotta look at into the draft here. Let's talk about
Hello,
the philosophy
Voltage,
of
welcome to
Guangzhou, where
stream.
they really like to
Vitality
go in,
MSC
they
winner.
really like to dive.
Golden
and it
Road, let's
clearly
go.
shows from three
Vitality
of
को
the picks
chance
here,
धेरै
the
छ यसपालि
Brock,
MSC
Paquito,
जित्ने
as well as the Alice.
Vitality
Now,
and Aura
this is the
Turkey.
very interesting thing. We talk about the Paquito, and after watching that game, in hindsight, both the carry as well as the Paquito, they're really good at neutral objectives because carry can really burst down the turtle as well as the Lords, especially the Lords very, very fast. And when you're going up against a Harara, so far we don't have the stats right now, but she has, I would say, one of the highest retry secures when it comes to MSC for now. A lot of base damage, making sure that the turtle is secured. And I feel like the Paquito is just something that they use as an answer to potentially fight against that. Now, we gotta talk about how both teams want to play. They want to team fight, they want to come up, and that actually should have helped out Team Spirit, as we're going to be looking at the first clip here, where this is the first instance of them fighting together. And as we saw, this is what Team Guangzhou Gaming want to do. They want to be able to actually secure all of these objectives. They want to be able to have good map control and then have a good engage and then win the fight off of there. But look at what happened when the Eudora starts to be involved in the fight here. Look at, we're gonna see the amount of stun, which is like, I believe 2 people got stunned here, and then the amount of burst damage. This is level 6 Eudora with not one item just yet, or just one item, and you can see the burst damage is a lot. Unfortunately, that's probably one of the only times that Team Spirit was able to win a fight where they're able to have a good AoE stoppage and then follow up with the damage. But then after that, it honestly went downhill. Because we're going to be looking at fights here where this is the awkward thing that I do want to say. Looking at how Modi as well as me engaged, that's huge AoE. And look at how spread Team Spirit is, or they're going to be after this engage. And that's a good thing. You want to spread, you don't want to get caught everyone together. But then they have a draft that they can potentially delete one person with the Eudora as well as the Brody, but because they're separated, that becomes quite a bit awkward. As we see the fight go in, boom, bang, they split by top and bottom, and then Sao is like, okay, do I go to the top side or do I go to the bottom side to protect you guys? And we're gonna be continuing with the other clips here. This is where I would say Guangzhou also has to slow down just a little bit because they get a little bit too excited. And again, we see the potential Eudora Brody quite a lot of burst. They go in, someone overextends, stun, and then burst, get the kill. It's just unfortunate that this happened throughout the game, where Team Spirit is just waiting for Guangzhou to go in, which makes sense, but I feel like upcoming,
नयाँ टिम आए त राम्रो हो क्या तर सबै नयाँ टिम आइरहेछ नि त केटा हो हल्का मेन टिम पनि हुनु पर्यो नि त एसआरजी र टिएलपिएल चाहिँ छैन भने त एसआरजी र ओनिकै छैन भने त नकआउट स्टेजमा बोर भइहाल्छ नि हल्का जे भए नि
they dive in a little bit too deep, and then eventually Team Spirit was able to capitalize. But imagine if you had Flicker on the Belleric, you could have flickered in and actually catch quite a lot of people here coming in from Guangzhou, and then after that getting the Lord.
Actually,
the comment I want is how hard is it really?
Your team like
weight on that army.
I don't know.
A lot to hold up.
Hey, that's a couple minutes. That's an
यस्तो के बार्स र टिम स्पिरिटका कम्पेयर होइन यिनीहरूले राम्रो टिमसँग हारेको भए पनि ल ठिक छ टफ फाइट दिएर हार्यो भने ग्वान्जो गेमिङसँग हारेर छ यार यो टिम स्पिरिट त विनर कन्टेन्डर हो भन्नुपर्दा ग्वान्जोलाई हेपेको होइन तर ग्वान्जो त स्टिल नयाँ रिजनकै टिम हो नि त कहाँ थियो यार हल्का स्ट्रङ टिमसँग धेरै नै स्ट्रङ टिमसँग हार्यो भने ल भन्नु क्या यिनीहरूसँग हारेपछि त यार पर ग्वान्जोले राम्रो खेलिरहेछ यार कस्तो राम्रो खेलिरहेछ टिम स्पिरिटले खै के गर्छ अब रिभर्स स्विप हानेन भने इलिमिनेट नै हुन्छ टिम स्पिरिट केही न केही त गर्नै पर्छ हो टिम स्पिरिट घर जान मन छैन भने तर लास्टै है नयाँ टिमहरू अति क्रेजी नै खेलिदिरहेछ यार गाइस इम्प्रुभ धेरै इम्प्रुभ गरे नि यार यो नयाँ रिजनको टिमहरूले त्यही हो यार कम्पिटिसन बढिरहेछ एउटै सेम टिम छैन धन्न तर चाइनामा हो अब चाइना केटा रिजनै त्यस्तो छ है जुन गेममा नि खतरा हो चाइना त एमएलमा नि बिस्तारै खतरा हुँदैछ लेट्स गो ड्राफ्ट हेरौँ ड्राफ्ट रेडी गर्छु म अब
We'll play their final match of MSC. The key
ready to be team speed reverse switch चाहियो मलाई थाहा भएन
ready to make history for China as they have their chance to jump into the top 8.
for Team Spirit, if they want a chance here, they know that Guangzhou, they're going to go for some kind of dive. And counter dive is not enough. You need a way to counter engage as well, right? It's good that you're able to avoid the initial engage, but how do you go back in? That's something that they have to consider, because Guangzhou is a mature team. The moment they know that engage is bad, they just back off and then try again.
I like that point about maturity you made. In the green room, we kind of set the conversation earlier. Big shout out to Maui as well, helping us with these editorial conversations. But Guangzhou Gaming and maturity is what was kind of on display for us. They usually have had histories of not scaling well into the late game, but Naisu, they were actually behind in game one, and they found a way to kind of keep it together and then start trending upwards. Are you noticing that this is a little bit of a different GZG, or is that more on Spirit's mistakes?
It's a little mix of both, I'd say.
Sure.
A lot of the teams, I feel like, just because of the nature of the compositions of meta, they're prone to making some mistakes. That's going to happen throughout the game. No one's going to play a perfect game, you know? So it's just how fast that these players, these professional athletes, basically can adjust in the game, and not just from game to game, because that's what Team Spirit has to do now. They have to go to that drawing board, figure things out, because you got to remember, too, these matches today will decide who moves forward and who is knocked out. And a team like Team Spirit has been able to surprise a whole lot of people over the previous internationals that they've had. And for GZG, I mean, the same thing. Ryuken bro, welcome to stream.
TL को भने स्यानफोर्डले अरु खेल्नेहरुले पर्फर्म गर्न सक्छ। त्यो सान्जीले कस्तो पर्फर्मै गर्न नसके यार। सान्जी त बेस्ट मेज लाग्छ यार मलाई। पर्फर्मै हान्दैन यार सान्जीले त। इदोरा मेटामा आएर होला। नो स्किल हिरो मेटामा आयो नि त यार इदोरा मेजमा त। अनि जंगलमा त स्किल पुरै खतरे फासन निरो र। ओनिक चाहिँ आज जानु भएन यार बरु एसआरजी गयो नि अब एसआरजी नै जाओस् यार ओनिक चाहिँ नजाओस् यार। Please, Spirit, lock the fuck in, bro. धेरै भयो।
Internationals, like we always look at
Chinaको टिमसँग हार्ने चाहिँ हैन यो टिम।
Yeah, it's usually top 5 at least.
अनि मैन फर्स्ट पिक के छ? हिरा छ फेरि हिरा लिनु हैनले। पगि त फर्स्ट पिक वाट द फक। लिङ र हिरा दुईटै ओपन छ। अनि के छ अर्को ओपन बेलरिक र हिरा लियो।
Hey, c'est la vie. Team Spirit
did just get
early, and then the Valentina
again,
and this time with the Harara. So just a quick swap of
Beleric on Ling wala.
Yeah, I like this though. You know, we kind of questioned that Valentina in the previous game, but Guangzhou Gaming has pretty much proven that they're just comfortable with it. I mean, you can go ahead, take these quality ultimates from your opposing team, and obviously makes them kind of second guess what they're going to bring up. Because you're already locked in the Paquito too, which now it makes me wonder, like, where exactly?
Paquito jungle, maybe? They might be like, we might do this too. We might flex it on you.
Yeah.
Paquito goal and use the Ling.
That's what I'm thinking, because Hiko has played that Paquito. You can grab the Ling just for that classic matchup we're used to seeing. We'll see if they end up flexing it or not. So the Eudora and the Cho will get picked up. Again, Cho was banned in the previous game. This allows you to go for those pickoffs with the Eudora really well. These should be, just those two heroes alone should be an automatic kill almost.
They should already be fighting fire with fire, because if Guangzhou wants to go in, Team Spirit can do the same thing, right?
Exactly.
There's a lot of forward momentum coming in, and now Guangzhou, they reply with the Moscow. So he's going to be supporting his team in case someone dives a little bit too deep. He can push them away. So I'm liking the opening draft coming in from Team Spirit as well as Guangzhou. Quite a lot of interaction between the two.
Again, with the Moscow being in play here, makes me wonder if we do just see the gold lane matchups now. But Team Spirit will play on that, because so many teams still kind of, if there is a flexible hero that can be flexed, and that has developed over these days as well, then they'll play that into the draft, because it also changes some of the focus on the bans. But you can see this just in case Guangzhou Gaming's like, you know what, we'll just ban out some more gold laners, so they do take out that Clint. Again, the Moskov is so deadly just because of the mere fact that he can pretty much just stay in his lane, push it, farm up, do his thing, play the off map, and then join the fights if the SOD lands.
Crazy enough, that was the strength of the character, but not the strength in game one of GZG. They grouped up and they committed to that group up. Obviously playing the lineup well. We'll see if maybe swatching over to the Moskov allows them to be as effective as the Uranus expand. Day 7 of MWI. Yo, woo! Shout out to them. That is dedication.
Since yeah, that's crazy. And now
that's us. That's you guys.
Hey, we're here since wildcards.
Yo, that's true.
we're here longer. It's not a competition.
It's like we're dedicated.
It's like we love the game or something. Anyways, yeah, the Uranus gets banned out as well as the Esmeralda here. Good ban on the Esmeralda because right now,
Dragon
don't have a proper front line yet. So what else is there? I mean, like, I guess they can pick up the Alice again. Oh, the Belleric, yes, is still open.
And you can technically flex that if you want.
Rarely do we see Belleric being in 4th pick, though, right?
Yeah.
Usually the first 3.
I think that's because the Valentina kind of worked against that. And I think they warded off, so it's like, why prioritize that? And I think it's been smart.
I do have to say, though, right now the draft does look a bit difficult for the Cho to actually get a good kick in. But, hey, you know what? If you're here in MSC, you should be able to do it. Right?
I think anything's
Pick a target and then grab it.
Ling's still available, but is like the hype on Ling
Saule do won't get out. Saule do won't say build ban and bandari nale.
Jungle here.
Zaure ko hardly.
Right?
Yeah.
Build ban and bandari nale illa ko sata.
Well, this will tell us if it's going gold or not. So it's going to be EXP Barrett's, and then it's going to be that gold lane Paquito. That's why I was saying, you know, he's
golden pocket against most of Ram
see the Paquito go to. So
Team Spirit ko draft man pare
the game plan here for Team Spirit. They really want to burst a member down, get an upper hand in terms of numbers.
Maybe we'll see Paquito mid.
Yeah, you know what?
I've heard a lot of things. But yeah, right now for Team Spirit, they're using a draft with a lot of forward momentum, having the Barats being the main escort, and then having the Dura as well. So you should get a kill, and now a Kaja gets picked up. So the moment a Cho or a Harley overextends, can help them.
Divine judgments.
Dude, they're digging deep into the pockets here. Another unique hero for MSC. I can't wait to get an official count on what that is. We're aiming towards 90. We still got like a week to go, so plenty of time.
I hope by the time we get to the knockouts, which is just in a few days away, we still have unique hero picks come through because it's just been so fun to go through these drafts in this meta.
It is a blast being here watching MSC live in Paris, France. For those of you watching online, let us know. Who are you leaning towards? You might have favored Team Spirit, but now Guangzhou Gaming's in the lead with one more game to go, potentially. China could be moving on to the knockout stage for the very first time. And to kick off game 2, let's send it back over to Mirko and Brigitte.
Let's go, Team Spirit.
Indeed, we have a lot of surprises to break down here as we head into game number 2 between Team Spirit and Guangzhou.
They got it wrong. Kaja doesn't do Kaja when he ults. He does a it's a whip.
Okay. And I hear you do the Barrett's ult all the time too, so maybe we're expecting
God, it could be, yep, 2. Could be, and
That's a lot. But it's surprisingly actually Hiko on the Paquito this time. So we thought it was a jungler all along, but they do decide to flex it eventually here. Could we expect like maybe better synergy across the board though? Because this is looking like a Cho Eudora, yes.
I don't know. Right now it's looking very TLPH. I'm gonna be honest with you. The composition of Team Spirit, putting Bomba on a Barats, it's like putting Sanford on a Barats. You know, it's like I don't want to see that.
Okay, so they have to make this work. At least that's what we're getting from now. And we take a look at the emblems too before we move on to this game. It's been a while since we've seen a Kaja, so I think it's still very usual. See the support emblems come through, the additional speed and the break smite. Pretty much same across the board, I feel, for majority of our heroes this time. Oh, well, whoa.
Also putting Hiko on a Paquito. It's like putting Paquito on Teddy.
Oh, okay. You're still talking about that, yeah.
I mean, it's the same side lanes as yesterday. It's crazy, actually.
It does feel kind of the same. And I feel like TS are also in a sort of same position where you're just really expecting a bit more from them, but it's been a struggle ever since game number 1 to just coordinate. I think like it's weird hopefully they work things out this time. We are seeing a more aggressive laning phase from them, to say the least, here in game number 2.
Oh my god, the Thunder's rat straight up! One shots, man!
Let's go Team Spirit.
right now. First blood over to Team Spirit with a neutral objective
Wait,
as well.
locked in by Team Spirit.
Yep, a much better start.
And
We can say that for Team Spirit right now that we're looking at the way they've executed the first 2 minutes of the game. Laning-wise, it's been very aggressive for Hiko, and at the same time, you see better coordination from Sao and Sunset Lover, which I think is something to expect because you're not on a Belleric anymore, so you could just be as aggressive as you want, and May!
Ooh, the
Nice,
damage
invented
taken out
by
of
Red
May,
Buff.
thankfully for Guangzhou Gaming, SOD
Sunset
goes wide.
flicker आने Sunset ले. Flicker किन आने बैलन को flicker थे ना तो यार त्यासम range बैलन थे यार.
IMU. Daytona's welcome from Xing supposedly, so that changes things a bit too. Xing will be, I guess, picking up the Daytona's welcome or either the Way of the Dragon more than anything here from Team Spirit's composition. But how are they able to utilize that? That's like 2 potential lockdowns or pick-off setups.
Nice,
And the damage
Kid
is mostly
Bomba.
gonna come from Recall, at least for now in the early stages of the game. But has Recall been having a
Early
good
game
time?
राम्रो
'Cause I think
छ
he's
तर
already a level
Guangzhou को late
behind
game राम्रो छ
Zarigo
most
is.
भएर.
Bomba's doing a lot right now with just delaying the jungle. He's going to lose out on a bit on the bottom lane, but it's going to be pretty good to stop Recall. As you can see, Zaur is really capitalizing on the fact that he's getting so
Equal and
much more
opposite
space,
side.
so much more room to farm up. A whole level ahead with a turtle as well. Sao feels a lot more comfortable on a hero that can be proactive instead of a Belleric.
Yeah.
सावला आना
That's
खोज्दै
what
छ
we've been
जस्तो.
waiting for. Right now, Spirits seem to be back on track, at least for now, as long as they get to sustain everything that's ongoing. But the Belleric is potentially, if they fail, I think that could be an angle for Guangzhou to just really go for the punish. At least they have one way to get AOE setups and not just either the Kaja or the Cho if it ever boils down to a massive team fight. But let's see, Spirit are now positioning themselves across the objective. It's not like Guangzhou are looking to contest, however. Or it will take them a bit more time.
Yeah. Guangzhou Gaming were able to control all the neutral objectives in game number 1, and that's what set up
Odi?
for their late game. Position, space, everything to scale up. This time, Team Spirit don't want none of
काजाला
that.
हान्छ अनि
Oh, what a kick from
साला
Sao! Way the dragon
May.
kicks the Kaja back into Hiko. And it's yet another pickoff. They're really
Zaure.
using the strong side well. Sao with the deadly magic, Sao with the walk up as well. The Purify already out earlier.
Perfect.
Oh, that's the Balathon.
कहाँ छिरे हान्छ यार. आम्मामामा टिम Spirit त फर्ममै आयो यार.
Hiko with the hits on the turret.
They've learned their lesson. They've learned their lesson. They gotta be the more proactive ones. They gotta be the ones starting it off. And with this lineup, they're definitely doing it. May has not had a single divine judgment in this game, and you could see that Sao's just starting to feel it on this.
के हो वान अफ किवै हो क्या साउ त.
Oh my god, Bomba.
Three
These three
turret.
turrets, Guangzhou Gaming are the ones reacting to everything, and it's not the right reaction either. They try to go mid for some reason, and Bomba just stomps down bot. That's a free turret for a Barats.
Okay,
Me
at
too.
least for Guangzhou, right? If we're looking for potential angles that they can turn this around, they have plenty, and it's a flicker Belleric as well, so they could just try to go for more counter engage as long as they feel like they're already on the same page. Because at this moment, hold on.
He goes for the whip now.
खाइज भारत त.
Bomba with the response, throws
More.
it into the wall. Ball of thunder. Bomba with a chomp.
What the fuck जबरजस्त यार पिकअप लिनु खोजेको.
You saw that. You saw May. He
Saw it.
tried, but Guangzhou, it didn't feel
What's
like
the
they were
comedy
ready to
there,
follow up.
Ooh.
It's tough. It's
Yeah,
tough.
very tough. Recalls forced out of the fight. Tier 1. Free for Team Spirit. Sao doing a good job on this Cho so far. And yeah, like you mentioned, man, May cannot really go for anything. That's going to be a free purple buff as well. Oh, Ball of Thunder lands, and everybody Thunder's Wrath as well.
Build
Wrath
गर्ने
of the
भयो.
Triad.
जिजी भयो सारे गेम त
Holy
Guangzhou को
moly,
लागि.
lands on Natalia. All 5.
के हो म्या टिम Spirit त रिसायो त यार अति नै.
It's Guangzhou
Sorry, यार, Team
facing a
Spirit.
6.5k gold lead this time. Spirit have completely turned things around and are looking real good in game number 2. A potential game 3 is potentially coming for us at this point. If you take a look at Team Spirit and the current situation that they're in, because I think the panel also touched on how maybe, yes, they can utilize the Kaja to punish some of the overextensions that have been happening or that could come out from Team Spirit, but I don't think we've seen any of those. It's more calculated backline engages either from Zar just to force reactions out of Guangzhou. It's more pinpoint and precise way of the dragons coming in from Hiko. I don't think he even had to use the flicker as much just yet, because it's always Guangzhou tending to overextend. But they might actually go for one this time. They don't risk it as much.
Sunset
across the board.
Eudora is so annoying. Xing just walks up a bit too aggressively. He didn't even walk up aggressively. It was Team Spirit with a conceal. And he's forced to go back to Fountain. Tier 2 up top taken down already. Team Spirit with a 7,000 gold lead. We've seen comebacks before, but it is going to be very difficult for Guangzhou Gaming as long as Sai doesn't get space to farm. This has been a very difficult Moscow game. Like, Sai has just not been given any space, any lanes to farm up.
And how far behind could he possibly be? Because he's already 2 levels behind of Hiko. I think there hasn't been much opportunity for him to also take some gold to catch up. And Guangzhou are just really investing in defense right now. They gotta put up their walls. You have to have Modi reliable enough to tank everything, because looking at Guangzhou's lineup, it seems like he's the only guy you could really rely on to do that. Xing and Mei, they probably want to go in for the more aggressive setup plays and pick off potentials if ever they do find any. And he also picks up the Eudora ultimate instead of any other setup, so it's just probably all on Mei right now. They need,
guys, make sure to like this stream, like and subscribe
to scale up, and he's probably behind in terms of items right now.
Very bad. He only got the gold staff earlier. That's a second item at 8 minutes, so his third item, Power Spike, might come through in like 10 minutes.
There's probably more trader sides there.
Spirit gonna get this for free. There's no chance Guangzhou take it unless Sai gets an SOD, but Bamba knows better than to leave that open. He's able to body block for Team Spirit. Zaur also still with the retreat, just in case. I remember a crazy steal from Oheb last year against Onic, also in the group stage.
I think everyone learned from that, you know? They're just starting to guard the bushes wherever or whenever there's a Moskov on the other side. But look at that gap between Sai and Hiko. It's
oh my god,
7 to 4.8k.
It's the same gap for Zaur and Recall.
Oh yeah.
The gold leads are placed where it's
lot defense त राम्रै छ हैन ग्वान्जोको मोस्कोप छ मोस्कोपले डिफेन्स त गर्छ तर मोस्कोले फ्रेट पॉइंट चाहिँ पर्दैन त्यो हो नि त कुरा.
At least they still have holy shields, but I think they're all gonna pop even
Holy
before
shield
the
जान्छ.
Lord gets to approach the base. They've made enough room for them to utilize the Lord to its fullest potential, and Team Spirit, they're looking to take down a base turret right now. Sawo goes in.
Purify ne pala ne. Pala purify ne.
Taunts everybody with a big whip as well, but it's
Tortore payo.
A chomp
Purify. Valen maro kaden maro. जी.
What is that damage, my guy?
Mid पनि जान्छ तर अब. Recall नि मर्यो ल सक्यो ल गेम. सक्यो. धेरै जुदे यार कन्जोले. ए 11000 गोल्ड लिड रहेछ सक्दैन यार यो त सक्यो GG guys GG Team Spirit back on track आइछ गए
Such great match.
ओए man locked in so
Team Spirit have completely bounced back here in game number 2 as they equalize the series. And we of course have to witness a game number 3. It's all elimination and qualification matches we're expecting for today. And they're just one step away from all making it to knockouts. They're doing what they can. They're fighting until the very end. But Guangzhou, so many questions left in that fight.
GG Grau, one more game. Let's go Team Spirit.
There was just
one more game to go.
Minimal proactivity, but at the same time,
one
even
more
if they
game,
wanted to go for more proactive plays, they get punished every single time. The Kaja play was read out here by Team Spirit.
And every time the Kaja got the Divine Judgment, it was always just a big whiff because, I don't know, it was either on the Cho or on Bamba, right? And Sawo and Bamba.
Mitto hane yaar, mitto hane.
Easy for
them. SR0 winner game ko rahe hamcha. SR0 Onic को गेम तिमीलाई म शेड्युल देखाउँछु आजको यही गाइस शेड्युल सुरुमा टिम स्ट्रिट र ग्वान्जो गेमिङ त्यसपछि प्रो र E7 ओ माई गॉड यार टिएलपीएस हुन्थ्यो क्या ओ माई गॉड ब्रो यता टिएलपीएस हुन्थ्यो यार कहाँ गयो क्या टिएलपीएस अनि ओनिक र एसआरजी ब्रो यो म्याच ओ माई गॉड यार केटा यो म्याच त अति खतरनाक हो यार टिएलपीएस भयो यो म्याच नि यस्तो बवाल हुन्थ्यो नि यार त्यसपछि फाल्कन पिएच भन्छ फाल्कन मेना दुईटा फाल्कन जुत्ने भयो यता चाहिँ ए आजको सेड्युल त्यसपछि भोलि म्याच छैन अनि पर्सि पनि छैन सिधै निको पर्सि हुन्छ नकआउट स्टेजको म्याच चाहिँ त्यही गाइस सेड्युल चाहिँ त्यही हो आजको सेड्युल त्यही हो
It's not good to inhale a lot of wet paint, man.
Maybe. Actually, yeah, now that I think about it, yeah.
Calm Rain Man again.
Guys, that was a big stomp. The average game for both of them lasts around 17 minutes for Team Spirit, about 15 minutes for Guangzhou Gaming. That one was under 12, about 11 or so. So a very fast game. A stomp. What went right for Team Spirit there, Naisu?
Just about anything they wanted to, man. I mean, under the 5-minute mark, they were already pushing Guangzhou Gaming behind their tier 2
No,
turret.
Guangzou's just like,
Yeah,
yes,
there you go.
take this chair. Oh, take this mic. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead. Like, Spirit could do anything. Guangzhou didn't do anything to stop them.
केटा हो
I told you.
All right, here I
Get
go.
out.
Nita, why'd you
Team
give him
Spirit.
freedom?
टिएलपीएस
Why'd you
किन
give him
छैन
freedom?
यार
He's
You want
acting
my
crazy.
telestrate?
टिएलपीएस किन हारे यार टिएलपीएस किन यस्तो गर्यो ओ माई गॉड टिएलपीएसले एमएससीमा एक गेम पनि जितेन यार यसपालिको एमएससीमा पहिलाको एमएससी च्याम्पियनले यसपालि एमएससीमा एक गेम पनि जितेन एक वर्षमा यति डिफ्रेन्स हुन्छ इन्टिटी 7सँग क्लिन स्विप खायो अरू टर्कीसँग क्लिन स्विप खायो वाट द फक जिजी यार केटा हो जिजीमा के हो यार यो मेटा सिफ्ट भएर What the heck, bro? टिएलपीएस बिना हेर्नै मन लाग्दैन यार नकआउट स्टेज स्यानफोर्ड नम्बर 1 हो यार मेरो लागि स्टिल एक्सीमा त स्यानफोर्ड ल हिजो इजी विन टिएलपीएस भनेर मैले छोडिदिएको क्या हेर्न मैले छोडिदिएको हेर्न टिएलपीएस ब्रो 10 मिनट गेम 10 मिनट सकाइदियो एमएलबीको गोट नै छैन केटा नकआउट स्टेजमा अब सकिसक्यो मेबी अब केही चेन्जेस हुन्छ होला टिएलपीएसमा कार्डिजलाई मेबी हटाउन सक्छ यसपालिको एमएससीमा त लास्टै अनएक्सपेक्टेड ल धेरै नै यार यति बिति किन हो गाइस के हो यार यसपालिको एमएससी सो अन्त अनएक्सपेक्टेड त इन्टिटी 7ले हान्दे यार टिएलपीएसले 2-0 हो एक गेम पनि हान्ने एक गेम हान्नु नै सकिङ होइन टिएलपीएसलाई 2-0 हानेर इलिमिनेट नै गर्थ्यो नयाँ नयाँ टिम भन्दा भन्दै हेर्न मन लाग्ने टिम सबै जान्छ जस्तो त्यही यार उड्ने भयो यार केटा हो ब्रो टिएलपीएस यस्तो हो क्या लाइक यस्तो भए राम्रो हुन्थ्यो क्या फाइनलमा चाहिँ एउटा नयाँ टिम लाइक अरोरा टर्की अनि अर्को टिम चाहिँ ओनिक भए जस्तो हुन्थ्यो क्या अनि अरोरा टर्कीले ओनिकलाई हाने जस्तो हुन्थ्यो कि लाइक बेस्ट अफ 7 गएर त्यो क्रेजी हुन्छ त्यो म्याचेस चाहिँ एउटा नयाँ रिजनको टिम फाइनलमा अनि एउटा चाहिँ पुरानो रिजनको नै यस्तो फाइनल चाहिँ हेर्नु मजा आउँछ Masarapp, I defeated you. My name was Van Glory to win. ए तिमी पो हो त्यो वान ट्रिक थामुस तिम्रो नाम त म्याच गरिरहेको छ त यार गेमसँग वेट केटा म एक क्लाउड वासरुम गएर आउँछु वेट पानी भएर आउँछ है केटा यो हेलो एकछिन है
Different vibe, but then what was that also? They don't like or they do ranked or training mode?
Oh, training mode.
Training
Yeah,
mode?
what's up with that?
I've always warmed up in rank. I mean, first game of the day is ranked.
Maybe that's why we're just casters.
Maybe you got a point.
That's it.
I'm just saying.
That's it.
We're good, but not that good. You know what I'm saying? Know what I'm saying?
Listen. I
know what I'm saying?
How about when you play ranked? Here's a question: is it before bed? Is it at night? Do you get it first thing of the day?
It's 24/7 rain day.
24/7. Wow. Okay.
When shouldn't you play rank?
Haven't you seen us in the talent room?
Is that what you're doing with that tablet right there when you don't
playing
have
right
it?
there,
Because
man.
we're done with the telestrator, by the way.
You're
just
in
AFK
draft.
mid.
He's in draft.
Oh, we took it off. We know what
Guys,
Lobel's
let's go
doing.
game team.
You
Shut
gave
up,
him too
give
much
my
control,
attention, guys.
Brigida. We told you not to do it. At this point, though, we have everything that we need because this game
let's go.
is absolutely unpredictable. Going to draft for the third and final
This is
time
the final
between
match.
China and ESEA. The
That's the important game
gatekeepers
to the team
of
को लागि
top 8
knockout stage
trying to
secure गर्नु मन छ नि
gatekeep China's last hope here at MSC, who are desperately looking to match the result on the women's side of making it into the knockout stages. Can May, right there on your screen, figure out what to bring to the table to get a win?
I gotta say, first of all, I appreciate that
What
whenever
the
something
man,
goes wrong, we
lock
throw it
the
over to
fuck
Brigida.
it,
Yes.
It's her fault, not our fault. I appreciate that. And
Yeah.
number two, I feel like it's more on the mentality of the game because game number 2, clearly they just played scared, and that's not how you should play against Team
Masarapp
Spirit, where
one trick grand
you
zero,
saw that in game number 1, just fight when you have the chance, and it somehow worked out.
True.
You kind of have to go back to game number 1.
Golden
It's tough to
match
put it plainly because that's exactly how it felt. It just felt like they were kind of in this state of we're scared to move around the map. You
Limbo.
know? They were in limbo. They couldn't really move, and it almost was that mentality of, you know what, we're so far behind, just go next. Like,
Yeah.
And so
That's
now
up.
it's their chance for Guangzhou Gaming
Local
to
ones?
make this happen here. This is why I was making
Expanding
the point earlier where it's like, yeah, you have to be able to bounce
Now,
back
last
from
symbol
game
is
to
the team
game
spirit
even,
ki
not
Guangzhou.
just from the days
Quality
here,
check it out.
because after getting slapped like
Team
that in
should
game
land,
2,
but
like how do you
game
bounce
3.
back in game 3? Well, we've already talked about what can potentially happen in the draft, and that's really where it starts. And you just got to have a better game plan here for Guangzhou Gaming if they want to move forward, because now the momentum is in favor of Team Spirit, and we've seen this before. Where once they have momentum, they can usually take it just as quickly in game 3.
I'm only asking for one thing from Modi. Have a hero that can dive, you know, something like a Yuzong, something like an Alice. That seems more his niche, right? Speaking of something like a Bellery, I guess he can kind of do that, but he requires the flicker. So just want him to use someone that can dive in. That's like his identity. Don't stray away from that.
Well, the Paquito actually taken out by GZG and the Cho as well. The Atlas also denied by Team Spirit, who will switch sides this game. And Expanding Rivers, one of our fastest map choices. I believe it is the second fastest. And one of the interesting things about this situation, which has a fan of MOBAs, every team comes with a different plan and blueprint. But in game 1 and game 2, both teams get a blueprint of what works for them. And so this draft is so exciting because both teams are trying to deny the blueprint of success for the other team while trying to get as many pieces of what worked in the games that they won for themselves. But it also opens up another layer, which is, will somebody have prepared to surprise the other team again? Will they have more in their pockets that they'll bring out that might just change the narrative completely?
I think this MSC already has shown us how deep the pockets of the teams and the coaches, and in this instance for Coach Sunday and Coach Coldstar, they might dive into that. If not, then they just play their best game. I mean, this is something that a lot of people have been talking about online too from previous teams that now have been knocked out. It's like, well, sometimes do you go for comfort? Do you go for those heroes or that style of play that's worked for you so long, or do you just, are you forced to adapt in the current meta? And that's kind of what we've seen through the courses of this. So I think you're seeing the bans, those are even different in this sense. So it's like the game plan is already going to change. This first blue pick will tell us where things want to go. Is there something better? The hero and the Link still up for contention between them. It's going to be the for Guangzhou Gaming at least now. So the trade that we expect, this Team Spirit just take that Eudora.
Eudora as well as the Belleric. Something that we do have to put into context here. This is the decider match. Win, you make top 8. Lose, your keys get crushed, and I feel like that's going to be a difficult conversation between the players as well as the coach. They might have a hidden pick, and there's two different mentalities. Either like, if we don't show it, we'll never be able to use it, or you know, it's like it's just difficult whether you want to take that gamble or not. Yeah, you risk it.
Because the last draft, I would say, if you look at what Guangzhou Gaming was able to do, they looked uncomfortable on some picks. Yeah, you know, it didn't work for them. So the answer right now for Team Spirit, go the Barretts, they pick it up, and the Eudora.
And I think this is actually good news for Guangzhou Gaming because it opens the Belleric for them, which I feel they had their best performance on. And then the Barats also a good performance here, but was it so good because Guangzhou Gaming was not playing their game? And I feel like that might be something that enabled the Barats earlier on. It is a fast one. Oof. But there's the Uranus also, which is available at this point, which they haven't seen, and the Lilia.
I'm slightly worried for this Lilia here.
Fanny.
You're gonna get comboed.
And you're going up against Fanny. Let's talk about this. Lilia is very aggressive. She does a lot of damage because level 1 she already has her combo. But the problem is her HP is so low, and the burst coming in from Eudora as well as Fanny, they don't need any items to really take her out of the fight. Like even if she doesn't die, she's gonna be so low that she can't do anything. So that, personally for me, is a very risky pick. And now with the Fanny being present, I gotta say Team Spirit opened up this draft very strong.
Yeah, not only that, but also just having this Uranus for Guangzhou Gaming. It's not like you can stop the Fanny from cabling through, you know, or obviously the lock-on stuns that come in with the Eudora. We've already seen it too. Eudora with one item is already scale up like that for Team Spirit. And this is something that, again, the Lilia doesn't really solve. Yes, maybe you can go ahead and clear some waves. You do a pretty good amount of early game damage too. But based off these first 3 picks for Guangzhou Gaming, you have to be able to go ahead and scale up quick quickly
Sourको ban के
for
हुन्छ
them
के
because the Fanny can almost match that. And if not, if the Fanny's delayed, we've
Fanny
all seen
रुक्दा के
Fanny's
काजा
just result to what we
पुग्दा
usually see with
होला
Moscovs. Go somewhere
काजा
else
ban
across the map, push that,
मोस्को
put
होला
map
यार
pressure there.
मोस्कोले
And my goodness,
मोस्को ban
game 2
गर्छ
showed us that if map pressure is a problem
Moscow
for
ban.
Guangzhou Gaming, they seem to not know
Ban
how to
को लागि
solve
खेल्दा
that.
It's also kind of a cool indication of where the
Kati bhai
hero
score? 1-1
comfort
छ है केटा
is, because
score.
we're seeing some picks we're not familiar with. It's possible it's a region difference. It could be a player difference. Marcel, one of the only games he's left open and not banned and not picked.
Ooh, Marcel is still
I mean,
open to the-
both
what the
junglers
fuck?
already picked on both sides, so we won't see it.
मार्सेल कसैले छैन
Yeah, the thing
Which is like a surprise. He's got a 100% win rate.
Yeah, honestly, I even forgot about the Marcel. But yeah, Team Spirit can pick it up after this.
Yeah.
But
TS ले लिन्छ होला
honestly,
मार्सेल
gentlemen, looking at both teams' drafts, the best way to say it, and literally, go big or go home.
Yeah.
Because these are
Kaza
the drafts
ban,
that you
Marcel
can win
go.
it super
Marcel
early.
open
And now
गरिदिनाले,
the
what the
Marcel gets
fuck,
picked
bro?
up.
Good call.
I gotta say, Team Spirit, they
GG bro
can honestly like
Marcel
get the
यिनीहरूले
inhibitors by
ban
11
गर्छ।
minutes.
Yeah.
So where's that going?
Marcel?
Yeah.
Brody
He's going Rome.
Yeah.
Wow.
Going Rome. There's
Brody
I
and
don't know if we've
Matilda
seen
and
him flex
Barat
most, but you know, he's the
Barat
most I would say
Yeah.
the most annoying
Yeah.
to deal with.
Golden Road, right?
Yeah, he
Matilda,
just kind
okay,
of
okay,
he's kind of like a
interesting
mosquito,
ad.
man, and
Fair
it's
enough.
tough to deal with.
Brody with
Matilda
the
and
line,
Brody though.
I
So
know.
I don't know, man. Looking at this Guangzhou Gaming draft,
Go big or go home. Win
Kila to
all the
goal in
lanes,
equally.
push it, and try to end
Equally
it
kill the
by,
goal
by
in, man.
12.
does the Matilda help
Mark
solve the
Santoro
macro
bench.
problem though?
I think it helps either the Uranus or Herard. They're gonna go in so deep,
Yeah.
and then
Marks
that's gonna
Manette
be
and
your
that
backup
fan
option.
ले मात्र
But
भ्याउँदैन
I don't know, like really for
So-
Guangzhou, it looks like
Mati
all gas, no brakes.
बोल्दैन
I mean, are these not
Lord?
the four, some of the four most
Brody against
prioritized
Lord
picks in
Gareth,
the
yeah.
entire tournament so far on the
Ranger.
top side of Team Spirit?
So
Yo,
far,
fuck my
and then a
Granger.
Granger to cap it all off.
Interesting
to go in
ad
the hands of
Granger
Hiko
picked
here. So playing range for range in the gold lane, but a lot of mobility for both
Granger
lineups here
ले
across
कस्तो
the
work
map.
गर्यो
And you know, we've seen it before though. Marcel's
हुन्छ होला
golden
Marcel
power
जाउँदा
can either work for
किन
you
कस्तो
or
ड्राफ्ट मन
against
पर्छ
you.
तिमीहरूलाई
I gotta say, both
Fanलाई
teams
रोक्ने hero
wanna
त
go
छैन है।
fast. Both teams put a
Fanलाई
lot of
रोक्ने hero
risk
त छैन होइन,
in this
यताबाट।
kind of draft. So
Brodyले मात्रै
this is one of
हो,
those
उसलाई
games.
bang गर्ने।
It's all about mechanics, man.
Mechanics. I gotta go with Team Spirit here
Team
though.
Spirit, you like the draft? Marcel available, 100% win rate. You with Team Spirit as well?
I love Marcel. I gotta go with Spirit as well.
Literally.
So Guangzhou will probably win it.
100% pick ban, 100% win rate. Guangzhou Gaming let Marcel through to Team Spirit. Do they know something we don't? Because if they win, they're in the knockout stage for the first time in China's history in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. If not, it is Team Spirit gatekeeping once again. Let's send it back to your casters, Mirko and Brigida, for our final game of Series 1.
Guys, let's go. First match go last game में 1-1 छ score.
As mentioned here by our studio, is the
Let's
game
go.
plan
Game
and is what
three.
is reflected based on this game 3 draft from both sides. Both are favoring Team Spirit though, Mirko. Would you say that you're also on the same page?
Honestly, if you look at the draft, if you look at the prio, it makes a lot of sense. You know, the Granger for the strong side as well, that outrange against the Brody. The Fanny on the hands of Sour Egoist as well. But Guangzhou Gaming, this time around, it really feels like they're just trying to capitalize on the mistakes of Team Spirit. And it doesn't look bad. The Uranus against the Barats picked up, I think, way too early as well. It did well in the previous game, but I guess we'll just find out here as Guangzhou Gaming will have mid prio for the most part with this Lilia.
Okay, hold on.
Sorry.
Saw?
Go to cables.
Matilda,
forces out the revitalize.
utilize
All
Mari.
good.
So
What the
we did
fuck?
say
Matilda.
it's looking like Guangzhou kind of capitalizing on the
Really?
Spirit and the draft, trying to react to it a bit more, but we're hopefully just seeing that in terms of the draft, because I don't think it'll pay off
Go,
to be
sticker
as
boy, go.
passive when it comes to the game, and you're seeing it even in the gold lane matchup. Both gold laners so upfront and aggressive in terms of the laning.
सावले पनि reply
It is
दिएको
Hiko who
छ
has to burn the flicker first, so that's a massive advantage for Guangzhou Gaming as they look to dive past this front to back that Team Spirit wanted to play with. Recall
Regular
rotation
Marcel
top already,
आइसक्यो
waiting in that
Marcel
bush.
हिँडेर
And Guangzhou Gaming have set up a brilliant freeze. Hiko's gonna be forced to lose out on a few minions here.
Wow.
Or maybe even die, right? Like, he has no flicker, he can't just walk up.
And that's two of the marksmen with maybe or probably the longest range too, just going at it.
because
And slowly
Brody को all
lead them
time
for now
को
as we
मोड
take a
है
look at how this first hurdle is going to pan
Bam
out.
हो.
You see Guangzhou taking a hold of it, Recall starting it off, but there's still Sao, there's
Bam
still a
three
bit
runs
of
land
Marcel,
मिल्दैन
but there is no golden hour just
Gola
yet.
गाह्रो पर्छ
So I
माथि
feel like Guangzhou
इसको one
are
game
still
मर्छ
somewhat
मर्छ हुन्छ
trying
यार
to take control over this.
And again, the disadvantage of the Fanny with now
Go more
purple
होला.
buff. Look at the zone coming down. Red Tree battle. It's going to be won out by
Oi,
Sao.
Zaure.
Still, despite no purple
Nice.
recall. Going to fall to first blood as well. Sao pops in to revitalize to keep
Nice one.
everybody
Let's go.
healthy.
Let's go, Team Spirit.
Spirit with a massive win. Thunder's Wrath.
Sunset.
In the mid lane, just one more splash of damage. Sunset
Equal out total
picking
achievement
up
back.
yet another 3-0 and the neutral objective.
So unfortunate for Guangzhou. They wanted to start that out. It was Recall trying to actually get some damage in for the objective, but looking at where Recall decided to position himself
Kid
to
Bomba nice
the
खेलिदिरा
problem
यार
was both Kid Bomba and Zara
कस्तो
Eagles just
मिठा क्या?
locking down onto this jungler and making
यसलाई
sure that
खानेहरू
there was
ओए
no
मा
other
ओए
way he could go in for the contest on the
Sorry यार Kid
objective
Bomba.
was what granted Team Spirit that win. You have to pay attention to the zone as well, Kam. You have to pay attention to where you actually position yourself, because if you're somewhere, anywhere near walls, Zarigo is just gonna have the time of his life.
And if you see that replay, man, Modi, he did all that he could to stop Bomba from getting the chomp down on towards Recall, but Bomba flickered past Modi.
Yeah.
My God. Beautifully done by Bomba to secure that neutral objective. That's how Zaur was able to just walk up, get the retreat for free. Recall. Not caught about
What
spot, able to go for a
perfect
golden hour,
catch,
catches them all in
Spirit.
place, and Hiko is going to build on the Rhapsody.
बहुत टीम
Another
तो catch
pick
है
off up top, and it
Rudy
is
को pick
against
करके ना
Sai
punishment
on
डालने.
the Brody.
And this is how you like to see the Eudora being played. Now that they're ahead, now that they are actually being the more aggressive combo. And it's also probably because of Sao, just the way Sao moves around the map, which doesn't make things any less or any more difficult for Sunset Lover to just also go in with the flickers, because you are fully
Fan
aware
ला
of
रोक्ने
where
race आने के
Guangzhou
डाव free
Gaming
हो
too.
fan ही लगेगा
So
तो.
that was a flicker play you got to see from Sunset Lover. That was a burst landed onto the right target. And this is going to be a problem for Guangzhou, because you see a lot of, I think, targets for Sunset Lover in this draft, honestly. You could consider so much people to just use your burst damage onto. Oh, if that cable actually landed. Okay, they're going to get out of this, but does Kid Bomba had the flicker.
Free Kid Bomba.
Even the chomp to get away. Made with a circling
Or
eagle
Taran
Bomba.
for
Oh,
Kid
that's a
Bomba.
very sad. Dino
Achoo, Kid
revitalize.
Bomba.
Oh my God, saves him. There's no damage from Guangzhou Gaming.
साउले बजे डायरेक्ट रिप्ले
Even
गर्दा.
after all that, a good stun coming out on Modi as TS
So,
are able to
Saul
clear out the
Guangzhou
way in the
is
bottom
down.
lane. Sour, no purple buff.
Zaure
Recall
को
on the
छैन.
neutral objective, and this time Kid Bomba does not have that chomp.
Oh, revitalized this time from Guangzhou too. Golden R.
Great delay. Now the red tree. Sour try to steal, but Recall stays patient on the red
Weak too.
tree. Waits for
Guangzhou
Sour
पनि
to
engage
show
गरेर-
it, and
engage
now
मा
it's
जितिरहेको छ यार.
Guangzhou on the
2000
board on the
गोली
neutral
पछाडि झन्.
objectives.
Okay, at least if they weren't able to get anything down that engage
Matila
in
bhayera ho
the
कि
bottom
क्या?
lane, they were able to convert it into something. The fact that they
Competition
at
दिइरहेको
least
छ यार
had to
Chinese
send
team
one
हरूले.
member of Spirit back and they
Company
weren't
लाग्छ
really
Chinese team.
prepared to take on that objective was already a win in
खाइदियो
itself for
3/4
Guangzhou.
गरिदिरा. बममा
Bomba,
मर्यो
did
मर्यो
anything
बममा.
from that.
Got the pure
Backline
power
full
exit,
zone.
but that's about it now as the torn apart memory
Hiko
comes
को
around.
flicker
But
गयो.
the flicker goes for Sunset and Hiko to
टिम
get
फाइटमा
away.
त
The
सक्दैन यार
dinosaur
स्पिड खेल्नु पर्छ यार टिम
won't
स्पिडले.
have a good time there.
One
Gun down,
5-5
taking out
सक्दैन.
Modi. Doing a good job again, gaining this map control and giving the space for Sai to pick up a
लेडी
turret.
गेम छैन यार
Just the
वान
maxed
टिम
out
स्पिडको.
time on the
हेर्दै खेल्नु पर्छ यार टिम
challenge
स्पिडले.
maybe allowed for a bit more room for Guangzhou to really set up for that fight, which they are really taking advantage of this time, eh? Even gets first in
Sky
town,
बनाया
but they're just
कसले?
really looking to steal away this orange objective.
कन्सी प्ले?
There's a conceal from TS though.
They get the frozen
Oh,
moments
damn
on
son, yeah.
members, but no battle spells worn. Guangzhou Gaming just playing it safe. Draw. Oh, Zaur with the cutthroat. Next seeing has black shoes. Doesn't even need it though.
Wait, Sai? Okay. It seems like he's trying to hold this bush for a while. No one really passes through from TS though, but just like that, Guangzhou have regained control of the map in some ways. It's still a mirror trade for that tier 1
स्पिडलाई गाह्रो छ यार लेडी गेम. अर्डिनेट छिटो
the
सबै
next
हान्नुपर्छ यिनीहरूले.
objective is spawning here, Guangzhou. They probably are looking to take advantage of
Wait,
this.
actually-
And the fact that Kid Bomba, yes, has been doing
यिनीहरूले
a
दुईटा
really
स्काई
good job
बनायो
with Guard
Guangzhou
so far,
Gamingले.
but so long as they get there
Guangzhou
first, you would
Gaming
expect
दुईटा
it to
स्काई
be
बनायो
a
जसलाई
slow
हिरा र
running
ब्रोडीले.
leader of TS.
And this is why I
Miss
had my
communication
concerns,
भएन.
even in the early game, even though
Item
Guangzhou
जानु
Gaming
पर्यो,
technically
item
only
हेर्नु पर्यो.
have one
दुईटा स्काई बनायो
resource
यार
to deal with
Guangzhouले.
the Fanny, that skill 2 of C, of Sai, it's still very
Mistake गरेको छ.
troublesome because for Team Spirit, they're going to have to outplay
Item,
Guangzhou
item,
Gaming
item,
around
item,
these
item.
neutral objectives, around these team fights as well.
Okay.
While Modi can just stand in front of Bomba,
Free total for team
take those
Spirit.
deaths as well. The golden hour placed down as well. Oh, Recall trying to
But
go for
Kid
it.
Bomba ले कसलाई
He's
खायो?
able to get away right now. The chomp comes around and that's
कसलाई
when
खायो?
Sai gets locked out, but he's able to
ब्रोडीलाई
pick
खाएर
off
चाहिँ
safety
त.
Sour.
त्यो
Goes
ड्यान्स
to
पुगेन
cutthroat.
पछि लाग्यो
Can't
हेरेर.
find it. Good stun over Spirit with the neutral objective. Take Recall walking up now with the mobilization.
Go sunset lover.
Just one more shot, you
More.
get him down. Recall with a jumping forward, finds the
Sour ni
kill.
more.
Immobilization on Sour, but he's able to escape his bomb, appeals for him. Sour in the mid lane, now on Recall. Untargetable.
No,
Recall with the
nine.
dash in
Gonna go,
forward. That was
go.
actually a flicker.
Nine poke
Burns
damage
it
there,
away.
sir.
Good eye phrase by Recall, Xing thrown again, but he has
Watch
to
you
choose.
feel. Oh my
Sour
god, you.
knows CY
One to
won't
this
be able to go for the kill.
The revitalize from both sides
One to
just
this
made that
side,
team fight much longer than we expected it to be, but who won it out
lady can
and who
start
were
one.
still able to commit and prolong things even after the revitalizers went down. We're still Guangzhou Gaming. They have such low dom times.
Mar.
Uh-oh, against two, gets
Nice.
one for a
Or
bit.
master kill
Sour
paega.
was just
Bot
waiting
पर
there.
जान्छ.
Together with Sour, Ego is the free kill up top.
खायो.
Oh, chop down, Purify out
Purify
from
गयो.
Modi. Turret force sign, bottom lane on the Brody as Sour is able to go on the tier 2 up top, and this will be a win for TS. This is a very good trade on the board for them.
Yeah, even though they lost mid though, but the purple, I think that changes things a
Hardly
bit.
नहीं खेल्नु
Okay,
पर्छ
he'll
TS.
be able to steal the purple buff
Purple
on the
buff
other side of the map, and Modi
Modi को
has
flicker
no
छैन.
Purify, still goes up.
Modi,
Has the
Modi
guiding
लाको.
win to get him out, but the purple buff
Motilale
again,
ल्याङ
not
हान्छ
even
अहिले.
stolen by Guangzhou Gaming. Still a massive win for Spirit.
Yeah, they just swapped purple buffs basically at this point, but Guangzhou, again, despite them
One man
getting
गयो.
a couple more tier 1s, even in
Wait,
mid, TS though, they still have
Brody
the
लाई red
4K
buff
lead
दियो.
and they're looking to take
Brody लाई
that
carry गर्न खोज्छ
one
अघि.
turret in mid as well.
Brody को
if
लागि खेल्न
only
खोज्दैन.
they find an opening, but they're going to respect Guangzhou. They're literally around these members though, and they will be first to prio and position themselves in this upcoming Lord.
This is really not looking good for Guangzhou Gaming. Their jungler is so behind, and their idea right now is to get the orange buff over the side.
मोतीलाई लिएर आउँदैछ.
Recall's 2 levels
Free
down,
turtle
only
ला
with
free.
the
आना
red tree
turtle
now.
turtle.
Sour just needs to go for the red
Nice.
tree, gets it in time.
मोदी लो छ.
With the 2
Nice
level lead,
one.
it's almost guaranteed. Recall
Inget नगर, inget नगर.
But TS get away.
Yeah, as much as Guangzhou, I think, wanted
गाह्रो
to
छ
do
यार,
something
लिलियाले
there
defend गरिहाल्छ
and at
मजाले.
least get a trade. Sao was just too eager
Pick off
to
one
stop
for-
them
for
in the
that team
tracks.
to
This is
depart
Marcel,
in,
who has
5v5
been
to stop
very
this out, you know.
proactive in terms of the gameplay. Okay, he's gonna spot recall there too, but at the same time, you can just rely on him to really block off Guangzhou Gaming.
Guys,
in
सबैजना
case they
make
wanna
sure
go
to
for
like
the
this
chase,
stream,
just
like
because
and subscribe and
the
guys.
fact that you probably
64
are not
subscribe
expecting as much
right now.
burst
Sunset
from
lover.
Guangzhou
No,
just yet.
flicker
Oh, that's
by
a
air.
kill, though.
Uh-oh, great golden hour. Catches
Oh,
him.
Mario.
Oh my God.
Nah.
Flies by and he
मोतीलाई मरे यही हो
punishes
प्रब्लम
it.
यही हो.
Now Sour
खायो
is able
मोतीले
to-
खायो फिर पे हान्यो.
Now the Purify already baited out. Sai gets pulled back by the missiles of
Winner Peter गयो.
Pops into with a nature, but this does have no damage
Blue
to
hand
deal with
blue
these
hand.
tanks up front.
Nice.
That's
मोतीलाई
the
मरे नि
difference.
प्रब्लम
You see,
सल्भ
TS,
हुन्छ
they
टिम
have
स्पिरिटको.
Sunset Lover, they have Hiko, such reliable sources to
Motilale
just burst
pupunha.
down one of the front lines, quote unquote, here for Guangzhou, because it's always Mei who pushes forward and has to push forward, but
Oh,
TS
Modi.
this time with a siege.
ड्यामेज त खायो अति
Modi
खायो
slow, still able to get away. Has the
मोतीलाई
concentration,
आउँछ.
pops it here. The retribution from Recall.
Good
Good clear with the Lilia as well against Team Spirit Siege.
सिल्भर बनायो इक्वली नाइस
They're
आइटम.
gonna lose out on so much though. That's a tier 2 down bot and in mid falling into the hands of Spirit. At least Mei is back right now, but these synced up waves are really becoming a problem. Now it's
680
TS
first
with
out
a
मा यतिको turret
6K
point भने
lead.
राम्रो हो.
Initially it would just
माथिको
lead to 4K, but now even take a look at the items.
Ui,
looking
Mario!
for that Zor.
Oh no, gets stunned up, torn apart memory. Not enough.
ऊ
to take it down.
दुईजनाले स्काई बनाएर चाहिँ यिनीहरूले केटा
Not enough
दुईजना
strike
यो
user
लास्ट
stacks just yet.
दुईजनाले स्काई बनाएर
Because of the Dreadnought armor that Sour
ब्रो
got.
मिसकम्युनिकेसन भयो यार दुईटाले स्काई किन
Saved
बनाएको
them.
यार
Yep.
यार लास्टै
Okay,
गल्ती
that's,
गर्यो चाइनाले
Well, it's
दुईटा
a
स्काई बनाएर छ
task too for Sao. Guardian already picked
Look,
up by
Casterहरू
Kid
कसरी
Bomba
भनेको
here
छैन यार,
on
what the fuck.
Barats. So you could expect them to just really stay for much longer. And they're going to be very calculated about this. They fully respect, we all know for a fact Guangzhou have pretty much reliable wave clear. That's a Brody, Lilia you're already looking at. On top of the fact that Modi can just be the one to put himself up front. And TS are just looking to wait for this next, but do they actually wait? Zar, he's positioned here really, really well. Catches recall. The iframes are gonna be there. Fortunately, though.
यो ग्वान्जोको प्रब्लम लाइक
Not much he can do,
ग्वान्जोलाई
you
के
know, I
प्रब्लम
mean,
हुन्छ भने स्प्लिट हेर्नलाई कोही छैन क्या ग्वान्जोको साइडबाट
very hard to catch the
मतिलासँग
Hirara.
जानै पर्छ मतिलासँग गयो भने टिम थ्रीले
That's why
यता
usually it's the Eudora.
Yeah.
जुत्ती हाल्छ मथिल्ला
stun, everybody can just
pop
follow it
side.
through.
Tsar, the way he's been positioning himself.
Yeah, very
प्रेसर
aggressive.
चाहिँ दिइरहेको छ फ्यानले
you
अति
know they
प्रेसर
want
दिइरहेको
something
छ
before this next objective.
It's all up to CY right now to be the guy to carry Guangzhou Gaming, right? Like, he has the way to stop the Fanny. The only way, as of right now, they got a full peel for Sai.
Ooh. The waves. It's just really Zar holding onto this position.
It's kind of crazy.
Guangzhou have no idea he's there.
It's a very small dino. No big guy stacks on Bomba.
Still looking for those stacks. Now they spot out where Guangzhou are. They fully reveal the information.
ग्याम्बल लिन्छ गुवान्जोले
and
ग्याम्बल
Zar
लिनुपर्छ होला
is
बट
just
लेनमा
waiting.
अति प्रेसर दिएको
Sao
छ
reveals just much more info.
Oh man, great golden hour catches Sai.
मोदी मर्यो
Oh,
नाइस
burst it down,
हिङलाई
straight
हिङ गोल
up.
गयो हिङ गोल जान्छ
The consecration already baited earlier. Now
Nice.
X can't even use the black shoes.
लेट्स गो
Gets cut throated down to
अति
the
मिठो
ground.
खेल्यो
as
टिम
Rico
स्पिडले
goes
फार
into the
लेनको
bottom lane.
एडभान्टेज
And
सबैले लिइरहेको
Spirits
छ
don't even want to go for the Lord. They
Wait,
want to
give
go
me
for
the
top
opposite,
stage.
how
They
you
want to qualify to the knockout stage.
What a play from Spirit. Could this be
Oui.
it? Rico goes in.
Rico
Oh, no,
मर्यो
but he gets bursted.
A big chomp down
Jenny
right
Murray.
now. Spits it, not a stun for
Big
Ego to
bomba
pick up the
morta.
kills. He flickers
Ui,
in.
bomba.
Sai, very low. That's
लडै
human
हान्नुपर्छ
nature
लडै
as
हान्नुपर्छ
well.
लडै हान्नुपर्छ
TS, now they say it's enough. We're going to go for the Lord. Guaranteed.
Yep, Moni's back. Xing, he'll be back too. There will be much more reliable
लडै
wave here
हान्नुपर्छ
from
स्लाइ त ठिकै छ ठिकै छ
Guangzhou. TS are gonna play it safe, but that was such a great plan
Guangzhou
coming in
गाह्रो
from
छ
TS. They knew they
तर
had it
लिलिया
first,
त
so
थोड़ा
if they
लेट
had to
गएर
deal with a
हुन्छ
target
बट
for
हिकोले
Guangzhou,
अति नै
one at a
पोक
time, they
हानिरहेको छ
had enough damage to do so. Now Sunset Lover even picking the Divine Glaive will make things all the more difficult for Guangzhou, for them to go up against Spirit in this scenario. As we take a look at that, yep, it is going to be the Divine Glaive, the Lightning Truncheon as well.
दुईटा स्काई किन
So
बनाएको
you
यार
have to
यिनीहरूले
be very careful.
गल्ती
Even
गरे नि
Modi
यार
earlier on,
यिनीहरूले
you
नभए
saw how they were able to deal with him
Only
only with the
lead with
Oracle as
यिनीहरूले
is somewhat of a defense item for magic damage. Now there's really starting to play the kind of game we're expecting from Spirit. They have a Lord marching up top, but it's Zar. Again, possibly looking for an entry from the opposite side.
So for Guangzhou, it's all about how they react to this. It's not the Evolve Lord just yet. They actually still have a shot at defending this with a Lilia. But it gets very difficult knowing there's an 8.7k gold lead and a few stacks already on Hiko. Modi caught in the Thunder's Wrath. Black Shoes used very early on. Lord up top, going to be able to take the turret down already as that's going to be Spirit with a priority on the bot side as well. Both side lane base turrets have fallen.
Such a great tool to create space. Golden R laid down perfectly just so Spirit get that base turret. So now they're looking to take out even this last one in mid. The damage from Hiko too is already no joke. Sao catches one.
Bomba's just trying to zone right there, and he does well.
Nice.
Circling Eagle, now the retaliation on
Sunset
Bomba.
को
It is
flicker
gonna
गयो
have the flicker.
बब्बा मर्यो तर
Primary takes him down, and Sour is able to cable out of there.
तर नाइस भयो
One
टिम
for
फ्लुडले
three.
तीनटा
One
निपायो
kill for 3 base turrets. Spirit will take that any day of the week.
Yep, 15 minutes in, they finally exposed
अब
the
दरकार
base
हुन्छ
here
लेन प्रेसर
for
दिन्छ फ्यानले
Guangzhou
अब
Gaming, though they do show some
मेबी फ्यानले
signs
स्पिड
of
गरेर
life.
गेम सकाउन सक्छ
It takes a bit of time before they actually go in. They need to ensure that there is actually a target
Oni
that
घर जाला कि
will
एसआरजी
easily be within reach, but they're
खै
really
यार
pushing
गाइस
forward this
जोनी
time
जान
though.
सक्छ
Guangzhou
गाह्रो
want
छ त्यो
to
म्याच रेडी
somehow
गर्ने
equalize the map as we're taking a look at it right now. But you gotta pay attention to Zar and how they protect Sai.
That's for sure. Double Sky Piercer?
बल्ल नोटिस गरे
Oh my god.
बल्ल
brother,
नोटिस
you're
गरे यार
playing
मिर्कोले
fire, bro. Just dashes into a Brody.
बल्ल नोटिस गरे यार
And
मिर्कोले
Hirata. What do you think about this double Sky Piercers? It's just, they're going up against, hey, they steal the purple, but they don't go to their own purple, man. Bus.
Okay, at this point, the kills are pretty much spread between Recall and Sai, yes, but
Well, what's the point of stealing the purple if you're going to leave the purple for TS?
yeah. They were TS are just too quick.
You gotta explain this to me, Big. Or maybe the panel needs to explain this to me.
The panel will have the telestrator to
ओए
do
जुत्ता
that for
बेचे
us.
यार
I feel like I want
हिकोले
one
जुत्ता
speech
बेचेर पिओडी हान्न
They
यार
will have the telestrator to do
मार्छ
that for
है
us.
हिकोले अब
Okay, please.
30 ट्यागमा बसिरहेको छ हिको
Now they will not have that.
तर लेट गेमको होल्ड त गरिरहेको छैन ग्वान्जोले
Yes, you can
सँगै
highlight that.
बसेर खेल्यो
So
भने
we have
मेबी
a
टिम
Lord now.
फाइट
We have a
जित्छ
Lord
जस्तो लाग्यो
now. It is the
उनीहरू यिनीहरूले ग्याम्बल लिन ग्वान्जोले फेरि ग्याम्बल लिनु
And
खोज्छ
TS, I don't think they'll have as much problems with this.
तर
They
लड
have
एन्ड
to pay
ड्यामेज
attention
एन्ड
to
ग्वान्जो
first
साइडबाट
Sao with the conceal.
Look at the waves, though. Sour can
वेभ
just
वेभ
end the
प्रेसर लास्ट
game.
स्टेज दिएर हुन्छ
if Guangzhou Gaming want to take this fight, and now they're going to have to fight 4v5. Recall, oh, he goes in. Gets the
Marshall
apartment,
God,
golden hour,
Free Lord.
isolates him for the rest of the
More.
team.
Modi more.
Flicker in, a shot to the face, and that was Modi. All alone, circling
Ek
Eagle
shot.
used to get away. Modi dodging
Oh,
away from
miss
the
गरे नि यार
bullets.
निकोले.
Call him Neo, the way he's dodging from those shots. Sign of
What is Sanjay Lover?
memory.
Oh,
Maybe
इसका
if he
कस्तो
didn't
के
get
गर्न
those
भयो
figures, nah, actually,
त्यसको.
it doesn't even matter.
So close, Sunset Lover, at least they got the flicker down, but that's about it. They've only gotten battle spells out from TS. I feel like people even use this aggressively.
Why Bharat
And now
Bharat
with the Lord and an exposed
अहिले
base,
बफ पनि भएको छ
Guangzhou
अनि
Gaming,
एक्सिटमा
they
पिकअप
only
फर्ममा
have
भारत
so
मिल्छ
much to rely
अब
on.
भारतले कसैलाई अल्ट
And
हान्छ
Sing
त्यसलाई
and
ब्ल्याड
Sai
फुट
will have to
मारिदिइहाल्छ
go for the
त्यहाँनिर
defense of
इधर
their
मिल्छ
lives. And Kid Bomba has a flicker too. Who
And
knows if
tanky
he
पनि छ
actually
भारत
finds
अहिले.
another surprise zone as welcome.
At this point, Spirit's gotta drop the ball for them to lose this game. Guangzhou Gaming, they have the clear.
फ्रन्ट लाइनको
But
लागि
it's gonna be delayed
लास्ट
by
राउन्ड
Spirit.
हुन्छ
Sao with
भारत
the golden hour onto the Lord right now as the waves come crashing
Modi.
down. Modi
Modi
gets away with the
man.
guy.
Lodge.
That's
सक्यो.
instant cutthroat on
सक्यो.
Xing. Again, not giving the time
डिफेन्ड
to
गर्ने
use
मान्छे
the
मर्यो
black shoes.
रिकल नि मर्यो
Big chop down coming in.
ओए किड बम्बा
Spits him out, gets a two-man stun. The rest of the
बम्बाले
team
हत्तिहाल्छ
capitalizing. He goes unstoppable. And Team Spirit confirmed their
ओए ओए
slot
बम्बा
in the
उठिसक्यो है
knockout
उठिसक्यो
stage.
बम्बा बम्बा
It's
लक
a
इज देयर
reverse sweep to get
Let's go,
into
Team Spirit.
top
टु
8.
नक आउट स्टेज
Team
Malaya
Spirit
China
make it
team.
through and get past that lower
नाइस ट्राई यार नाइस ट्राई चाइना नाइस ट्राई
after falling
Guangzhou
to
Gaming
Vamos
मोदीलाई
earlier
बाई बाई
this
भन्छ यार केटा
week.
अब स्याडली
And Guangzhou Gaming will unfortunately
मोदीको
have
journey
to
यही
end
सम्म
their
थियो
journey here, but what a fight did they show us
तर
here up
W Gaming
against
अति भित्र
Spirit. It was so close for them to make history once more. But the experience, you just see Team Spirit eventually coming out
GG यार
on
गाइस
top.
नाइस गेम यार नाइस गेम
It's just so sad to see after that great game one for Guangzhou Gaming. Even our panel, well, one of our panelists, Mr. LaFell said, it's that Nihao
Today
energy.
glad
Because
that
they're
I
always the
did
ones kind of
Nice comeback,
walking
nice
up and saying,
super
yo, hello. But here it was more Daichen energy. Rose goodbye.
Yeah.
Like,
Abo-
they were just chilling, reacting, going in randomly.
अब गेम कसको छ अब प्रो स्पोर्ट र उयसको गेम भयो प्रो स्पोर्ट र E7 E7 भन्दाखेरि जहिले रिग्रेट लाग्छ यार यो टिएलपिएच किन E7 सँग कसरी हारे यार एनटिटी 7 सँग नभए टिएलपिएच को म्याच हुन्थ्यो यार अहिले टिएलपिएच कस्तो घर गइदियो यार टिएलपिएच कस्तो घरै गइदियो टिएलपिएच चाहिँ यार कस्तो हतार भयो घर जान तिनीहरूलाई फिलिपिन्सको याद आयो क्या धेरै नै इन्टरभ्यू हेर्छु केटा हो
First of all, game one,
Welcome to
what do
Team
you feel
Spirit.
happened there that
Nice
the
try,
game
Ed Guangzhou.
slipped away from your fingers?
Расскажите, пожалуйста, вот первая игра, как вы считаете, почему буквально утекла она у вас из рук?
А мне...
किट बम्बा
Can I
द
just
गोडेड एक्सप्लेन
say
है
in
बम्बाले
English? Okay. In the first game,
ल इंग्लिश बोल्न
I
आउँदो
think
रहेछ यसलाई
that was a
त
draft
रसियाको
pick,
इंग्लिश
you
बोल्न
know,
आइहाल्छ नि
because we have only the start draft. We won the start and we troll a bit in some fights. And then their pick was much better because our main character, like Brody, cannot play the fight normally because of Grok and because of Alice. And I think it was
Brody
hard game because of that.
So that's in game one. Of course, you brought it back in 2 and 3. Do you feel like you were able to lock in? You were talking about, there's a bit of trolling in game one. Did you just lock in going into 2 and 3 to close it?
Sure. We
Translated
do our best.
translated
on
the
the
mocking
game
it आयो
two.
भने
We also
पहिला
won the start. Our draft was much better, you know, and we was so confident in that draft, so we just stomped them.
And how are you able to choose things together? Is this with your coach also who's kind of helping you out, making sure that you have the proper draft for every game as a reaction?
What's again?
Is it mostly all you together that are selecting what sort of draft you're going with, or is it more your coach that also is feeding in info for it, countering what your opponents have?
The main drafter is Kid Bomba,
Oui.
and coach and Savo also helping him a lot, and all of us can just a little bit help with our roles, you know, like Kid Bomba asking me, for example, Sunset, what do you think about this match and that draft, and etc.
किट बम्बा
Very good. Then You've been to a bunch of tournaments at this point,
Kit bomb
internationally.
baad
It's
yaar,
been a
sabhi
while that
drop
you've
ho gayi.
seen all of this stage experience.
The
How do
goat
you feel
kit
this
bomb baad hai, goat ho
MSC is
gayi.
different than previous MSCs and M series that you've been part of?
First of all, it's not in Asia, you know. The weather outside is like so different. It's the first time when tournament in Europe. Here's a lot of difference, like the food, the weather, the I don't know, atmosphere.
ट्रांसलेटर
and,
किन त्यहाँ छ यार ब्रोले
also,
पुरै ट्रान्सलेटरको
I like the
कामै
tournament.
गर्दै यार
I like the atmosphere here, and finally we did it to the playoffs. So I'm excited.
Honestly, it's not your first time, obviously, at knockouts either. There's been a lot of surprises that have happened here, results-wise. Do you feel that you were expecting all of these upsets that we were seeing? You know, Team Liquid being eliminated, also being a big part of them, or through scrims, you were kind of expecting crazy things to happen?
We didn't expect that Team Liquid will just lose to everyone, but we can understood that it's not Team Liquid meta, you know. There is assassins most of all, and Carl TZ is more tank jungler. So
प्लिज यार कारलाई
I
छोड
thought
दे यार केटा
Team Liquid will be like top 4 maximum, you know, but it was so unexpected that they lost. There is also so unexpected that Aurora will stomp all of them, stomp all of the teams for the first match, you know, and they looks like the favorites, you know, of the tournament. So we'll see what will happen next.
It's the beauty of MSC. You never know what you get out of it. One more time then, Team Spirit victorious. Thank you very
Let's
much,
go, Team
Sunset
Spirit.
Lover, for joining me. We'll bring out the rest of the team because, as we said at the start of today, it's all about crushing keys. You guys move on to knockouts, and
आज
I'll ask you
Onic
to
को
join
cross
me
हुन्छ कि
over
SRG
here.
को केटा
Spasiba,
कस्तो
my friends. Come on
cross
over.
हुन्छ
Come on over.
TL को त भइसक्यो हैन
We're gonna
MSC
open
विनर
up
को
our wall for
2025
the
को
first time of today. 4 matches, 4 eliminations, and 4 players or 4 teams advancing. Join us in here. It's time to crush Guangzhou Gaming's key. Does any one of you want to do it? No. Zarigo, is you ready?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there you go. All yours. It only makes sense that quite possibly one of the best junglers MLBB has ever seen is ready to go. And he'll be the one to crush Guangzhou Gaming's hopes. Keep it going, my friend. I know he's so used to putting pedal on the metal in the game, and here it all goes down. Team Secret
ओए
to
म्याट
the
हो
knockout stage.
ओए कत्रो थिचे छोड दे ओए
Going
मा
hard with pain no
जबरदस्ती
matter the
थिचेको छ त यार
And this is what happens when you get eliminated
ओए म्याट टुक्रे टुक्रा
from
पार्छ यार
MSC at the Esports World Cup.
ला
You get smashed to bits. And that's the lesson to be learned. Team Spirit advance. And there's a lot to break down. I know telestrations are set and ready for this one. So please, my friends on the panel, all yours.
Well, the hope of China crushed in that moment, metaphorically and also in this set. The gatekeepers of Team Spirit do it yet again and gatekeep another region trying to make it to the knockout stage for the first time while Spirit go through. But it was so much more than that. It was a tactical masterclass. It was also a showcase of the young talent, Zauer Egoist, Sunset Lovers, comfort in mid with the Eudora 3 times in a row, Naisu. There were so many things that went right for Team Spirit that, yes, GZG disappointed, but it's really what Team Spirit brought to the table, showing that they proved to be in that knockout stage.
I like hearing that from Sunset Lover too, you know, that when it comes to the draft, Kid Bomba's the one really helping them kind of make those decisions, and it's one of those cases where it's like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Eudora 3 games in a row. We saw Kid Bomba play the Barretts a couple times now too, and the game plan for them was really standard. I mean, even yes, Zar Egoist to pick up a Fanny like this, mind you, he got a couple kills plus the first turtle without even the purple buff. So there was just really good execution from a team like this for Team Spirit. This is something again that we expected. I would have been surprised still though if it was Guangzhou Gaming to send them out of the tournament, but you saw the key crush there, man. That felt like there was intention.
That was brutal.
That was a brutal key crush.
Yeah. I mean, like, speaking of brutal, this is basically reliving the nightmare for Guangzhou, because this is basically the same situation where they're 1 game away and they got match point.
Yeah.
and then got reverse swept. So this is 2 times now where they almost went to top 8 and then get reverse swept like that.
Okay, there's a comment section ma.
One of the interesting parts about
I'm 7'5", my name is Rajan Adhikari. Na तिमीहरू जस्तो सानो इगो छैन, it's just you guys were putting nonsense रे. के हुँदैछ कमेन्ट सेक्सनमा? गाइज अब गेम कसको छ? प्रो स्पोर्ट र E7 को टाइटल चेन्ज गरौँ न. अनि पर्यो सरर छाना बच्यो गरर मनमा उठ्यो आज मेरो अडकको ओरे प्रोले 2-0 हान्छ जस्तो लागिरहेको छ यार. कसरी हार्छ क्या इन्टिटी 7 सँग? E7 हिजोको विपना आज बेच सपना एकाची कति छरे टिके जीवन. तिमीहरू के भन्छ यार कमेन्टमा यार? थत कमेन्ट पढ्न नि लाजै लाग्छ यार. टिम स्पिरिट भर्सेस को अरे? प्रो स्पोर्ट versus entity 7 entity 7. Guys, अब कति 5 मिनेटमा स्टार्ट हुन्छ ल.
The game, so that's already making it into a 4v5, and without your mid helping out, both your EXP as well as your roamers can't really stay in front for a long time because there's no damage threat to the people that's threatening the front line. So I think that they were very ambitious with the draft, trying to make it so that they can win early, they can have a heavy push, which we saw-ish.
तिमीहरूको कमेन्ट सुनेर नै अर्निङ हेरौँ न. अर्निङ केही छैन यार केटा हो, सुक्खा हो अर्निङ त. पैसा कहाँ हुन्छ यार गाइस? तिमीहरू स्ट्रिम सेयर नै गर्दैन, एडै हेर्दैन, अर्निङ अनि किन हेर्छ यार? Onic game हुन्छ.
doing a breakdown of what went wrong, we decided we'd just do an exit interview with
ए मासरको थम्बनेल नै दामी छ, नट गर्न लाई. हाम्रो
Right
चाहिँ
now
फेरि
we're here with team
थम्बनेल प्राइड
captain
आलीले भने द
May.
कोडेड मोडरेटर.
May, could you walk us through what
के
happened in that
थम्बनेल
match?
चाहियो उसलाई
那么
भन
现在
पैसा
呢，我们可以
तिरेर.
看到我们团队的队长妹，请
来
告诉我们
这边
在这次比赛当中发生了什么事情呢？
我们觉得就是还是实力不足吧，没有办法抵抗对面出招的方式。
I think we still didn't
I know,
do well
पैसा नै
enough,
छैन, के देऊ
and
तिमीहरूलाई?
we are still a bit weaker compared to the other team and counter against their tactics.
Okay, so was it because of the gameplay? Was it comms issues? Was it the meta maybe that didn't suit them?
那觉得可能会是什么原因呢？是因为这个现场的一些技巧呢？是因为最新的一个这些版本呢？这些有效的战术呢？还是哪些方面呢？
我们觉得版本变动对我们队伍的改变很大，因为来到 EWC 赛场，马上就经历了一个很大的版本变动，使得我们之前练的阵容都没有办法有效。
I think, in fact, the meta change had a big impact on our team since we came here, and we realized that we have to try to adjust our team and try to adjust our tactics. So that will take a time to get used to that.
Understood. Very understood. But how did it feel to go so close, come so close to the knockouts?
是的，那么我们非常理解您的状况，但是这个比赛非常激烈，就是几乎都快要赢了。您现在的感受如何呢？
就是感觉还是比较失落吧，因为还是没有进到8强。我觉得这是中国赛区离8强最近的一次。
Yes, actually, I'm a bit disappointed because we are getting so close to get into the to win this knockout stage. This is the closest time we come this far, so it's a pity.
But it's
घुरेर
only
पुरै
going
म्याच
up from here. May, that was a wonderful performance nevertheless. So what's next for you and your team?
但是呢，我们并不会止步于此。那么我们相信您刚才所做的表现呢，也是非常棒的。在未来呢，有什么打算呢？
我觉得未来就继续征战好下一个国内的联赛，还有世界赛吧，争取在世界赛上把中国赛区和东亚赛区的内容展现出来。
Well, we will go back and continue practicing. Hopefully, in the future, in the next game and matches, we can show our ability. Hopefully, we can be in a better position next time.
Obviously, yes. And we are waiting. Once again, May, thank you. Do you have any messages to anyone back at home?
是的，我们肯定会也是期待着您有如此的成就。那对于您的这个粉丝或者是国内的任何的战友呢，将来有没有什么想对他们讲的？
还是感谢大家能一直支持我们，然后也对我们抱有期望的队伍说声抱歉，因为这次我们没有能做好。
Well, first, thank you very much indeed for all the fans who supported us, and I do feel sorry. So for this match, we didn't reach your expectations. I'm sorry about that. Next time, hopefully, we can be the winner.
We can't wait to see you again. Thank you so much for your journey here at MSC. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
非常感谢您来到现场，那么我们期待着再次能够见到您，谢谢。
Love match.
Well, thank you, Eterna, for that one. It was great to talk to May. We know that he wanted to get them into a better position. He did, but they were one game short still of the knockout stages, which means there's still more to prove. There's still more coming from China and the region in MSC and in MLBB. Reminder, we've got 3 more series coming up, so get your pick'ems in. If you have a chance to do so, here are the ones to guess on. Pro Esports, Entity 7, Onic, Selangor, Red Giants, Team Falcons matchup between another Team Falcons and PH and Mena going toe-to-toe. All of these are decider matchups. All of these we're going to talk about soon. We're going to bring back the panel in a moment after we go on a little bit of a hiatus because Pro Esports and Entity 7 are coming up soon. Again, get your pick'ems in. Tell us who you think is going to win. If you have a chance to do so and be right, maybe you're on the other side of things. We had a 92% earlier that went the other way around yesterday. Can you guess and maybe surprise all of us? On the other side of this one, we'll talk Entity 7, but I do want to let you know that if you're a fan of Acecraft, there's a new way to play in We Fly Together. It's some co-op. Sounds fun.
There go. ब्रेक रेन त केटा हो के गर्ने हो ब्रेक केटा हो के गर्ने हो ब्रेकमा 8:30 6:30 7:30 wait एक घन्टा बजे उनीको म्याच हैन 8:30 यो बेस्ट अफ 2 मा बेस्ट अफ 3 मै सक्नु पर्छ यार यो गेम छिटो उनीको गेम हेर्नु छ यार किनकि केटा हो मेरो आज स्क्रिम छ क्या आज मैले भ्याउँदैन होला यार ओनीको गेम हेर्नु आई डोन्ट नो यार मेबी भ्याउँदैन जस्तो यार ओनीको गेम हेर्नु स्क्रिम भयो भने त जानुपर्छ यार म अझ पुल अफ मगर्नेसी क्यान चेन्ज योर लाइफ नट गर्न लाइफ के लाइफ चेन्ज हो फेरि मगर्नेले चाहिँ के गर्छ त्यस्तो लाइफै चेन्ज हान्दैन डिप्रेसै पारिदिन्छ क्या अति नै प्रो स्पोर्ट केटा हो टिएलपिएच को बदला लि प्रो स्पोर्ट कोइली द गोडेड जङ्गलहरुलाई अति क्रेजी खेल्छ मिस्टर बिस्टको न्यू भिडियो हेर मिस्टर बिस्टको नयाँ भिडियो हेरेर कपिराइट खाइहाल्छ नि साउन्ड अन अलराइट मगर्नेले के गर्छ पुरै ट्रमा दिन्छ क्या यार केटा हो ट्रमै दिन्छ भने चाहिँ सरी
Every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. making history. Greatness deserves a
$7.5
stage.
million prize pool
Lenovo
total
Legion.
PWC को
Reach your impossible.
damn man कति इन्भेस्ट हानेको यार
Welcome back to the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet
Break
here
when it
at
gets to
Paris,
the
France, in the Port Expo de
now
Versailles.
log
It's such a
बनाम
great
हान्न
time
5
here to get
viewers
going with MSC.
यो
and
म्याच स्टार्ट
continuing
भनेपछि
on
त
with our
गेमै
coverage,
स्टार्ट
you
हुन्छ
can
है
be a
केटा
part of it
ब्रेक
too.
सानो
If
हुन्छ
you
नि
want to co-stream, make sure to look at these
Mr. Beast
prizes, look at the
free
opportunity,
viewers
because you might be able to win something.
के
You
Mr.
might
Beast
also
को
be
भिडियो
able to gain some
हेर्न
viewership or just be a part of the conversation, which is trending
तिमीहरू हेर
all
न
over the
तिमीहरूलाई
world.
मिस्टर
Some
बिस्टमा चाहिँ
cool
किन
news,
रिएक्सन
MLBB
चाहियो
has actually peaked out this EWC's viewership yesterday with 1.6 million overall viewers in that matchup, I believe, between Onic and Aurora, the highest peak of EWC 2026 so far. So all of you watching have contributed to that. We appreciate you. If you want to be a part of the streaming side, make sure to scan that QR code that you just saw and join the fun.
महँगो छ
All
त्यो
right, welcome
ल्यापटप
back to
राम्रो
the
पिक्चर
desk.
आउँछ
My
अरे
name is Rain Day. It's been a great
कति
day
हो
so
प्राइस
far.
चाहिँ
We see Team Spirit move through. Guangzhou Gaming go home. I'm with Naisu and LaFell, and it's time to now start talking about a matchup that
Pro
everyone
Esport
wants to
87.
see.
Let's go,
It's
Pro
Pro
Esport.
Esports versus maybe the hottest team in all of MLBB right now, Entity 7.
Yeah, man, I would have said, Pro Esports definitely was one of the teams to surprise everybody, but I think Entity 7 last night took the mantle and just showed it to the whole
नहीं
world.
यार
because
TLPS
you
आउँदै
go
केटा
into
हो
this
अहिले
matchup
यार
after
TLPS को
defeating
गेम
an
हुँदै
opponent
यार
like TLPH last night, the defending champions of last
Oh
year's
my
EWC
God,
2026
TLPS निकाल्यो
MSC,
यिनीहरूले
and you ride into this matchup. You have all the confidence in the world now to go against a team like Pro Esports. I think, I don't know. People are still talking right now about that matchup last night.
I mean, I gotta tell you, Randy, like so far, the Clash of the Champion Breakers here, both have really showed up against the MSC champions.
Yeah,
Is it
the
really
MSC
just the
champion
MSC
लाने गए
champions not rising to the occasion?
Yeah.
That's an interesting question. You could look at it as maybe there wasn't a grasp of the meta. The very first question I asked about Team Liquid PH
Pro Esport ला हान्न सक्ला त यसले
is actually, is it
87 ले केटा हो
the utility jungle
TLPS
is
ले
the more
2-0 हान्थ्यो
comfortable way to approach this than the assassin meta jungle? And it seems like, the meta was, I think, maybe not understood by Liquid, but also I got to give props to Entity 7 for capturing a win after having a pretty disappointing result and showcase in their first game as well.
Yeah, just again, what they were able to showcase in last night's match against TL was amazing. Pro Esports too. I think most people, the first big play that they really were taken by for MSC was, again, Coily, what he was able to do on the Hirara early on of MSC, and just, Pro Esports, again, are one of the teams that just seem to have adapted really well to this just fight meta. And both these regions are known for that. A lot of other regions around the world of competitive scene for MLBB are just really good. Certain teams or certain regions are really good at just scrappy fights, team fights, where it almost feels a little chaotic.
Yeah.
But it's not to them. Like they're executing it really well, and some of the teams that aren't used to that have struggled here and there, but this meta is just so fun to watch as it develops.
And one of the things that's developed is this kind of dark horse conversation, but really the new era of MLBB, which has been a talking point here for the last couple of years, supporting these new regions like China and, of course, South America, the Americas coming
Say
into
no
maybe their
to
forefront,
gambling.
Cambodia in different ways as well,
Say
taking
no
to this
to
main
gambling,
stage, having a
get
chance
out.
to get to knockouts. There's a different macro kind of storyline happening as well, LaFell.
Yeah, honestly, like looking at MSC, this is just a different kind of zoo, right? We have underdogs, dark horses, maybe even eventually a black swan, crouching dragon. Like, there's just a lot going on.
I'm trying to think of something to add to that as well.
I mean, like, quack. We already
Is there an
have
ugly duckling?
What is we asked this on the caster desk last night. What is Entity 7? Are they literally just an entity?
Oh, dang. So
like what?
That makes sense.
Was it an entity?
They're haunting a lot of
7?
people. 7 of them? 7.
गाइस तिमीहरूलाई छ नि नेपाली कास्टमा कुन चाहिँ कास्टको केटीहरू राम्रो हुन्छ तिमीहरूलाई के लाग्छ कुन कास्टको केटीहरू क्युट हुन्छ हैन केटा हो क्युट हैन राम्री
I appreciate it.
That's the only reason. We love you.
The rest were like, okay.
That's right. Well, let's take a look at Pro Esports and their roster here. And I think this is a team that maybe deserves even more of a dark horse. I think they themselves have said we are as good as anybody in this.
question is to bawal jane ko kore Gurung Newarni Magarni Tamang Newar Bhandari Magarni Tamang यो जो यति राम्रो भयो के हो कस पुल बनाउनु पर्छ क्या ओके मैले सोधेको मात्र यति क्या राम्री त केटा हो सबैजना भन्छ नि होइन र सबैजना राम्री नै हुन्छ त को केटीहरू सबै राम्री त हुन्छ नि गाइस
ប្រការប្រកួតមួយដែលមាន pressure មានសម្ពាធច្រើនអញ្ចឹង
मुखबाट नराम्री भए पनि मनबाट राम्री भए पुगिहाल्यो नि केटा हो
អញ្ចឹងយើងប្រកួតជាមួយ
के लाग्छ तिमीलाई यो टेकमा
អ្នកបានសម្រាប់គ្រប់គ្រាន់អត់ហើយ
सबभन्दा
មានអារម្មណ៍មិនដែរ
ठुलो
ចូល
नै
ក្នុងការ
मन हो क्या मन ठुलो हुनुपर्छ क्या
សម្រាប់ការកេងពួកខ្ញុំកេងបានគ្រប់គ្រាន់ហើយសម្រាប់ការត្រៀមខ្លួនពួកខ្ញុំត្រៀមខ្លួនរួចរាល់ហើយសម្រាប់ការប្រកួតប៉ះ eSewa លើកនេះ
So regarding my sleep, I did get enough sleep for this match and we are ready to take on E7 today.
Very nice, very nice. Were you surprised about the results from E7 yesterday, considering they made a huge upset here at MSC?
ចុះបងអូនភ្ញាក់ផ្អើលចំពោះលទ្ធផលថ្ងៃម្សិលមិញដែល NTD7 បានឈ្នះ
Class doesn't matter hearts will be beautiful you are right Yamal Glazer you are right
ក៏គិតថា T7 អាចឈ្នះ Liquid ដែរ
I wasn't surprised at the result because I thought E7 could take on Team Liquid.
Oh, can I ask why?
How do I?
មើលតាមហ្គេមដែល Liquid ហើយនឹង E7 លេង
Just watching the competition or the match between E7 and Team Liquid.
Oh, okay. What do you think makes them so strong? What makes E7 so strong right now?
Okay.
Loving someone based on caste I feel bad about your ladies
គាត់ខ្លាំងចំណុចដែលគាត់វាយគ្នាហ្មងគាត់របៀបគាត់លេងចូលគ្នាត្រូវល្អ
They're strong in their way they attack and
मलाई
way they
सबसे राम्रो
combo
caste
together.
Okay, so we're talking about team fights and we're talking about team fights. Belleric has also risen in such popularity here at MSC. I'm wondering, from your perspective, what makes Belleric so strong right now?
អញ្ចឹងក្រុមច្រើនប្រើ Belleric អញ្ចឹងតា Belleric ខ្លាំងចំណុចអីខ្លះ
यो पग यो त Cambodian translator कसरी भयो
ទៅ Golan ដែលវាយមក Belleric ហើយអាចមានអាទី stand ច្រើនវាល្អសម្រាប់អ្នកលេងតែងឥឡូវហ្នឹង
Because Belleric is a tank, he can take on the gold lane a lot and can even stun other opponents.
Okay, so there's a lot of things that the Belleric can do right now. Is that something that you're comfortable with? Do you like the meta right now for the position?
Okay, ហើយតាអ្នកអរបងអូនមានអារម្មណ៍ថាការ meta មួយនេះគឺស្រួលលេងឬអត់
វាមិនស្រួលហើយក៏វាមិនបានដែរបង
Guys मेरो काम
It's
भने
not
गेममा
easy, but
ध्यान
it's also not difficult for me.
Okay. I like this. So coming into this next matchup, do you have a message to your fans?
Okay អញ្ចឹងចូលប្រកួតលើកនេះតើបងអូនមានអីដែលចង់និយាយទៅ fan របស់បងអូន
សូមឲ្យអ្នកនរគ្នានៅខ្មែរទាំងអស់ជួយ
Ate जोड दिया रे ले त
ពួកខ្ញុំផងហើយជួយ មើល live Pro Esport លេងផងអ្នកខ្ញុំសូមអរគុណ
I just want to say, everyone, please, all the Cambodian fans, please support us in this match and don't forget to watch the live stream.
Thank you so much for the translation. Thank you so much as well for this interview, PP. Hope to catch you soon because we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Well,
कसरी
PP
Cambodian
saying
को
that he
translator भयो
respects Entity 7 and actually could have seen them winning that game. They obviously did. They won 2, but also noting he loves the Belleric, the potential to disrupt the gold lane.
Onic हार्यो भने त म MSC नै हेर्दिन रे MSC नहेर्ने Onic हार्यो भने किन हो त्यस्तो डार्किङ त्यस्तो डिप्रेसनमा नजाउँ न
Cambodia, it's teams like
डिप्रेसनमै
Pro
जान लाग्यो यार
Esports that
किङ
just
ब्रदर
thrive on this current meta that's developed, over the past week now up to this point, and they show it. So, whether it's the Belleric, whether it's whatever they want to put in the hands of their roams or their gold lanes, even the jungle, again, coily. There's so many things to highlight here throughout Pro Esports' lineup that's worked so well for them, and that's something that is gonna, I feel like, potentially take them into the knockout stage here. But they have a tough opponent now after the momentum from yesterday.
That's a great point. And that opponent, of course, is known as Entity 7. They are from the Americas, Latin America, South America, North America. They share one slot this year. This is the first time that we've seen South America take that slot. And now, not only that, they have taken down the defending champions of MSC and Team Liquid PH yesterday, which many are calling one of the biggest upsets in MLBB history. Whether that's true or not, we do know one thing. That has been a phenomenal performance so far from everyone in Entity 7. And we had a chance to
Masarapp
talk
chat
with Shane
David
earlier with
David
Eterna
मेरो
to
म
see how they're
chat से
feeling after
comment
that
पढ्दिन
historic
क्या
win.
बुझ्यो नि तिमीहरू
It's Eterna here with
यो
Shin from
guys
Entity
म रोड होइन
7,
but I
the
think यो
team
मान्छे के जस्तो लाग्छ मलाई
to beat
यो player
one of the favorites or the favorite
म hate
defending
गरेँ भने
champions
मलाई त्यस्तो
TL, and I
लाग्छ
think everyone is
हो
talking
कि
about you
थाहा
right
भएन
now. What did that victory mean to you and your team?
Dieron la gran sorpresa el día de ayer al ganar esta partida. Todo el mundo está hablando de ustedes ahorita. ¿Cómo se sienten ahora como equipo?
Nos sentimos bastante felices, bastante emocionados, con mayor confianza. Pudimos dar un buen draft y bueno, conseguimos ganarle a uno de los mejores equipos que yo considero.
We are very happy. We got our confidence back. We managed to get a win against one of the best teams in the world. And I think that now we have a better draft and we can win now.
And like, what happened? Like, did you expect it to go 1-1, 2-1, 2-0? Because that was a 2-0 victory against TL. Was that something that you expected?
¿Y tú esperabas que fuera este resultado 2-0? ¿Esperabas que fuera un 2-1? ¿O cómo te sientes al haber ganado 2-0?
No esperé un
Jala
2-0, la verdad esperaba un 2-1 o incluso que nos ganaron, porque bueno, ellos son considerados los mejores, digamos. Así que esperaba que nos ganaran, pero ganamos.
We were not expecting a 2-0. We were actually expecting a 2-1 or even losing the game because they are actually one of the best teams in the world. But we won 2-0, so that happened.
And now they're confident. So let's check, what is your confidence level up against Pro Esports today?
¿Qué tan confiado te sientes en contra de Pro Esports hoy?
La verdad no los conozco mucho, o sea, lo íbamos a revisar ahora, pero bueno, estoy acá haciendo la entrevista. Y bueno, la vamos a revisar ahora después de esto, para ver cómo son.
To be honest, I can't really say because we didn't
Masarapp,
know
any
them.
chance for you to be
We were just about to check them out.
What the
but
fuck,
I'm
bro?
here
I'm
doing an
straight as
interview,
fuck,
so maybe after this we'll check them out.
Like,
Okay, so does that mean I can't ask them? I can't ask you about what you think is like the strongest about Pro Esports? Like, have you not studied them then?
Eso quiere decir de que si
No,
te
no,
preguntan
rude,
qué es lo más
I
fuerte
know,
de
मलाई
Pro
disrespect त
Esports,
गर्दिन
¿no
हैन
sabes porque no los has visto?
Exactamente, no
आफ्नो
los
choice हो नि
conozco,
त्यो त
no lo he
decision
visto, no lo he revisado
मलाई
y
चाहिँ
bueno,
हल्का म
eso vamos a
टाढेको
hacer
छु
ahora.
Exactly. I don't know who they are. I don't know how they play, and we're just gonna check them out.
Wow. Okay, this is the first time I've ever talked to a player and they have not studied the next matchup. That's good to know. Good luck. Do you have a message to your fans back at home, and considering they were up very early to support you yesterday?
¿Tienes algún mensaje para tus fans, ya que se despertaron temprano para ver tu partida ayer?
Sí, que
G7
nos sigan
भनेको साउथ
apoyando,
अमेरिका
no
हो
perdamos.
अमेरिका हैन
Bueno, la
साउथ
fe es lo
अमेरिका
último que
भने
se pierde,
अर्जेन्टिना
así
ब्राजिलहरू
que gane el mejor equipo.
Yes, please continue supporting us. The faith is the last thing you lose. Please continue supporting us even if we lose or if we win. And thank you.
We will always support you. Thank you so much, Shin from NDD7. Thank you so much for the translation. Who's going to throw it over back to you guys?
Wow, great to hear from Shin. I mean, that was kind of playing on a knife's edge, but in a way that maybe we didn't expect. No prep, but staying present. And LaFell, I mean, something's working.
I mean, like,
I beat TL, I'm like, who cares?
I didn't know them. I don't know who's next. I don't know who
Come on,
I am.
come on.
Who are you, man?
You know what?
Hey, they came in no pressure.
No pressure.
No pressure.
And no expectation. And also
32% say they're gonna win.
Well, how can you not have a little bit more than that? They just took down Team Liquid PH. You got to know that there's something to the tank. Can you continue? But against Pro Esports, that's not going to be the easiest thing in the world, guys. Some quick early thoughts before we head into the draft. I mean, this is looking to be a really good matchup.
Yeah, man, it is. It's going to be tough to call this one, especially, again, after what Entity 7 showed us. I have no idea because Pro Esports definitely looks good, too.
I mean, like, for me, as long as they're able to get a good draft for Coily, it's going to be great. That Yusichin didn't work out. Everything else looks good.
Well, Cambodia and South America continue their run. One of these regions is going on to the knockout stage. In a moment, we'll find out who.
Pro Esport or Indy 7.
We started off the last day of groups with a reverse sweep. 2-1, to the side of Team Spirit going up against Guangzhou Gaming. And boy, after game 1, I was kind of scared for Team Spirit. I was thinking, will they make it out of this alive?
Well, they did. Guangzhou, they really tried their best. Honestly, that first game was incredible. Game 2 felt like a bit of a lull, and then it picked up, and Team Spirit were victorious at the end of the day. Sunset Lover was very proud of himself and the team. It would not be their first time that they had made it to a knockout stage. And there's more to see from Team Spirit as they crush that Guangzhou key
rank match
at the end of it all. But we saw
confidence
three
sky
matches
high was
today.
भनेर
Best of
Falcon always
threes.
win for
One team
floor
advancing
ranking.
to knockouts, one heading
Just
back
so
home.
wrong,
Let's start
yaar,
off with
you
our second
division.
matchup. Please join me welcoming Pro Esports.
Main thread out भइसक्यो
Having played the
TLPL लाई
longest
main
game
thread
of
भन्ने हो त्यसले
MSC so
MSC
far,
जित्छ होला
Pro
हैन
Esports have
अस्तिको मेटामा
shown their mettle. The pressure is on their shoulders to send
Astro चाहिँ मन थिएन है
Cambodia
तर यो
back
कमेन्ट
into the
पढिहालेको
knockout stage after an almost 2-year drought since MSC 24. They have what it takes. Can they apply it
Fifty चाहिँ
in
अति हान्ने यो
practice
फाल्टुको
today
फ्यानहरुले
in this matchup of champion breakers?
You know what, Milosh, this is gonna be a very spicy one because Pro Esports will be going up against Entity 7. Yesterday, they shook the world of Mobile Legends by eliminating the defending champions. But their job is far from over. For their tournament life, for their region, they are ready to do whatever it takes to stay in the game.
You heard it even in their pregame interview with Eterna. They're coming in with just good hearts and spirits, vibing through this. They have their own preparation, more focus on themselves compared to what their opponents are setting up. So we're about to get this one started, please. Entity 7, please, Pro Esports. My friends, you may go. Place your keys, players. Take your positions. The bout again, a reminder. You win this game, you make it to knockouts. You lose, you are out. Goodbye here at MSC as both captains do a little shake. And let's get this one started once again. Back to our panel.
2023 was the last time that the knockout stage hosted a Cambodian representative. Can they get back here in 2026 at EWC here in MSC? And on the other side of things, South America and the Americas making maybe the start of one of the biggest and most historic runs we've ever seen from the bottom side of the bracket. Can they do it again and take down Pro Esports for a spot in the knockout stage? All of that coming up here. And of course, Lafell, Naisu, I mean, so much has been determined by the draft, not only in this meta, but also so many great moments can be determined by your participation in Rhino Day. A new interactive happy effect. I wouldn't dare start this very important series without mentioning it because, of course, what's more important than spamming some emotes in game?
That's the best. That and the recalls.
Recall, yeah. I was about to say, yeah.
Rhino Day, get those emotes.
The third one is all chat easy.
Let's go, get out. Let's go.
Yeah. After like a 30-minute game.
30-minute game.
All easy. And I gotta say, this one is
यसपछि छ on the mobile game Entity 7 र यसपछि SR0 Onic
just stand in the middle. Yeah. It would refuse to show heads or tails because even they're like, well, Entity 7 defeated TL.
Call it.
What was that?
You gotta call it. You gotta call it.
Call it. Oh, I was like, was that you, Lafell? Like,
oh, what are we playing for? Come on, man. A little No Country for Old Men.
This is tough to call it, man.
Come on.
Let's cook it out.
You stand.
Oh, here we go.
Be men.
I'm calling heads.
What do you call it?
That's pretty good.
Heads.
Heads. That was
Who's on heads?
Famous scene. Come on, man.
Good question.
I have no idea because
we've seen
TR out भएको TR out भइसक्यो केटा
they fall short if the game goes extra long.
Already out भइसक्यो TR first
on trying to get the game early and then it just doesn't
first
work
team
out.
eliminated
And also
from MSC.
the drive of the Yisun Shin where they go for hyper where
केटा यो टिमले TLP ले जिते कस्तो खेल्छ यो टिमले हेरौँ है मैले वर्स्ट टिम भन्थे
just a different hero.
Maybe I was wrong.
It down, like,
I was wrong.
as we look
I'm
at
wrong.
what maps were,
You'll
what
be
map we're
technically
replaying for game
one.
The Eudora was a main point of contention for a lot of these teams where they just go ahead and grab it, like we just saw with Team Spirit utilize that with Sunset Lover 3 times in a row. So expect that to be one of the big trades here. Obviously junglers too, but you know, with this,
let's go.
again,
Push sport. Revenge आयो हमने revenge. TLPS को fan को लगे.
He is the only one that has been with Entity 7 all the way back in their appearance to the wild card in 2024 at the very first EWC. You know, and now they have this mix from the Latam region, from Amber, and they've made it all work together. It's kind of like these pieces of the puzzle that all came together where, you know, we've seen Doom struggle even in that gold lane, but then the adjustments that they made when he played against Teddy was all that they needed to do. So you can't really count out either of these teams because over the course of their matches
लाई तो कसैले सिरियसली ट्रेड त अरू रमा थियो तर PH गे अरूले PH ले जित्न सक्ने भने फाल्गुनले किन सक्दैन किनकि फाल्गुनमा नि के छ फ्ल्याप
I've been seeing so many focused conversations as they should be on the jungle and the EXP lane, but the gold laner, when playing well, is that extra win condition that opens things up for you.
Vitality trade छैन हैन seriously हैन vitality लाई
which is clearly the Marcel
फाल्गुनलाई कसले लोवर ब्याकेट पुगाको बिट्स जस्तो
Vitality, the Phoveus and the Atlas all gone. And a fun fact here, LaFell, about Coily.
Yeah, Coily led Pro Esports to an undefeated regular season in MPL Cambodia Season 10, getting both the regular season MVP as well as the finals MVP. And now for him, he is going to grab the ring. Shout out to Rainday for calling all the heroes, by the way, because if you talk about Pro Esports, they're betting out all the front lines, making sure that they just want to go for heavy dives, and they don't want anyone to interrupt that. And then for Entity 7, I feel like the Fanny is a respect we've seen. Even though Pro Esports did lose, Coily is very strong at a Fanny.
Yeah, Coily, again, you know, one of the...
Eudora pick, let's go.
I'm just expecting it to be the Eudora.
It doesn't flap like game, flap
Coily, I think because of what he showed mechanical skill-wise, he's fine with it, and that's why they just go ahead and grab themselves the Ling. I mean, imagine too, you know, the Ling doesn't have as high as a win rate as the Hirara, but when you put it in the hands of a player like Coily, you can really do some amazing things across the map. No surprise there, Belric, and there's the Eudora, right? So that is the mainstay, usually the trade that we see over on the red side at first phase. Now, I wonder if Pro Esports does something different here with their next two picks.
So basically, like, the coach is asking, like, can you use the Ling? And he's like, I mean, just don't get stunned.
Yeah.
Right? What's so hard about that? Just don't get stunned.
High execution, man. And when you have a high ceiling character like that, which clearly has a low win rate, doesn't mean it has low potential. Because the best players bring out the things that if you're not comfortable with it or you're just playing it for the meta, you can't bring out. You just don't have the time to get that comfort.
And now the Cho as well as the Harv gets picked up here. So they want to be able to basically ignore their gold lane for a bit. Harv should be able to take care of himself against majority of gold laners now, unless it goes for like Esmeralda gold, Paquito gold, which by the way, Paquito is still open.
Yeah, that Paquito's still open.
But I feel like Hirara, no?
Yeah, maybe just take the Hirara, unless they let it slip through, but just because they're willing to go ahead and play something else for Hide on Bush. Because they could just want to prioritize something else here.
That's true. The reason this is important, just joining us, if Hirara doesn't get picked here, which he will, it could have gotten banned in the next phase. So yeah, not a jungler. They preferred outside of her, willing to let her get banned out.
Ban kick on top.
They already have the counters towards Pro. Right now, I feel like when it comes to the Cho as well as the Harv, we have to see what the matchup is. And the Cho, I just think that Entity 7 might build a draft that's not easy for the Cho to get a kill. For example, if Entity 7 is able to get up like a Barats, yeah, I think it's going to be hard for this Cho to really do much.
So maybe they ban it out, you know, for Pro Esports. They want to ban one of those tankier options out. You already got a Belric to deal with. You don't want to deal with a Belric plus the Barats. But this is like from Pro Esports for these two picks too. It's so Cozen and Coily, right? The different type of KK connection, but this time for Pro Esports, they're very adapt and to these heroes. The Cozen, especially on the Harith, back when he was playing in the Philippines, was one of his best heroes, but still is. Same thing when you look at, you know, Filipino junglers playing the Lings, the Fannies. That's why when those Fannies come up, it's like, man, these guys can just put on a showcase of mechanics. So they'll ban out the Freya, the Uranus. Look at all these XP lane options that are being focused on.
I feel like we missed the Freya going through. I mean, that has been definitely a first pick for a lot of teams if she's available.
I was thinking whether she would be picked up here. It's just that I would say it's only good for pro esports because they're already having a draft that wants to dive in.
Friday सम्म तिमीले हेर्नै पर्दैन
And now,
किनकि फ्राइडे भन्दा अगाडि नै इलिमिनेट
they
हुन्छ
banned the Brody instead, and now the Esmeralda has been picked up. And because there's a hive there, we still don't know whether this Esmeralda
last
is
game
gold or EXP.
I think this is just the right combo. I feel like they have enough presence in team fights, and I feel like that's how they have thrived. I feel like that was kind of the way that they put their strategy together to tackle Liquid PH yesterday. It feels like they're getting more of what they want here today, Naisu.
Yeah, and I'm expecting on this one too for that Belric to have the
Onic
flicker.
SRT
Remember,
Onic
in the previous
SRT
matchup,
third
we
game
saw
again
Belric made combo, but it was
third
a
game
finalized Belric. Yep. So this is the answer over here on this side for Pro Esports. They'll take Valentina
Moskov.
Yeah, you got to take.
I think so.
I feel like if they want a marksman, I think the Moskov works perfectly here against Pro Esport.
I agree with you.
The only reason they don't pick it up if they pick up a Paquito Gold.
Paquito Gold.
It's only either or, but I prefer the Moskov.
Well, the Melissa still available also.
Oh yeah, true.
And you do have a Cho,
Milsa Linzola.
I'm curious. I feel like the Moskov,
Milsa
they played it
Linzola.
yesterday, didn't they? I think they did play Moskov. And Doom had a pretty good game. If I'm Doom, I'm thinking, I mean, it's comfortable. It's in the meta. It serves what we need. I like it. I think the combo might just be, do we do this or do we do Melissa instead? What's your take?
Stanford was a
Interesting that they go carry because
It has a good lane against Harith, but then after that, there's
Will
no
start
high
against
HP
China,
hero on
ENC
Pro
the
Esport.
August
that's exactly what I was thinking. You're not gonna have, you don't need to shred through anyone. And
imagine,
you know,
but
carry has one of the lowest ranges attack
then
ranges
one side
for a marksman, so you're gonna have a difficult time.
Maybe they just want to rush Lord later on with the Harara to just get it.
Yeah, blitz the Lord perhaps.
Very interesting.
Yeah, interesting choice there on the last. Maybe also just that has one of the things where it's like we got to go with comfort on this, and a lot was banned out.
Yeah, all right. Well, this is going to be an exciting one as well. Our second series of the day begins. Pro Esports from Cambodia versus Entity 7, both on Dream runs. Will the dream continue, or will one wake up to find it was just a nightmare? Ready for our Series 2 cast. We've got Trex and Brigida.
We're jumping into the land
Now,
of
make sure to like this stream, like and subscribe,
Entity 7 coming off of the momentum of a big win, while Pro Esports trying to recover themselves after yesterday's loss.
Let's look at how this is the
Two different
second game.
stories looking for the same dream. This is game number 1. Trex and Brigida bringing you the action. How are we feeling, Brig?
I can't help but think about what our panel was also wondering about before we headed into this game. The carry last pick and choice here for E7. Is it really comfort? And are they looking for a specific angle to play around this? Because you don't really see pick-off-centric setup type of roamer. It's more on a Bellery that you see in the hands of Backend, but we probably will figure out what the plan is for E7 here, because again, laning, it's pretty much guaranteed. You could see it just now. Kozin is not having the best time of his life.
Yeah, but honestly, this is also a pretty comfort pick for Kozin. We did see him on it yesterday, a little bit of damage.
Oh, Shin.
Really?
Wow, that was close for both mid laners. Both flickers are already down. Imagine that.
Yeah, already some aggression, still no deaths on the field. Taking a look at the emblems, both mid laner and roam side of Pro with some speed on the map in the Bargain Hunter into Kuza. But look at the damage already on a Doom. A nice pick off.
Flicker on.
This is gonna be bad. This is gonna be bad. You wanted to rely on the carry for the laning, but even then, it was just a bit of help even from PP, together with the concussive blast just taking you out. Not to mention even another trade at least was taken, but that's just onto PP.
Because
so I think they're gonna be okay with that shit. Maybe the Flicker won't be able to survive that attempt from Coily on this lane. Does Haidon push 5-1? I don't think he will find a re-engage.
Nice one.
And the damage too from Sa.
यो टिमसँग
We're
हारेको
now 3-1 against these seven.
ग्याप किन खाएर त गोल्डन राइट फिलिपिन हैन
700
पाउँदैन
gold lead in the hands of Pro. If they can translate this into a turtle, we're looking at 1.5k gold lead possibly. It's going very well for Pro. Entity 7 all around the
Sorry, I'm
map
failing
now.
to solo match. Doom फेरि
Down
मर्यो
the bottom as well.
Doom, there's no way.
We wanna
Okay, he
see Raja.
does get to dash out of this. Doesn't have to purify, but this is looking bad. Both sides are not in favor of E7.
Koile
Just
ayo.
Pro. They
Koile
will
ayo
have
total ma.
enough time to catch up to this objective. E7 are bursting it as much as they can, but the way of the dragon lands onto Hide on Bush. Tempest of Blades and Koile finally securing the turtle.
GG Cambodia,
no
play.
longer want to fight Trex.
Exactly what we thought. You get that turtle, and now Pro has a huge lead. Luckily, Doom didn't go down the second time. He has already taken a death, though. Purify's
One
gonna be
side
up on the top
Cambodia.
side. Akashi taking the death, so both off lanes just kind of suffering. You add that up with the mid lane as well, the pressure. Wait a second, a little bit of action. Kashi should be able to get away from this, but the pressure that Coily's been able to bring in the mid with Saw and P, Entity 7 just having trouble dealing with it all this early in the game.
Yep, Pro Esports have seemed to polish the early game, and they're dealing with E7 really, really well. This is something we're seeing from E7 yesterday when they were able to dominate against Team Liquid, but right now Pro, after that loss, it seems like they've learned so much. Just even looking at the level advantage, you don't want to see your gold laner almost two levels behind at this point in time in the game, and even your XP lane. But wait, Coily? All alone up top though. Does he get caught? He's willing to exchange some blows. He can afford to.
Yeah, should be okay. Coily's been amazing on the Ling so far. Been amazing on the assassin so far. The day that they beat SRG, Harara was on point. The pressure that they're constantly putting on Doom.
He didn't even have
to Cambodia.
He was just there to use the way of the dragon and saw with the Wrath of Dryad, I am you. Second time we see Doom taken out. And Pro Esports didn't have to sacrifice much to get it.
What the fuck, bro?
Just not getting the vision right now on Pro. If Vagine and Shin are just unable to keep up because Pro are attacking these off lanes non-stop. And Entity 7, they shift up to the top, but all they're going for is Gold Crab, and they're unable to really protect their offlaners. They're having trouble keeping up with the rotations, and now we're looking at almost a 3K gold lead before second turtle into the hands of Pro. This is only going to get worse and worse very fast.
I'm only starting to think of how E7 could maybe utilize the Eudora and the Hirara together to at least burst down a single target from Pro, because you don't really see much tanky heroes on their side. I think that's also why we question the carry pickup, because you don't necessarily need to shred anyone from Pro Esports lineup. Just the same, I don't think Shin and Haidon Bush have enough room to just connect and find a setup. Granted,
make sure to like this stream, like and subscribe, and guys, right now. Like the target 400.
There's a setup coming in. Sorry, I'm Felix focusing on Vagine. Doesn't even get to use the Wrath of Dryad on time, and there he does, but the follow-up isn't going to be there. Counter Wrath of Dryad coming in from
Oh my god, Coily.
That's E7, but it's already a double kill for Coily. Two-man knockup from PP. E7.
कसरी हाल्छ के टिएलपी यो टिमसँग कसरी हाल्छ भन त वान साइड हुनुपर्ने त यसरी म त यस्तै गेम हुन्छ सोचेको क्या टिएलपी ले यस्तै हाल्छ सोचेको त्यही भएर को स्ट्रिम नगरे त यार
keep that gold at a minimum deficit, but at this point it's a little bit too late. We're 4K ahead into the hands of Pro Esports, 8-1. Towers are going to start dropping to the boss side. You've got Coily up on top lane, taking tier 3 as well. Hyde and Bush is going to just have to watch. They are going to go for the 1v1 up top, but I don't think that's a good idea for Hyde on Bush.
Okay, Coily doesn't have the Tempest of Blades, fortunately for ES7, so Hyde on Bush will be able to get out of that.
Luffy Gaming, thank you so much for 2 pound. Episode the by Falcon with back. Thank you so much for 2 pound. Sorry, Luffy Gaming guy. My child, money they give clap is the goal.
A complete wipeout for Pro.
These are not fights that E7 should be going for right now. It'd be one thing if it was Vagine who had taken 3 or 4 deaths. It'd be one thing if it was anyone other than your offlaners. Doom unable to output any damage. Akashi just getting shredded down immediately. And while that's happening, Vagine tries to make that engage and Coily shows up.
Man, कस्तो खुसी भएको यार one-sided game मा. One-sided game भइरहेछ यार यति खुसी हुनु पर्दैन होला.
This is the time that they need to kind of back off.
जबरदस्ती यसले त खुसी हुनु पैसा दिन्छ.
Try to stay as safe as possible. One more big lose like that in a big team fight and it's a wrap.
And it's already big enough of a lead you're seeing from Pro Esports.
Coilyले चाहिँ अति नै crazy खेलेर यसपालि गेममा अति मजा आइरहेछ
between the jungler, between the gold lane, so the spread of the
Coily Filipino import है Cambodia.
Pro Esports right now, the conversions are starting to come in. Hyde on Bush though, Kozan, is he actually going to take him out? Sorry, I'm feeling
Felix with the last
Sorry,
hit.
I'm Felix.
Oh my goodness, Pro Esports, the leads just keep
Akashi
getting
even
bigger.
won.
Way of the Dragon onto Akashi, and he uses the
Your
falling
team
star
summon tier
mode,
three.
but he fails to survive.
Your team
At this point, it's looking like a
Even
bloodbath. Just about
2-0,
anyone on
Seven
Pro
Zero
Esports
2-0.
can 1v1
What
anyone
the fuck,
on
bro?
E7. Where do they go from here? Like I said, I think the best idea is stay together. No one can get caught alone.
Bro,
Even
इसपछि
Hide on
Pro
Bush,
Esports
even
E7
Aurora, who's
को
got tons of iframes,
series सकेपछि
tons
ब्रेकमा
of
म
defensive
TL पेजको
measures
गेमहरु
to
के
escape.
मिस्टेक
He's
भयो
getting taken out by a Harith. Not even Coily, not even someone tanky, didn't even need any help. And Hide on Bush goes down, sitting at 0-2 and 0. E7 has to play it safer.
They've only ever taken out one member from Pro. It's only PP. So as much as I also want to see them try and play the macro, it's just going to be too tough. So playing it slow, I agree, might be one of the ways to go until they feel like they can't afford to engage in a fight. Because not even Akashi could just tank the damage. You see him falling down even to Sorya and Felix one-on-one, and now there's another way of the Dragon landing onto Vagin. There goes the Wrath of Dryad and the Fallen Star Moon. This might just be a counter engage coming in from E7 with the clapback. The answer and response from Sorya and Felix and Kuzen. It's a triple. It's only Akashi and Doom left, but look at Coily getting back.
Wait, what
Another attempt.
Oh, Coily, you thought damage high.
It's all right, though, honestly, for Pro. I think at that point, they didn't even have to keep that fight going, but they wanted to try to get Kuzin, that Maniac or Savage. Another Zaman's Force drops. Kuzin should be able to get away safely here. Sorry, and Felix going to get involved. Akashi chasing down. It actually might be bad for Kuzin.
Yeah, he doesn't have mana. It's a good thing PP and Sorya and Felix were there, because that would have been shutdown after shutdown for E7 if ever they did actually find the kill onto Kozen. So we're looking at the replay right now. I think this is one of the moments where it could have been really good, honestly, for E7 if only they were able to maximize the Wrath of Dryad a bit more. But the sustained damage from Kozen is just too much. There's no one to deal with these high mobility heroes who just constantly surprise the back and attack the back lines.
Where do they go from here? Once again, we keep asking the same question. Pro Esports so ahead. I mean, we've seen leads like this come before, and I mean, teams have been able to turn around, but NT7 with their composition, you've got Doom, you've got
सीधे बॉटमा गयो पार गर्न दिन क्या देला त्यसलाई मारेर हेर्नु सीधे लर्ड छोडेर ड्याम यार
It's gonna be
Lord
high
छोडेर
on
ओए
Bush at
big
that.
brain
It's at the exact same time they get to pick up the Lord. Two-man setup coming in from Sorya and Felix, and Kuzen will be there to provide the damage. Doesn't care about the Wrath of Dryad. He is just gonna go for the kills. Fortunately, has a flicker for Vacuum, but there he goes. It's a double still for Kuzen.
16 मिनेट त हुँदैन यार ब्रदर यता लर्ड पुटरी बेन्च गयो ताले हग्यो
I mean, he can do that right now, honestly. At this point, it's like, let's just see what we can do. Let's throw the line out. If we don't catch nothing, it's okay. Look at him under the tower right now. They popped the Holy Defense, get some minions still through. Wave coming down top. This could be game ending.
Okay. Pro Esports have an entire wave and a Lord marching up top. They're still going to focus and try to take down the turret first, but he goes charging in. Vagin doesn't have the Wrath of Dryad, but he's still going to go for it. PP! Finding another kick. It lands onto Shin. Coily too with the Tempest of Blade. There might just be a shutdown right now from E7, but that's about it. As they're looking at more Vagin. Hide on Bush. 3 members already eliminated from E7. Can Doom and Akashi deal with this by themselves? The Lord's already in the base. They're trying to go for more kills instead. Akashi HP finds PP. But that might be at the expense of his own life. He finally finds it.
They're playing KDA heroes right now. Pro Esports not even looking to end it. They want kills. They want blood. Trying to recover themselves after yesterday's loss. Kuzin right now, 9-0-7.
Wow.
He's untouched. Sorry, I'm Felix Samuel, 5-0-2. Overall, Pro Esports have completely dominated.
Masarapp like date expired chicken for us.
Target on base in that last push.
Thank you so much, Luffy.
Luffy. 72 seconds for next Lord.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Would love to see exactly where Doom's at in the items. Hasn't got Trinity in just yet. Fully out. There it is. Has finally locked it in. He's hit the AK gold mark. Maybe we start to see a little bit more on the side of Agin. You haven't finished
the antique cuirass yet for physical defense.
Yeah.
You have at least got
Beauty
radiant armor,
बनाइरहेको
so
छ
there's
यार
a little
यो
something there.
इडाराले
Only 2 items in onto Shin. They are behind, to say the least.
Yep.
And yeah, you have some damage output from Hydon Bush, but the thing is Hydon Bush can't last, can't actually get in there. And every time you do get past, Sar and Felix catches you, or Saw steals the Wrath of the Dryad and catches you, and it's the same thing for Akasi trying to come in to absorb the damage.
I
next slot ma sorting there.
I feel bad for both Hydon Bush and Doom. Really, you want to find these creative angles. Oh, Coily actually tried to take down that base turret all by himself without a wave. Could have been a possibility, but there was fortunately quick response from E7, but it doesn't change the fact that Pro are still ahead. And going back, Hydon Bush, aside from the fact that there's so much catching up to do, I agree, it's just so tough for him to go in. You have to anticipate so much punish. Soria and Felix, Sa. There's just a multitude of ways that Pro Esports could turn things around with this lead. So
Oh, 10 second में लौट निकाल दियो लॉर्ड आया फिर
but they still decide to get out of their base.
No,
Now
that's
Takashi
not
down to HPPP in the backlines.
सीन पकड़्यो
Shit all over again.
सीन को किधर गया एकछिन डिफेन्स हुन्छ ओए इधर आको टाइम लागिरहेको छ वाइल्ड खोज पनि पुग्यो ओए डिफेन्स हुन्छ
E7 turning that around.
Yeah, able to get a big catch, and the damage does seem
Bomb back kick हो गया यार
we
वो
talked
एक
about this
स्नैप
the other day. All it takes is 2
Yes, kita
items
tim यार
for Eudora to really
कस्तो
start
डैमेज आयो
outputting.
इधरको
It took
बाप रे
about
बाप
12 minutes to get those 2 items, but Shin
The damage
is
didn't Eudorako.
finally there along with Doom. Pops a speedy light wheel, and the
Ui,
combo with
ma.
all of it together. It's a lot of damage. Saw everyone just had to essentially run for the hills. 2 members go down. Lord is still coming though. Pro Esports unable to stall it.
Yeah.
डिफेन्स हुन्छ केटा डिफेन्स हुन्छ
Great timings from E7 here. The Wrath of Dryad especially. Coily.
एकछिन तर कोइली छ है कोइलीमा चोर
There's just so much damage already from each basic attack that you get to see from Coily, but just because Kuzen and Soria and Felix aren't here,
next
E7 defend and live for a bit more longer in this game.
All right, so Entity 7 able to defend, but they still have no inhibitors, have only taken 1 structure away from Pro Esports, and Pro Esports are hungry for the end.
PP wanted to go for something there.
Not even over the
E7 too were just really grouped up together, so I don't think it would have been easy for him to find a target. On top of the fact that Pro Esports, they're not all ready for the engage just yet. So E7 again defending, they're taking it slow. Bit by bit, we're getting there. We saw Doom on the 8K gold mark earlier. Now he is actually complete.
Yeah. All it took was a couple minutes, a couple kills, a little bit of gold between the teams, some shutdowns, and he now has the rose gold in. Be prepared to see some item swapping. This is big for Doom. This is big for E7.
Oh, it's Shin all over again. They really want to go for Shin. First round of Dryad. Final use here by Vagan, but gets knocked up by the Tempest of Blades as well. And Kuzen on the other side trying to take down Akashi. Will be able to do so as Doom. Hydon goes in. He finds the trade, but it's just going to be good. Isn't enough. There's a way to mid and top.
Lord एक पूरे ने यार कंपनी वाले इन पर
is just going to set his eyes on the base.
वो एक से
But they clear out the minions. Another
क्लियर हुई डिफेंस हो रहा था
from E7. And can
मिनियन आया हुआ डिफेंस आने हो
finding Akashi.
What the fuck डिफेंस भयो डिफेंस आ जा ओए
5 seconds for Shin. Kozen drops him on Force. Hide on iframes. They're still to defend. Kozen
डिफेंस भयो all the भयो
Shin doesn't actually
oh my
gets the burst.
combo combo what the fuck I don't lose.
Like I said, the momentums from yesterday's game still hold strong
as
they hold strong for their life in just game number 1. A beautiful defense, honestly. Hydon Bush all alone. Able to get some nice iframes defend. Akashi also gets back to the base. Pro Esports felt like they had
what the fuck
This is something our panelists mentioned this back.
Coily Mario! Coily Mario!
Can they finally get this objective? Yes, they do. E7 are turning things around. Hydon Bush finds a double, and Sa is all alone here. That's not your base, but he's being cased.
That's not your base. It's looking reminiscent of yesterday's game where Pro Esports had the lead and just couldn't finish it. Entity 7 right now
You know, we gotta say, they got that dog in them right now.
Please, bro.
And they are ready to push this game
What
to
a
the
throw,
limits.
man. Pro
Esports
Sport,
to
what a
limits. It's
throw.
30 kills on the side of Pro Esports.
What if that was
Pro
the plan
Sport
all
को
along,
30 kills और match कर खेला था Pro Sport.
But we get to a point where we just get to rely on Doom.
Character.
Yeah, you build
और का
character,
discipline
you know,
होना पड़े
and
ना
this
यार.
is something E7 have been building for 17 minutes now, Trex.
It's the villain arc right now. You gotta go through pain sometimes to be ready for the big battle, and Coily can no longer win the 1v1 against Hide on Bush.
That changes things significantly in this game. E7,
Lock the
still have
fucking
the
bro,
Lord, but
Pro
will be
Sport.
dealt with by Pro.
Oh,
Sorry,
Benji,
Felix doesn't find the setup there. And E7 are looking to disengage. Coily doesn't get access to his purple buff too. Imagine that, E7 are suddenly the ones in control. That 10k gold lead is nowhere to be found.
E7 को लेट गया नाम तो
Officially in late game now. Maxed
तर
items
far lane तो
all around.
सबै नहीं पाते थे
Immortality has been picked up by Doom along with the Rose Gold.
Iron Boost तो अति crazy खेलने रही है यार केटा ये क्या पे आने को चला यार.
Extremely dangerous. Late game carry, probably one of the most vicious marksmans you can go up against. Once you have the capability to start hopping around with items, the amount of damage, it's just so hard to pick off. You add that up with the Purify instead of going for the Flicker. It's a problem. How does Pro Esports catch that?
Far lanes हो हैन Pro Sport please utilize गरेर खेल्नु हैन लर्ड इजी हो तिमीहरुको हातमा लिंक छ स्टिक गरे हुन्छ चीज मा यिनीहरुले लर्ड फोर्स गर्न सक्छ त्यही डिनाइ गर्ने केटा हो प्लिज चीज मा हेर्नु
stolen are going to be landing. They have to be a lot more careful about how they approach these fights if Pro Esports wants to win out.
Yeah, because I feel like the fact that they always go for Shin is just so Coily could freely go and dive in, right? But even if he gets to do that, I don't think Pro are able to handle the damage that you're seeing from Doom anymore, like just by themselves, like without them allocating the right amount of crowd control just so Doom doesn't get to cast the speedy light wheels efficiently every now and then. So there might need to be, yes, I agree, a bit of change in terms of targeting for Pro here, but can they find Doom? This isn't the best KDA you're going to see on a carry, but we're in a different timeline now. We're 19 minutes into this game. I feel like this will barely matter, but that's a lot more defense items getting picked up. I think Doom has the immortality and both the
Lord for the E7 ले Lord Ross गर्छ अब केटा Lord Gamble लिन्छ E7
Athena shield.
Gamble लिन्छ Lord of.
Okay. Gets rid. Wait. So that's no, because you
E7 ले Lord Gamble लिन्छ हान्नै पर्छ E7 ले Lord जसरी भयो नि हान्नै पर्छ अहिले Gamble ले
Rose Gold.
Gamble
You
ले
pick
Gamble
up Rose Gold. You go into Immortality. You pick up Winter Crown.
Oh, okay.
I'm guessing. I don't know. Oh,
it's a lot of buy and sells, but who gets this
Only
Restream
by Lord.
funded? Not even a Restream holder. Doom finding
तर
the
किन Lord छोड्दियो किन हाले
objective. And now it's a disengage for E7.
गल्ती
They
भयो यार
don't want
गल्ती
any
भयो
trades.
a lot of resources wasted on Akashi there, and that helps Entity 7 secure his Lord, enhanced Lord at that. They need to try to sync up these waves as much as possible. They may not be able to end here, but they can at least take inhibitors. Pro Esports on the other hand, this is what I was talking about. They have to think about a lot harder on how they do these fights for the 1v1.
Okay, I don't
my
might just go for the
मर
outright
मर
here.
कोइली मर्यो कोइली इमो किन
He doesn't catch Coily. Also gets to pick up
Because
the
it's a
immortality
runner,
just in
Celia.
time.
Collect it, prepare ourselves, because the Lord is making his way downtown.
Yes. PP.
Purify छ हैन
PP,
त्यस्तो छ
can
यार
he find something here? Okay.
Purify छ Doom को Purify छ
Goes in, still has that force. And they
गयो
pretty much
bot
will
side
have
गयो
enough time to deal with this Lord at least for now. E7 are not able
ओए
to
एक डिफेंड भयो
maximize
bot
it enough
side
to take
nice
down
यार
the turret, and
E7
they're going
को
for Shin. Oh! Winter ground play, falling star, but
नाइस निकेट बेन्डी को नाइस होल्ड जुत्यो अब ओए नाइ क्यारीले फुट्यो डुम मार मोरे डुम ओए मिड को टर्न Nice.
Beautiful by Pro Esports, but minions are on the base. They have to go back to defend.
Still बाजी रहा था यार
with 40-second death counters on Entity 7.
Yeah, Iron Bull slam. Drop some मार देने game सकिदैन यार. यसलाई मार्ने पर्छ यार यसलाई रिकल गर्न नदे बरु रिकल गर्न नदे
For the steals, trying to disrupt the waves right now.
नाइस
He gets caught.
I don't push outplay हुन्छ outplay हुन्छ
A couple dashes, so he will escape. But that
Wait,
just means
it's
he's the
एउटा
only
मिनिट
one
गयो
left right now. Pro Esports, they're making their way to the base. 12 seconds before Shin makes it.
They've got a cannon minion.
ना चिन आयो इन हुँदैन होला हाइडन फ्री म किन्यो एउटा मात्रै पिनियन छ
Okay, the immortality's popped.
यसलाई मार
With the Zaman for Shin and going in.
क्लियर हान्दियो हाइडन पुस्ने यो रनमतीको छोराले के गर्दैछ
Immortality's pop for PP for
यो हाइडन पुस्न मारे यार के गर्दैछ यार यो हाइडन पुस
It just keeps happening.
हाइडन पुसले यार
I don't know if it's
के
luck.
गर्दैछ
I don't know if
के
it's
गर्दैछ
chance. I don't know if it's pure skill. At
फेरि
this point,
ग्याम्बलिङ
Anthony Seven just keeps
लर्ड
on
रसन
hanging
पछि
on.
हाल्ने
We're 23 minutes in. Another Lord on the map. Akashi's up in 17 seconds. And it's a 5v5 once again. Pro Esports trying to make their way to this Lord. Do they burst it down? Hidon Bush picks up a purple buff.
नहीं लर्ड नर्नी
It's down to the
बट
wire
मेक दैट
once
पर्छ
again.
Yeah, Shin has to be very particular of his positioning this time.
लर्ड हान्यो
HP wagon getting bursted down. Both Wrath of Dryas already committed. Hidon Bush going in.
ओइ नाइस अब चाहिँ झन्न जित्यो यार केटा हो कम्बोडियामा अटर्याक दिन्छ यार कम्बोडियाले 39 किल छ कम्बोडियाको व्हाट द 39 किल यार 39 किल यार केटा जित्यो ब्रो ओ माय गॉड यो मा के गरेको यार
Lessons have been learned for Pro Esports.
मान्छेको मुटु दुख्यो यार मेरो
Unable to finish a game yesterday.
इरारा के गरे यार यो हाइडन पुसले क्रेजी नै हान्थ्यो यार
They were able to close it out today, even after going the distance, even
Crazy,
after Anthony
crazy.
Seven
Top
giving
यार
it
top
everything
87
they could.
मिठो कमब्याक थियो
Pro
ट्राई त
Esports collect themselves.
पार लेन प्रेसर थियो क्या अनि तिनीहरूले ग्याम्बल लिनै पर्थ्यो क्या
Close things out.
जसरी पनि
What a game one, Brigida.
Yeah, that was. I like that you mentioned it was just game
GG,
one.
यार केटा
It was just game one, and I you kind of saw how E7 were planning to
GG यार
play.
एकचोटि TLPS र EDT7 को गेम 1 हेरौँ है त के भएर यार यिनीहरूको के भएर रहेछ लामाहरूको गेम 1
in the Freya. Yeah, this one's tough.
के भएर
Facing eliminate.
अर्लीदेखि चाहिँ ड्राफ्ट के छ यिनीहरूको स्यानफोरलाई प्ले मेकिङ हिरो दिनुपर्छ यार अनि हिरा र मेटामै छ क्या अनि त्यही भएर जबरजस्ती TLPSले हिरा र लिनै पर्छ कि हिरा लिएन भने यताको हाइडन बुसको हिरा र देखिसक्यो यसले सेक्छ मुला हिरा र लिएर अनि पकि त गोल्ड यो कार्ल टिजीलाई ट्रस्ट गरेको तिमीहरूले ड्यामेज दिन्छ भनेर स्यानफोर्ड एक्सपीमा युरानस छ अनि पकि त गोल्ड Pack it up, bro. Pack it up.
After, as Coach Aeon put it, getting punched in the face, can they readjust this quick against a team like Entity 7, who, yes, I have to agree with the panel.
Sanjile पनि इधर एडप्टिङ गर्न सक्छ यार
Yeah, they are picking up little things that we have been seeing throughout this event and implementing it into their own strategies right now. Whereas on the side of TL, this is textbook for them, right? Yes, we do get to see Carl Teasy on the Harara, but everything else is comfort in a sense. Teddy, we had a couple hiccups the other day, right? And this time we're going to get to see him on the fighter, on the Paquito. Hopefully he's able to play through, but whoa, a lot of damage on the Begin. JP, first blood. First on the Paquito, hopefully he's able to play through.
Mario? Okay, yeah, राम्रो थियो.
Whoa, a lot of damage on the Begin. JP, first blood.
First blood going to the hands of JP, but nonetheless, TL scoring that first kill here for the game. You know, an arrow's going to land. Oh, good rockets too. They'll burn the flicker out from Sanji.
A lot of damage.
Hands of JP, but nonetheless, TL
Sanjile freeze गर्न खोजेको जबरजस्ती freeze गर्न खोज्यो.
Scoring that first kill here for the game. You know, an arrow's going to land. Oh, good rockets too. They'll burn the flicker out from Sanji.
Just first order हेर्नु चाहिँ Sanji मोड हैन. Sanjiको मिनियन टर्नै मिस भयो जस्तो. Flicker पनि छैन Sanjiको.
I'd say they're specialists more than anything. As we look at the emblems here real quick too, nothing crazy across the board. A whole lot of tanky-ness built in to the lineup for E7. Even tenacity for Doom here. You know, you talk about Teddy, the struggles that he had, I'd say the same for Doom, you know, in that gold lane that he had to deal with against Onic. So it's just the nature of the gold laners right now, and that's why back in the interviews, they had talked about, you know, for some of the gold laners out there, yeah, we like to play the fighters if we can, just because, again, this meta currently puts a lot of pressure on those traditional marksmen in the gold lane.
Yeah, I feel like it's got to be a little bit relieving too sometimes to switch it up, play something that, yes, Paquito is still very micro-orientated for a fighter, you know, but it's a bit more straightforward in the amount of decisions sometimes you have to make on that marksman now.
कसरी हारेछ यो
Teddy
टर्न फाइट
trying to rotate his way up to this turtle. Nice knockback on a JP. Sanford in the midst of it all. Brought down to about half health. That's what he does connect. Tied on Bush, able to get the turtle.
कार्ल डी चाहिँ के गरेर थियो एकछिन म हेर्नु पर्यो कार्ल डी चाहिँ ब्लू खाएर हो कि टर्टलमा हो के गर्यो यसले टर्टल आएन कति ढिलो आएको यार कार्ल डी चाहिँ ब्लू पनि खाएन कार्ल डी चाहिँ के हो यो डिसिजन मेकिङ अनि यहाँ ब्लू पाएन हाइडन बुसले ए टर्टल पाएन अब कार्ल डी चाहिँ छिर्यो हैन टर्टल पाएपछि के गर्दै व्हाट द फक कार्ल डी चाहिँ टर्टल छोडेर ब्लू खानु पर्ने यार एउटा नि काम गरेन ब्लू नि खाएन टर्टल नि पाएन हैन अझै मरेर पनि गयो व्हाट द फक
87 is collapsing on Team Liquid.
T7. They gave the call there, and they're going to take more as well.
Sanford in a little bit of trouble as well. Forced to dash through. T7, they get a purple. They get a turtle. They get 2 kills. They're looking good right now.
Man, what a play. I was expecting Teddy to look for that opening, to go and initiate that fight. I'm not sure what the call was there, but look at the replay brought to us by SCC. Again, it looks like they're in position for this, but then they just kind of decided this wasn't the fight they wanted to take because of that tankiness up at the front line that E7's lineup gives them with that Belric and, of course, even hide on Bush on the Barretts, plus that Freya. So, you know, and at the same time, Doom just got to go ahead and chill in his lane.
All right, on the top side, Akashi and Sanford just having a little standoff, nothing too major. And everything kind of goes back to a standstill. I'm wondering if, honestly, this might be a time that NT7 needs to push in a bit. You have the Barrett's jungle. You have that tankiness. You have that Ube-type strat that can bully a assassin jungle.
Teddy
takes a lot of damage, gets caught up. NT7 just collapsing once again, consistently looking for plays across the map.
Hey man, we talked about, you know, you pick up the fighter so you don't have to deal with too much of the bullying. You're still going to get bullied, it's just you can survive it a little bit more. As we saw, even though Teddy had to burn the flicker, we'll see where TL looks to make a play. They're really centered around that top side of the map. Again, a part of this is allowing that Harara in the hands of Monty to get farmed up. Get what you need to do. We've seen it also in the previous series where, beautiful
play by Team Liquid, the stun, the knock-up, and Carl Teasy comes in to help clean things up. A kill goes to Sanji, a kill goes to Carl.
As I was just saying, hold on, they're going to push Hide on Bush out of his jungle, so getting some back here. But that's one of the things I was about the Eudora. Oh, Daytona's welcome.
Daytona's welcome. Gonna get him against the wall. Sanford does pop the consecration, should be able to get away from this though. Turtle is up, NT7 does back off a bit, Shin fires off an arrow.
Okay, no Daytona's welcome available. There is a retribution, plus the Wrath of the Dryad, so they're still going to contest this. They're actually going to get in range to fight for this retribution for the Turtle.
Wrath of the Dryad does connect onto one. Hide on Bush, able to take it right out of Carl Teasy's fingertips.
Still going to contest this. They're actually going to get in range to
same levels,
fight for this retribution for the Turtle.
Wrath of the Dryad does connect.
154 SPM बाच कसले कसैले रिट्री हानेछ नि यार व्हाट द फक हेर दुईटै टिमको रिट्री छ क्या
Onto one. Hide on Bush able to take it right out of Carl Teasy's fingertips. Carl Teasy trying to dash back, trying to get to safety as Hide on Bush gets chased down by Sanford. Carl Teasy re-engages, gets a kill on Shin. And Sanford up in the top side. One more hit, and Hide on Bush goes down. Sanford doesn't want to let him go, but he doesn't connect. Sanford gets the dash through, but he's going to take a tower shot and fall down himself. Hide on Bush gets the kill for that one. It's a back and forth battle, but TL does come out on top of this one.
Yeah, they might have lost the turtle in that, but they definitely got the kills. And I think that ends pushing them off that space so they couldn't follow through the team fight. That's big with the tools at hand.
At a minimum, only about 750 into the hands of TL. MT7 has taken the first tower on the map. TL needs to start converting this lead into something more than just kills and gold.
Yeah, MT7 letting Doom kind of build up on here on this Moskov like we've seen many times. That might be a a play in itself that they want to lean towards, but they're going to just watch this tier 1 turret up top get taken down. Again, a play here for them is to build it up. The problem is because of you have JP on this mid thorn, and I think his first item was Chastise Pauldron to go and help with some of that attack speed. His setup plus Sanford's zoning potential is what is the obstacle for Entity 7. Plus that damage that we saw, you know, with Eudora needing just basically 2 items to really pump out that damage. The stun that comes with that, and then followed through for either a Paquito from Teddy to come through or Carl Tz and the Harara is what is working so well synergistically for TL's lineup. But still, you know, fighting for this turtle, see if they can secure it. E7's done a great job securing the 2 turtles already. As, again, playing around this tankiness. An arrow.
Big stun does land on the Sanford, forced to use the Consecration plus the Purify. He is a sitting duck at this point as Carl Tz moves in as well. Nice dead as welcome on a Sanford. Wow. And a big dive in from Akashi with the knock-up.
Carl Tz को retreat के भइरहेछ what the fuck रोकै म त्यो डिले गरेर हेर्छु अहिले के भइरहेछ मैले बुझेन छिटो गर्नु Carl Tz को
Consecration plus the Purify.
I don't know Carl Tz को
this point, Carl Tz moves in as well. Nice dead as welcome on a Sanford. Wow. And a big dive in from
Akashi. Carl Tz
the knock-up still connects and SOD as well. Doom able to get the shutdown on Carl Tz. Getting some nice gold.
Ui Freya-ले अति हान्दै
splitting TL apart.
Freya-ले अति हान्दै
It's nothing but JP left. A turtle, the third and last turtle into the hands of Entity 7.
Entity 7 is making it work right now. Again, give it to Hide on Bush to go and win the retry battle against Carl Tz.
नेपालको फ्यान हो कि क्या हो हैन हैन यो मेरो घर साइडको फ्यान हो सुदन सर
The rest of the team to fight into that team fight. Again, Doom has been farming his mind out, and then he just comes, joins the fight with an SOD, and helps turn things around. This is why they were talking about it in the draft. How good this composition from Entity 7 is, and how well-rounded of a profile for damage that it has too. I mean, the tankiness alone helps place things up. And then if you just follow up an arrow from Shin, it's almost an easy catch with the Daytona's Welcome, the Wrath of Dryad, and then to pump out the damage.
Now they're going to start moving into buffs. This is what we used to see in the days of Barat's.
यो अहिले अहिलेको गेम कन्टिन्यू गर्नु थर्ड गेम सेकेन्ड गेम स्टार्ट होला
like this from my understanding is M4
कम्बोडिया गयो हुन्थ्यो केटा नकआउट स्टेजमा राम्रो राम्रो टिम गयो हुन्थ्यो
and that was in 2023 they've been rebuilding in that region ever since. This is the result of that. Can Entity 7 find a way to clamor back and get into this match?
जुप्रो नेपालले एउटा भिडियो बनाइदियो भने मासरप सरले सबै प्रोडक्ट फ्रीमा दिन्छ कहाँ तपाईलाई चाहिँ दिन्छ सर म त कहाँ दिनु
basically track where Coily is, because in that game he was perfectly free. Right? Whenever he goes to the goal lane,
great point.
No one stops him. Whenever he wants to go for those objectives, no one stops him. When he goes to, kill the mid as well as the goal lane, no one stopped him. You need one person to keep track of the guy.
When you have a character who's so mobile, that's one thing, but when you have a team that's so committed to
vote like
I mean, it's
MLB को vote हो यार mentality strong हुनु पर्यो हाल्यो नि यार
because no one's going to go chase him down.
मेरे को जे भन्दैन अब कहाँ मेरे को जे भन्नु आउँदैन क्या
especially with a Ling, right? Like
all the
it's like you want to keep track.
Thank you so much,
him and keep tabs on him, but at the same time, like Ling's
for 67 trailers. I love all.
Needs to be, and then you put him in hands like a specialist like Coily.
A fanny band,
a difficult task to deal with, and that's so.
You had it was in crazy right there. Normal period. Ball can
that first pick.
You know what? I
said they match up one song there.
When during the draft, we're like, yeah, just don't get stunned. And look at how many times he got stunned.
Not much.
Only like once or twice.
High ceiling, Coily proving he just really is that good. One of the junglers we've been keeping an eye on. Pro Esports looking to use his expertise and ability going into the next stage. Hide on Bush has been getting a lot of conversation on the LATAM side. The man of many hats. Hide on Bush does it all for his squad, leading as the jungler, captain, shot caller, and taking on coaching and analytical duties whenever needed.
That's a lot of responsibility.
That sounds underpaid.
Hey, we don't know his salaries, by the way.
If they go forward to the knockout stage, you know.
Hey, that's a big salary.
That's a big salary, but give it up to Hide on Bush again. Like I said, he is one of the mainstay members from Entity 7. Very, very experienced player. Has even now just showcasing a lot of what they're capable of doing. So, to know that he's also shot calling and doing all this too.
Juन टिममा पोइन्ट्स लगाएको त्यही टिमले अहिले त
Well, we asked what they would do about Coily's Ling. They ban it. They don't want to deal with it.
Predict
The
गर्न
Aurora
सकेछन्
also
सबै
banned as well in response
underdogs
alongside the
टिमहरूले जितिरहेछ
mainstays, Freya and
big
Marcel.
टिमहरूलाई एटलास
Fanny
फर्स्ट
and
पिक आएको
Valentina, which they didn't like, maybe a soft counter to the
Here
Belric,
सबै
which they
अस्तिन
enjoy
ब्यान छ
playing, but this
फर्स्ट
time
पिक
it opens up an even stronger pick. The
के ट्रेड गर्न
Atlas
लाग्यो यिनीहरूले फोर्स
first,
एटलास
which
किन
could mean
दिएको
a
यार
Eudora response here
भ्यालेन्टिन ब्यान
on
छ
the
एटलास किन
side.
दिएको
And I wonder if they want to pick up a Nolan
Bad
early
touch
because
there,
Nolan
Atlas
is
not
filling the
in Bante
spot of what a Ling wants to do, a Harara wants to do. Because I feel like if you have to go for a Yeast and Shin, then I don't know. There's just too much counters now.
I like how just by simply panning out the Ling and the Hirara, it already changes the course of the draft, and then it will change.
आजको म्याच पनि
obviously
अति
in the
छैन
game too.
आजको
Atlas
म्याच
being
क्रेजी छ
picked
यार
up,
एसआरटी
and
र
they
ओनिकको
took care of
म्याच कोड
Valentina,
राखेन
so you
केटा
don't have
म
to worry
चाहिँ
about a Fatal Links being
अति क्रेजी
stolen
छ त्यो म्याच
by
त
Pro Esports. If you're Entity 7, you can build on that, but this does leave open now quite a few options to take right on the swing. So you still have the Belric available. You can go ahead and what else? Power play move. What else is in the mid that you would actually go for here now that you have that? Or do you just go ahead and secure something else?
I feel like it is fine to delay it just a little bit, which, by the way, honestly, very good opener coming in from Entity 7 because betting on the Fanny as well as the Ling and then the Valentina, that proves to be, I feel like that's a good way to open up going up against Pro Esports. Just that if they do win and the Pro Esport lose, Pro Esport can take that first pick again and then deny them of this strat. Anyways, when it comes to the mid, I really feel like it heavily depends on what your jungler is going to be. For example, if you're going to pick up a utility jungler, say Fredrin and a Kai or whatever, you need a mid with a little bit more range to back him up whenever he does go for those neutral takes. But then if you're using something with damage, like a Nolan, maybe even a Harley, you need a mid that can set it up. So that's why we see Valentina's still being okay, even though it's a mid-range, not long range, but you got crowd control and you got some amount of burst damage, making it easier for those assassins to actually get the kill. So I really feel like it's dependent on what the jungler is going to be.
Okay, so we got word. It is, they're going to go ahead and sort things out here for this draft. I'm wondering if we'll still see that, at least the Atlas picked up or not. Probably same bands I'm expecting, but what was that one combo we saw? Was it just yesterday where the Nolan was picked up and that amount of bursts that they had? Nolan's only been picked up, what, literally twice, I think it is so far?
One of them was from Guangzhou Recall, using the Nolan.
Yeah.
Even in a game that they lost, the burst from Nolan is insane because the buffs make it so that the Nolan can basically spam his abilities, making it very hard to catch, but also just does quite a lot of damage. And now the Uranus as well as the Zushin picked up, and I feel like this is kind of a deny, saying that if you want to go for a tank jungle, hey, good luck.
This is already different, right? Uranus, Jushin going over on those first picks for red side here for Pro Esports. Now for Entity 7, you already got yourself an Atlas. You know that you can play around the setup potential. You know that too. You're gonna have to get through some purifies, but you can take your jungler now, hold on to it. Maybe the mid lane option as well, just so you don't get things banned out, because you already have to deal with the Jushin.
I would say Eve is not a bad pick.
Yeah. Scream
Because in terms of damage junglers, now it's like all the niche ones, like the Nolan, maybe even the Saber, Hanzo, Gwyn. Oh, totally forgot about Gwyn. Gwyn as well as the Moskov gets picked up here, which Entity 7 for now has a lot of crowd control.
Yeah, there's the YSS you mentioned too. So YSS being picked up. Again, this hero does not have
a great win rate.
A great win rate. Is it only one game? One game win?
One game win.
Yeah. One game win right now for the YSS so far.
That was with Aurora, no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yesterday. Moskov, though, picked up. We wanted to see that adjustment. They've made it. Also taking out 2 of the picks that were used on the side of Pro Esports last game in the Valentina and the Ling, adding Guinevere to the rounding of that first 3. YSS, will this be another bit of drama that continues? Because if they have this and it loses again, goes to about 1-7 in this tournament, and you gotta start saying, guys, we need another option.
I'm
I mean, most teams have either just gone with it or they go with a double fighter in the side lanes to try to make that work. But you can already see some of the focus again on XP options for Entity 7 to be picked up here.
So I feel like Entity 7's got to ban out that Paquito.
Yeah.
right? Paquito is, I think, will win Pro Esport draft. Because right now, this Isin Shin is not a bad pick because it's not going up against the Ling, it's not going up against Aurora, and it's not going up against the Claude, right? So for now, in terms of the dive, it's just the Guinevere. And at that point, kind of the same thing as before. Just don't get stuck, right? And I feel like there's not enough threats here. Pro Esport, if they pick up the Paquito here, I think it will really make MT7 difficult to finish up their draft.
Yeah, Paquito open. It's gonna be a Harith though. So this is his pick. This is Kozen's one of his favorite, if not the favorite hero that he's got. You just saw an amazing game performance here from the previous match in game 1, so you might as well go ahead and get it. This is so. For this YSS, you still set it up, but you also can lean towards the Harith power spike later on if you have to.
I feel like either Eve or Gort might be okay here because there's not too many dives go in, so I feel like either Eve or Gort should be fine. And yeah, I feel like the Harith has so much kill potential even after first items. So again, that's just Pro Esport playing their map. As long as the map is open, we're gonna split the front and the back, and then they're able to do something with it.
We have a technical pause here. We're continuing on this draft. The importance of where we stand cannot be understated. Shin, Hide Bush, Akashi picked for their team, obviously just in name right now. Not necessarily what they're going to be playing. The Mozkov instead is going to be going up against the Harith, the Yisun Shin, the Zushin, and the Uranus were left off of the ban list this time around, and Pro Esports will grab. As you see, sorry, I'm Felix on your camera. He said in response to, why is your name Sorry, I'm Felix? Well, just because when I go at you and I take you down, I want to say sorry for my actions, but then I want to introduce myself as well, which is polite.
Yeah, I like how he he picked up the Sora in the previous game. You don't see Sora too often anymore, man, but he played it near perfectly, and a lot of the initiations that he had or the setups that he had, you kind of remind yourself like, oh yeah, Sora, still a threat when it is picked up, but again, these XP options that are left on the table are important here.
Yeah, I feel like we just don't see enough Soras just because in lane, some of these very tanky boys like the Barats, Alice, even the Uranus, kind of makes the Sora feel a bit annoying to play, but hey, once you avoid or overcome that obstacle, hey, everything becomes fine. So when it comes to the draft, looking back into it, I'm not 100% on Entity 7's draft for now.
What do you think about Barats?
Barats?
What do you think about it? It's available.
And I feel like it could... Wait, he wasn't banned.
Oh, yeah.
Because right now for Entity, kind of like the same as the first game.
Yeah.
Their draft doesn't answer the problem, and that's kind of a problem in itself. Even if they do pick up the Barats here, I don't necessarily feel like it solves a problem, because then the Zushin as well as the Harith, they both can have Purify, and catching the Yisun Shin is going to be nigh impossible. So I think it's okay in lane. It's just that after that, I'm not so sure.
Okay, there's the Paquito you were looking to see. What round
I'm
is this
thinking
out?
Eve is okay.
Yeah,
Eve, not Eve Gord.
I was gonna say Eve or Gord. Gord has really taken a sit down
Floating
too.
hard
He's
for
picked up.
10 drills.
He's teams kind of have.
Get out,
figured
God,
how to
Leo,
play against him, but obviously you still
on
have
Moscow.
so much threat with his ultimate.
Kill
the
each other
limited
last
stuff,
pick
I feel like
Mark.
Hylos is fine.
Hylos
Saw
could work
Venture,
here.
Benedict
You help
Venture,
with
Room
that slow
Survey.
with the speed up for your team.
त्यस्तो खुला छैन
And
अहिले
even the Suns too.
अप्सनमा
So this is again playing around
Right,
your
it's got
YSS,
it.
but this is a bit of a different gameplay
Kill
just
into
because
the
even if the YSS
Wait,
can't scale
my
up the
way
way you're
for
looking for, then you lean towards the Harith. The Jushin too, even with that nerf, again, she's still a threat. It's almost like that, the Sora to an extent where it's like, oh yeah, there's still a lot of utility that's available here to set things up for your favor on the team fight.
last
The
week
answer
it
is
was
going to be the Gatokacha. So a good, sturdy lineup to go ahead and protect your members here if you're Pro Esports.
Yeah, I feel like they pick up the Gatot here just because the main threat
Safe
is going to be the
option
Moscow
Gatot.
as well as the Paquito,
Gatot
and his passive works really well going up against physical damage dealers. So
Pro
we'll see
Esport.
how it turns out for now. Pro Esport does seem to have a pretty good draft. It's only like, can the Yisun Shin work out?
We'll have
Martin
to wait and
second
see,
experience
guys.
si
Not
Ganza
waiting too long, though, because game 2 is right around the corner. Houston Shen's been a topic of conversation here at MSC. Over 5 days of play here on the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet. He's gone 1-6 so far. Will it be 1-7? Or will it be 2-6 and start to turn things around? It's game 2. It's a little bit of a sneak peek of what's going to go down. We got Trex and Brigida on the call. Let's see if Pro Esports can move themselves into the knockout stage.
We're jumping back in.
Let's
match
go.
Point for Pro Esports. If we take anything from game number 1, it's that Entity 7 will push them to their limits. Taking a look at the drafts, Brigida, I am a fan of Entity 7's draft here. So much combo play, so much ability to just work together, and even if one member misses a skill, someone else can back it up. Pro Esports, on the other hand, they went for this YSS, and the only time we've seen the YSS work so far, which is once, is with the double fighter. They take the risk, they pick up Kuzan on a comfort pick with this Harith. Do we think it's worth it? Do we think this can work?
That's something we figure out here because even their mid duo, right, feels like it's been patches ago since we
Why
last
is
saw
pick
them
one
both
for
together.
now
That's not looking great, Rex, to answer your question.
Why is Atlas क्यों दे रहा है Valiant
Pro
ban
Esports are not making this worth it.
And this is where one of my thoughts on why the YSS has trouble. It's such a high crowd control meta right now. And when we take a look at Entity 7, literally every single hero on their lineup has some form of, if not big, but at least small crowd control. Small stuns, big AoE stuns all around the board. And it's going to make Coily's job so hard here, especially with the fact that they don't... Ooh, a little bit more
Injunction, that's going to be PP, a very tanky hero though, but yes, they might look small, but they could eventually become bigger. They could link up. You mentioned it. The hero synergies you're seeing. It's an Atlas Guinevere all over again. And we've seen countless times these two heroes being played together. But Kuzan! If he goes down too, that's really, really bad for Pro. Both carries have been taken out, but there might be a trade here. Coily finding hide on Bush.
Surprise hide on Bush re-engaged on that one. I felt like maybe he just go for the runaway. Maybe didn't expect the bomb shocker to get the stun. Maybe thought he could get a quick violent Requiem off if he get the stacks off. But he does go down. Still not a horrible trade for Kuzan.
North American team
some time to tie things up here.
Yep, and they will try to secure this objective for themselves. Hide on Bush jumping in, Mystic Gush together to the burst. It's coming through for E7, but PP still alive. Does finally get taken out though. He needed a flicker. Akashi needed a flicker to get that. And on the
sorry, I'm Felix Mario.
Sorry, I'm Felix. The zoning, he's done. It's just so much for Pro. Coily got enough space to get the objective, and Sa's still alive.
How did hide on Bush stay alive there though? Sorry, I'm Felix.
Coily.
Goes down. Coily able to get a quick pick off, and just when it felt like Entity 7 may have gotten a lead there, Pro Esports escape with a decent trade along with their Lord. Along with Turtle.
Kuzan knows them in force. Vagan doesn't have the Fatal Links too. PP will be there to help them just a bit. And Doom might not go for the follow-up and re-engage.
Purifier to sign up.
Level 3, but he's about to get it really,
Tinta
really
Purifier
soon. There
है
you
Pro
go.
को side में
There
YSL
wasn't
मात्र
time
हान्नु पर्छ
to
नि यिनीहरूले
find a
E7 ले
punish onto Kuzan. So
E7 लाई जित्यो भने E7 लाई जितेको
but somewhat
E7
because
ले
they were able to just allow Coily
Fast
to
gap
bounce
हान्दा
back.
चाहिँ
I
Coily
think
ले
that's what really matters the most for now. They
7
at least kind of recovered what went away or what nearly went down for them in terms of their win con. But PP,
अनि गाडो क्लान कम्बाउन्ड गाडो नाइस कम्बो यार
No way out at all.
Nice combo at that
7. You mentioned it. Coily getting those 2 kills is huge, especially after taking the death early on. It's what you want in this YSS. He needs to be able to scale, especially with the odds that are stacked against him. With how much crowd control's out there, every hit's gonna matter, and he needs to make sure the damage is stacked up, and that's what you want to see from YSS in these types of fights. Luckily, Sara and Felix also doing a decent job. He's taken a death, but Akashi has as well. Death's pretty spread out amongst the field.
The way that they're able to constantly engage and do it alongside Vagan, I think is something Pro Esports really need to pay attention to.
Thank you for searching for 6
are put in a spot when it comes to using your choiceless. Coily and the amount of ways that he needs to dodge everything, I think is eventually going to take a toll on them. If Pro Esports are not able to create enough space And the way it's looking right now, it's only Soria and Felix who can afford to do that.
Second
PP
total
might be
आयो
someone
होइन
to
केटा
expect
हो
to go in
कहिले
a bit
सक्छ second
later,
total
especially with
8
the
level छ
AOG.
1 level को
We'll
oil
see
छ
right now, they're both
जङ्गलमा
holding the turtle. Both mid duos will show up.
Kashi does get that Hunter Strike in right before this fight. Might be able to do a little more damage, a little more speed.
Oh, Kuzen. Is he going to use the Zaman Force now? Akashi onto Kuzen right now. Does force out the Zaman Force. Soria and Felix too, trying to go for the zone. Akashi has a lot of damage. Mountain Shocker already used. It's Pro Esports taking control of the objective. E7 couldn't even get close.
घरको फ्लिकर निकाल्थ्यो
Kashi thinks he can go for Kuz.
तर मरे त काटो
Why? PP actually jumping in with the AOG. Does block off a couple members
Wait,
from E7,
Foggy
but it's
too
actually
nice,
Saga
Onic.
down. Akashi finds him and PP next. Soria and Felix, does he still want to go in?
Sorry I'm Felix
He finds a trade onto Shin, but are they still gonna fight this? Kozen showing up. Does
Sorry,
have
I'm
the
Felix.
force again. He's going after
Sorry,
the
I'm
Hydra
Felix.
push this time. But the dash is a bit too much. Now it's Akashi trying to
Kuzen?
find a punch.
What's
Soria and
happening
Felix with
now?
help. And
Moscow
Kozen gets a
Moscow
one.
Mario
He
what the fuck dude
to be there.
what the fuck
What are
dude
you doing? Not like
Doom, what the fuck was that Doom what the fuck
in,
got
thinking
Masarapp
he's gonna
म
be the
त
hero,
काम बढिया
jumps
obviously
in, thinking he can save the day, but Coily was ready and waiting. The back and forth of that last fight, and I
Kusal
mean,
bro ले
let's
लिनु
be
पर्यो
honest,
membership
both
पनि
teams
लिऊ न
made some mistakes. Both teams threw some bodies in when they shouldn't have. On the boss side, Doom gets 1v2'd. Sari and Felix makes his way up to try to help out, and honestly, this is not a bad play. Look at the amount of damage Sari and Felix is able to output, gets the kill onto Shin, and at this point, E7 has to back off, but Koizen's not done yet. He's under the tower, and the fight should have ended there. Once Koizen backs off and Akashi's back up, but for some reason, Doom felt like he could be the hero.
We gotta see Doom Moscow
Kozen
last
को
night,
अब
or
हैंड
Doom
बैन
Parry
हुन्छ केटा
game one
No,
was
first
very particular and cautious of his positioning because he's getting caught a lot more often than we expected him to be on this Moskov so far in this game. Kuzen, another Zaman Force already used. And hide on Bush, he is no longer
Let's go
afraid to
केटा
deal with it.
6400
Even
subscribe
without the
गर let's go
Purify,
thank you
Kuzen
so
was
much है केटा
ready to
सबैलाई
take that fight on. So
thank
we're
you
seeing another turtle in just 4 seconds. E7 have yet to take a single one over to their side. Can they actually make it and position themselves around it this time?
Yeah, it's definitely important for
membership
M37
in
to
the lim
maybe
na
try to
Crystal
gain some
brother
ground here.
Crystal brother
They're down about 3k gold though, so if they lose another big fight, it could look very similar to game number 1. So honestly, smartest move at this point, just give it up, look for play elsewhere. Doom is on top side, gonna be able to farm, take advantage of that, maybe get a tower somewhere on the map. But Coily already on his way back up along with Saw, and Doom doesn't know they're coming.
Yeah, sorry, Felix is just someone E7 are having a hard time dealing with at this point. You really want to expect the damage from Shin, but there's not enough ways to just hold down Soria and Felix on this Uranus. Enough time for the Mystic Gush to just really shred him down. Also has the Purify, so that adds to the problem. Out there onto Fakin.
अब एसएल गिभवे 600 को खुसीमा
It's gonna be safe, but
6400
even then,
खुसीमा
right, they
अब
gave up the
बिस्तारै
objective,
केटा अब
but I don't
7000
think
मा
we saw
गर्छन्
any
बिस्तारै
trades across the board. Not even that tier 1 up top was dealt with
I don't
by
really demon guard
Doom,
sign
and I
गरेछ
think it's
हो
also
अब
about time they
रङ टाइममा साइन गरे यार युटिलिटी मेटा सकिसक्यो यार
pressured because Pro Esports, they're just dealing with
Yo,
all of
Kushal
the
Sen,
win
yeah, thank you so
conditions
much.
one by
Welcome to the silver membership.
Position on
Thank
Pro's map
you.
right now.
मेरे
Got
तीनवटा
their
मेम्बर
bases
भयो
covered,
यार
right?
लेट्स
It's
गो
always 2 on one side, 2 on the other. As Coily kind of
Dub ले
rotates
Dub
around, they
त्यसो
are going to
भनिदिनु
kind of conjoin
chatमा
into this mid-tier 3. That's the last tier 3 they want to try to capitalize and take to open up this map for themselves. But they are strangling Entity 7 right now, cutting them off from all entryways to try to take any towers from Pro. And if one of them does go
Ole
offlone,
4K को
it could
गोली
be a
टिक्छ
death
केटा
sentence. Speaking of death sentences, Begin should be able to get away here.
Fakin's only on the rage
Dub
and
is on
armor
this
as
bit.
of
It is
now,
not
and
just
we're
a
seeing
bullet
at
member,
least
no?
2k gold leads between the junglers and the gold laners of both E7 and Pro.
Lobby support and
It's not
that's
looking
on
good if
this
you're waiting for the damage to come through for E7 because you have a lot of setup, you have a lot of ways to just target members from
Lot
Pro
of this are 20
Esports, but
seconds
without
fine,
the
huh?
damage, it is gonna be very,
Pro
very
को E7 को
tough.
सेम
Akashi,
किन्छ
though,
तर E7
holding this
Pro को
push.
म्याप कन्ट्रोल र गोल
Too
लिड
many
हेर्न
of
यार
them. I don't know if that's a
5000
safe
गोल
play
लिड
right there. Hanging out, hiding out, keeping vision. He's a spy in enemy territory right now.
He's not moving.
Just don't move, don't breathe.
Members who got the prize,
How
oh.
long you last.
Actually,
Lord is going to be up, and this is
But
honestly
but
not the most horrible position for Akashi, but he is going to make his way up. They know that Pro Esports want to rush this. Hide on Bush might try to look for the engage.
Okay, Vagan, does he find one now? Uses the perfect match, but doesn't find a setup yet.
Akashi more.
They just want to lock onto Akashi. And they find a mega kill for Coily there. Kozen now with the Diamond Force does force out the Purify using the Fatal Links.
Sorry, I'm failing.
Capture him.
Sorry, I'm failing.
It's going to be Sorry, I'm Felix targeted, but with the Purify out, he's still going to be okay. AOG in for PP. They're going to set up with a trade. Spatial migration onto 2. SOD! But can Doom make a difference? That's a stun from Shin.
Damage.
It's just the Lord.
Pro takes the Lord, losing nothing. So many utilities. Wasted, I'm sorry, on Felix, that by the time Doom shows up, there's just nothing to hold Pro down. But eSewa doesn't want to stop.
Okay, concentration.
Sorry,
no
I'm Felix.
Felix. Still a Uranus. He can still make it out alive. Now eSewa have to deal with another Lord Siege incoming for Pro. This is nothing new to them though. But the way
Restream Masarapp, bro, Restream
can be handled. It's a Moscow
God likes somehow, yeah.
either way.
Yeah,
live on a million God like
against this Lord push. Pro Esport, the major objective is definitely take these tier 2s and try to maybe get one inhibitor. Holy Defense is
God like
up
form
on
as
that
well,
top
important
lane.
God like.
So not a whole lot. They may not be able to get that, but a second wave in coming after. If Pro looks for the
membership
Nepal comes too far out, that could be the advantage that Pro's looking for here.
Okay, multi-chopper in. Doom gets caught. Mystic Kush forced out 2 from Shin, and now they're already going to take out all turrets except for the base turrets here for eSewa. This is a lot of control going over to Pro Esports alongside the Holy Shields too. So I think they will be very happy with what they've been able to take, at least with this first Lord.
Yeah, they get the tier 2s, they don't break through. MT7 has a little more life to spare. They still need to play safe, because if there's a big team wipe trying to contest the Lord, you get caught off guard, then Pro can definitely end things. But if they play it safe for another few minutes, which we've seen them do before, they can even survive another Lord push, honestly, as long as they don't mess this up. Like you mentioned, they have great siege potential. They can hang out at the base, they have an push, they have Doom who can shred, and they have a Clutchy who can defend anyone who tries to jump in. So the possibilities are there. Taking a look at the items, taking a look at the gold spread. Kuzen once again is so far ahead of Doom. It's been 2 games in a row where Doom locks in his 3rd item so late in the game. And yes, we're going to start to see that shred, but by now it feels a little bit too late, because even Sarian Felix so ahead of his opponent in the XP lane. It's just problems all around the board.
I think they'll have to wait for a moment where they could just really rely on sheer damage to deal with Pro. Because at this point, if they just really want to go for the setups, the captures, I think these 3 Purify spells you're seeing on the side of Pro will not make it easy for eSewa to pull off a combo like that, unless they find ways to force it out and actually target on specific members of Pro. But that's the thing, the damage is spread out. It's really, really well spread out.
Sorry, I'm Felix.
Sorry,
Already
forced to use the consecration, but in exchange, why was Vagan there all alone? There was no follow-up, no one nearby from eSewa. Even if he wanted to go for the setup on Kuzen.
Well, Vagan
Only Lord and just so jala, eSewa on your bottom comment and fully.
MT7 shouldn't even be starting fights right now. I get it. Maybe look for a pickoff, but don't force anything at all. Let Pro Esports come to you. That's where your advantage is going to be. Let them dive into you, back up, and look for the re-engage. You have the crowd control to do that.
I guess it was also a desperate attempt. They really wanted to at least get something right, because we were failing to see trades from eSewa ever since Pro Esports were able to bounce back. Ever since Coily was able to find those 2 kills, which
clean and the
made
pro
him
have 2-0 easy
kill
and
towards Coily in the first minute of the game, almost insignificant already. So it's Pro Esports with an almost 9k gold lead. Very, very similar to what happened in game number 1, Trex. But does Pro find an easier way to close it out this time? They have a lot of tools to engage. They have Sarian Felix, they have an AOG, and even a Crimson Beacon from Sa, so they could just catch them by surprise. But the question is, they have to calculate it well enough. And will they be able to do so now against eSewa?
Alright, so NT7 just has to hold strong under these towers as Pro makes their
More
nice
guard!
shocker.
The engage actually came from
कोई
Coily,
नहीं मार यार और मत
and
कर
not from anyone else. And now it's Kuzen
Most
really
of
taking down this base turret in
most
mid.
of more
Turn with the
damage
Salmon
against
Force. They're gonna transition to the
But
top.
game most of more
Iron
damage
Bush
than
trying to
Iron
defend it as much as he can. Vagan going in too. Does he use the Fatal Links now? He does, but doesn't catch anyone. Hide on Bush on the spatial migration. Does find Kuzen and force out the Purify, but he's gonna get punished just the same. It's Doom left to defend. They had to make room for Doom to defend.
Lagine catches no one.
गयो Cambodia पनि
And
गयो
barely gets all the purifies out. Sorry, Felix
गयो
gets
नपस
consecration
गयो
back.
Cambodia
This is bad for NT7.
Vagan doesn't have the ultimate anymore. Akashi waiting for the perfect timing, but Kuzen with his Zaman Force is just bursting everyone down. AOG doesn't allow to anyone, but Coily already goes in. Pro Esports, they have the base within reach. The minions have the but they have another wave coming down bot. But E7 are pushing them out. SOD doesn't connect. Flying Clouds from Akashi. Where does he want to go? Sorry, I'm Felix. Being shut down. Consecration. They finally find the target and take down one.
They gotta go back to the base though. There are minions down. They finally put another kill on the board after multiple minutes. We're back to a 15+ minute game, Brigida. NT7 somehow still surviving.
16 plus guy.
Since they had all inhibitors up, the defense was possible. It definitely could have been cleaner.
Yep.
Maybe not lose all three, but NT7 is once again in this position that they were in game number 1. Once again, they did not make the mistake of jumping in. Don't force it. Be careful if you do.
Okay. Hydon Bush nearly caught someone there, but that's just all going to be for this tier 1 in mid. And yes, E7, how are they able to do this every single time?
Thank you so much.
Every single game that you see them.
Thank you.
Even if they don't get a hold of the early
game,
they just find a way to at least push the game to a much later time. And that is when you expect Doom to really hit his power spike, right? We're approaching 20 minutes in the game. All members are almost at level 13 to 15. Pro Esports, though, they want to rush this. They don't want to allow for E7
Pro Esports ले last tech gamble in air पर
but Vagan
Atlas आयो
from the back.
From behind. He's gonna find anyone he can, but it's taking a
पकड़ो
while. Does land the fatal links.
कोई नहीं मर गयो
Shut down from Shin.
कोई नहीं मर गयो Moscow God line what the fuck Moscow God line चाहिए मेरा चलाए ना Moscow God गयो इन
Okay,
Akashi's got to get back.
Yep, PB and Kuzen are looking to use this wave
3v2 इन आना सकते हाँ सकते ना सक्दैन bro सक्दैन है custom pro ले सक्दैन इन आना गलती कर रहा है pro ले प्रोले गलती कर रहा है प्रोले गलती कर रहा है गलती कर रहा है गलती कर रहा है छैन गलती कर रहा है प्रोले गलती कर रहा है प्रोले गलती कर रहा है प्रोले गलती गरिरहेछ प्रोले गलती
could not fight.
What the fuck?
Bro, maybe look for the re-engage. No, they didn't go for the ward. They wasted their time.
Ayo, Moscow got down so. Ayo.
What?
Oh, Doom wants to go behind the
kill. Nice mid.
Forced out as Vagan lands the fatal links, and now it's PP.
Bro, गलती कर रहा है.
Coily finds a mountain shocker onto Vagan, but the flicker.
Ui, fuck तो.
He finds Kuzen.
Doom ले आने.
Now Doom continues to push forward as NT7. This might be the time to back off. You got your target. You finally killed Kuzen, but at what cost?
Lane pressure
goes down. This is reminiscent of the previous match before as NT7 tries to rush the Lord. It's hide on Bush versus Coily once again.
Okay, Consecrations. Ryan Felix already using it as well. He's being shredded down by Doom right now.
Ryan Felix
Coily still alive though. It's a concealed play from PP. The knock-up onto Vagan, and there goes the taunt. It's onto hide on Bush. He has the spatial migration out of here.
Nice, Coily.
And there's Doom with the SOD fighting Idol Bush first. AOG doesn't land onto anyone. It's Doom making things possible all by himself. But can he? He's being chased. He's being chased.
Doom को damage छैन त कहाँ छ Doom को damage.
Sorry, I'm Felix. You're starting to
Doom
feel the
को
damage.
damage छैन केटा.
He's surviving, but not
damage छैन.
It's finally a pickup.
Bro, Doom को damage छैन.
They have the Lord marching in mid.
Shin now also getting cornered. The magic gush to find Coily.
Salmon Force from Kuzen doesn't make it, but it's enough.
Doom को damage कहाँ से केटा?
Defend this all alone, Akashi. It's all on you, but they don't care. They just need the
चुप्पा की तरह यार ना.
Esports make their way
जीते यार केटा जीते यार.
and sweep NTT 7-2-0.
chapter for Pro Esports. From an amazing victory on day 1 to taking a loss and getting sent down to the lower bracket.
Doom damage I don't get up. Late game the damage is there also, but damage is
in the top 8, they finally secure their spot.
Chitro go pay go. Go pay the damage I know.
You saw a bit of disconnect here and there.
GTR Cambodia to the knockout stage. Sadly, into 7 TLP that didn't qualify by now. Cambodia ni halka lucky भयो TLPS हारेन त यिनीहरुसँग अनि सजिलै भयो भनौँ न डिसेभ पॉइन्टमा anyways nice game man Cambodia हेर्न मन थियो मलाई उता नकआउट स्टेजमा लभ दे खै TLPS भन्छ E7 हेर्नु केटा अब छ हाम्रो फाइनल गेममा SRG भर्सेस TLPS चाहिँ केटा अबको गेम SRG versus TLP SRG versus Onic है केटा हो Onic अब छ गेम केटा हो अब गेम Onic versus SRG अब आयो नि त अति नै डेन्जर गेम र भाइ
Mini Masarapp tipped 50 rupees. Baby I love Uvandeona Subco Agadi.
ओ यार यो के भन्छ यार जे पाइते नभन न वेट म के गर्न लाग्थ्यो यार Thank you so much I कलेक्ट डोनेट गर्यो थ्याङ्क यू सो मच फर 50 एमपिआर म के गर्न चाहिँ रोकै केटा एकछिन मेरो दिमाग चलेन के भइरहेछ एकछिन है के गर्नु म योबाटै मिलाउँछु एकछिन है म पुल मिलाउँछु है क्रोमबाटै गर्नु पर्यो वेट केटा हो मलाई गिभ मी 30 सेकेन्ड यतिकै मिल्छ होला नि रोकै केटा एसआरजी और ओनिक कसले जित्छ जस्तो लाग्छ तिमीहरूलाई एसआरजी कि त ओनिक छ वाचिङ 260 अब आयो फाइनल गेमै केटा ओनिक एसआरजी केटा लेट्स गो यो चाहिँ खत्रै हुन्छ यार यो गेम त मा कसम केटा हो खानेकुराहरू लिएर आऊ है केटा हो तबसम्म तिमीहरू टिएलपिएस भर्सेस उति हेर्दै गरे म एकचोटि
jungle against assassins like this with a bulky lineup. You just slowly push forward. You slowly strangle the life out of the opponent, and that's what ND7's trying to do. They now sit at a 3K gold lead. Another tower falls.
This is a bit different too, just because of the nature of the lineup from TL. You know, you would think when you have that claw under the monster.
Thank you so much, Kusal Senior, for 200. 200. Thank you so much, Kusal.
Entity 7 having almost a 3,000 gold
Thank you. W Kusal Senior
is just insanity, and it's a statement for themselves to have this kind of draft, make it work. Now, what it comes down to, Trex, in a couple seconds, this Lord is going to come up. Carl Teasy and the rest of TL have to win this Restream battle if they can. Again, 3 for 3 turtles for Entity 7. It's all broken out into a team fight too, but you saw that Sanji picks up the Divine Glaive. And someone's also got to deal with the off-map push happening from Doom. Arrows being thrown out here for Shin, giving information over to the rest of Entity 7. And so this is a tough one for TL. They've got to decide to not let that bottom wave push in and also to set up around the objective.
And NTD7 are playing the macro game well, pushing the long lane. They've got Akashi up on the top side. Sanford does have his eye on the Lord, but it still feels like NTD7 can slow play this. And this is a position Team Liquid's not used to, right?
Yeah.
This is a position that they have to think about how they're going to approach this. They don't have a marksman. They went for the fighter off. Teddy not having the greatest game. And how does Teddy even get to the back line right now? If he is able to get past Hide on Bush, Shin's waiting with an arrow. Doom's able to push him back.
Uh-oh, Lord, quarter to health. They're going to fight it. Conceal already used.
Easy makes his way in, but Vagine catches him, and the Detona's welcome. Helps Hide on Bush. Secure it. JP goes down. He is able to flicker back at least, but not just yet. Will catch up Doom, but Doom's not going to let him go. Teddy's on the run as well. JP finally shredded to pieces. Carl TZ, Sanji, JP all off the map as NTD7 forces in 5 with the Lord.
Man, they get the Lord. They win the team fight. NTD7 is now knocking on the base here of Team Liquid. The rest of the members going to be up here shortly, but they're going to lose the base shields as they're popped up top mid, and now eSewa working on the base turret. They're just trying to hold on, and they're going to clear out this Lord.
NTD7 kicking down the front door of Team Liquid Philippines. I don't think anyone thought we'd be here right now in just game number 1. They're going to move on to the orange buff. 7K gold lead.
Mantrex, again, for anyone that did predictions coming in this MSC, have definitely been thrown off. Again, that Lord secured by Hide on Bush. He's been phenomenal in the Retribution battle. Doom as well, farmed up to the grid. Now just able to go ahead and shred through anyone up at that front line. This has been so amazing for NTD7 to deal with in game 1. For Team Liquid, they've been in this deficit before, they've been down before, but it just hasn't been happening that often in their recent matches, in their recent stints in MPL Philippines or anything like that. But now that they're playing behind, we have to see if they can kind of adjust from this on the fly, because even if you get past this game, NTD7 is just playing better right now.
Vagine will keep vision, and I love the placement of the traps around from Selena. This is another big advantage for NTD7, the constant vision they have on the map. Another trap goes down. Sanford's got to keep on taking them to the face, but it's fine because they can just keep this going. Look at Akashi on the boss side, ready to help out this slow push or wait for any target that's going to walk into him. 3, 1, and 6. Level 14 ahead of everyone on the other team. I mean, NTD7 is just in such a perfect position right now.
Arrows being thrown out here. Gotta dodge those for the most part, but I think what's really difficult here too, Trex, is unfortunately with this kind of lineup, there isn't much of a surprise angle you can look for other than maybe that flicker setup from JP, maybe the flicker setup stun from Sanji. It has to be one of them, but at the same time, if they overcommit being this down, you probably are just going to lose that team fight. You know, you're not really able to go ahead and shred through, for even a Barrett's alone, when Hide on Bush has those stacks and he's leading that front line, and then you got a Belric to worry about too. Meanwhile, how do you even catch Doom? You know, he's just been able to go ahead and free hit in the back, utilize his flicker if he needs to. Honestly, he hasn't even used it that much just because it's been such an easy sailing game so far for Doom on this Moskov. And now with Lord up, they're going to go ahead and start this one up. TL knows what's going on here, but there's the Detona's welcome.
Might have been a waste a little bit early on to Sanford. Sanford uses the consecration, able to get away. Arrow comes out. Team Liquid is forced back. Sanford going to look for the re-engage. Keep vision up. NTD7 knows they don't have the Detona's welcome, which gives Carl TZ a little bit of freedom, but there's minions on the base, making this a forced 4v5 if TL wants to go for it. This may not be the fight they want, but Carl TZ doesn't want to give it up right here. Shin does take a bit of damage on the boss side. Akashi, along with Vagine, are going to try to push TL back. Carl TZ gets a little bit of damage onto Vagine. Akashi going to dive down onto Sanford, and Sanford goes down. Vagine with the flicker in.
Teddy's there.
Looking for 2, but only catches 1, but a big Minoan's Fury in response. Doom falls. Teddy to the backside, but eSewa aren't done just yet. They're going to move on to Carl TZ. Carl TZ dashes back. Kashi doesn't want to let him go just yet.
Hide the combo.
This is the knockback. Shit, it's a lot of damage. Carl TZ still under with the iframes, but he finally falls. And now it's Akashi up against Teddy, the 1v1. But Shin shows up to help the jump.
minions on the top side, 6 seconds for Sanford.
Teddy had a plan, but a boxer to a Valkyrie. The Valkyrie is gonna win, and now eSewa looks to cap it out.
Can they end it here? I don't know. Sanford's got the survivability. He doesn't have a consecration, but a Lord is coming soon. Team Liquid on the brinks of losing game 1. Sanji's back up. I think Entity 7 has to make the call to back off.
Oh, man. So they stay in the game. That was a really dire attempt as we look at the replay here. Teddy knew that this was the angle he had to go for. He's completely stacked up there on the combo, goes in, finds Doom, the perfect target. But again, because of the nature of how far behind they are in terms of items, this fight would have been very different if they weren't down 7,000 gold, but still, nonetheless, it's a good fight for Team Liquid to get some gold in their pockets. Again, you can still see some of the frustration across the faces here of TL, Carl Teasy especially, but they still have 2 base turrets. I think the question still stands, can they actually contest the next lore that comes up? Because even that fight was all just started up.
I mean, they do get lucky with the RGN, right? Lord will be spawned on top side. They still have a disadvantage in the long lane, but it's not as bad as before.
Yeah.
Not as bad as it was before. With the fact that inhibitor's gone on the top side. Sanford already kind of holding positioning, but again, the traps from Salida, constant vision. Akashi just combing out in this bush. The positioning from eSewa is good.
Looking at this across the board too, you know, there's not much of a difference, too much across, except
no respect, no disrespect.
that's where the interesting things happen because
Still, go to Carl DZ on Sanford, XP go to. Look it out. Let's go. Let's fucking go. 7 minutes gone. Okay, please. Please, bro, please.
Helping to play in his role, helping to edit YouTube videos maybe. I don't know what else he's doing. He's doing everything. Hide on Bush has had a chance to talk with the Turner as they exit MSC.
Hey everyone, we're backstage now with Hydon Bush from Entity 7. How was that match for you? What did you think went wrong?
¿Cómo te sientes después de la partida? ¿Qué crees que anduvo mal?
Me siento un poco decepcionado y creo que fueron errores más de comunicación de equipo y un poco de errores mecánicos, pero bueno, son cosas que se mejoran después de todo.
I am a little bit disappointed. I think it was mostly about communication within the team and a little bit of mechanical skills, but those are things we can still polish.
Okay, so communication was something that could have been better. We heard from the interview with Shin earlier on that maybe you didn't prepare as well. Did you feel like that was a factor to what happened in that match?
Tuvimos una entrevista con Shin y nos comentó que no se habían preparado antes de esa entrevista. ¿Crees que quizás esto contribuyó a la derrota, que no se prepararon lo suficiente?
Sí, porque apenas llegamos a Francia, nosotros tuvimos un día para practicar y bueno, ya sean los equipos indonesios, filipinos, todo lo que sea Asia, tienen muchos servidores para probar, para jugar equipos como Aurora, Team Wiki de Indonesia, todos esos equipos tienen varias opciones para practicar. En cambio en LATAM no hay muchas opciones, solo es en América, LATAM, de Perú, Chile, Argentina, solo esos servidores.
Yes, when we came here to France, we only had 1 day to practice, and usually we can do that because other teams have their own servers where they can scrim and practice against really high-end teams, but on our server in South America, we don't really get that opportunity. So when you play against the other countries in our region, you don't get that quality of scrims which other teams had way before us.
By the way, Entity 7 is MGL team of
all of those challenges, I think you played very well, Hydon Bush, from yesterday to today. Even game number 1, it looked like there was going to be a comeback because of what you did. Are you at least proud of everything you've done here at MSC?
A pesar de la derrota, hice que tú específicamente has jugado muy bien. Ayer y hoy has jugado excelente. Es más, la primera partida de hoy ni siquiera hubiesen podido tener la oportunidad de regresar a la partida si no fuera por las jugadas que tú hiciste. ¿Tú específicamente te sientes bien de tu performance? ¿Te sientes orgulloso de lo que has hecho?
Me siento normal, o sea, sí me siento un poco orgulloso de lo que hice, pero siento que se pudo hacer mejores cosas si es que tuviéramos mejores opciones para practicar o, bueno, tuviéramos más días para practicar, pero es algo que
नयाँ माइक
pasa.
हो त्यो bottom right होइन पुरानो माइक हो नयाँ माइक
Normal,
आएकै
I'm
छैन
neutral.
दराज
I am a
मोडल
little
गरेको
bit, have a little bit of
दुई
pride
दुई
of
दिन
what I
भइसक्यो
did, but I still believe
स्टिल
that I
आएको
can do
छैन
better.
सर
And if we in our region had better conditions to practice and get better, I think we could do better.
There's so
कम्बोडियाले
much
नि स्पेनिस
potential here.
बोल्छ
There's so much potential. What's next for
बोल्दैन
you?
कम्बोडियाले किन
¿Cómo
स्पेनिस
se ve tu
बोल्छ
futuro? ¿Cuáles son tus siguientes planes?
Todavía no está nada seguro. Ahora de seguro voy a ver esta noche por qué equipo iré y qué es lo que va a suceder conmigo y bueno, solo eso.
Mini
Nothing is written
Masarapp
in
tipped
stone.
20
I'm going to
rupees.
see
Can you stop
tonight
looking so
if I
good on
go to
stream,
another
baby?
team or if
You're making
I
it hard to
stay.
focus face
I
with
haven't
hand
really
over
taken
mouth.
a decision. I'm going to look at it tonight.
Okay, we're anticipating what's next for
यो
you
को हो
because
यो
everyone
मिनीमा
is
सराप
talking
भनेर
about you
डोनेसन
right now
गर्ने
in a
यार
very good way.
प्लिज
So
ब्रो काम
before
डाउन
you
यार
exit,
प्लिज
maybe the viewers, the fans,
Can you
your new
stop looking
fans
so
as
good on
well,
stream, baby? You are
want to hear
making.
something from you. Do you have something to
Bye,
say to
bye,
them?
bye. Please, please.
Hay muchas personas que están hablando de ti, están hablando de ti de una manera muy positiva. Entonces, a la gente que te sigue, a tus fans, a tus nuevos fans, ¿tienes algo que quieres decirle?
Le quiero mandar un saludo y gracias por todo el apoyo.
Masarapp
Y
मलाई
bueno,
सर्च गर माइक मनी
todavía
स्ट्रिम
no se
गर्ने
dio todo lo que podíamos
माइक
demostrar,
मैले कुन
pero en el
माइक किन्ला
futuro
भन्दाखेरि
yo creo firmemente que vamos a poder dar mucho más para LATAM.
A big shout out to all my fans. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you for the continued support.
Okay, man.
And this is just the beginning. I know we can bring really big things for LATAM.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Once again, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your journey here at MSC.
ओके तिमीहरूलाई म मेरो माइक के हो माइकको नाम यत्रो नाम हो A60 खै के हो थिच्न यही माइक हो खै I don't know यही माइक हो केटा हो $50 देखाइरहेछ यही हो
Civil war that they have going on, but I hope we have a good match. We get 3 games, but I gotta lean towards Falcons PH.
All right, well, thank you boys for your analysis as well. I have a really, really good analysis. Clip this. Falcons are gonna win the final game.
कसले वाच पार्टी गर्छ म रिक्वेस्ट गर न गर्न
Understood. Very understood.
पोर्चुगल जर्सी देखे कि वर्ल्ड कप याद आउँछ
I may be new, but I know that for
मलाई
sure.
चाहिँ रोनाल्डो याद आउँछ पोर्चुगल
Guys, if you want to join me on my pick'ems, maybe you're a little bit more advanced than I am. You've been watching a lot longer. I'm 5 days in. However, I will say that the pick'ems for EWC have a chance to not just earn some talk about, you know, whether you're right or wrong, but even your share of $300,000 in prizes. So get those in before this next match. It's the match of champions, Onic and SRG coming up after this. While we switch out our panel and get ready for the game, I want to let you know that in-game, you have a chance to have some fun too with the collaboration from one of the greatest games of all time, Street Fighter and MLBB.
के भएर नि म राम्रै माइक किन्न लाग्यो मैले क्लिन साउन्ड गर्ने मेरो यो माइक बिग्रेको छ क्या कुकुर टोक्देर
It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
चिटिङ स्टार्ट गर्न है यार कि एकछिन के पुरानो माइक त्यो पुरानो हेरौँ न माइक मेरो पुरानो माइक नर्मल नै छ पुरानो माइक त्यस्तो केही छैन नि आयो भने चाहिँ हेरौँ न त जिजिएसआरजी रे मासाराले भान्जालाई दिन्छ ओल्ड माइक होइन आलुलाई चाहियो माइक हुन्छ नि त म तिमीलाई मेरो नयाँ माइक आइसकिदिन्छु मेरो भन्दा हाम्रो ठुलो रहेछ माइक त्यो सानै छ मेरो माइक त कहिले हुन्छ अब स्टार्ट हुन्छ कि छिटो हुन्छ
The Mid-Season Cup at EWC makes its third appearance, and for the first time in MLBB history, the prestigious stage arrives in Paris on European soil. Awaiting the 25 teams from 15 regional qualifiers is a monumental $3 million prize pool and crucial club championship points. MSC opens with the group stage, where 15 qualified teams and one team from the wildcard qualifier will be split into 2 groups of 8. Both groups will compete in a double elimination bracket, where 2 wins secure a spot in the knockout stage, while 2 losses send teams home. The top 4 teams from each group will advance to the knockout stage. More unforgiving than ever, the knockout stage puts everything on the line. In this single elimination bracket, teams will clash in a best-of-5 series throughout the quarterfinals and semifinals. For those denied a place in the grand finals, one final battle remains, a chance to secure a podium finish and claim an additional $100,000 in the third-place match. Here, one moment can change everything. One mistake ends the dream, one clutch play creates a legend, and at the end of it all, 2 teams remain. One final series in a best-of-7, all for the grand prize of $1 million. One chance to rise above the rest. Who will become
we
legendary?
made right
Unstoppable?
famous person
2 champions, 1 game.
hey bro
This is
you
MSC
famous
at
guys
EWC 2026.
कुरा सुनेर त
Welcome back to MSC here at Paris EWC 2026. My name is Rain Day. I'm so happy to have you back. Welcome, MLBB community. We love you. It's been a lot of fun these 5 days. We're coming to an end, and that means that we're sending 2 more teams home on the second side of this day. And yes, it is going to be a grudge match between 2 Falcons later on, but right now, coming up, it's a grudge match between 2 champions.
Let's go.
Champions, that's right.
Onic versus SRG के राव ध्यान दे रहे हैं बेचारे यो गेम तो अब ड्राफ्ट शुरू होता है राव
SRG, and I've got 2 people who know all about that to help break it down. Of course, Gideon back on the desk with us. Redmar joining us as usual. What's up, man?
मेरो बाइक बिग्रेको छ
Very happy to be here. I am shocked. There is something about today. LaFell and I were talking about it. Some odd results, some odd decisions. I wonder if that's going to lead up to the results for the second half of the day.
That's a good question, Gideon. I mean, odd for you. I mean, you know,
I think the air smells a little different. I truly believe that this MSC might just be something special. I think a lot of teams here right now really feel like they have an opportunity to make some life-changing money if they can just get to the finals.
Yeah, getting to the finals is the big key now. And of course, it leads into our Crunchyroll story of the day, which is can the Sky King finally exact vengeance?
त्यही भएर मलाई नम्बर 1 मा मैले इनोसेन रेड गर्नु कारण नै गोल्ड फाइटर के छ त्यसले ओभरअल इनोसेन परफेक्ट
is going to be made whether one of these teams win or lose.
SRG has always been one of the reasons why Onic has not had good results for the previous MSCs. In 24, they drew in the, I believe it was the group stages, which meant that Onic ID then couldn't go into the group stages, or in the knockout stages, excuse me. And then last year in 25, fell to SRG in the
semifinals. So
Gimana
Onic
Kojek ya?
in its
Mirip
Indonesian form, Onic in its PH form has not had good standings against SRG and MSC ever since we moved into EWC.
I think the only one is just Kelva, really, who's got like a positive win rate against SRG at this point in time, knocking them out during the M series. And I think at this stage, SRG and Onic, I have to agree with what LaFell mentioned earlier. Onic just looks like the better team as of right now, considering the overall performance based on the games we've seen so far with SRG.
Yeah, and the thing is with these two teams, we've seen both of them stumble. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. Onic obviously stumbled a little bit later. SRG a little earlier. But in some ways, SRG proved themselves in that extra match, which now has maybe given them a little bit of an edge. Maybe they fixed some things. We don't know. Obviously, it's hard to guess these types of things. You can see the players in the back room at EWC getting ready, talking strategy, maybe just relaxing here before getting on for a very important match.
My question is, which juggler are we going to be getting? That's a great question. We're going to get both jugglers. Is it going to start off with Uni? Will it go back to Zakai's starting things off? Because Uni, he made expressive start right away for SRG.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think a lot of people have been questioning whether or not Uni should be part of the starting lineup. You know, just to initiate things, and I don't think it's a bad idea because so far I think Zakai's has lost a little bit of his confidence, especially for the past couple of matches. It's not about bad decisions. It's just I pressed the button too fast. I got nervous and I reacted too slowly to it. Uni on the opposite side is actually able to not only play mechanically, but I think more importantly brings a shot calling element, alleviating some of the pressure from the IGL cram.
And maybe just some confidence as well. And especially after you do a moment like that, excuse me, I think you just find yourself feeling that you can get the job done. But against this team of Onic, it's going to be difficult. You talk about the gold standard in Kelroy. You see Sans, Kiboy, Kairi. Well, we have so many different players who can make a moment and make it theirs that SRG is going to just have to play their game because it may not be possible to stop Onic playing theirs. We had a chance to sit down with Loopy earlier on to talk about how he was feeling coming into this match.
8:30 here, and now we are with Lutfi from Onic. Onic, welcome. Hello. Earlier, he was a little bit nervous about his Indonesian, so he will try his best to do it in English, and then I will help translate in case he needs it.
Okay.
But, Lutfi, first question. Okay. What did you learn from your loss against Aurora yesterday?
I think gameplay.
Gameplay.
What about gameplay? Was it your gameplay that was lacking? What was wrong with your gameplay? Apa yang salah sama gameplay kamu?
Mungkin kemarin kita banyak mistake lah.
He feels like they made a lot of mistakes. What kind of mistakes are you talking about? Was it comms? Was it execution? Was it draft?
Banyak ya, mungkin bisa eksekusi, bisa draftnya mungkin kurang pas.
He said there are a lot. I don't think Lutfi's giving me anything here. Anything specific, Lutfi? Ada yang spesifik nggak?
Nggak ada sih ya, mungkin gameplay kita lagi kurang bagus lah kemarin lah. Mungkin kita bisa adjust di hari ini.
Okay, so he mentioned that it's the gameplay that was still lacking yesterday, but he's trying to repair it today. But what do you think about SRG? Because this is going to be your next matchup. SRG, a lot of people are saying that SRG aren't as strong here at MSC. Do you agree with that?
Menurut aku ya, dia mungkin perlu adaptasi sih, mungkin kayak ada gameplay apa namanya? Mungkin gara-gara PES juga kan, dia butuh adaptasi lagi. Tapi menurut aku cukup strong juga sekarang SRG.
Okay, Lutfi says that SRG are still strong, but it looks like they're still adapting to the meta, and probably it's because of the patch. Is that the same issue that you've been having as well with Onic?
Ya mungkin.
Maybe. That's what he said, maybe. He's really not giving me anything. But Lutfi, talking about the meta and talking about the patch, it looks like teams that rely too much on their EXP laner aren't doing as well.
Mungkin gara-gara ini ya,
sekarang
kan banyak kayak XP tebel-tebel gitu ya mungkin ya. Jadi kayak kalau semisal XP-nya agak susah mungkin ya gamenya bakal ketutup. Soalnya Assassin kan rada susah kan kalau yang pakai sekarang yang damage gitu XP-nya. Jadi harus banyakin main XP badan.
He thinks that in this current meta, that the EXP laners are required to utilize heroes that are a lot more tanky compared to damage because of the new assassins that have been showing in the meta in the jungle. So he thinks for EXP laners, they need to get used to playing heroes that are a little bit more tanky. But are you used to it?
Sorry?
Are you used to it? Kamu udah bisa pakai EXP lane kayak gitu?
Bisa.
He can. So it's not going to be a problem for you? Akan jadi masalah nggak buat kamu?
Oh, enggak sama sekali.
No, it won't be a problem. What's going to be your problem up against SRG? Apa yang bikin SRG kuat yang mungkin bisa jadi problem untuk Lutfi?
Ya mungkin kalau dia bisa di-share nggak ya? Mungkin kalau mereka perang sih ya mereka lumayan jago lah kalau lagi perang gitu.
So he mentions that the team fights may be the problem there later on up against SRG. Do you have a message to SRG before your match? Ada pesan nggak untuk SRG sebelum match kamu?
Good luck aja, good luck bang.
Good luck aja. Untuk fans-fans kamu, banyak loh fans-fans kamu.
Ya dukung kita terus.
Support them always. Thank you so much, Lutfi, for this interview, and good luck for your next match. We're going to throw it over back to you guys.
Pre-recorded though.
Well, the conversation and the translation there, thank you, Eterna, for that. It was great to hear from Lutfi talking about EXP, getting a little tankier and having a little bit more responsibility in this assassin meta. But on the flip side of it, they're going up against SRG, the Malaysian 5-time MPL champions, looking to go back into the grand finals yet again. And obviously, when you see this squad, Cram, Sakai, Stormy, Yumes, Innocent, there's one person who's missing. It's Uni. And he won the last game. And actually, Eterna talked with him.
I'm now with Uni, the super sub from SRG. Uni,
hello.
You caught us by surprise yesterday. Were you surprised as well that you came in last minute?
Yeah, of course I'm surprised as well because I expect to be played yesterday. Yeah, so yeah, surprise.
Surprised. How did it feel? Were you suddenly like nervous? Like who came in to call you?
My both coach came to me and then said that I might be player next game, so just be ready. And then I play.
And then I play. And then you played very, very well. Did you enjoy your performance yesterday?
Yeah, of course. I'm enjoying with my performance yesterday because maybe not too good, but yeah, still enough for my team.
Still enough for your team. And since you're here with me, does that mean you're going to be playing again?
Maybe.
Maybe. But if you were to be called in today, are you prepared?
Yeah, of course. I'm always prepared. Yeah.
Always prepared. How do you stay prepared?
I don't know. Being at sub, sometimes you just need to always be ready. Because you don't know what will happen on the future, right? So just be ready always.
Is it challenging for you being in that mindset always?
Sometimes, but we cannot choose, right? We don't have a choice. So basically, we just be ready.
We're very proud of you, by the way. Very, very proud.
Thank you.
And let's say you are going to be the starting lineup. You're up against Kyrie. I think a lot of people are talking about Kyrie. Everyone knows Kyrie at this stage. How is that for you? Mentally taxing? Are you okay with that? Is there anything specific that you have prepared up against Kyrie?
If you ask me, I didn't think so much about it. I just play with my team and focus with my team. I didn't care which enemy I facing off. Yeah. All I just go through with my team.
That's amazing. Is that mentality from yourself, or did someone help you bring that mentality out? From yourself?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Thank you so much for this interview. But before I let you go, just in case you are going to be playing, because we don't know yet, right? We don't know. No one knows. Do you have a message to your opponents? Do you have a message for Onic?
My message for Onic, good luck. Yeah, good luck. Just good luck.
Just good luck. May the best team win.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Uni, for this interview. It's been an honor, and we're going to throw it over back to you guys.
All right, well, Felix says, sorry, I'm Felix. He says, good luck, I'm Uni. We'll figure out which one is the better entrance, the better hello. And will Uni even be playing Renmar? That's the question, but he felt like he was.
Yeah, I have a feeling this might actually be really pressuring on Sakai's even more. Because imagine if ever, SRG loses game number 1 and it's not a good result.
Right.
Are they going to stick with Sakai's in? Are they going to bring Uni in for game 2?
This
And then will that continue on to game 3? There's so many things you have to think about now for SRG, especially in the junglers.
I think what it really boils down to is whether or not Sakai has the confidence to, nail the mechanics. I think a lot of the decision and in-game shot calling will still boil down to
So I can't necessarily say yes, Sakai technically was the underperforming one, yeah.
Uni has to come in, but there's a lot of
Audience
outside
prediction
factors that
81%
he brings from
Onic
outside of the game that
Wow,
really alleviates
Onic
that pressure. But
support
I'm really looking at the mid lane, so I think that's
crazy
going to be the
yeah.
game changers.
82% say that Onic is going to take this win, and obviously you can understand that SRG have had a history
Bro,
of
ये game
maybe
crazy
playing
हुन्छ यसभन्दा
the people
crazy
in
हुन्छ
front
होला यो
of Onic in big moments, but
Lower
this
backers on the
SRG
खतरा
has
game
looked like they finally are susceptible. They were one
The
game away
item
from
is on the
going out,
खतरा game
and then
बनिन्छ
all of a sudden, Uni swapped in. If they're in that type of position, Renmar could be tough.
Yeah, we're gonna get Humes and Stormy versus
So
Kiboy
the
and
most side game
Sans,
is
Sky
होला
versus Guys. Maybe Uni. The matchup are
SRG
gonna be crazy.
versus
We haven't even
Onic.
talked about Counter versus Innocent. We're gonna get that too.
It's going to be amazing, that gold lane. Will it be a fighter that goes in there, or will it be a marksman battle between two gold laners who love to throw down? Well, speaking of throw it over to the stage and get our Series 3 of the day ready to go.
Very much so. Series 3 of the day is finally upon us. We went through the champion breakers. At the end of the day, Entity 7, their run ends here at MSC, but it's pro esports to continue. However, from that on, we move on to the big champions battle. And a reminder, we are still in group stage knockouts, and we're getting games just like our next one.
Ooh, match 3. This one is a rivalry that dates
Kenapa
all the
dia
way back to
kick
a
ball mencari
few
kan?
years ago. This is gonna be the deciding factor if we're gonna have 2 Indonesian representatives or 2 Malaysian representatives in the knockout stages.
I won't say if there's a preference.
Because
to one side
like
or the
this
other.
में
I just
300 like
wanna
wait
see
check it out
some
300
damn
छिटो
MLBB.
30
Speaking
more
of
likes
which,
check it out
let's bring out our teams. First up,
आया
it's none other
लिएर
than Onic.
ओनीको गीत बज भनेले एक बेला ओनिक था
Their fans are worldwide.
आयो
as
केटा
they
हो
are greeted
ओनिक
to the
आयो
stage.
फ्यान फेभरेट आयो
MSC 23 champions, semi-finalists last year at MSC 25. One of the names most synonymous with MLBB. Now walking the razor's edge between qualification and elimination. A narrow loss to Aurora put them in the lower bracket. Their tournament run hinges on beating yet another fan favorite.
Yes, indeed, Milosh. And of course, their opponents. The strongest in Malaysia, the Giants. It is Selangor Red Giants. Starting off as a fan favorite and now entering their do or die
केटा सपोर्ट गरेर ओनिकलाई कि एसआरजी लाई
be able to
ओनिकलाई सपोर्ट गरेर हाने एल्लो हटान एसआरजी लाई हाने भने रेड हटान
Do they have what it takes to head to
एल्लो
the knockout
ओनिकलाई
stages?
एसआरजी लाई रेड हट
In this assassin meta, there's a lot on the line and a lot to do in the game itself. Speaking of our matchup, I think we should get them started.
A lot of possibilities. One continues their journey and one's ended here today. Boys, you may place your keys and take your seats. And of course, to our captain, you may meet in the middle for a handshake, a fist bump, completely up to Oh my goodness. Milosh, this is going to be one hell of a match. I am ready, so you all better get in your seats. Grab your snacks, grab a friend, because it's time
यो
to head
एल्लो
to
मात्र
the
देख्छु
land
त
of
सबै
dawn.
ओनिकको फ्यान हो क्या हो
Grab a friend indeed. You might need a buddy here.
रेड
You know,
हट त देख्दिन त एसआरजी को फ्यान
middle
कहाँ
school or
गयो
younger, you have to walk in pairs.
I was
hold
usually
hands.
alone.
You didn't have a buddy? Buddy system? Oh man, I'll be your buddy.
Aw. Too late for that though.
Am I 30 years too late?
Yeah, 30 years too late, but
It's
hey,
okay.
it's never too late for new friends.
Thank you, buddy.
I got you.
Thank you, man. Rick
Thank you. What is
Gideon.
happening here?
It's because
We
more
had a
I'm
busy top
supporting
of show, but guys, I mean,
guys.
expand a little bit more after we
I
let
want to
everyone
see
know
Onic
my champions pick is
that almost
available. You can pick
this.
your dual
So
champions
let's
and
go.
win
Onic.
50,000 diamonds. The event sadly ends on July 27th, so you can go ahead and scan that QR code on your phone or your tablet. Make sure to get involved.
I'm telling you, Rain Day, people have already lost so many predictions at this point, and again, I think 2 regions who are obviously going to lean into their own regional biases into the individual teams.
Draft trading
It's
on
gonna be
try
an entire
गर्छौं
part of the world just cut off just like that.
यो
Yeah,
सदा
in game I lost.
most over
I
the match
don't
होला
know how
अहिलेसम्म
much amount of guest coins today.
SRG
overly
versus
confident
Monica.
looking at the favored
Malaysia
odds
को
that we
pride
have
एउटा
for this
Indonesia को
coin
pride
game
केटा
within
let's go
MLBB itself. But
hey,
here we are. You know what? There's something in my head. These two have a very important choice, and I said it that way. Because it's
full dare खेल्नु पर्छ क्या हारे भने
undefeated with the Cho
full
this
dare
MSC
खेल्नु
so far. He's led to some high-profile wins. One of them against Aurora yesterday, 2 days ago, yesterday. Yesterday. And we know Yum's great Cho player.
And that's the thing. I think that there's so many similarities between these teams that it's really tough to say who's going to come out on top. So winning your lane may not necessarily be just about the draft. When you have players of this caliber, we've already have the gold standard in Kelra and Innocent, who again have been compared time and time. I just don't know who's going to win the matchup because the last couple of times we looked at those lanes,
let's go.
I think the current score is 2-2.
Onic versus
It
SRG.
actually is. It makes it even tougher again for the choices in the goal lane. I mean, Rain Day even brought it up earlier. Fighter, marksman, what version are we going to get? Obviously, Freya is going to be contested between these two.
Hanha
But if you
tipped 20
overcommit too much on
rupees.
dive,
He
wait a minute, that's Uni. That is Uni.
It looks like they got the super
Thank
sub
you so much,
here
Ghana,
this time
for
around. Part of the lineup instead of
hello.
Sakai's the Sky Prince to take them
Uh-huh.
on. I think maybe this is a show of
Kira
confidence.
quality
Maybe
to
this is one of those
Onic or
like, hey,
SRG.
we need to make sure that
Coach
every
Chip
single
the
one of our
queue,
players are
locked
going
in
to do
just
good.
that.
We can alleviate that pressure
Locked
like
in,
I
oh,
mentioned
Coach
before.
Chip.
Then Cram doesn't have to be so in his head about the shot calls.
The issue
Locked
here
in just
for
that.
many people who are happy, elated, surprised, excited to see Uni on the team of SRG is what happens if they lose game 1. Does that put Sakai's in an awkward situation where kind of momentum, trust has already been lost there? Maybe on himself, maybe from his teammates not making that first cut? Does Uni just go 2-0 and then they risk losing? These are the things we'll be following along with, but a major choice there. SRG do stick with their sub as we go into Expanding River. We're going to bring up another little thing about Uni in a moment as well, because he is the talk of the town, guys. He is really the one that we've been highlighting before, and for SRG, it could be the difference. We've seen it be the difference.
I believe it should be the difference at this stage, and I think that at least
Get our drafting phase. Let's go.
everybody's
Onic
been
versus
raving
SRG.
about him in comparison. This guy's the second best
Drafting
jungler
phase
within Malaysia.
of
I think this time around, now that he's on the
Silna ban
international
Fortnite.
stage, he's got to show
Without Marcel
everybody
ban.
he's more than just the second. He's looking to
Onic
be
के ban आएको
maybe
छ
the best jungler in the world.
Yeah, some unique drafting choices here for
Silna
Onic. They battled this
सबै
leader right
गर्छ होला
away. I mean,
सेकाइ
we've seen some
छ
very
ए
important
Onic
leaders
स्टार्टिङ
getting
लाइनअपमा
picked
नो
up in the
सेकाइ
first
छैन
phase red side.
सेकाइ
Some
छैन केटा हो
response to
Onic रहेछ
even all of these really
भर्खर
mobile
notice गरेँ
assassins, but
Fanny
we've
ban.
seen it because of all the vision that it provides, the momentum stopping that it provides as well for teams that really want to go fast. And Onic said, we don't want our tempo to be stopped. We love to play fast. We love that
Locked in छ यार केटा Onic छ यार
play style, and you're not going to be able to stop that from
Innocent को मोस्टो अति चाहिँ भेरी
They like to scramble. They like to get into the
Innocent ले हातमा जे पाए नि
right?
हाल्छ
They're
तर
all just going to try and contest for the ball, which in this case is tempo. And I totally agree with you. If we look back at the two series that we've already seen here today,
MSC
a lot of it is lack of
2024 winner
information to
versus
make that correct
2020 MSC
decision.
winner.
So
Wait,
here,
what is it?
I'm thinking about supports. I'm already thinking about people who can open up the map because that's been
Jara
a very
ban,
big
Fanny
problem
ban,
here at
Link
MSC.
को
You try and open up the map and all of a
जङ्गलमा
sudden it's a
अनि
5v4.
हार्डी पनि छ हार्डी पनि प्ले
All
गर्ने
of these
हो
assassins just making it
राम्रो
so
छ
much
हार्डी
deadlier
पनि
for roams and
अनि
mids
एटलास
to
स्लो
go
ओपन छ
around. You
एटलास
really have to have someone who can face check
OVS पनि ओपन
real
छ
quick. And then even if you face check, even if your mid laner is one bush
के ब्यान गर्छ
behind,
त
you're
Onic
just
चाहिँ
wondering, wait,
धेरै
oh, my mid laner's
फोन छ यार केटा
gone.
हो
Because I went ahead forward. It's such a difficult time for Roman mids, which is why, again, we go back to Kiboy and Sans with Stormy and Yumes, how they're going to handle positioning themselves in the river. Will Onic go back to some really old favorites, such as the Kadita to surprise? We know when Stormy plays, when SRG plays, they like to put him a little bit more in the backside of the formation, a little bit more behind to really help support the gold laner. But how can you do that against a team that wants to dive you literally with a Kadita?
I think that we talked about this. Actually, we talked about this in our second segment yesterday about the big trades, about how you should be able to dive with the right heroes. That Atlas trade has been put up onto the chopping block. They banned it out, so only Beleric and Valentina are still available. But they also introduced the fact that we're also going to influence the assassins. Hirara is gone, and I think that SRG took a really big lesson yesterday after realizing that they can't just do the Hirara trade without any punishment.
You got to get something, and maybe something on the other side. Somebody said the other day, sacrifice an arm to keep the body. And so maybe sacrificing some of the priority in the assassin matchup in order to get something else where you have the lead and can play around. Two teams, two different styles, one more aggressive, one more disciplined, maybe macro-driven in SRG. Onic want to play freely. They've got the first pick available. I mean, the Ling is available. You also do have the Eudora, which certain
that was
teams are
me,
prioritized.
Chat Chill, rolling on the floor
as of
laughing.
right now, I don't know about you, the Beleric opponents and Eudora
Thank you
openings
so much,
have been
Sergio,
kind of weak. I do think Ling's not a bad idea, but that just immediately tells SRG, hey, we gotta start looking for a strong EXP laner to control that side of the map.
Yeah, you'll end up getting the Beleric Eudora most likely, and then the EXP, maybe Red 3, they pick up either the Uranus or the Barretts, whichever is open. But Onic still decide to open up with the Beleric. They're willing to give up the Ling unless they're trying to signal to SRG, go ahead, pick up the Ling, ready for it. It will make you think.
Right.
Again, we've seen that Beleric get swapped over to XP very rarely, although most likely we are already seeing the roam pick here for Onic. I wouldn't be that surprising too, because you still have some assassins on the board. Yeah, the Fanny's gone. If ever the Ling goes to SRG, you still have the Nolan that Kyrie plays with very well.
I think this is a three-step process, right? It is get the Beleric first, then pose the question to the opposite side. Do you want to show your mid laner? If you pick Valentina, then we can start choosing other mid laners that can attack your backline as well. It's like maybe even Farsa, but this is under the assumption that that Ling is still part of the question. So we currently have three simultaneous equations going on, so algebra nerds go at it.
Zushin, a great pick, usually on the ban list in the Paquito, which is a great pick as well, because it doesn't show as many of your cards. We mentioned the hesitancy and the struggle maybe between the gold laners here on the fighter meta, but Paquito could be flexed to a gold lane. It's not a guarantee that he's not, even though it's most likely not the case, Renmar. So what is this set up for now? The answer with Onic.
I think you can go Barretts into EXP for Onic.
Even Esme.
Esme possible to be one to look at the matchup, but
Masarapp.
Uranus, I'm leaning a little bit more towards Uranus Barretts compared to the Esme, even though Esme is the normal counter that you see now.
Guys, so gonna make sure to like, like and subscribe
and constantly disrupt.
So gonna like and
get the link for Onic.
Like and
SRG are thinking about going back to
Linga get off.
High, no, it's gonna be too slow.
I think the only scary thing is whether or not they're going to, see the previous games. They saw recall paths.
That's what I was just going to say. It's possible.
It is possible, but it's not one of my favorites here, because again, it falls off. That's the big problem with big problem when you're facing up against Ling. Ling will naturally outscale you at level 15. Paquito is great in the early to mid stages of the game, but if you don't find that snowball lead, then it becomes impossible to get past the Beleric as well as the Uranus, which again, I think that Onic have taken into consideration.
Question is also the underperformance of Ling. We saw some very high skill ceiling performances in our previous match. But with Uni, there's already a confidence conversation. He feels like he has it. You can't not understand you're here in this moment. And do you want to play Ling? And also, do you want to play Paquito? Because if you're saying he's not going to trust playing Paquito right away, coming in as he's going to want something a little more safer, then you kind of expect, okay, maybe that is the EXP lane, and we can understand their draft a little more.
Well, we might be able to get a tail from SRG if ever the let's say
the bans.
They don't have to worry about the Esmeralda anymore, because I'm thinking that Harith is still going to go well for them. Harith has done very well against lineups with the Ling. Once you get your power spike, even though you're in the full team fight, despite you going up against a Beleric, as long as you get away from the taunt and the Wrath of the Dryad is gone, Zama Force gets dropped, and that even sets any Ling back away from the fight. You get the tempo with the Cho to help scale it faster. You move the Paquito away from the gold, you put that in the EXP or the surprise jungle. I could see the vision in it. It could work out.
What are they forcing mid here? I mean,
that's what I'm trying to figure out. I see the Eudora ban and it's like, but wait a minute. If we're trying to, I guess it could be a red herring. It could be saying like, hey, Paquito might not go into the EXP. He might go into the jungle, but just in case, we need to show as if we are going to lock in another assassin in Red 4.
I mean, that would have been a good mid pick as well, because with the Beleric, you don't need the Valentina as much. And so maybe just saying, hey, we're going to limit your options. Now you're going to pick something that kind of would have done a better job for us in this lineup. You're a little weaker as a result of that.
This might actually be a jungle Paquito, because if you look at the Cho and the Juicing together, they're not a combo. If you put the jungle, if you put the Paquito in the jungle, then you get the combo of the pick off and then burst it down right away. As much as you use Cho as a means to just get that little crowd control, a lot of its value really comes from the fact that you could -1 someone right away.
But that's on the assumption that you minus someone with a full damage build. And most of the time, and right now, I think they have lack of damage. They have no form of scaling. They have a great form of peel, great form of catch, but if he's building like War Axe nonsense like that and not second into Malefic Roar, I don't know. I don't see it happening.
I mean, you look at a great gold laner there and you see the this team fight, you see the in and out and the pick-off potential from Lang. I mean, Onic are looking very strong, very traditional in some ways, but very hard to beat.
Oh, this is good. This is good. Mid lane bans on the side of SRG, and should be a Melissa ban for the side of Onic, right?
Melissa's not been played at all today. Banned, I think, once, maybe in our first set, but surprisingly not seen very often getting. What do you think that is? Because it's not a Melissa ban either. Just not worried she's coming out.
I think that because they have potential answers to it, they can maybe try and get the resources out of it in a different, seemingly a different way. Because keep in mind, if you do end up picking Melissa, I think Sans is going to go for like Yi Farsa type nonsense.
Yeah, exactly. With the Valentina
I think
ban,
Milsa
can return to the Yi Farsa, and if ever SRG are thinking about going back to the tanks, if they show it now, tanks in the jungle, excuse me.
Like I'm gonna go 488 watching the guys. Make sure to like this stream.
Pick up for Onic. It's really up to you which one you think will mesh better with the lineup. If it's the Melissa, Iksha, anything like that, the lack of dive maybe is what's gonna hurt Onic. We did hear last time that the Melissa pickup from Yangon Galacticos was a mispick, and they didn't mean to pick up the Melissa, but it worked out well for them. But we go back to a possibility that we posed very early in the draft, and it is still gonna be the Harith for SRG. And yeah, it made sense with the Cho getting picked up, with them showing the Paquito Juicing in the mid, it means that the Harith will be well supported.
I'm thinking about this. Is there a possibility of Leomord here if Farsa shows? I think that as of right now, they don't mind artillery mages because they've already got a couple of answers right here. If it's Farsa for sure, they've got the Paquito to kind of disrupt that. They've also got the Cho to disrupt
Aurora.
A very interesting option, very good for disengages as well. On top of re-engaging with some strong AoE from the Belric, that is a natural wombo combo.
Harith struggle really badly in team fights. Well, I mean, it just means that Innocent will have to really watch his timing even more.
I like this mid. One of my most played heroes in my limited experience.
It is very good.
But I lean towards having a little fun bias there on Onic. The question is, do you like the Claude still? Is that enough? Claude versus Harith. Harith has been performing really well today.
Hey, it's a classic.
Yeah, it's a classic matchup. Seems like we've got a little bit in terms of
base option देखिरहेको छ म यता ए हैन Harithले गरेको magic damage बढ्यो.
They go for the Hilda.
Interesting. Okay, so their entire lineup mainly is going to be focusing like
Paquito
utilizing this Hilda to be able to kind of double up on certain things. But it does mean that we have confirmation that Uni is actually going into the jungle with this Paquito. And now the early game is a lot harder because as much as Paquito is strong in that early game, with the added addition of Armor Shred from Hilda, they could set up some potential gank angles.
Yeah, and real quick, besides the roam mid, I'm just looking how the Euros and the Hilda will be handling the lane and making their presence felt. Whoever has more presence will win for the team.
Paquito jungle. What a spicy way to kick things off. The one time we've seen it, it's actually won here at MSC. Of course, when you look at this battle and that trophy in the middle, both of these teams have lifted it. It's the battle of champions, but only one can go through. It's SRG versus Onic for this third series of the day. Marco and Trex ready to call the action. Fellas?
Zesty tipped 20 rupees. Game sound Thulo Vo.
My name's Trex and this is Mirko. We're going to be doing the live action on this game. We got two titans ahead of us, Mirko. It's Onic up against SRG in a tournament life match. Someone's going home. Someone's moving on to the knockout stage. Typical emblems most around the world. On to Stormy, just in case the defense for the possible aggression that could come from Kyrie and the rest of the team.
Thank you so much for donating here.
And also surprise sub that we got to see yesterday, Uni, and he's already starting things off with the jungle. What am I looking for here? I'm looking for quick aggression, right? You have the Cho, you have something that wants to play quickly around the map, you have someone that's going to have a huge power spike on this Paquito around level 3, level 4.
Guys, your first match है Onic versus SRG को first match है.
Some decent ganks, maybe onto Kelra, maybe onto Loopy, maybe an invade onto Kyrie. That could be the win condition for SRG here.
Absolutely, man. I think
जो आज त्यो इन्भर्टर जो जित्छ त्यो नकआउट चाहिँ जान्छ है गाइस. दुईटै म्याच जित्दैबाट obviously नकआउट चाहिँ जानुपर्छ नि.
XP down below to try to deny Kyrie a farm. They will be able to get a camp away from
Kyrie. SRG हल्का
walking up on the Paquito, taking a goal
पम्पा दिइरा चाहिँ मैले किन.
He'll still be able to get level 4 though, going up to the Lizard after the purple buff.
And killing spree as well on Uni here, right?
Yep. So we're looking for big fights. We're looking for a lot of damage.
And it's just like, dude, I know we've been asking for this matchup, SRG Onic, but to see it in the lower bracket as an elimination match instead of like a knockout stage match, it's just kind of sad. Just a tad bit sad.
Just a tad bit. Also a tad bit exciting.
Of course.
You know, we have to say this is also, it's unprecedented, but a lot of damage on a
What would be? Oh my god.
Expect that from the Master Assassin Cram. Big pick up at the start of the game. Frigid Glacier now on Cram.
What the fuck? Stand all time.
Cram able to walk up, and now it's going to be Onic zone away from the neutral objective. Kai trying to go for the retry on his own purple buff. It's going to be free neutral objective again. Uni won't even retry it. He'll just be able to pick it up. And it's a slow game now as SRG take the lead.
And that's exactly what we wanted to see from SRG to make this composition work. Onic has to be able to work around that. It's going to be a little bit more time to get to be able to fight, especially picking up the Aurora. Yes, it's going to do well against some of these frontline fighters. You have the crowd control, but it's not a fast-moving mid lane. It's not an insane playmaker. That's something you would normally see Sans on. It's a slower hero. You get a lot of value and utility out of it, but it's not going to make those quick rotations that SRG is going to be making.
Those quick rotations for SRG up top as well, really threatening Ludpi earlier. Getting the pickoff is already massive for them to get the neutral objective, but then the whole team staying up top after taking a turtle, trying to abuse the fact that Ludpi had already used the Purify. Made him a bit low. Also pops in a consecration for some reason up top there. Don't know if anyone really threatened him or it was just a mistap. But Ludpi will also be able to match this XP lead of Cram with an XP Crab take and a shove straight up.
So aggressively, rotating around essentially the secondary tank, playing it almost like a roamer would the way he's playing on the opposite side of the river. Whoa!
Dragon finds him into the knockout strike of Moody. Wrath of the Dryad to respond it over. Sounds walking up as well, but now it's going to be Keyboy, innovative at all. Caught
Triple kill Uni. Oh my god.
Kill against Onic.
This is huge for Uni. It's 4-0 right now. Add a purple buff on top of that. And the thing about it is, it's 4-0 in kills, and every single one of those kills has gone to this Paquito. Let's take a look at the replay. It all started with the big way of the dragon. And even though Keyboy tries to help out by blocking that Wrath of Dryad, it's just not enough of the damage. This is what I was talking about. You hit that level 4, you hit that level 5. Early game spikes. We're only 4 minutes in, and that's the thing about the Paquito. No pun intended, it packs a punch, insane damage in the early game.
I mean, what is he packing in those gloves to be able to hit like that?
They're weighted gloves, man. They're weighted gloves.
Someone's got to check in, bro. Technically, they got an MMA advantage right now. Cho and Paquito, bro. With the physical defense reduction of the Cho, together with the crazy damage early on, that burst of the Paquito, no wonder they've just been deleted from the map.
You got the two best fighters in the land of Dawn on one team. Why hasn't anyone thought of this before? SRG now with a decent lead. Can they convert it into something more? They're going to move on to the spot lane. If they can start taking towers this early on, it's going to be huge for them. Maybe get the lane swap in. Once they start taking some towers, Cram can get involved. Onic has to find a way to slow the pace. And Keyboy and Sans hanging out in these bushes, that's kind of what they're looking for. But Sans gets found out.
On the Aurora is going to get completely taken out. Gets away just a bit from that Lantern Flare. Almost fully stacked up. Keyboy waited in the bush for a bit too long. Gets thrown back. Way the dragon into Uni again. Oh, this combo is just deadly.
Sadly, I gotta say, wait a second, more action at the purple buff.
Retry from Kai, the 4 blades as well, but SRG got away just in time. Innocent as well, a level ahead of Kelra. Onic are already forced to play the scaling game.
I want to go back to where Sans got picked off just now. And if those two, Keyboy and Sans, would have been in a slightly different bush, more on their side of the river, to where Keyboy was in the mid bush, Sans in the bottom, everything would have been better. But instead, they take the aggressive route and advance to SRG's side of the river. Even though they're behind, even though they're not in a position to be in that type of position on the map, and Onic has to know what they're dealing with at 6-0. They cannot be the aggressive ones, not only in fights, but in positions on the map.
Way the dragon into Uni, walking up. Oh, he walks away from the Wrath of the Dryad. Leaves him for the rest of the team.
Onic
Trying to capitalize on the Wrath of the Dryad. And this is where the question starts to come up. Oh, Kyrie missed the Defiant Blade on the wall. A bit of panic there. Scram got close. But the question again, Trex, and to everybody here, usually the Aurora is picked up with a combo, a Kaja, a Cho, someone with single target lockdown, and this time it's with a Belleric. Just feels a bit off.
Yeah, Belleric has to kind of search for it, and that means Sans has to constantly
Yun se pakad Sans hai.
Sanso has a massive there. Frigilation popped in as well. Scram's gonna be frozen on the turret, but perfectly timed knockout again. Uni.
Kyrie kill पाया.
It's gonna be innocent with a pickup as well.
First kill of Onic. तर मन्नु को गरेर के फाइदा किल पाएको.
Another pickup for Innocent, a double. It's 10-1.
This is uncalled for at this point. The subbed in jungler. 5-0.
Chicken form में छ यार उनी त. Kyrie त ब्लड दुई शट हान्न मारिदिन्छ.
He is dominating the playing field. It's a mindset, right?
Blood.
Where did Kyrie's health bar go? He almost got one shot by Uni.
Blood.
This guy got locked in for the items right now.
Absolutely.
Where's Uni at?
I have no idea where he's
with a Hunter
at.
Strike, typical like that. Are we all
surprised he doesn't have
Are we
Sky
into
Piercer?
third item at this point?
Dude. This guy has to be worried. Uni's doing so good. Kyrie gets the orange with the red tree still. Holy moly, 5-0-4.
All right, so SRG.
खेल्दाले गेम देखाउँछ. खेल्दाले गेम
gold lead into multiple towers, mid tier 3 gone, top side all
Innocent
gone.
को अगेन्स्ट मा त गाह्रो
SRG is moving amongst
नम्बर
the
1 पनि
map.
छ अहिलेको MSC मा.
They are just slowly compressing Onic into their base. They've taken buffs.
फर्ममै
It
छ
is a
मुला
tough game for
SRG
Onic.
त
How do they even find a way
10
out?
किल
And you said it. All they really have is Keyboy for the big engager. And for him to really get a surprise engage off, it has to be a
SRG को early
flicker.
हैन.
Even
फर्स्ट
Loopy,
गेम मा
this far behind with the amount
देखाएको
of damage that
छ.
SRG has, he can't harass the way you want to on a Uranus. And in the past, Uranus could still do it at maybe 0-2, could still do it at a 6k gold deficit, but we've been seeing how much trouble Uranus has been having in the meta currently when you fall behind like this. So it's going to be a while, if ever, that Onic can really come online and re-engage these fights. They're going to have to let SRG come to them and look for the counter-attack.
Yep, Kai can only just red tree the purple buff. That means it's going to be free neutral objective unless Onic get a pick off.
Control play. Sans more. Sans the body Hume. Looping more. Kyrie. Story more gala. Wait, what did you again? Never mind, you say.
Now it's SRG are still able to get a 2-for-2 trade. Very well done.
I think you're
Onic,
We failed to talk about Kelra. He's 2-0-1 right now. He's been having the gold lane experience. He's been waiting for his time to shine, and we just saw the damage come out. Innocent does lock in Holy Crystal. It's going to be more damage from him as well. Let's take a quick look at the replay. I want to keep our eyes on Kelra because he knows he has to move down. Keyboy comes in a little bit late to pop that Wrath the Dryad, and right when it pops, Kelra BMIs forward, uses the Blazing Duet in the backside, and outputs the damage, matched up by Kyrie's Tempest of Blades, and then able to just get away. Uni doesn't go down, no, they're not able to get the big shutdown on him, but still, they're able to kind of slow down SRG a little bit.
Gotta give props to Uni though there. It really looked very dicey, but he was able to get those stacks back up, get the damage reduction out so that it doesn't die to Kelra on the Blazing Duet.
He's
had one member in his eyes. It's just Sans, dude, every time.
Sans like matre reso Yumsle perfect marking yaar.
Yums is on him.
Sans को purify छैन flicker मा खेलाछ. Perfect. Yums को marking.
Kyrie is able to get it. It's going to be helpful in this next big push as Kelra moves forward.
Onic.
SRG, I think at this point, take these tier 2s. If you get anything more, it's definitely a bonus. But with a 7k gold lead, they could try to force things open.
Oh my god. On the Uranus taking that much damage. Holy shield. Procs in the end. The charge still comes through. SRG now looking to get 2. Holy shield's down before the 12th minute of the game. Innocent. Popping that damage again. The Synchro Fission doing work.
It's a scary bottleneck to come into against Onic right now, even with the gold advantage.
Look, Holy Crystal picked up already on a Harith. 11 minutes in.
Holy Crystal likes to the
It's definitely trouble for Onic. But SRG respects the composition, right? You walk into that tower, you get hit by a big frigid glacier, you get hit by any of those big AoE skills. The possibility is there for a quick table flip, a quick turnaround by Onic. So SRG has to play this smart. They can't brute force Onyx base open right now. 60 seconds for Lord, they just freeze lanes.
Solid for SRG. No real reason for them to push the tempo anymore. No real reason for them to take any risks.
7000 gold lead total ma SRG
play
ko.
safe. Heckcram can take a beating as well, and he can get
divine
away
grip
from
पनि आयो यार innocent को damage आयो.
good. Divine blade for Sans though, and it's only his second item.
4.8 gold.
That's painful. Kelra able to spot Yums in that bush.
4.8k gold.
This is gonna be big right now. Yums gonna go for the cut right now. It's Kelra.
Yum. Ram ले कल पर केला मर्यो. Oy nice. तर केला मर्यो. Stormy ले मार्यो.
Dives in, picks up the kill with the Sky Piercer and the Lantern Flare. Kyrie with the blades. Uni jump in and again. The
Repeat
Purify out for a look.
तर Kyrie ले चाहिँ हान्नु पर्थ्यो नि Stormy ले हान्यो नि त यार.
Been taken out.
2-for-1 trade for
1
SRG.
trade for SRG.
Right in front of the base.
3 dot
10 seconds before
Kyrie
Lord is
farm
exactly what
निकाल्छ
SRG
बिस्तारै.
needs. They're finding these quick moments that they know
Ram
as long
ले
as we get
हान्छ
one
होला नि त
more hero, we can go for this big objective. We won't have them harassing us, and Kelra was the big problem in the last fight.
8000.
So they know who they needed to lock onto, and Uni hasn't missed. 6-0 in 5, and with Kelra finally down, this is going to give the advantage to Innocent in a lot of these fights. We saw the gold lead earlier. We saw how much damage he can output as well. So if Uni does start to fall off, that's going to be their next saving grace. A beautiful engage. Keyboy tries to stop it. He almost saves Kelra. He almost stops the big advance. But Kelra still gets caught off.
And this is the right side of that double-edged sword for Stormy. So many times the Stormy's going in, you know, even flickering forward, Crimson beating forward, and it just but that's where you find, you know, the benefits of having this crazy aggressive style on your mid lane on Stormy. When it works amazing. That shot into Kelra. This is such a good turret to take as well, man. It's going to be the far lane up there. Dragon onto Lil P, Frigid Glacier, able to lock him down just for a bit as Yums is able to flicker out of it. Frozen Innocent, no Purify burnt out. Lord will be dealt with as well. And SRG are happy with just the base turret on the far lane.
Get out, let's go yaar. 700 watching guys. Make sure to like this stream. Like and subscribe me. Get out.
Kelra getting faster and faster as this moves forward. Kyrie also, even though it's an assassin jungle, it's gonna start scaling eventually. SRG has to be careful about how long they want to let this game last.
I think at this point, SRG, they should be still very, very comfortable.
Only
Yes,
defense
Onic
are
has scaling, but as long as SRG play around these side lanes, utilizing that advantage, there's not much Onic can do, right? Because with this kind of composition, SRG can actually still blitz around the Lord. Now, once we get into Evolve Lord territory, that's where it will get kind of dicey for SRG, because then I don't think they will have enough firepower to burst the Evolve Lord.
Late game
now it's still chill.
Alright, so basically Onic just needs to survive this next one, right? Survive this next push. We get into Evolve Lord territory, taking a look at items.
3 more minutes.
3 more minutes. I mean, they have 2 inhibitors left. They have 2 inhibitors left. It's going to push down the top. I'm just saying it is possible.
It is.
Kyrie, Kelra, Lupi, all of them have been playing a good game. Anyone else in SRG might have tried to finish this a little bit earlier. Anyone else with a 10k gold lead, they might have tried to shove things in, but the respect is there, and I'm wondering almost, is it too much respect? Are they playing too passive here? Kelra now also looking at almost getting maxed out on items. Kyrie fully stacked as well. All they really need at this point is Lupi to catch up, Keyboy to catch up, so that you actually have a bit of a front line to survive the damage that Uni, Innocent, and Stormy are bringing.
My god, kati gap hai tyo.
For sure. I think the biggest gap right now has to be between the frontliners, man, because the damage dealers, as you mentioned as well, they're on the way to their full items, right? We're going to get to a point where it won't really matter. That, oh, hold on, Lit P takes a big beating, doesn't use the Purify though, this is a pure 50-50. Now onto it. Kyrie doesn't get it. It's going to be Uni and Innocent, Kyrie wasn't able to get his hands on it, and without a purple buff, this will just be another free neutral objective, and then it's going to build from there, Trex. SRG, they're playing a safe game because they know as long as they're able to build these small wins, get those neutral objectives, and then transition them into structures, in the end, it's going to be very, very difficult.
He saved his Restream. I'm wondering if the reason why is Kyrie wants to try to go for the steal here. They wanted to bait out the Restream so that he wouldn't have it to try to contest.
अब एसएल जित्छ होला अब एसएल जित्छ अब केला 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 मरे ओए हेरिक मार्यो काइरीले काइरीको ड्यामेज छ काइरीको अल्ट छ यो काइरीको ड्यामेज छ काइरीको ड्यामेज छ राम्रो ट्रिट हो यार यो गोल्ड फर गोल्ड राम्रो ओए हान्छ क्या काइरीले
They do have a chance. The problem is that long lane. SRG is okay with playing it slow.
Okay with Innocent.
Comes in. Kelwer gets a good chunk of damage.
Nice all there, Belry.
On the bot side, freeze Innocent. Stop him, and Kyrie's able to get the kill. And in that moment, SRG knows they have to back off. They don't want to play the long fight.
Gotta give props to Onic, man. They layered their skills very well. The Wrath of the Dryad baited out the Purify. Then we saw the Frigid Glacier. Not the stun, but just the damage. Right as Kyrie jumped off the Finch Poise with his own Defiant Blade to burst Innocent down. So now Innocent, he's also fallen. Both gold laners aren't deathless. The only man who's deathless right now is Uni. Bro, 7-0-5 on a Paquito.
Rampant deathless.
Who would have thought? Who would have thunk? Another pick that's, another crazy layer to the meta right now. Something that at first you see it, you doubt it, and SRG is making it work very well right now. But they are having some trouble closing this out. They're finding great position. Yumes always in a side bush. Cram always looking for an angle as well. Onic has to watch out for it.
SRG are going to go for the commitment here. They see the Ling. It's insta-commit. No way for Onic to respond to this. They still want to try, though. Look, he caught again. It's going to be the taunt landing with the Shun Boost right there. Uni with the red tree. Keeps it clean. Sounds the back. Crab waiting for a Frigid Glacier. Plays down as the passive.
Wait, Innocent.
High. Jumps in on Innocent.
Innocent मर्यो युम त के गर्यो काइरीले आइटम सर्च गर्यो क्राम लान्छ ल अब
waiting for a position. Signs for Innocent, but
Cram
SRG got the objective. Kai with the chase now.
Cram bacho.
No flicker available. Kelwer wants to go with the chase as Kiboy cuts
Kiboy
him off.
Kiboy calls her.
He doesn't have a Wrath of Dryad.
Look, Cram bacho. What the fuck? Cram bacho. तर Innocent छैन लट डिफेन्ड हुन्छ होला लट डिफेन्ड हुन्छ उनीहरु जुन आयो फेरि एसआरजी आयो इनेटको न आयो एसआरजी
The pincers here. Uni comes in. This could be bad for Onic.
Kendra
Stormy goes. We're trying to disperse the
Clean Kairi calls Oh Lord in the Lord in the Lord
wave's actually going to spawn in time. Look be there. Kyrie with a Tempest of Blades gets him out. Look pay against three on this Uranus. All he's got to do is keep him away from the base as Onic tries to clear this one. All he's got to do is buy a little bit more time. The Lord and the minions almost won SRG the game. Look, he falls in the end. No consecration. Now it's Innocent back up in the Lanadon.
Onic with a Hail Mary play there, and SRG responding so cleanly, but it's not over yet. SRG still at the door. They're waiting for another wave to come down.
Uni fácil. Kelra morreu.
Kyrie's trying to save it, but Uni wants to
Kyrie.
Kyrie gets the shutdown, the double, the back and forth.
Bro,
neither team wanting to give this up. We got a game in our hands.
Bro, what a game, man. Lovely game, man.
SRG versus Onic. This really should have been a knockout stage game, but we find ourselves right here, right now, seeing it.
Kyrie
something else happened. Uni with the immortality, then takes the shower shot by picking up the winner crown, gets the kill, but Kyrie pulls up in the nick of time. Not only is the game back and forth, but every single fight at this point is just tit for tat, punch
Bro, what a match, yeah.
And now there's only one. It's just Cram who's deathless on the Hilda.
Cram la maregada. Cram
can only be one.
The wise man once said.
Mr. Cram on the Hilda. Can you imagine that? The guy's like up in front, always flanking on a master assassin.
That's the hero that should be dying the most. You know, that's the one that's like, oh, we just sacrificed
the
Hilda.
He's built different. 3-0 and 13.
Kyrie damage
is insane. We're at 20-9. Onic finally with a grip on this game. It's down to tie game mode. The problem is Lord Scott's on long lane, looking hard for Onic.
Innocent morreu.
Straight up, what was that damage? Kai and Kelra
Chitti pani sandar.
together with the combo. Now it's up to Stormy
GG Onic GG. भ्याउँछ ल मार्क्स छैन त 4v5 हो भ्याउँछ जुत्नुपर्छ ओनिकले जुत्यो हुन्छ यार
They got no red string. They gotta play it slow. Kelra jumps with the BMI over on Cram. Now it's Luke Piece owning in the back line. Cram tries to run away. BMI back again. From getting into this Lord pit. In the backside.
माथिको लेन पनि हेर्नु तिनीहरूले
Playing this game. Wave up top is good for SRG, but Onic want to go for the Lord. Wave. Someone's
माथिको हेर्नुपर्छ माथि
Someone's gotta stay. Oh my god. Because if they
Game
lose this Lord, they may not survive the day. Kelra over the blazing duet. Stormy gets on the Crimson Beacon. That's gonna be him.
ओए विनर नेचर पाथ्यो GG केलरा ब्रो बेट हाल्यो स्क्रैम नै मर्यो Onic bro OP comeback यार what a comeback यार
And we are losing our minds through this game. We're
crazy यार
it's Stormy and Innocent defending the base.
10 यार गोल्ड कमब्याक यार ओनिकले मात्रै गर्न सक्छ यार यस्तो त
Look at the death timer, 16 seconds on Yums, 30 on Uni. Cram is down for another 40. The evolved
what a comeback यार
the bottom lane. And Onic want to utilize it. Innocent and Stormy. They've done this before. They have done this before. But Kelra is shredding. Onic doesn't want to show them the same respect that SRG showed them.
Lord of the Evil Lord हो लेट गेम Onic राम्रो छ 3 हुनु पर्ने लडमा
They're buying really good time. They actually saved this mid turret. SRG, they're gonna have all 5. Yeah, they will have all 5. Does Onic fully commit to this here? There's so many towers that they have.
Guys, like when anime makes it like this, man, like
Tier 2 up top, gonna fall down as well as Kai deals with the waves, but now it's gonna be the Evolved Lord into the bottom lane. Winter Crown bought again after using the Wind of Nature in that previous fight.
Mid turret गयो डिफेन्ड गर्न सक्दैन यार एक्साइटेड डिफेन्ड गर्न सक्दैन ल सक्यो ल गेम सक्यो GG यार के बोएर केरेराको कम्बो what a comeback bro what a comeback 10 यार गोल्डन कमब्याक हाने यार bro what a game यार what a comeback GG यार केटा हो
And that's only game number 1. Wow. What a series. What a game, I mean. Not a series, because we're just getting started right now. Onic
GG यार Onic केटा हो
the distance in that one. Pure insanity, and SRG played so well. Uni played so well. Multiple members of SRG going deathless throughout that whole game.
Comeback यार रन मती comeback है ना
I said it. Yeah, you did. If they buy too much time, I think they need to end this now.
Late game round
SRG being a little too passive. You've got a 10k gold lead. And they
I don't know call MVP.
let it happen. I
think Kai didn't sponsor an MVP rating. Kai or Kerala. We have Filipino ले देखा रहा है Filipino होगा.
So many of these skirmishes were a bit too unnecessary with the 10,000 gold lead, having the macro advantage on the map as well. Here as well, right? I mean, the dive over.
अति मिठो यार केरला ले अति damage दिला था यार finish off केरला ले Kai ले मिठो
It wasn't the right call if you look at the macro decision making. Why dive a tier? Why dive a base turret? Calls were made, plays happened, and SRG takes the first loss in this best of 3. But the possibilities at this point are on us, but Kelra, it took him a little bit of time. The moment we saw that first fight where he got the big blazing duet off up in the top lane, we knew the damage was there. Once he got his Holy Trinity in, as he collected more items, he didn't even have to be passive about it. He could just jump into 3 or 4 of them and completely shred down Stormy. How we doing, Virgo?
What the fuck
I'm
is that?
looking at that play again, right? Say hello. I know. Say hello to the people. I know. I just want to look at that play because he's got to go back.
Crazy game, guys.
Kelra, I was just like, I don't know what that damage. I think he was fully stacked up. I think that's exactly what it is.
Bro, अझै बाकी छ यार केटा बेस्ट थियो यो.
And his Art of Thievery. So
what the fuck was that?
It literally just looked like it looked like he blew them up and
didn't have to game.
That's why I needed to look back. There's definite insanity. Taking a look at some of these stats.
Crazy
we gotta go back to Uni, man, because he did have an amazing start of this game. 69,000 damage dealt, but the fact that Kelra ends up doing 127,000 damage. Innocent and Stormy are bringing 0 and 2. Could still do it at a 4.8k gold.
यार, 'Yan, 'di, 'Malay, 'Kaya, 'di, 'Comeback, 'An, 'Eri, 'Nale.
Kyrie is able to get it. It's going to be helpful in this next big push as Holy crap. Kelra, he's 2-0. The Stormy Sky Piercer.
यहाँदेखि हो क्या कमब्याक भएको थियो केटा मेन त यहाँ यहाँ के भएछ यार कसरी यो युम्सले यस्तो मिठो पकडिदियो यार कसरी कमब्याक भयो यार यो त युम्सले क्या मिठो पकड्थ्यो होइन बट किबुइले अल्ट हाने जस्तो लागेको छैन किबुइले सान मर्यो सान बिना जितिरहेको थियो केलाको कत्रो ड्यामेज हान्यो केलाले
Just red tree the purple buff. That means it's going to be free neutral.
कसले यो ग्याङ जिताइदियो यार किनकि सान त ड्यामेज दिँदै मर्दैन
Sounds of the flicker out already. Yooms! Tikuno the flicker in the way to drag it straight up with the Stormy Sky Piercer. Big Purify coming down now as Kelrock is able to get the blazing duet down into the back.
केलाले कत्रो ड्यामेज हानेको यार ब्रो जिजी यार केला वाउ यादै हो यार कमब्याक भएको यादै क्रेजी कमब्याक भयो
SRG, I think, definitely trouble for Onic.
गोल लिड 7.6k छ हैन ब्रो फकिङ 11 मिनेटमा 7.6k छ गोल लिड
Tempo anymore, no real reason for them to take any risks. They have the lead, they can play it safe. Heck Cram can take a beating
as we take a break and take a breather and prepare for the next.
Crazy game यार केटा crazy match कमब्याक हुँदैन सोचेको तर ओनिकले यार कमब्याक गरिदिइहाल्छ जसरी जसरी भयो नि यार राम्रो टिमको अगेन्स्ट जहिले कमब्याक गर्छ है फकिङ टिएलपिएसको अगेन्स्ट नि यस्तो कमब्याक हानेको थियो यार एमएससीमा एमएससी त फर्ममै हुन्छ यार ओनिक एमएससीमा त केलाले क्रेजी खेलेको केटा सरी यार केला केला नै हो यार केटा नम्बर 1 सरी यार क्रेजी खेल्यो यार इनोसेन्टलाई त गायब क्या लिङले त गायब नै हान्थ्यो यार इनोसेन्टलाई बडा म्याच है केटा अति मिठो म्याच थियो यो क्रेजी गेम है गाइज अझै बेस्ट अफ 3 हो अझै बाइक छ केटा
Thank you. Yeah. What am I? Okay, fine. Why do you want me here? I heard. Okay, what did you hear? That you're Moonton's favorite talent. Do you agree with that?
ओइ साउन्ड के भयो साउन्ड ठिक छैन र अफेन्स वाइज चाहिँ काइरी बेटर थियो यो म्याचमा उनीले आफ्नो लाइक उनीको अर्ली गेम हिरो नि त अर्ली गेम काम गरिरहेको थियो लेट गेम लिङको हिरो लिङले काम गरिरहेको थियो ब्रो यार क्रेजी म्याच यार गेम 2 हेर्न मन लागेछ मलाई अति नै हानेको यार यो म्याचअप छिटो भयो क्या त्यही यार यो म्याचअप छिटो भयो त्यसमाथि यो म्याचअप अझै इलिमिनेसन म्याचअप हो क्या एउटा टिम लो सिधै घर जान्छ यार यहाँबाट एउटा टिम मेबी अब एसआरजी नै हुन्छ होला एक गेम गिभ एनिथिङ टु सान्स बट प्लिज डोन्ट गिभ अफ मेटापिक्स तर सान्सको आई डोन्ट यार पर्फर्मेन्स हल्का कस्तो विक पर्फर्मेन्स दिइरहेको छ यार सान्सको मैले सन्दा विक पर्फर्मेन्स सान्सले दिइरहेको छ यार यसपालिको एमएससीमा ओनिकबाट सान्स आई डोन्ट यार के भयो सान्सलाई मेबी सान्सको मेटा नभएर हो कि यसपालि लाइक नयाँ मेजहरू चलिरहेको छ क्या पुरानो मेजभन्दा हेर न सान्जी पनि चलेन सान्ज पनि चलिरहेको छैन आजी पनि चलेको छैन अहिले चल्ला भने रोजा अरू को छ रोजा छ अनि भामोसको मेज पनि खत्रै खेल्दा छ याङउनको मेज भयो सेल्ना खेल्नेहरू खत्रै खेल्दा छ फ्यानी देला त काइरीलाई फ्यानी आई डोन्ट नो केटा अब द रियल क्वेसन इज सेकाइसलाई खेलाउँछ कि खेलाउँदैन सेकाइसलाई किनकि 1 गेम अलरेडी लसमा छ एसआरजी सेकाइसलाई खेलाउँछ कि खेलाउँदैन केटा ए मरेन ओ माई गड सरी है मैले सन्दा गोडेड मेजलाई बिर्सिरहेँ यार सन्दा गोडेड मेजलाई बिर्सेँ यार मैले सरी यार मरेन सरी यार मरेन द गोड मरेनलाई कहाँ बिर्सेँ यार मैले What if we see or Turkey versus Onic again in knockout? Because I guess winner will pick opponent according to match plan and opponent. हो र खै I don't know. विनरले फेस चुज गर्छ हो र I don't know त्यो त आज अर्को च्याम्पियन घर जान्छ आज एउटा एमएस च्याम्पियन त इलिमिनेट नै हुन्छ केटा सेकाइसलाई खेलाउँदैन खेलाउँदैन होला यार लास्टमा मेबी सेकाइसँगै राम्रो भइरहेछ ए सेकाइस र को रे यो उनीसँगै राम्रो भइरहेछ अनि आई थिङ्क उनीसँगै जित्छ होला मेबी सेकेन्ड गेम लेट्स सी उनीसँग राम्रै भइरहेछ अर्ली गेम उनीले आफ्नो काम राम्रै गरिदिरहेछ के केटा अर्ली गेम अब तर उनीले बेटर हान्छ यार नेक्स्ट लेट गेममा त यो याद त ब्रो थ्याङ्क यू सो मच फर 3000 के हो येन हो यो येन त होइन होला डब्लु भने मैले नहेरेपछि तिमीले रहेछ लाइभ सकेपछि हेर्न आउँछु अरे अब त्यस्तो त होइन होला यार थ्याङ्क यू सो मच है याद त ब्रो फ्रान्स र किङकङको मेटा फ्रिन्स र किङकङ फ्रिन्सको त मेटा हो यार फ्रिन्सले त एड्याप्ट छिटै गर्छ नि त मेजमा झन् सेल्ना मेटामा छ सो फ्रिन्सको सेल्ना त अति क्रेजी छ यार ओनिक ब्रो वाट अ कमब्याक यार ओनिकको गेम कमब्याक हान्नु लास्ट गएर यार गाइस क्रेजी कमब्याक हान्छ यार ओनिकले हुन भने नि हिजो हुन होला यार मलाई थाहा भएन यार म जहिले बिर्सिन्छ यार केललाई त गोल्ड स्ट्यान्डर्ड नो म्याटर वाट गोल्ड स्ट्यान्डर्ड हो यार ट्रु म डिनाइ गर्दिनँ तर फर मी एमएससीमा आई थिङ्क इनोसेन्ट बेटर लाग्यो होला बेटर लाग्छ मलाई तर केलाले पर्फर्मेन्स दिइरहेछ है इनोसेन्टभन्दा बेटर यसपालि यो सिरिजमा यो फर्स्ट म्याच लेट्स सी फर्स्ट गेम हो सेकेन्ड गेम हेरौँ न के हुन्छ मेबी इनोसेन्टले आफ्नो मोस्कोप निकाल्ने हो कि केटा हो इनोसेन्टको कम्फर्ट त होइन यार मोस्कोप भयो फेरि कम्फर्ट आइसक्यो प्लेयरहरू लेट्स गो
Onic didn't make that insane comeback in
DPS
game
यार
number
SRG
1 to lead this 1-0. One game away from eliminating the 2024 champions and advancing into the knockouts. Welcome back to the studio panel. Renmar, Gideon here. Gideon, how are you feeling, man?
I'm feeling hot, man. How can your blood not be pumping after a game like that? When all odds look like SRG was going to take it away because of their early pressure, somehow Onic, they edge it out. Kill comes up, sets the standard once again.
Yeah, the Winter Crown plays, the Wind of Nature's just in time to survive onslaughts from Uni, especially right there in the end. But of course, Uni coming in for SRG as the starting jungler for this series definitely made a name for himself and showed up. 11 plus kills, 1 or 2 deaths, a handful of assists. You cannot doubt that this young man is ready for the stage. Let's look at what map we're going to be going to get. What we are going
Thank
to
you
get.
so much
For
all
right, expect this to be a bloodbath. It's just going to be a lot of fights over and over again.
Yeah, and the punishes in the lane might not be as hard as we were hoping to be in the previous matchup, but at least what we have learned from the drafting side, especially if SRG is going to end up back on that red side, is probably to set up that same scenario, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day,
Onic ko header ho kya bhai Masarapp mo Onic ko header haina ke da mo Onic le support garra kya par अब support गर्दैमा
just random or just show up, you know?
support भन्दा नि कसले खतरा हेल्यो त्यो हेर्छु नि त मलाई
Yeah, it's unfortunate that you can really see the exact moment that it went wrong for Zelangor Red Giants. Yes, it wasn't just the little decisions they made leading to the fateful moment wherein it was Innocent holding the Lord and SRG trying to bait a reaction out of Onic, but it was answered by Onic and Kyrie on the link perfectly, jumping on the Harith, taking the Harith out, and Onic playing the long fight to eventually win out game number 1. Good bans here to start it out. We've talked about so many times how the Atlas has impacted this metagame, and the Marcel getting taken out by Onic, while Juicin, used by SRG in game number 1, will be taken out by them on the blue side. Onic continues to ban out Salinas.
I've yet to see Herrera. I've yet to see a Ling ban for either one of
Wait,
these teams. I think most things are pretty similar. Seems like Yeb has decided, you know, the Marcel alongside with the Selena, both of which not to worry about. They've been banned and they just need to breathe. But from SRG's side, I wonder what the opener is going to look like, because I would assume that if Herrera shows, they're going to take it. So what would be then the same response from Onic? Is it still going to be like, hey, rewind Herrera into the link, or do they want to affect it right off the get-go?
If Freya's open, one of them has to pick up the Freya for sure.
Honestly,
I might be a little bit more in the boat that if ever it's available for SRG and you... Honestly, I feel like I don't even need to worry about the focus because you can slot that into the gold. Just pick up the Freya as the first pick.
Yeah, and they also have to worry about that Fanny too. So luckily, the Fanny is gone. It's all up for play.
Freya is still open, so Freya open, so
not to mention the Ling as well as the Herrera at this stage of the game. And I think that Onic needs to make that final choice. It's either they open up the entire thing or they just answer to the Freya, which again has been very terrifying, especially when let through.
Let's say if both assassins, top ones, and the meta will be left open by Coach CW and Coach Yeb. Ling and Herrera, will it be one of those, or will they ban out the Freya and just keep it honest with the Ling-Herrera trade? Last ban, red side for Onic, taking their sweet time. They ban out the Freya, Ling Herrera is the active trade.
Now in SRG, based on the information that we got yesterday, they like to go for the Herrera here most of the time. And considering that they were playing an early game composition in game number 1, I don't mind them if they do it all over again.
Yeah, could work out very well for them. I think if they want to run back wherein Innocent isn't going to be packing someone with basic attacks and they want... Well, I mean, Harith isn't as non-traditional marksman if we're looking at like basic attack marksman. Then just pick up the Ling. But they did get their win in the previous series against GK with Uni on the Herrera, and it was a very good Herrera performance. For the Herrera, I wouldn't be surprised if once again we'll see Cho getting fought for in the first phase of this drafting.
Chao प्राय हुन्छ यार कीबोर्ड पनि छ युज पनि छ दुईटै चाउ प्लेयर खतरनाक चाउ प्लेयर
where the jungler is going to be. In game number 1, the big question was where exactly were the 2 flex picks, one on either side. We weren't 100% where it was going. And SRG was utilizing those flex picks as a mean to start affecting some of the other laners, right? And they're even using the drafts, the draft bans to also indicate, yeah, we're going to be attacking you on this side. But the response straight away, surprisingly enough, they go for Nolan.
Yeah, so there was a hero that we mentioned earlier, but that's if the Nolan and the Herrera are taken away. So this was like, it's Onic trying out, alright, instead of focusing too much on the Ling Herrera trade, why don't we bring up the third option that people and other junglers in MSC have been bringing up in interviews, in quotes? They are honest and pick up the Nolan.
And I think there's a couple of interactions that will be shown here today. Number 1, at least comparative to Ling. Ling is able to get across the map really, really fast, make that huge impact, and has iframes. Nolan may not have iframes, but he has a much better early game. He's got a lot more damage to work with. Just as much mobility as Herrera, arguably with purple buff more. And most importantly, I think it's going to be a difficult 1v1 because Herrera's going to try and lock you down. He's able to dash back out.
Yeah, but now we look at SRG. They pick up the Barretts. Obviously going to be going to the EXP lane for this one, so that's an honest pickup. Wouldn't be surprised if Onic just balance it out and pick up the Uranus themselves. There we go. And then for the gold lane, that's what they're going to be fighting for. Now, you already have strong burst. I think some great sources of basic attacks from Onic would be good. If SRG don't ban out the carry, would it be the worst pickup in the world for Kelra? But if they really want to play through the AoE and knowing that technically this is going to be somewhat of a front to back, knowing that you have a Barretts that you're up against, maybe his good old favorite in the Beatrix might make a show up. I don't know why I said it like that.
I think that it's not a bad idea, especially if that Beleric is going to go, is going to be able to, you know, pick up a flicker for himself instead of a revitalize. That does give him a lot less pressure in the early stages of the game to kind of walk up and do whatever he wants. Especially when you're up against someone like Eudora, which just naturally got tanks in the earlier stages of the game. But coming into the second half, as expected, we were at least expecting one of these teams to affect it. And now, SRG side, they got to make the same answers. Are they going to start leaning into, hey, we don't want you to play double fighters, or we're going to target Sands again?
Sands pickups, with the Juicin gone, he can't Valentina, and Yeah, the Valentino might not be the best bet here.
They don't have many good ultimates to kind of work with.
Will they just end up getting Sans on something like a Lilia?
Ooh, that doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Oh,
But we're already seeing that Rafa is going to get banned early on here. One of the key conditions is the fact that Flying Clouds is the current map play. So you can revive somebody, put them on a Flying Cloud, and they lose 0 EXP in the mid lane.
Oh, this is a great ban here. Keyboy did show up with the Badang. We've seen it also in the hands of Finn in Team Vitality. Can't remember if you've picked it up, but it is a great
Golden
momentum stopper with Onic looking to play a much smoother team fight. And it is just very annoying to deal with, especially if you're up against the Barretts. That extra wall brought up by the Badang could be another extra obstacle wherein the missiles of the Barretts could knock in their opponents, and then that's just an extra way for you to get easier stuns.
I mean, let's not forget about the anti-CC and that ult, right? That's just a great way to just kind of disengage when Beleric tries to make a Wrath of the Dryad play on you anyways. I do want to see what this last ban is from the side of SRG. Loya is going to be the option. So Lilia, technically, low health pool, the Eudora does a pretty good job against it. Going for an artillery mage may not necessarily be that great, but Harith is going to be the red 4 pick for Onyx side. And I like the fact that they're denying it.
I think they're going to end up picking up a Vexana. Remember, we saw the Vexana as an answer to a lineup that has a Barrett, going up against a Eudora. They have the range, it's strong disengage, crowd control. It would set up theoretically for the Nolan and the Harith. Might be a mid lane Vexana.
It's not a bad idea. I think the real question right now is who is going to be the concussive blast user for SRG, because that mid wave, if assuming Vexana is going to be that very last pick, that's going to be like an impossible to contest for. It's just instant clear and you're just dancing around it for 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah, Gatakacha and Hylos both want to pack up their Revitalize, seeing that they're up against the Beleric.
Ooh, actually the Hylos doesn't sound that bad. Now that Harith is already available, that glorious pathway just to slow him down from actually retreating. It's not a bad idea.
But the Beleric and the, the Barretts and the Hylos. Oh, Kufra. Ooh. Another unique pick. But Vexana will mess that up if ever it is one.
Let's see if they actually go for it, right? Because doesn't mean it's the end of the world. There's not a lot of people who could disrupt people like Yves, for an example.
True.
That's so interesting. Yeah. I think at the end of the day, they still want to make sure that, hey, we don't have to stick around the lane for too long. I am curious about specifically whether or not this Beleric, what are the emblems? Is it going to be Ragefly? Is it going to be Concussive Blast? That's going to tell us a lot about how this game is going to be played out, especially in the mid, considering that Storm, he wants to move out of that lane fast with Yums to ensure that Kyrie can't find an angle for a lane game.
SRG needed range, and they got it from surprise initiation through their Kufra, but they are very close to mid-range, while for Selangor Giants, close to mid-range too. Honest with it. Good sources of damage for both.
Guys,
this should be
this is my last game.
Will SRG force game number 3 or will Onic sweep them here to advance to the knockouts? Mirko and Trex, let's go!
We're jumping back in to one of the most grueling series we've seen so far. Onic up against SRG. Onic came back last game, late game. They had 0 control in the beginning, but were able to still get the win, and SRG continue to evolve and grow. They're willing to risk it with some different picks. This is something they lacked in the beginning of the tournament, and we're already seeing how much more they're adapting to current meta.
Hey, that's a sprint on Storm.
last match.
Yums, Master Assassin for innocent.
Oh, मेरो bot like on my scream so मजा
sprint over Flicker for the first time on Eudora.
I wonder, I mean, had to be, whoa, a lot of damage to
Keyboy. Uni मर्यो.
Not even there, it's just a passive Kai. Jumps in, picks up the kill. Yum's gonna be very low.
Uni कमाया फेरि के
this time around, and they instantly go to enemy jungle. Beautiful rotation from Luffy and Kyrie coming to that mid lane. Yums is going to try to stop it, but he may get taken out here. Yeah, Kyrie is able to take it. Now he jumps on Yums. This few more hits to take another.
Kyrie
He's on the board. Now it's 2.
This
is one of the good things about the Noland up against this Aurora. He's going to be able to dash away. He's got the escape ability. He's not, even if he commits to a big amount of damage, he instantly dashes back, and it's going to make it a little bit harder for Uni to catch him in some of those dicey moments. Yums may be going a little too deep. Maybe should have just let them have that one, because now that Kyrie's got 2 kills already on a Nolan, it is a picture-perfect start for Onic.
Can't get better than this, right? Especially after last game where it was SRG who dominated the first 14 minutes of the game, right? Like entirely early game, it was just SRG. Kelra this time feeling the wrath of Innocent in a winning matchup.
Innocent away, very.
All right, so
One.
SRG, do they want to contest this again? They do have the Harara.
Oh, okay, Cramley. Cramley, okay, Cram more. Cramley, okay, यार क्या Cramley. Figure हो गया, figure. नहीं यार.
P-Boy doing the same thing now over to the purple buff. Uni still just level 3. It's like deja vu to game 1, but it's reversed.
Cramley is one important game now, यार.
Neutral objective without even using the retribution.
जो पकड़ पे game
using the retribution on his own purple, just like Kyrie was doing last game. It is a mirror match for sure. Can SRG pull off what Onic did though? You know, it seems like SRG's a little bit disconnected. Yums first goes in by himself to his own death. This time Cram maybe goes a little bit too deep while Uni's still looking for his purple. The full commit's not there, and one or two of them are going in and getting caught off. And I think they have to realize that maybe it's not the time, or if we are going to commit, everyone has to be together.
Slow for Onic after this lead, just taking a purple buff, and only now really making that aggressive move. Double immobilization onto Lutpi, but he doesn't care.
Innocent?
Boy got a position,
Flicker after the Triad! Connects on Innocent, he wasn't expecting it, now an all-in on you! Under tier 2,
Onic, bro! Onic like he will get out.
Uni has to just...
Boy, yeah, nice, yeah, boy, nice pick on that.
Nope, we're not even going for the
what a punish, yeah, Onic, bro. Only expect got to get this answer one.
And Sans at 1-0 and 2. Let's get these damage dealers.
GG, bro, GG.
Uni's just sitting back, watching. He's trying to farm his own jungle. He's trying. I mean, everyone's just trying not to die at this point, let alone catch a lead.
That was one of SRG's fallback plans, right? It's Innocent. If you lose an early game, you can just play around Innocent. The rest of the composition, though, is made for early to mid. Sans has to use the black shoes there. Good move by Cram with the rotation, catching him off guard. But now it's going to take a little bit more to get that plan B sorted out. They're going to have to constantly rotate with Innocent now.
Yeah, look at them, literally hovering around him right now. Stormy and Yums keeping him safe, but possible play in the mid. Onyx going to be pushing SRG back. I don't know if this is a turtle they want to fight for.
2-level advantage on the retribution for Kyrie. Golem gets reset. Uni still able to secure it. Now looking for level 7.
Cram को figure out the Cram level can't try got
should set him very close to level 9.
I'm going to be honest, I don't even know if Cram should be down here at this point. Is this really a fight that they want to take? Innocent, slightly behind, nothing too crazy. Does hit level 7. Oh. Taking a lot of damage.
That's why they went for the Lilia, man. Baraz is just going to get shredded down, has to flicker outlet. He has the consecration still. Free retry now as Yums is able to find the tower trade on Keyboard. Kelra pops into Zaman Force. Lutpi with the consecration gets away. That is nothing to Lutpi.
And this is what I mean, right? They expend so much time on that turtle. They maybe could have got a push on top tier 3. They maybe could have, you know, if Cram would have stayed up there, if someone else would have gone up there, they could have rotated elsewhere and at least made play up on the map. But instead, they spend so much energy on a turtle they never had a chance to get.
So now it's the build back up for SRG. They send Innocent to the other side of the map, trying to get him farm. It's all they can do right now. And Uni, like you said, they went in for the skirmish earlier. And against a Nolan, if you lose out there, Nolan's going to be able to rotate around the map much faster. So what that means is he's going to take your green camps away. That's why we see such a big lead. 3 whole levels for Kyrie on Nolan. And again, he goes bot. When the purple buff is up, he knows where Uni is. He's constantly stealing these camps away. And it's going to get really tough for SRG because they have to feed 2. Uni and Innocent.
Yeah. It's a lot of mouths to feed when everything's being taken from you. Onic already at 4,000 gold, a lot of damage on
the stand there.
Yep.
We nice all that time.
Reacting to the Tyrant's Rage, a taunt lands
you
on Yums, and that's the damage
of
Yums. Kelra picking up a turret for free as Onyx zone SRG away from that tier. Oh god, it's Kai even waiting in these bushes. Again, no chance, no space for Innocent to farm.
I mean,
look at the bush.
It's been the same for Uni too. He's barely able to move around. Early on, getting pushed on multiple jungle points, and Keyboy's been loving just hanging out in these bushes, waiting for the next
Keyboy
target
flicker
to
also.
come along.
He is the bush.
He is
Gameplay
the
flicker on
bush. Keybush.
He's a tree. Conceal from Keyboy. Look at the play again.
Cram ने खाया लूट पे खाया Cram तर उल्टे पर Cram Keyboy ने मर्यो जुम से मर्तो तर केला ने पीर पे आन्यो केला मर्यो उनी फेरि आइसक्यो
Finally, a bit of retaliation. Jumps
शान्त
out
पीर
again
पे
to
गयो
purify out, but now he's going to be on cooldown as Litpi looks for the chase
Ui,
and finds
nahi,
the kill
Uni.
onto Uni.
I don't know if taking the death at the end of that was
Tiny
worth
shot
it.
on was
Finding Kelra at least is a saving grace. But the damage onto Cram, the burst damage of this team right now with Kyrie.
Guys, always gonna make sure to like this stream, like button पे करो साथ से watching तो guys साथ से like पे ना
last game.
500 बने उनसे like
I don't think
करो
Onyx gonna give him time to breathe. I don't think
innocent
He's gonna have to flicker out of this, man. There's no way. He might not even flicker. He might just take it. Keyboy with a flicker in the
Keyboy bro जब Onic लाई चाहिन्छ Keyboy ले every time perform गर्छ यार every time यार TLPS को against माने कस्तो perform गर्छ यार इको को बेला अहिले पनि कस्तो मिडो पकडिरहेको छ इनोसेन्टलाई flicker all time
Onic has never won against Selangor Red Giants.
SRG on the defense. Can Onic pull this off here?
Guys, make sure to join the Discord server as well. Right? Discord ni join halu get up. 500 jana member pool like Discord mani.
It just goes to show Onyx diversity right now. We can play the long haul. We can dominate in the early game. Just give us the chance right now.
8 se पुग्छ क्या watching?
What can SRG do? Having the carry just makes this all so much harder too. And the fact we called it out at the beginning, taking a death early on, and now you've got 2 deaths, being unable to farm. It is a long haul. The thing is it feels like it's been 12 or 13 minutes.
SRG depressed भइसक्यो क्या? अहिलेको फर्स्ट गेम हारेर कमब्याक खाएर
9 minutes. We're talking
demotivate भइसक्यो already.
It could be another 5 or 6 minutes till Innocent even has a chance of really outputting damage till Cram can actually hold down the front line. Onic didn't really have the game in their hands until 18 or 19. That's a long way away.
Can SRG do what Onic did to them?
Wait, don't know about that.
Those are the questions that we need to ask right now.
With
this kind of composition, it's going to be difficult. They don't have the clear. Holy Shield already down, up top again. Now down below, Lutpi ushers those minion waves in to deal with the Holy Shield. Takes a bit of a beating. But it's all for the orange buff to be taken by Kai, who's 5 levels ahead. Use with the rage, but it's going to be over by Sons of the Black Shoes. Now it's a top lane. A big chop down thrown again.
Cramp पनि फिगर भयो. Oh my god, Crampले sustain नै गर्न सकेछन् यार. केला र सानको ड्यामेज.
Secures the Lord.
They do buy some time clearing out the waves, but another wave is coming soon. But SRG doesn't have the greatest comp to defend. Yes, they have the carry to Shred, who has gotten in the Trinity, but still 1.5k gold behind. Taking a look at the jungle, it is a 4.1k gold lead. Uni just got his second item in, just got War Axe in.
The last time they met at a major international, it was SRG who knocked Onic out of Group B in MSC 2024 with a 1-1 draw.
Well, revenge is here. It's in Onyx's grasp. All they got to do is close this out. And last time SRG was a little bit too patient. Onic is ready to kill the doors. And whoa, yeah.
Late game combi छैन.
Or what is it, a misplay?
We'll see what the result of the game comes down to that.
Cram मर्यो. Cram no flicker.
With no winner crown, no problem.
Stop game केटा. GG.
Wave in the mid lane is good. Onic gonna look for the slow build up into the siege right now as they go over the top lane. Lutpi holding in the front. It's gonna be Kai with the dash in forward as Kelra jumps in again. The fracture lands on Yums. Lord cleared out. Shoots comes down. Uni goes down.
Ui boy.
With a rapid dragon in the back lane as that's gonna be Innocent with a pickup.
Fuck you. GG यार. Oh my god. Wait, do we have keeper call me यार? Bro, GG यार Onic. SRG ला element आंदे यार.
After game 1, pushing themselves to the limits, and then to
let's go यार Onic.
in style.
GG यार Onic top पे यार. Wait, keeper को call me bro यार.
Fashion.
Keeper को call me.
Smiles on their faces. Kelra, Keyboy. happy about it.
GGR guys,
because
what a
both
match,
of
what a
those
match.
teams were tested in this group stage.
NTR,
Almost every
NTR,
team in group stage had some
NTR
rocky
SRG.
games.
God, sadly, infinite where SRG.
Was a guarantee. Everything was earned.
I'm happy for owning it. Sadly, SRG like more knockout stage I miss करछु. SRG र TLPS पे.
They will unfortunately be the ones eliminated. The key crushed today as well.
Oh my god, bro.
The revenge was very late.
Yeah,
2024 was when it happened.
Let's go. 800 watching guys. Let's go. Thank you guys. Thank you so
It took them
much.
2 whole years to regroup, to relearn, to improve.
Locked in यार Onic locked in छ. हान्छै क्या हो knockout stage मा खत्रै हान्छ जस्तो यार तातिरा छ Onic त SRG लाई निकालेर आइरहेछ.
Onic dropped down late by Aurora Gaming.
Bro 2-0 हान्छ यार SRG लाई.
Into the last chance for both these teams. It looked good for SRG at the start of game 1. They couldn't close it out. It looked great for Onic.
केटा Onic को लागि एल द हट स्प्याम हान्दिम न त Onic को सपोर्टरहरु.
They knew that they had the advantage. They didn't want to make the same mistakes that SRG made. And they were able to pull through. With that game over, let's send it back to the stage. Rose, who we got up there?
NTR SRG.
What a series, honestly, guys.
I
This
think
is a
interview,
matchup
right?
that we didn't see coming. Closing the group stages, we expected something like this in the knockout stages, rather. But still, Onic secures a 2-0 in the bag up against Selangor Red Giants. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Kyrie! Kyrie, congratulations. How do you feel after finally getting your vengeance up against SRG? Because if we recall correctly, they dominated and defeated you guys back in MSC 2024. That ended your journey, and Kelra last year's journey too for MSC 2025. So how do you feel today?
Onic को hot spam हान्दियो.
Okay.
Onic time है केटा.
For a long time for this match,
Kyrie
and happily we succeeded today.
Happy. I'm pretty sure you guys are very happy. But did you ever expect that this moment would come at this period of time? Group stages elimination match, lower bracket, Onic versus SRG. Or did you expect it, in the knockout stages perhaps?
Yeah, we expected to meet the champion teams in the knockout stage.
You're the only one left right now. Onic is the only one left because 2024 champions are gone. 2025 champions are gone. What does this mean? Do you feel like it's coming back to Indonesia? Do you think it's coming back to Onic?
I hope so. That's all I can say.
Now let's talk about game 1 just now, okay, Kyrie? Game 1, you guys were shaky. You guys were behind by a lot. How did you guys kept yourself composed to be able to make a comeback to secure the win?
We just looked at the enemy's hero, the SRG's hero, and they were using Paquito and Hilda, which are very good at early game, but not that good at the late game. So we just had to be patient.
So the plan was technically to let Kelra snowball as much as possible, give him the resources, so that when the time comes, it's gonna be him and you versus the world.
I think so, yeah.
Now, Kai, you guys are heading later to the draws after the last match. Am I right? So you guys will be seated in seed 2 with all the 2-1 teams. The 2-0 teams will be picking. Who do you think will pick you guys today?
I don't know really, but I hope it will be Aurora.
Why do you want to meet Aurora Gaming again?
Just because we didn't really lose that easily, against them, and I think we have a chance against them.
I agree. You guys were the only team that managed to push Aurora Gaming to a 2-1, and people are saying they are currently the strongest team in MSC. And if people are saying that, I think we want to meet the best. No, Kyrie? So is there any message for Aurora Gaming? Who knows? Maybe that will make them pick you later.
Revenge as well.
Just good luck.
And of course, a message to the fans.
And to my fans, thank you so much for supporting us, especially my team, Onic. Thank you. So all the Filipinos out here, thank you so much. And I hope you guys still keep supporting us in our next match. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kyrie. And now, are you boys ready to crush some keys? Okay, first up, first question, Onic, who wants to be the one crushing the key? Keyboy? Keyboy? Okay, let's head to the back. Come on, guys, follow me. It's time to crush some keys. And as we head our way to the Key Crusher. Key Boy will be the one leading the pack. So Key Boy, you may head to the Key Crusher. And of course, Onic, you may watch. All you have to do is press that lever all the way. All right, guys, ladies and gentlemen, as of this moment, Onic officially eliminates Selangor Red Giants in their journey this MSC XEWC 2026. All right, it's time to see the keys as we show it to the camera.
Cross भयो 25 पनि cross
It will
भयो.
take some time as the keys
Onic मात्र भएको छ यार.
are also shattered. All right, look at the keys. And with that, let us throw it over to the desk to break down what happened in this series.
The hope of a returning champion.
Guys, अब maybe I'm gonna end the stream है. के भन्छ मेरो स्ट्रिम छ कि म स्ट्रिम यतिकै छोड्दिम भिडियो र साउन्ड अफ गरेर गेमको साउन्ड लाइक स्ट्रिमको साउन्ड मात्रै अन गरेर छोड्दिम कि स्ट्रिम नै हान्दिम गाइज. यतिकै अब लास्ट गेम फाल्कन र उ त्यो मात्रै छ फाल्कन पिएच र फाल्कन मेरा. यतिकै स्ट्रिम छोड्दिम कि क्यामेरा र मेरो माइकको साउन्ड अफ गर्छु. स्ट्रिमको साउन्ड त आइरहन्छ त्यो गेमको साउन्ड. तिमीहरू हेर्ने हो केटा हो गेम यतिकै छोडिदिनु. मैले लास्ट म्याच हेर्न भ्याउँदिनँ मेरो स्क्रिम छ. स्क्रिम देखाउन मिल्दैन. स्क्रिम देखाउन मिल्दैन केटा. स्क्रिम देखाउन मिल्दैन केटा. स्क्रिम देखाउन मिल्दैन. आई थिङ्क स्ट्रिम यिनै हालिदिन्छ है त. पुल यस अर नो. ओके म पुलै बनाउँछु त्यसो भए. जति धेरै यस अर नो रो गाइ. म पुल गर्छु नि इन 1 मिनेटको लागि गर्छु है. किन देखाउँदैन त. पुल किन देखाएन मेरोमा. एकछिन के भयो यार. एकछिन ब्याक कसरी गर्थ्यो लाइक युट्युब स्टुडियो. ब्रो के हो यार. यत्तिकै छोडिदिनु भयो. स्ट्रिम यिनै गरिदिन्छ त केटा म. त्यही स्ट्रिम यिनै गरिदिनु पर्ला. स्ट्रिम यिनै गरिदिन्छ है त गाइस. नो रे. ल यत्तिकै हेर है त.
Not with any of the players, but with an analyst from SRG as well to learn a little bit more about what went wrong.
म गएको मेरो स्ट्रिम सकेपछि बरु आउँछु नभए.
Eternity here, and we're backstage with Coach Becky from SRG. Maybe, Coach, you could give us a little bit of information as to what happened in that match against Onic.
I think what happened in the match is, I think that we were very confident going to the game one. We did not manage to really win that game one. Going to game two, I think the adjustment was not the best because I think we were left behind in the meta as well because we were trying to adapt. So I think in the game two, it was just too hard to play. Yeah.
After game one, were the players kind of down? I mean, considering you had a big lead and then you weren't able to close it.
When we come to the backstage, I see all my players are still in a good mood. Actually, going to game 2, are still in a good mood. I think when it comes to game 2, I always just say that our strategy did not work. And that was the main reason why we lose in the game 2. Yeah.
Okay, so the strategy didn't work out in game number 2 as well. And this is, I don't know if this is a sensitive question or not, but I'm just going to ask, what did you think about the fielding of a new person in the jungle? It was Sakai's before, and then we saw the substitute yesterday for Uni, and then Uni's playing today. What happened there?
Because we wanted to play Skies for this tournament, so we started him.
Okay.
But going through when it comes to here, and then when it comes to practice, when it comes to tournament, things are not really going well. So we tried to field Uni today, and then because Uni, he's also very, well, I would say very talented. And then I think that yesterday it was the time that we should let him try and see how far we can go. Yeah, then that's where we try to play Uni. But in my perspective, I think both of them are really amazing jungler.
Yeah. I agree. And Uni did really well.
Yeah.
In that
really
last
did very
game,
well.
right?
Yeah.
So what are you going to tell all your players after this when you get to meet them?
When I get to meet them, I'll say that I'm still really proud of how much they have gave. And then there was a lot of discussion. There's like, this team has always been like a big part, like big family for me. So we really care about each other. We love each other. So I just felt like what I can do is I just have to be better, you know. I just have to be able to lead them better, think about what I can do for them better, and then, yeah, let's come back from these losses and take it as a huge experience and learning. Yeah.
That's what we want to hear. Very excited and anticipating the next international performance from SRG, obviously. But, Coach, I know it's done here for SRG, but obviously there's still another Malaysian representative still fighting for their life here, Vamos. Do you perhaps have a message to Vamos who's still trying to get that trophy?
For Vamos, it's great that we have another really good Malaysian representative in this tournament. You guys are really strong. You guys are getting a momentum. And then especially when it comes to Aero, I really see how well you are playing this tournament. You are really a shining bright jungler in our region right now. So let's keep that momentum and then make Malaysia proud. Maybe this time you guys will be the champion for us.
Amen. I think everyone out there is proud. And talking about everyone out there, do you have a message to the SRG fans that has, supported you from zero to now?
So for the SRG fans, thank you very much for always supporting us, especially when we are having a hard time as well. But I know in this tournament we really underperformed and that we did not deliver up to the expectation. I'm really sorry about that. And then, I mean, I don't need to say that I will take a blame, but people, this is just part of the game. And then, we really did badly. And then, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Coach. I know this was not an easy interview to do, so we really appreciate it. Once again, good luck for your future journey. Thank you so much for your hard work here at MSE. And we are going to throw over to you guys.
Well, wishing the other Malaysian representatives proud. Team Vamos, Aero 404, maybe one of the stars of this tournament so far. Certainly look like they could make a run for grand finals. SRG, a nice exit interview with Ozo Revecki, their analyst. And big thank you again for everyone who does those for us. Not easy to do. Rimar, I want to come back to you because we talked a lot of the story. I want to talk now more of the game, as we have one game coming up, but you took some info and you got some stuff ready for the telestrator for us after this game 3. Tell me what you got.
Yeah, well, we're going to look at the draft. Coach Vecchi did mention that when it came to the draft in game number 2, that they felt like they were a little bit left behind in the meta. So we look at one thing first, and that's going to be the Atlas ban first up. So if you're going to ban the Atlas, it's either expected you're going to be first picking the Belleric, knowing that the Hirara link trait is still active at this point later on, because you will see that Onic will leave it open. So then you're thinking, okay, maybe Belleric's going to be coming in as the first pick. We did make a point earlier that it hasn't always worked out well, but if you're not prepared with a roamer, that is one of the surprise responses to not having the Belleric Atlas available for you, which is these two right here, the Badang and Cho, which were banned out by Onic in the second phase because SRG went out of the second phase. Then it is safe to assume that the Belleric would be a great pickup for your very first one. You have 2 assassins available, you will get that. But it seems like they feared the Hirara a little bit too much. The order has already been shifted here. This is post-exchange, but the Hirara was the first pick of Selangor Red Giants. Then Onic comes in with a surprise by going ahead and picking up the Nolan. Now, Nolan is one of the names mentioned in terms of, hey, if Hirara's not available, if Link's not available, maybe we could pack in a Nolan there in the jungle. And they played it really well. It's up to their tempo. I was making a big case about the Vixana, although we did already mention the Lilia heading into the picks for Onic. But the Lilia and the Nolan, I am reminded just how well they complement each other. Constant pressure from the Lilia where the Nolan can sweep, or Nolan with a sudden burst with Lilia to sweep and finish. With Onic getting the Belleric, and then of course SRG picking up the Kufra in the end for them, they just didn't get a favorable matchup in the center of the map. It could have gone also SRG's way for the very first trade, but you see the little differences here and there. Belleric being able to heal himself, just the raw damage output a little bit better from Onic, and of course that is the playstyle that they love. They love that aggression. These two, you need to watch out for future drafts coming up, the Lilia and the Nolan together. You know that Onic wanted to play this fast because they even closed it out or started it off with a Harith coming on later in the draft, excuse me. You knew that they were just going to go for pedal to the metal aggro. Now I go back to the pick yet again. I know it's meta. I'm not saying it's terrible, but we've seen too many drafts at this point where the expectation of Eudora getting picked ends up becoming the point of, it's like a turning point for the draft of the opposing side that doesn't have the Eudora. They look at the Eudora and say, we know that's already gonna pop up. How do we make the most out of this? All right, so for Onic in this regard, it's we'll take out the best roamers that you could pair up with it and then force SRG to play a different roamer instead. They played the Kufra because once again, they banned out the Badang and Cho. I'm not saying completely forget about the Eudora. Yes, I acknowledge all the amazing Eudora games we've had. Team Liquid lost to a great Eudora game by Shin yesterday, and there have been plenty of great Eudoras today as well. But teams are starting to look at that hero and the lack of range it can provide, and not being able to get that quick turnaround right away that you want from the Eudora as a means to suddenly shift the draft in their favor. Once again, just revisit the priority in Eudora. Don't forget about it, just revisit it.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a Belleric as well, you know, you don't really have to worry about Eudora could work with that. But if you're not going to have it, that could be the issue. They ban out the Cho, they ban out the Badang. That's a great analysis there, Renmar. Thank you. Gideon, you know, as we head to kind of looking at the next series, but before we do finishing this one, any final thoughts on seeing 2 champions of MSC going down, 1 left to go in Onic?
You know, it just means that right now the level of competition has definitely gone above and beyond most people's expectations.
Absolutely.
I think, you know, it's really understandable that most of these teams, especially with the confidence that they have, one patch could change everything, and maybe there's something that you miss. It also helps that a lot of these, you know, high-level teams kind of want to keep those secrets for themselves.
They sure do.
And unfortunately, other teams figured out something else and they just didn't see it in time. I think that's the unfortunate truth of it all.
It's a great look at what's been working and what hasn't. And some of these top teams are exposing matchups we haven't seen before. And these are the results to prove it. Team Spirit and Pro Esports move on GZG into T7, who took down Team Liquid PH yesterday. They are out, and so are Selangor Red Giants, your grand finalists last year, the winners of MSC the year prior, 5-time MPL champions in Malaysia, and Onic have taken them down. Next up, it's a battle between Falcons, and if you think you know who's going to win, go ahead and get your pick'ems in. By the way, if you want to know a guy who knows what he's doing, he's sitting to my left here. Renmar is like second in the pick'ems leaderboard at this point. So whether you agree with him on Eudora or not, you should agree with him on who is going to win. You must have voted like for somebody unexpected to win one of those games.
What are you talking about? Leaderboard?
Yeah.
Oh, the leaderboard I showed you?
Yeah.
Oh no, that was the trivia game we were were playing.
Oh.
Yeah, unfortunately, thank you, but my predictions have been very wrong this MSC in terms of the matches.
You know, and that now it's all making sense because you were like, oh, I'm not even going to say it because I don't want to hurt the fan base anymore. But at this point, you were wrong yesterday. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, I was very wrong.
As were a lot of people, but it's not your fault. Okay, Renmar, I was giving you a compliment, and now I take it all back. In this break, story of my life. All right, in this break coming up, we're going to have a lot of fun and let you listen to the players' reactions with the Saudi radio comms. When we come back, our final series of the day, it's Falcons PH versus Falcons MENA.
Camera rồi. Nói rồi, đúng rồi. Con này hay. Con này chứ mấy lại ra đi. Tí đó. Đi. Con này nó. Cái gì à? Bố làm gì vậy? Thì con nó có bắt thành này. Nice. Đi rồi luôn. Có bao địa chỉ này à? Sao như? Đây đây. Fan đi nó phải ở đây. Đây vậy. Fan đi rồi ở đây.
Right guys? Yeah, we can.
But there is lore, by the way. I think we can defend with my ult, guys. Check me.
Oh, can you come?
I think we lost.
You rush too much.
I just got mid lah.
Boleh tiap aku tak guys?
Boleh sih.
Tiap aku?
Nice.
Lo.
Aku stand dua.
Mati.
Komen.
No puri ah.
Aman banget bro. Boleh dah? Lagi?
Boleh. Sampai tadi belum.
Menang dah.
Dia pandai Doni.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
16 games, 4 weeks, and the hopes of a nation all on the line. Support your country and fight for a championship. For the first time ever, it's the Esports Nations Cup in November in Riyadh. Make sure to tune in. Apex will be there. MLBB will be there alongside 14 other amazing games. And I got to say, the passion has already started here in the MLBB community. It's been a pleasure to join, and it's been a pleasure to see all of the story unfold. I think I picked a good one to kind of jump in and host, by the way.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I think the best amongst, maybe that's just me, but hey, at least you got to experience the real passion.
That's right. And speaking of passion, well, I don't know. I feel like this is passionate maybe for some, but for others, if you're a Team Falcons fan, you're gonna get a Falcons representative either way. Now, that being said, two very different teams coming from different regions representing different journeys. MENA coming all the way through the wild card. Team Falcons PH, the last Filipino representative here to make it potentially to the knockout stage. So huge chances there. We will see how this all goes. But one thing we know for sure, Falcons will continue their club championship title race with a potential knockout representative. We just don't know which one that will be.
Yeah, something I noticed here with the walk-ins, it seems like, of course, the Falcons Meta boys are really locked in. Falcons PH boys, they're a little bit more with their usual loosey-goosey vibe. Flap, this time around, actually jamming out to some tracks. We didn't get to see that the last time he was walking out.
Hey, big shout out to...
Oh, there he is. He's back.
Hey, they know.
He's back.
How do they know? How do they know? Someone said, okay, you're live right now. That makes me wonder what all the people playing it cool were like. They got told they were live, and they're like, yeah, I'm going to act like I'm studying up in here.
Yeah, gotta look cool, gotta make sure.
Oh, no, yeah, I'll make
something
that.
Post on Instagram later.
Yeah, exactly. Just faking it.
Studying stats.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Flap.
They're clearly told they're live, so whatever I see now, I know you're faking it if you're trying to pay attention. Guys, this is a fun one, and also to end the day, it carries the weight as well of the same element of all of these series, where one team is going on, elation, one team is going home, despair. But can you really call it that at this stage? Is there a team that would feel that despair more than any other in this matchup? Or do both teams at this point feel like we played well, we're okay with how we did, we'd love to do more, but what we've done so far is good?
Heavy is the head that wears the crown. We are still in the middle of what people would call the Philippines era because of how many times a Filipino team has dominated in international tournaments. We've been winning world championships since M2. We've been challenged in MSC, but we've won a lot of those as well. I'm pretty sure the pressure right now is a little bit on the Falcons because they can't just go thinking like, oh, Liquid's still here. Wait, no, Liquid's not here, man. It's just us. We're the only team left representing the Philippines, a country with a lot of pride when it comes to MLB. I mean, some people would say a lot of pride, but as a Filipino, I feel like it's just the right amount, you know, but...
It's a different baseline for everybody. Okay?
It is.
But understandably so, I think what's really scary is that despite having so much weight on your shoulders, there's still that gnawing thought of like, maybe this patch is not us, you know? Maybe this patch is what makes it so coin flipping. One bad mistake could end up getting us knocked out. And I can't imagine a world where a Filipino representative doesn't make at least top 4.
Yeah, and that has been kind of the shift. That's why this has been such an interesting one to jump into. So speaking and introducing that team, Team Falcons PH, representing the Philippines, it has been an up and down journey for Philippines here at MSC. We've obviously seen one of the #1 rated teams in Team Liquid PH go down. This is Philippines' last hope, but it is a good hope because this squad definitely knows how to get the job done. From Haji, Ogwin, Super Marco, Kyle, and Flap, they're all about to take stage. But before they did, we wanted to see how in sync these players were with some other opinions. That's why we asked them a little bit of this or that.
Hey guys, my name is Afel, and we know the players. They can play well in-game, but let's see how they do in real life. Because this is this or that. I'm with Super Marco, Kyle, as well as Ogwin from Team Falcons Philippines. If you guys are in sync, you're good. If you're not in sync, then you guys basically can hit each other with a hammer. So if all are good, I want you guys to line up. The first question. If you can time travel, would you rather go to the past or the future? Go. Hey, he wants to go to the future. He wants to see what's up. All right, so this one is going to be tricky. If you have to choose one for your life, would you rather never listen to music again or never watch videos again? 3, 2, 1, go. You're really not the same as them. Okay, for the next one. Would you rather give up your phone or give up your bed?
Phone or bed?
In 3, 2, 1, go. Yeah, I mean, like, come on, who needs sleep, right? Who needs sleep? We got 2 more. This is Jungle Heroes. In 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, finally, you're the different one.
It's better.
I agree, Dominic is better. The last one. Say you guys have been caught. 1v5. Who would you trust to save you guys? Flap or Haji? In 3, 2, 1, go. Of course you have to trust Haji, right? Of course. All right, so it looks like it's not super in sync.
Have the hammer.
Whack your team. There you go. This is Team Falcons. I gotta say, all the teams love this one. We'll see you guys next time.
Some of those were some serious hits right there. The Stealth Assassin, I love it. Team Falcons PH, a little out of sync, but all fun and jokes in that one. I'm sure they'll be in sync in game when we get started. And that turns our attention over to Team Falcons again, but this side, the MENA representative. Remember, GK Esports qualified as the MENA representative, but the likes of Sanji, Boyet, Cuffin, Troll, and Sano qualified through a 10-team wild card, where only one of those teams could make it to MSC. Finally getting here, they've now put themselves on the door to being able to have a chance to qualify for the knockout stages. And of course, they've got everything to play for.
And now we are with the coach of Falcons MENA, Coach Pawi Byrne. How are we doing?
I'm good, I'm good.
You're good. That's not what you said to me earlier.
I'm good, but yeah, I'm nervous.
Nervous, okay. So can we talk about that a little bit? Why are you nervous?
Yeah, because of course the enemy is Team Philippines again. And of course they are one of the strongest region, right? And yeah, they were our, screaming partners as well. So we don't know what will happen.
I heard about that. Is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? What do you think about being screaming partners and now you're in the lower brackets with them?
50-50, yeah, because we know their heroes too and they know ours. So we'll see.
Is it weird for you going up against Falcons?
Weird.
Weird. Because I think some of them shared that they were a little bit sad up against the same org.
Same as, for us too. We're really sad that we're gonna fight our, sister team.
Yeah.
Philippines, but it is what it is. We just need to, play and see what we can do.
Do you have maybe a message to them before your match?
For our Philippine team, good luck and have fun, guys. And I hope we play our very best.
Play our very best. So I want to rack your brain a little bit. Like people and legit player, coach, everyone, they're talking about the meta right now. I mean, you played in the wild cards and now you're here. How different is the meta from wild cards to now?
It's really different because we're not expecting they will drop a big patch, after that MSC wild card. So it's really big. And then as I think my player said, told you guys that we're not practicing, right? Like we just got here at 19, I think, and then we started practice that day. So we only have like 1 day or 2 days practice to to check the meta if we can play it or not. Yeah, but I think right now we know a little bit. So just we'll see.
So it should be okay.
Should be okay.
So is that your main challenge now?
Yes.
The meta.
The meta.
What about if I had to ask you about Falcons PH? What's your main challenge up against them?
Main challenge. Don't give us jungle tank.
Okay, so you don't want to be forced on a jungle tank. So maybe we'll see an assassin showdown.
Maybe.
Maybe. All right, Coach, I think that's it from us. Any last words that you want to mention?
Thank you for all the fans that supporting us, And now we're gonna fight our sister team. Good luck, and have fun.
Thank you so much, and good luck to you. And we're just gonna. Sorry, what? You make me nervous now. What? We're throwing it over back to you guys.
Did I just see Eterna lose an interview? Oh, man.
Oh, that's a rare result.
I think that's the second one.
All right, so she's
like 18-2 now or something. Maybe 28-2. She's probably done at least 30.
Yeah, still a solid record.
Solid record. A+ still. Eterna. I will say, Pawi Byrne, I like the hat too. That was a nice little merch plug right there. Falcons, it's all Falcons. So we're talking about it, obviously different regions. And when you speak of the MENA region, they have yet to qualify for a knockout stage at an international. Yeah. And this is an opportunity. 2 games away, Rinmar. You look at, that's not that far.
Yeah, but it was these boys under a different banner in the M6 World Championship where they were right there. Just they needed that one series win to go into an even deeper stage into the M6 World Championship. It was them also, right? Like with Troll, Sanji, Cuffin, Sano. I hope for the best for them. I hope for the best for these two. I know it's not easy.
It's so hard to kind of encompass how impressive Falcons MENA actually is, because genuinely each one of them has something going on. This is technically a hobby, with the only exception being Boyette here being the full-timer, and the amount of practice that they get in has to be at 100% efficiency, if not at 150%, because clearly they don't get to put as much time as everybody else here in Southeast Asia or across the world, and yet they still grind it out every year to push themselves to the next level. In comparison to, again, Team Falcons PH, they've won titles before. They've gone through the most difficult region possible to be able to get picked up by one of the best orgs in the region.
Well, Team Falcons takes the stage on both sides in just a moment. It's PH versus MENA. One searching for the knockout stage to represent their region when we thought we'd have more representatives, and one looking to do it for the very first time and make their region proud. The showdown begins.
Well, my friends, the saying goes, one team's victory is another one's defeat. A huge moment as Onic take down the MSC 24 champions in Selangor Giant, knock them out of MSC 26, and well, sadly, break my dear Rose's heart.
Yeah, that was a tough one to watch, and it's always tough sending a team home, but it's even tougher knowing them personally in a sense, you know? But the show must go on, because right now, the same org is battling it out to find out who's better, right?
It's simple as that, really. It's a big all-out fight for Team Falcons on either side, and I think we're gonna have a bit of a doozy with this one.
Oh yeah, this one is gonna be fun. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Team Falcons Philippines! A team that has experienced the highs and the lows, ready to reclaim their dominance no matter the opponent. They are doing this for them. They are doing this as the last Filipino representatives left at MSC at EWC 2026.
You can tell the regional battles are incredibly important here in MLBB and MSC 26. They are the epitome of competition, though they're not the only region that is fighting for their only representative. Please join me in welcoming Team Falcons MENA! The last MENA representative remaining at MSC 26 joins us on stage for a mirror battle for the ages. After defeating Ignite Gaming and putting in good work versus Vamos, all eyes are on this match that could be historic for their region, Middle East North Africa.
Whatever happens today, history will be written. And no matter what happens today, Team Falcons will win.
That's a perfect way to put it, Rose. Couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah, so you know what? Teams, you may now take your seats and of course place your keys. And of course, captains, don't forget to meet in the middle. A brother going up against a brother. This will be an interesting match for sure.
Either calling it sister or... we got the save at the end of it. That's all we needed.
Ooh, this is an exciting match. I think it's going to be a chaotic way to end the group stages. So with that, let us head on over to the Land of Dawn.
Well, a wise man once said that the only things certain in life are death, taxes, and Rhino Day. That's right, it's Rhino Day live in the shop. Make sure you grab your new interactive effect. Happy Rhino Day, everybody. Spam those emotes and join us.
I've been trying for so long. My wife has been actively telling me, I swear to God, if you propose to me on Rhino Day and I don't get to celebrate it, we're done. And I told her, okay, I'll avoid Rhino Day. Jeez, wow, man.
Yeah, I once slept through Rhino Day. Good thing the cameras aren't on me right now, because it wasn't a good time.
It may not be a good time, but at the very least, with these emotes, I'm hoping that they may actually use it this time. I mean, they're brother and sister team. They gotta have like a little bit of fun with each other, right?
I think you have to take it light. I mean, coming from a situation like this where a lot of your cards are already on the table, there's not too many secrets you're gonna pull out. Anybody who's done something different has done it in the last 7 to 8 days, as you saw, just started playing after they got here on the 19th. It's not even the 27th. I think it just is the 27th. It's gonna be an interesting one. These are battles, though, that sometimes you love and can go down to the wire just because of that familiarity, Gideon. It's not even a matter of skill sometimes anymore. It's a matter of you're so comfortable, you know this opponent so well that it's like just the tip of an emotion or a bad play can end up causing the swing in a game.
But here's the thing, like, again, brother against brother, sister against sister, brother v sister, doesn't matter. At some point, somebody is going to start playing dirty. Yeah. And that's when all the secrets start revealing themselves. That's when you see how personal this might actually be. If both sides keep it calm and don't reveal any information, technically, it's good for the Team Falcons as a whole for club championships if they want to get further into the tournament.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the reactions in the bands. You know, those surprise bands, and then suddenly the coach from the opposing side is either going to be angry or just laughing. It's like, haha, yeah, we couldn't get that past them because they knew.
Well, Broken Walls will be our map reveal. And I like it too. You're talking about the reactions in the bands. What are our expectations here? Two teams that have fallen down into this position, one to be eliminated, one to go on, but both have struggled in different versions of this tournament that they've been in. What's your take, Gideon, that we're going to see now?
I think that right now, what it really comes down to is whether or not you can get as chaotic as possible with the Filipinos. And I think especially for the MENA, they've shown in the wildcards that they can get underneath people's skins if they get just a little bit of a lead, like a 1.2K, a 1.5K type lead. Considering what everybody is banning, it feels very standard. They've already initiated the Hirara trade. They're probably going to leave it up because Atlas needs to go. And now this should be a pretty simple first pick unless they want to show us like a different angle.
I think this is actually a little early for Belleric from what we've seen. Although it does, like, we've been seeing that 1-2, right? With the Hirara or the Belleric, the Eudora. I almost don't want to say it in front of you, Renmar, because I know you're done with it.
His fist is already clenched.
But a chance for Meta to set the tone, and it's Hirara with the Ling and the Fanny Band.
Yeah, no surprises here. And I think really understandable that getting rid of the Belleric makes sense. It already kind of forces the initiation of, hey, do you actually want to play Valentina? If you don't want to, then maybe you can just get rid of the Atlas and save everybody some time here. And let's make sure things get a little sweaty. Your reign is rather interesting. We're seeing more teams actually lean into the more reliable sandbag.
And Zushin still available too, but the Selena picked up. Page out of Rosa's book.
Yeah, some big evolution here by Falcons PH. While for Falcons Men, it is also an evolution for them. Usually they're the team that we look at as, oh, they want to force those utility tank junglers. But this time Boyet and the rest of the team stepping up to the plate, showing us that, hey, we're ready to play the Assassins and we're ready to play the game of this meta. With both roamers gone, I think we're fighting for Cho and Badang now. But don't take away the possibility that the Gacha still might show up with Revitalize, High Loss as well, but that's a little bit lower in the totem pole.
I think as of right now, there's a couple of unique picks that have been circling around in my head, especially in a meta like this, especially when you have very key picks with distinct characteristics like Selena. Is there the possibility of maybe finding a stronger engage? The Cho and the Alice do show up. I was thinking whether or not they wanted to play something like a Lolita, but I don't think there's enough information yet to get that guarantee. Most likely, probably going to show up on that second phase, but let's see here, right? They need to complete their first 3, and I think most of the time, it's usually 2 tanky boys, and then the Selena, but if they want to initiate the Ling... oh, wait, Ling's already banned out. They got to figure something else.
Yeah, I think you just go and pick up the Badang, honestly. It's fine, it does the job, it has that anti-CC, but with the Alice around, fighting underneath the Throne of Ruin of the Alice, and of course her passive, considering you don't have a lot of crowd control, yeah, you need that crowd control. Just go ahead and pick up the Badang. Go into the second phase without your jungler, pick it up later. Oh, okay, no, they'll pick up the Nolan first. So, again, we're seeing now here the reprioritization of Nolan, whether or not the Ling is on board, but here we go.
Yeah, they're trying to match it, right? Match that pressure. And so far, if we're comparing the Nolan Selena versus the Hirara alongside with the Cho, that early game is generally pretty even, slight advantage over to Falcons MENA. But then, where do we go from here, right? There's still a missing support pick coming in for the side of PH, and ideally, I think going for the Badang may not necessarily, they don't necessarily have to hold on to it. They can go a little bit further. They still need a concussive blast user.
Yeah. A little bit of a faster clear of the center. They might lean towards picking up the Gacha. Okay, I think this is one of those bans of like, yeah, we know you, so we know what you guys like to play. Let's go ahead and ban out the Clid.
Oh, do they want to set up for maybe double fighter, high snowball style composition, strong side lane, so that no matter wherever Nolan decides the path, he has a potential to set up for a gank?
No basic attack, all just hit each other with our hardest hitting skills. I wouldn't say no to that. That's fun to cast. Well, I'm not casting, but it's also fun to analyze.
It's also the premise of Fight Club, but we don't talk about that here.
What's that?
Second,
great answer.
What else could they get rid of? Because there's so much priority going towards this gold lane, and I totally understand now that Cho is in play, that gold lane really boils down to who has the better battle spell. But now I don't have a choice. I have to go Purify every single time, and I can't get away from this Alice if I don't have that Purify.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to play a carry. I think Falcons or one of these two might want to consider just playing for like a lot of range. They ban out the Valentina. Are they setting up for something big in the roam?
But why? But why? What other ultimate are we kind of missing out here? What are they trying to set up for in terms of a counter engage? I would have imagined that it would lean more into the EXP, but they already have the Uranus.
Here's a funny suggestion, throwing it back a little bit back. Tigreal.
Ooh, not a bad shout. I don't think I think that there's a lot of logic in this, especially if your Rara tries to go in for the engagement. There is a way to kind of counterplay it, or at least kind of keep up with her tempo.
Conversation now starting to get a little bit more tactical.
I keep forgetting about the Minotaur.
With the Minotaur banned out. And now Falcons turn to pick up a roam.
They really know each other well.
Yeah.
That's what it feels like. Oh, I get rid of the Valentina. There's no way they're going to steal the Minoan Fury. Banned.
With the range, with the pokes, we might be seeing a different style of mid here. I think Falcons are, they're just going to go ahead and show the Claude. Might have been worried that you're going to be seeing like a artillery mage from Falcons Mena, so they just go ahead. They're zeroing in on dive. This is all in for Falcons, and this could be a very risky gambit.
Oh, what kind of a support would technically field well here? Something that...
Oh, you?
I don't think it's a bad idea, but then for Mina, at least we could see that they've got the stronger engage on their side. They have ways to kind of initiate, but where is the damage going to come from? With Harith already gone, Clint already gone to kind of guarantee the lane-winning matchups, does that mean that they have to go back to something a little safer? No Claude as well, so Brody?
Yeah, Brody. Oh, Brody should be good matchup-wise.
Zushin comes in late.
Oh.
Left on
she's alive, yeah.
The available list and the Moskov.
Yeah, with all of this dive, good space. I'm honestly really liking this Falcons Mena draft. Unless Falcons PH decided to pack a surprise in the roam, or they'll just settle for the Badang. Again, we pose the possibility of a Tigreal.
Yeah. Overall,
missing here.
We've seen carries late. Brody, you guys mentioned as well, could come up looking for that pick in the gold lane.
Oh, no, Claude's
gold, sorry, in the gold lane for Claude.
Yeah, they've already got the Claude at this stage, and I think that now they're just looking for like a support pick that kind of either leans into their strong lane or something that completely counters like two of their engagement tools. And without the Minotaur, it only really just leaves us with the Tigreal as a means to kind of get away. There's also the Lolita, but there's not a lot of projectiles to reflect anyway, so it's kind of not worth it. Badang feels all right, but at the same time, it's just not enough to kind of maintain that pressure. I like the God Thought. It fulfills all the checkboxes. Clears waves fast in the mid lane.
Beautiful.
It can support the Selena. Most importantly, disengage.
And you have Revitalize with you.
All right, well, you see the lineups here. Falcons Mena versus Falcons PH. Guys, any edge either way?
Very execution-based. I'm leaning a little bit more towards Falcons PH if Haji lands some big-time arrows.
I mean, if he's going to hit all the arrows, I'm going to say PH as well, but I think generally safe composition, it's Mina.
Everybody seems like they've got some win conditions here as well. The Nolan we saw win last game. Zushin left off the ban list also and back in the side of Mena. They've got a good lineup on both sides. What else would you expect from Scrim partners who share the same organization just from different regions? It's Falcons PH versus Falcons Mena. One's trying to go to the knockout stage for the first time. One's trying to bring the knockout stage to the Philippines one more time. Let's send it over to Brigida and Mirko to get this game started.
Thank you so much, panel. Welcome to game number 1 in this elimination bout. I know one thing's for sure. Falcons gonna win.
Falcons. Falcons, Team Falcons. Yes, that was something Rose mentioned earlier too, and that is the only thing guaranteed, at least heading into this series, where I feel like a lot of eyes are definitely watching out for. Yep. Considering what has been a very unexpected turnaround for the PH representatives already so far here in MSC, there's a huge task and challenge for Falcons PH this time, but just the same, Mina, they've finally been stepping up. And they're just one step away from getting into knockouts right now.
And that's been the case. Let's see if Falcons Mena can actually pull up an upset, right? Because so far it's been crazy upsets here and there, even yesterday. All in though.
Oh, that's a crazy arrow. I don't even consider that's crazy. It was just right in front of them. Troll doesn't have the flicker. At least he will survive this though. But a great start somewhat for a Selena on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, pick up already, and they want more. Ogren with the unbreakable. No, it just gets the wave shoved in over the Falcons meta. Now, all right, one thing. The panel was questioning if Hadji can land the arrows, right? That's the goddamn Kadam machine, bro. I think he can land some arrows. He went for Season Hunter, though. That means he's going to go for the fast clear onto neutral objective. So already a different approach on the Selena for all the other Selenas so far.
Yeah.
Sana's doing a good job in lane. We've been seeing more bargain hunters from Moreno, My Goat, Wilderness Blessing for some other Selenas. But Haji's gone for the normal Season Hunter.
Yeah, and I think we've all been wanting to see that KDA machine
Kadam machine
gameplay from Hadji, which I feel like hasn't really been the case for Falcons PH so far. Again, when they went up against Vitality, it's really Moreno as the highlight of that match. Now with Stroll already poked down to less than half HP. How do Falcons Mena actually dance around this?
That's a good question. Falcons Mena do have a lot of ways to engage, though. Troll and Sanji mainly. Falcons PH are going to be the ones having to kind of react to these engages unless they just start it again and blitz it down, and that seems like it's going to be the case with the Season Hunter.
Oh, yep. That is the game plan. Right now, Falcons Mena, 0 trades across the map so far. They aren't able to really get anything out of that. It's just Boyet still farming in his very own jungler, and the way that Falcons PH have been controlling the mid duo has been spectacular. They aren't really enabling Boyet to just go in for any burst nor pickoffs just yet.
Yep. It's gonna be slow. Hadji!
Oh, another arrow onto Coffin. Doesn't use the flicker. There's the knockup of the Lantern Flare. But that's about it.
Even Flap coming by as well. These Falcon boys, man, are playing it so macro. Kyle using the space to invade in the jungle. So it's all about building up those small leads for Falcons PH. They might be able to steal this. Oh, the red tree from Kyle! Takes it away from Boyet. It was on cooldown for Boyet.
iframe's forced out too. Now, initially, what has just been Falcons Mena sticking to the jungling, sticking to their very own farm. Now it's been successfully infiltrated and interrupted by Falcons Mena. An arrow, if it weren't for the Shumpo, that would have been very dangerous here for Troll. But this is a Selena which is actually working in the early game.
Yep. They definitely took a few pages out of the Vitality book after losing the Selena Abyssal Arrow.
Onto Boyet of all members, and that's gonna be a pickup as well. Hypnosis already picked up by Kyle too.
Wow.
That's the start you want for Falcons.
Oh, another.
Oh wait, there's an AOG. Everything just used to secure the kills against Falcons Mena.
No ifs, man. No ifs, all right? Hadji doesn't do if, buts, or maybes. He just does absolutes, bro. It's when he lands the arrow, not if. Oh my goodness, the Kadam machine. Hadji's just been landing these back-to-back arrows like it's nothing against Falcons Mena. The lead basically is all onto Hadji, right? I mean, all because of Hadji, sorry. 3,000 goal lead almost at 4 minutes in the game, 3 kills. All with the arrow.
Yeah.
One on Jusin, one earlier, and now on the turtle.
Yep, the Jusin is pretty much dealt with at this point, at least in the early stages of the game, so it'll be a struggle for them to catch back, but that's the Throne of Ruin. It's gonna catch Kyle! We have the Dragon onto him as well as Soti connecting, and Sano makes it to the team fight! Sanji finds the kill, the knockup onto Owen. He's still trying to sustain it, but Flap though, he tried to find Boyet there. Another episode of Arrow connecting, Hadji will go in again, and an AOG! They still want more! Hadji's on a killing spree!
Boyet!
Okay, knockup onto Owen, but Hadji finds a double!
Again, it's the arrows and Hadji keeping them alive. Falcons Mena, wait a second, what happened there? Falcons PH, it looked like they want to blitz, but then it was Falcons Mena just forcing the issue, finding the fight, the Throne of Ruin and the flicker. Caught Kyle off guard, a good Jeet Kundo to follow it up as well, so there's still going to be ways for Falcons Mena to pull off a victory here, and it's through forcing these team fights, and Falcons PH gotta be ready for it. They can't be caught off guard like that.
But Falcons PH, they're just so good. They're just so good at managing the man-to-man defense. The members of Falcons Mena individually, you saw how Flap just had his eyes set on Boyet, and he was capable of dealing with him all alone, enough to put him at a very low HP. And on the other side, even though they were after Kyle, the arrows from Hadji, they're just something Falcons Mena are yet to really find a way around. Every single time a team fight breaks out, these arrows just interrupt so much of what Falcons Mena want to happen.
And so it builds up again. Kyle, luckily, bought the Sky Piercer after the death. Flap, though, will not make Boyet's life easy. Chases him under turret, pops in the Consecration as well. Classic Flap on the Uranus.
That's been the case for Boyet and Flap for the past 6 minutes. It's always been Flap on Boyet. Troll shows up. Fracture already used. Another episode trap. But Falcons Men are holding on to this mid turret. But it feels like they haven't been able to move out of it as much.
Look at Kyle.
Kyle? Okay, he's onto Sano. SOD connecting as well. Crimson Beacon in! Troll doesn't land the kick onto Kyle, but he does find Haji. But do they have enough damage to deal with him? They finally get to shut him down here or not! They do, but even at the expense of Sano, they had to lose him just to take Haji down.
Usually I'd say it's going to be worth it for the Selena to pick up the Moskov, but he gave the Moskov a big bounty. That was a 4-0 Selena. Now gold given over to Sano. Falcons PH will still capitalize over this neutral objective. That's going to be free. But man, great targeting by Falcons Men. I really thought they were just going to go for Kyle. In the end, Troll picked the right guy. He went straight for Haji, who had a bounty, who could actually, again, beat a turn for Falcons Mena.
Yeah, I thought so too. I thought it was actually Kyle they were after all along. But at least in turn, I feel like this somewhat allows Falcons Men a bit more room to go for more plays. It does grant a bit more wave control, but I think the fact that Sano has been forced to at least participate in the fights more frequently than we're used to seeing gold laners do is somewhat slowing things down a bit for Falcons Mena. It's maybe also because Cuffin hasn't been having the best time in the early game, which is why they needed to compensate for damage in other departments. Oh, but Troll, he finds one. There goes the follow-up from Cuffin. They find the knock-up on Haji with the Lantern Flare, but the damage, it needs to come from Boyet. Iframes trying to dash out. A flicker from Flap, though. He doesn't let Boyet get away.
Okay, the first time is going to be worth it to get the kill on Haji because of the bounty, but the second time around for Boyet's life, not that worth it. But then you look at it again, and Falcons Mena were able to get a turret in mid lane. Luckily for Falcons PH, they also retaliate with a turret take. So in the end, it's Falcons PH who get the benefit of that trade, the advantage. Chastised Pauldron done for Sanji. That'll certainly help in their endeavors to fight around in these 5v5s against Super Marco.
Yeah, you know what reminds me of? When I see Sanji on the Alice, it just brings back memories, you know?
Yep.
It just brings back memories of Wildcard. But now it's a much bigger task at hand for Sanji. He does have to give up that turret, though.
At least it's not one of those wildcard games where Sanji went 0-7 on the Alice, right? It's a good game. Oh, arrow!
Oh, it's not a good game for Cuffin, though. That's for sure. Now that the Throne of Ruin already forced out, he does land it onto multiple members and flickers out safely. And I guess they're just trying to buy more time. Look at what Sano's been trying to do on the Moskov.
They are able to get a tier 2 down below. The SOD doesn't land, and it's Falcons PH who are just getting the better trades. They get a kill off of that on Cuffin. They get a base turret as well. Falcons Mena only got the Holy Shield, but hold on. If Falcons PH commit onto this, the Moskov might be able to go for another turret. No, it's too fast.
Okay, Sano just gets the purple instead. There will be Haji to deal with the waves too, but even the placements, just look at the placements of the traps. I mean, it'll go down a few, but I think that's helping Falcons so much, just play around their macro much more easier. A Malefic Roar pickup for Kyle. Ooh, it's been so tough for Cuffin, honestly, in this game.
Yep.
The positioning has been a struggle. The Crimson Beacon used to reposition or even go in aggressively has been a struggle because the arrows seem to be punishing him always.
Let's take a look at the equipment here so far in the game. What has Falcons PH been able to get with a 6,000 gold lead in their hands? 1,000 in between the gold laners. That means Super Marco ahead in the Swift Trinity build. Sano, though, following through, able to pick up the DHS. That makes it Swift Trinity Power Spike as well.
Conceal from open.
They still have to clear. Oh, Spear of Misery. Wow.
Knocks him back, but they'll have to let go of their turrets. Arrow gets dodged, but Holy Shields are about to go down. They lose 2. I mean, they only have 2 left, but the damage from Kyle is insane. Falcons Mena at least have room to deal with the Lord for now, but you saw that single entry from Falcons, and it's not looking too good for them.
It's all about defense for Falcons Mana, for Falcons PH. It's all about trying to go for the siege. So they need to find some angles for the arrows to land, or they start zoning Falcons Mana from these structural objectives. Troll with the conceal, cancel AOG.
Oh, Throne of Ruin casted, does get him immune from that knockup, but Sanji doesn't find any. Has to flicker out too, just to survive. The damage from Boyet doesn't seem to be enough. Sano's just dealing with the waves as much as they can. Goes in! Super Marco. Oh, that made me nervous.
Marco gets the Melfic gun. He'll be able to get that range advantage. Arrow from the side, but it doesn't land. Again for Falcons Mana though, they have amazing clear as long as the Moskov is left untouched. As long as he's able to pierce through these minions with the spears, he'll be getting free farm. So I think for Falcons PH, the right move right now would be to freeze up these waves, deny farm away from Sano. Because he's not far, 1,000, but not as far as you would think, right? With a 6,000 gold lead here, you wouldn't expect a little bit more of a lead there to try to deny the Moskov. It's actually more on the jungle. Kyle's been gapping Boyet in farm. Oh my goodness.
I gotta say, Flap's been doing a great job at helping Kyle get this lead over Boyet. The fact that they haven't been able to really utilize the Hirara to in any way try to burst down a member from Falcons. Not even Haji, who seemed to be one of the best possible targets in the early, or even Super Marco. So it's been great. It's been great for the Bulletproof, and now Ogwen just gets to pick up the Chastise as well. So majority of the damage you're expecting from Falcons Mana already have somewhat of an answer from Falcons PH. And there's another Lord spawning in just 3 seconds, which I feel Falcons Men are really going to struggle to try and attempt for a contest, if any.
It's double Season Hunter plus a Claw. They can burst this Lord as long as it's not Evolved Lord. Super easy. Look at that. Oh man, you blink and you miss it.
Yeah.
Lord gone, taken by Falcons PH. Purple buff taken by Boyet though, so he's able to get a buff in hand. Flap's good. Melfic gun though for Sano.
Yep.
One thing we can talk about is that the additional range will help him to clear even more. Wishing Lantern already done with Ice Queen 1. And it's just a Melfic Roar, that big, oh my god, 2 items difference between the junglers. Kyle has a Sky Piercer, even though it's only on 10 stacks, and an endless battle. So that's going to be true damage that Sanji, Troll, and Cuffin are going to have to deal with.
Yeah, Super Marco's looking like he's on the road onto building a Winter Crown as well.
Got it.
That's Sanji taking it, and that's a conceal play. Ogwen trying to show up. Doesn't get to taunt anyone just yet, but that's just space.
Yep.
Falcons secure this mid-base turret. They get to find the Lantern Flares onto Flap, but he doesn't care. He's just gonna go in. Consecration already used. They're looking to take out all the remaining base turrets, but the damage from Super Marco.
It's just there, it's just a bit of poke. Falcons Mana know that they cannot fight, and the reason they gave the mid turret is because they would rather lose mid and top, no problem, over their last side lane turret. Falcons PH don't want to take this down.
This Troll finds something here. Oh, it's Ogwen who goes in first. Are they looking to punish
Haji?
instead? Sanji finds a set in the back lines, but all the while that's been happening, the rest of his members have been falling too. Boyet dealing a bit more damage than we expected him to. And it's been 3 members of Falcons PH going down so far. Blazing to a canceled out Winter Crown just in time. And the BMI. Super Marco gets to escape, but they lose 3.
That was insane. The arrow looked like it was going to land on Cuffin, but he popped in the Crimson Beacon, so it actually landed on Sano instead. In the end, Falcons PH still took a fight under turret. Look at this again. Slow-mo. Ogwen got both. Sano and Cuffin. This was the dream start. Haji throws it, and look, Sano was left to deal with the Abyssal Arrow. Haji got it. Yes, Sanji got a massive set. But damn, fighting under turret against this composition still super difficult. It was just so difficult for Super Marco to find a target to actually attack as well, just because of the iframes. Great cancel though on Troll. Amazing Jeet Kundo. Purple buff steal for Boyet, finally.
Wait, did he? Or is it? Because I think I see a purple buff in...
Oh, Kyle secured it? Kyle secured it, okay.
Got it,
I thought it was a take with the Retry. Both of them Retry.
Both of them. That was close. It's still a 7k gold lead though for Falcons PH. So we saw how, as you mentioned, Falcons Mana have been struggling to go for that fight even when it was right under their turret. So it's still not looking as great for them. At the very least, things could have been different if only Sano didn't go down there. Maybe if they only had a bit more damage to rely on to execute the team fights, but even Sanji's just starting to feel the damage from the fractures.
Kyle took it away, the orange buff with the Retribution. Playing with the timers again, knows that Falcons Mana cannot blitz this Lord, so it's just the Retry used by Kyle to constantly suffocate Falcon Mana carries. Top wave has been dealt with though, and they know the retree's been used. The troll is looking for the play. Abyssal Arrow.
He gets caught by an arrow! He uses the Way of the Dragon just to push the other members away, but he will not survive. Crimson Beacon out, just so Cuffin lives too. And that's pretty much it. Falcons PH get this guaranteed Lord.
Yet again, it's Falcons PH, man, controlling the game. Falcons Meta have only had one neutral objective. A say, only had one say onto the neutral objective. All the times it's just been Falcons PH with a burst on the double season hunter. Ogwen with the flank.
With no base turrets left, this isn't looking too good for Falcons Mena. Majority of their wave clear is just really Sano. But if Falcons decide to sync up the waves, this is gonna be tough. You have to expect Abyssal Arrows everywhere, and looking at the items. Okay, Boyet still needs one more.
That they do. Still needs one more item, but I don't think he's going to be able to get it in time. Wind of Nature for Sano. Oh, actually, he gets a Sea Halberd. There you go. Full items on the damage dealers of Falcons Mena.
Okay, just in time for the fracture! Forcing out the Wintercraft from Sanji. Throne of Ruin forced already to AOG in from Ogwen, but Slap doesn't have the Winter Crown. Does he get Palish here?
Sano!
No! Haji finds another kill! And the fracture just lands on multiple targets! Falcons BH ends game one right here!
It was a full defense for Falcons Mena the whole game, from start to finish. Falcons PH, though, able to stay consistent, constantly throw in these attacks at the base, sieging it through. And the last one, it looked a bit dicey with those health bars a couple of times. Sano, good positioning, but at the end of the day, that Lord, those members, that front line from Falcons PH, and those dang arrows from Haji.
Yeah.
Were just too much for Falcons Mena to handle. They're gonna have to take the L in game number one. Try to go back to the drawing board. And for Falcons PH, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The Selena, if it's open again, I want the Kadam machine on it again.
It posed a lot of questions for us. We were, and even the panelists, I think, had an if statement, if the arrows actually land, but in this scenario, you said it, it were only absolute arrows that came in from Haji. Complete control over the map.
What? That was not supposed to be a killing trade.
This one too. This one is a highlight for Haji. He got the most important person in that team fight, which could have potentially turned things around for Falcons Mena. And man, we were thinking Falcons Mena came out with a better start in the draft, but look at what happened here in game number one.
Well, we'll know exactly what happened from the panel. Let's ask the panel to break down this game number one for Falcon versus Falcon.
Thank you. It's a battle of the skies, as they said, and it was PH who took the win in this one. Falcons happy about that. You see Kyle and Flap rejoicing in their victory. And guys, Renmar, Gideon back in the stage. Rain Day. It's just been a fun time here at MSC. Yeah. Again, this one looking good for Philippines, but also just really looking good for the pacing of this game, which was pretty, I mean, I'll let you put the word. What's a word you would use to describe this victory?
What's a good word for Haji here? I mean, Mirko already mentioned absolute.
Okay, yeah.
So I think we can play around that.
I'm feeling that.
Yeah, absolute.
Yeah.
It's absolute Haji. It's like a limited edition comic book run, which were just five issues of this bangs, perfect ending. Let's not do that again because that was way too good. I don't see Falcons Mena letting the Solito through ever again.
No, absolutely not. Considering that the lineups, I was leaning more into Mena's side because it's just easier to execute overall, while Falcons still have to make sure, Falcons PH in this case, has to make certain decisions of how do we actually influence it. We're probably going to be pulling it up on the telestrator in just a little bit, because here, I would imagine there's so many ways that like Falcons PH could have kind of made sure that Falcons Mena, unfortunately in this case, can't walk up safely. And every time they do try to walk up safely, they are in that firing line.
To be honest, the Selena, I mean, has looked good every time she's been picked. Uranus getting higher and higher in terms of prioritization. Obviously, Beleric banned early, but that allowed the Uranus to show what he's done. And I don't know, I'm starting to like the Nolan. This is looking really good. We're starting to get deeper into the evolution of this draft. I know when Falcons MENA go back to the drawing board, they're going to say, we probably can't let this happen. We'll probably target ban. You would expect a potential Selena, but Renmar, I know you've got some telestration lined up for us. I want to hear you lead us into it on the back of these highlights and also talk about what you saw.
Yeah, there was something that Gideon mentioned, how dangerous it is to walk up perfect, because the clips I chose actually feed into that idea. And at the same time, as we saw here, I feel like because of how much, dare I say, squishier the heroes are, easier to kill the heroes are in this current metagame. Of course, with the Assassins making a comeback and then the EXP leaders being the main sources of just tankiness alongside the roamers, depending or not whether you get a pick off, it is so devastating to lose one that Nolan looks so good in this current metagame. We're going to play this out, and this is an example of what Gideon mentioned of how dangerous it is to step up. Look how far Falcons will continue this push. They're going to be willing to give up the little bit of control they have in the bottom lane just for sheer focus and will to break down the first inhibitor up top. After they get the second tower, they will continue. And look just how one Abyssal Arrow and one Uranus will stop Falcons from defending. They get Coffin down. That's the -1. The Siege minion makes it through, meaning that they get to pop the passive, and then they're going to be continuing this into a push with the rest of the minions.
Before you end this, can I ask a question?
Sure.
How do you feel about the Moskov far on the right side there when the team's defending? Is that a good decision?
You see a lot of teams with the Moskov want to do this.
Yeah,
they want to open up the map on the other side.
Okay.
And then if ever Falcons had an error here and they didn't get Coffin, maybe let's say they were a little bit too aggressive with trying to get that tower down, they weren't patient, then the Moskov comes in with an SOD. Yeah, and it turns the fight around.
Okay.
Now we go into the second one, and I feel like this was already a big lead for Falcons heading into this, but this was the dagger, proving once again why Haji was the biggest question for this one, and he answered this absolutely. It was pointed out by the casters, Ogun gets that double taunt, but Haji will also commit the flicker just to finish this off. But I also wanted to capture this moment because this is how you envision how it would go good for Falcons MENA, where you see it's a huge immobilize onto 3 for Sanji with the Throne of Ruin, and the other members of Falcons over here trying to just make sure, yeah, there we go, yeah, let's go with right there.
Nice.
Just trying to make sure that they can hold on and hope that the rest of the team will be able to take down the Alice before the other members of Falcons MENA will be able to get out and join that fight. But the problem is, here for Falcons MENA, pointed out by Gideon as well, they were just lacking the firepower, and they needed the help of the turret to do really well with this. But even with the help of the turret, it was still a trade that went very well for Falcons. They lost members, but Kyle and Super Marco were able to get some small wins here and there. They didn't lose themselves. They burned a flicker from the Cho, which would open up options for them for the next 2 minutes. So in the end, that was still a win for Falcons PH, despite Falcons MENA getting some kills. It was just a harsh reality check that they just didn't have enough to be at a good spot.
Is the indication there too? I'm going very in depth. Could you bring that back up real quick? I wanted to say something about it. If you can, no problem. No problem.
All right.
It was a 15 Moskov going against a lot of level 12s, 13s, 14s, but 0 kills.
Yeah.
So this just indicates that despite the Moskov pushing and trying to get what he's supposed to do, he was still being completely outfarmed by Super Marco.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Because again, it's about how much actual money is on the map at one time. There's a couple of ways you can get it, from kills, which unfortunately Falcons don't have access to, the lane, or even jungle creeps. And out of those things, Super Marco can hit 2 lanes, 3 lanes at the same time, clear up the enemy jungle while they're doing it. He will always have double the farm, double the money in this particular scenario. And like Renmar mentioned, right? Especially they needed this turret specifically to deal damage because unfortunately for poor Moskov did not have 3 items at that point of time. So that's the only other way.
Yeah, it's an interesting point because you look at like where your win conditions are, and it's kind of I don't know, a popcorn term, but it helps to understand what went right, what went wrong, and what has to go right next time around. Obviously, that gold lane matchup really important, and for a character, you know, like Claude to be winning at that high level, and obviously not having a great win rate. To me, I think that seems like they did not do enough in that matchup to really put pressure on him, or at least What did you think? Was it the entire composition that didn't put enough pressure?
I'm going to bring in some favorite basketball terms here. They play pick and pop, man.
Hey.
Sometimes the pick and pop is a little bit too difficult to stop, especially, I didn't mean for that to rhyme.
The pick and pop is tough to stop.
Yeah, especially if the defense isn't ready for it. And if you keep getting hit by the arrow, and there was one play there that was just so unashamedly Team Falcons PH, the long stun on the Selena arrow, and they committed the ultimate of the Gatot Kacha just to get that kill onto the Juicin as like an extra exclamation point of like, you guys are not gonna get the early game you need for your Moskov. It's our Claude's game.
Well, but let's also not forget, I mean, it's still talking ball, the screens, the importance of actually having to play quote-unquote defense, but really just to deny the opponents, because the only way that early game could have gone well for Team Falcons Mina is if Boyet got that lead. He was like somewhat close. He was always like right there on the line, but his influence could never go down to the gold lane. Every single time it occurred, Falcons PH one step ahead, either having traps for vision, more importantly, sending in supports to cover that side.
Yeah, and since we're still on basketball, the balls on Team Falcons PH.
Come on, man.
Like they were honest with it, man. Nolan, Selena, they were just saying, we don't care, man. We're going to be able to execute this.
Yeah.
You need a lot of bravado to make this work, and they were so confident with it.
I love it, man. And Team Falcons PH dunking on Team Falcons meta just to continue with it. I also got to ask you guys got a basketball go? Because I already know my answer. You're not going there?
It's MJ.
MJ.
It's MJ.
Mine's his protege, you know, Kobe.
Oh, Kobe.
Kobe, man. Come on, I'm a Kobe guy.
I feel you.
You got an answer?
I don't.
You're staying out of it?
Too much heat. Too much heat every time we get into a talking ball, man. It's not good.
You got to have a favorite. Hey, I'm from LA, born and raised, so I can have a Laker as my number one, right? You understand what I mean? I love talking a little bit of ball. Also talking about the back and forth between these teams too. One of the interesting things that, I think about the squad of Team Falcons Meta and Team Falcons PH is how they're utilizing their drafts and trying to catch each other off guard, and how people are responding to that, because you're already at the second or third layer of the response. And I want to point out the fact that the Beleric was banned early and the Harara was prioritized for the first pick, and it didn't actually get ahead of the Nolan, which was taken later on, which means you set up for a draft to get an advantage, and you didn't get that advantage. And so now do you go back and you ban the Selena, or you take something else away, like the jungle situation, so that you force even a Nolan to potentially get picked up by you, and then no other jungle options? Or if they take the Nolan, you have something else to respond to win another lane?
I'll drop my opinion on this real quick. I think it's okay for Falcons Mena to just prioritize bans on the Selena. We saw Onic do it earlier against SRG.
We did.
Absolutely, but that comes with a couple of conditions here, right? Because last time it was like, I had to be the one to ban out the Beleric, and the opposing side needed to get rid of the Atlas on their end, so they're just gonna have to roll the dice a bit. But if, let's say, right, in a perfect world, they swap sides. I think red side comes in with a much bigger advantage, especially when we're talking about red 4 and the final couple of bans at the end of the day. But the hard decisions really come down to, hey, if we do decide to get rid of Atlas on our side, we still must always get rid of Marcel, always get rid of the Freya, and that doesn't really change.
Yeah, on Falcon PH, when they were on the red side earlier, it was Marcel, Freya, Atlas, as you mentioned. For Falcons Mena, they banned out the Fanny, Ling, and Beleric. Not terrible bans, but maybe we're slowly starting to see a little shift away from rushing the Herara right out of the gate. Because with heroes such as Selena, I'm not saying pick the Selena over the Herara.
Yeah.
But now there are answers, risky answers, not absolute answers. Maybe?
I think, because every time we see
there it is.
Yeah. Every single time, right? It's about building the system around the Herara. Do you have a strong enough mid trio to enable this first blood? Or do you at least have a sandbag to kind of control that side of the wave?
Well, I like the adjustment because we mentioned going deeper into the assassin ban and not prioritizing the Herara. They take out the Selena as well, which we mentioned. Ling and Fanny gone, which forces you to go deeper into that pool if you want to grab it. The Herara taken on the other side, but the Uranus taken on the side of Falcons Mena. They liked how it worked. The Beleric's still available, which is a dangerous composition. And the Claude, that's an early prio. Gideon, you're questioning that?
I'm very surprised because now they can pick up Belleric on their side and even look to actually secure their mid lane down. But maybe this could be like an attack, right? This is a hidden attack. I'm saying if we finish our first 3, we get to the second phase, we're looking at your gold laner if you don't pick it up in the first 3.
But isn't Belleric Eudora too good here to pass up? Or would you...
That is the trap that a lot of...
Never mind.
Why are we shifting it now?
Yeah, why?
This is like 3rd level. These teams have done this before to each other, it feels like.
I think we don't see their jungler just yet. They might keep the option open
I think they need to
put the Sakai into the jungle or roam, and then you pick up the Eudora here, as mentioned by Rain. Then,
whoa.
They're going...
Hey, this is some beef. Some beef.
I like what I'm seeing. Just because I don't see the Eudora. For that sole purpose. Is it questionable? Absolutely.
Man.
Because I wish they held on to the flex option instead of showing it right away.
I agree, but at the same time, I think they also recognize that, you know what? There's a pretty good chance that Bulletproof Marco is going to do Bulletproof Marco things and try and dominate that side of the lane. So at least let's affect it by forcing him to take a Purify. That's number 1. The second thing is, I don't know how they're going to play that early game now, because now that Akai has kind of revealed themselves alongside the Chill, the early game isn't exactly leaning towards Falcons PH on this Herrera, right? Because I would imagine that with Herrera, you want to set up for that level 2, but it's just too much stats.
Okay.
Wow.
They go ahead and pick up the Esmeralda. There's one pick right now that Falcons Meta needs to ban, and that's the Valentina. If the Valentina gets through, this is going to be really tough for Falcons Meta. Yes, Falcons PH won't have the range, but it's Haji. This is his signature hero in MPL Philippines Season 17. He'll have a wealth of options, and he's just going to be looking at 2. Heavy Spin and the Way of the Dragon.
Yeah.
With just those 2 ultimates, it changes the image of team fights to favor Falcons PH more.
This is an interesting one, guys. I mean, I thought a lot of things. Now, who knows what we think? But of course, the Valentina looks like a pretty smart ban. A lot of really good ultimates on the side with control for Falcons Meta. Just showing you a little bit here. The Herrera stolen and the Uranus stolen. So swap there. The Selena no longer involved in a major prioritization in the Claude and the Cho.
I think Falcons PH might let the Harith through because they still have an option to play a Glue Roam if ever.
Yeah, Blue Roam is also pretty good. I'm also thinking whether or not they need to get rid of the Lilia at this point, because again, these are very like picks that kind of signal what they think is going to be a problem for their final comp at the end of the day. And the peel is good. Not to mention, I mean, there's still also the Zushin that they could have picked up later on the line, get a nice Queen's Wand, and then still peel off this tanks. So the question is, do you want to peel them, or do you want to be a legitimate threat? If you want to be a legitimate threat, there's still Vexana, there's still Lilia.
Some really good choices here for the mid lane. For the gold, I'm pretty sure the Falcons man is also thinking about what to give Sano. He has 2 signature picks with his most prolific heroes, Moskov, Bruno. And if you're a Bruno player, that means you also play Brody. So you have 3 picks to choose from, and Falcons needs to be very careful with what they show at Red 4 because that'll make the choice so much easier for Falcons.
Man, we don't talk about Bruno in my house.
All right,
okay?
all right.
We're big Encanto fans. My daughter cannot stop singing it.
Until now, it's been a while. Hey, look, it is really catchy. It is super catchy.
Come on, man. Lin-Manuel Miranda, come on.
Looking at these final bans, though, I think this one's a really, really tough choice for Mina. At this stage, you've kind of gotten rid of like the big team fight ultimates, and now that you're also getting rid of one more, you've opened up the Valentina this time round. But do you really want to spin Beyblades against the Akai, or like how are we doing this?
Spin it. You get the Valentina, then you get the glue. Because with the Minotaur ban, I feel like that's a huge signal that they're going to be going for a
there it is.
Harith. They close it up with, I guess, Harith, and then...
Harith Zushin, but that wouldn't be enough damage unless they play like early game Akai invades.
Here's a question. What problem have they addressed from game 1 so far? And I'm talking Falcons meta, but what problem are they potentially letting go with this draft?
The fact that some of their biggest ultimates are going to be in also the hands of Falcons and covering what Falcons needs in their draft.
Did they address something in last game, though?
The Uranus.
Okay.
The Uranus was answered.
One, at least they get to control at one side of the map to actually sandbag it, right? But in terms of tempo, I don't think they've answered it just yet. I think that they still are going to have a bit of a tempo problem here, but you've already got at least the Cho to help that out. The Moskov as well, okay, totally fine. There's the Jushin, and now we have like a strong, solid mid trio that's very, very hard to punish.
Glue? I think it's just glueable,
For sure. For sure, right? What else? Well, I mean, what other supports do we have to think about at this stage, other than maybe like the healed up Max? And even then, it's like not the greatest. You're only going to play it around Super Marco and also the Hirara.
Yeah. Energy on stage, sometimes you got to mention it. It's actually caught on this cam, some daps, the coach is going back. I mean, it felt like they liked their draft.
Yeah, it's solid. It goes back to the identity of Falcons meta. You get Boyet on the utility jungle. You get Sano on a signature hero, and of course, it's the Gata. Just every time when I think it's going to be something different, it's just a Gata again.
But I can't clear waves. Gato shows up once more. But both sides have very similar idea of how their compositions want to work. The early game is where we're going to have to see whether, you know, Falcons PH can set up that early snowball in that first blood. If not, I think as mid-game starts to come around, there's a lot of defensive tools that Mina can use to deter them. Like, stay back, but as long as I hold my ultimate, you have to respect me.
Yeah, it seems like a disciplined game would benefit Team Falcons meta because they have a lot of ways to use that utility, but can they apply enough pressure to get ahead and snowball, especially if they get in this position where they are down and almost out? One game to tie it up or one game to send them home. Team Falcons PH on the verge of victory. Let's send it back over to your casters for game 2, where they might find themselves in the knockout stage.
Here we go into the land of dawn. Falcons meta backed onto a wall. On the brink of elimination, they relied back on their main identity that won them the wild card. Boyet on utility, Sano on a carry, Cuffin on Jushin.
I was about to say it's comfort. Going back to comfort for Falcons meta in this very dangerous spot that they're currently in. A do or die up against Falcons PH, who based on this series alone have seemed to figure out what has been lacking for them in their previous series here in MSC. You see how they've been very proactive in setting the tempo. And now that they're on a Hirara, it's all the more reason for them to do the same.
Oh yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the emblems here. Sano taking a Master Assassin, but losing out already. 1v1 up top. At least the Letho gets taken out by Falcons meta's Boyet. But you can definitely see the clear speed difference earlier. Kyle got level 2 so quick, he was able to get the gold crab. So at the end of the day, a full clear plus a gold crab will be a bit better than the Letho plus semi-full clear because he didn't get the lizard up top.
And let's see Falcons meta to play the mid differently this time, because earlier it was a clear struggle for them to just rotate out of this. Once again, you see Troll on the Troll, but nonetheless, it's not a guarantee that you have the spear wave clear and you tend to win it out, because right now Falcons, you don't really sense where Kyle is just yet. Might just get caught here. There goes the flicker. Forced out again just before the objective spawns.
Falcons PH are just so good at this. Right now it's 2 times. First time it was Haji on the Selena who's forcing it. Haji!
Okay, he gets caught there. Fortunately has a dash, so he will get away, but Troll is actually going for it. First blood over to Falcons meta. And isn't this great? They have an Akai in their side, and they take out the mid from Falcons PH right before the objective.
They ban out the flicker of Cuffin, but yeah, that's definitely way more worth it for Falcons meta. They're able to pick up the kill. Just when I was about to say Cuffin needs to be way safer up against the assassin, we see Haji step forward a bit too far, and now it's Sanji who's zoning them away.
Unbreakable doesn't land. Sanji flickers out. Troll trying to look for something. Space creation is the name of the game. Sanji actually creates enough and also secures the objective for himself. Heavy spin used defensively. The SOD does land, but Falcons meta, I think it's a clear re-engage from them this time.
There's a reason Falcons... Oh, Troll!
Oh, never mind. It's re-engage once again. All over again. Falcons meta. They find Ogwin.
Wow.
Troll goes down in exchange, but that's the heavy spin copied by Haji. They're not going to proceed with a fight.
A 1-for-1 in the end on top of the neutral objective. Sanji.
Oh, that's remembers. He's not going to get out of that. It's Kyle providing the damage. And so it somehow equalizes the trade. 2 for 2 now on the board for Falcons, PH and Mena.
You're right. It's 2 for 2 now. It's just a neutral objective diff. And hey, believe it, Falcons PH to be able to come back from what looked to be a great play from Troll. But we see now why Falcons meta were able to win the wild card with the utility jungle. It just seems so different from last game where they were playing the Hirara, playing the new meta. Doesn't really suit them, right?
Yeah.
Go back to your trump card and then play around Sano. Marco with Blazing Duet.
Okay, it does get the gold crab. It's a small win. And yeah, I feel like the pacing changes overall when Falcons meta are just on these kinds of lineups. Cuffin and Troll seem to be playing a much more confident game. Well, it also probably goes hand in hand with the fact that they are up against a matchup which doesn't have as much range and doesn't have as much surprise potential, with the Abyssal Arrows just falling all over the place. But Ogun now below half HP, does have the AOG still. Not going to use it just yet though. But that's clear control for Falcons Mena so far here in mid.
It's all about mid prio whenever you have the utility jungle. Same playstyle from the wild card again. Boyet every single time after full clear goes into mid, consistently helps to get that mid prio to secure these neutral objectives. Down below, it's Flap who wins out the XP crab battle, and it just seems like we're setting up for this neutral objective. Ooh. Great read by Falcons PH though. They know when it comes to the 50-50 around the neutral objectives, it's not going to be good.
Yeah.
They have to look for a win elsewhere, but they can't look for that trade up top. Sano's playing too safe.
They spot Kyle already. They know Kyle's already within the area. Knockups from the Lantern Flare. Troll trying to look for a target. Crimson Beacon in from Cuffin. Ogun already very, very low. Troll with a 3-man knockup. Sanji too, pretty low. Might have to get away from this. But then Sanji, for the second time around, secures the turtle for Falcons Mena. Flap and Haji trying to chase after Boyet. Heavy spin already committed. And Troll, both Troll and Cuffin just get to protect their jungler from that.
Kyle.
Oh boy, it's low.
Yep, shoot away from it. Conceal coming down now. Ogun wants to take control over this purple buff. But yes, Sanji secures the neutral objective. Falcons Mena again with the Akai. Pulling a win over the neutral objectives, but that's what it's meant to do, this composition.
Yeah.
Now we have to go back to the fact that Falcons PH, they can still scale, but so can Falcons Mena. So it basically makes it all even. Falcons Mena getting the neutral objective isn't a way to snowball. Rather, it's a way to stay neutral in the game. Something that they weren't able to do on Assassins. Now, they can play for the scaling on Sano. It's protect Mr. President. As long as Sano continues to farm this way, and Falcons Mena are able to keep the gold lead from staggering out of control, it's a-okay. It's back to Falcons Mena playing their signature game.
Yeah, but I think Falcons PH are too good at keeping it really under control. It's not growing into any significant lead just yet. Falcons Mena, they're not able to convert it into any structures, and so we see that the lead is something you don't really get to feel, at least for now in this game. But that's a really high cut for Sanji. There's a response coming out from Falcons PH this time just because of that, and he will go down. That's another kill over to Kyle, or actually the first kill. The second one he's able to get in this game.
Let's see, they're able to bait people down into the bottom lane. That means a turret up top. Wait a second.
Oh.
AOG?
Could that have been the plan? Ogun goes in with the AOG, yes, but it's not going to break out into a fight just yet. They have their eyes on Troll, however. He might be the pickoff, but he has the Jeet Kune Do. He is going to survive.
And no turret for Falcons Mena.
Okay.
Great defense by Falcons PH, really just keeping that turret from going down, but now it's Boyet up top. Kyle onto the neutral objective first. Same level, it's 9-9.
Sanji already using the consecration, trying to get some info. Troll gets revealed here, and Kyle for the first time actually secures the objective away from Falcons Mena. The SOD did land, but I don't think Falcons Mena want to commit to a fight just yet.
Nope, not just yet. Not until Sano gets the 3-item power spike. But again, it'll be the same for Marco. Wait a second.
Oh.
Sano will be able to get a turret down below, so that makes it quite okay. Marco, though, obviously always there to get compensation off of these trades, right? Falcons Mena are trying their darn best to get some trades on the map. But Falcons PH always refuse for it to be an equal trade. It's always a kill on top of it, a neutral objective on top of a structure.
Yeah.
And that's why they are the ones with the 1,000 gold lead, despite Falcons Mena's hold onto the 2 turtles.
Yeah, I wanted to say it looked equal, but then I looked at the gold lead and it's, for some reason, not. Falcons are the ones getting a better hold of this.
Look at Marco.
Oh, again.
Yup, it's all about the macro plays right now, taking the structures around the map. It's the same, though, for Falcons Mena. They are able to push up top. It was basically broken at top. So low. Just needed one more minion. Little strike down from the Winion. But now it's back to the scaling game. Wait a second, wait the dragon.
They find Flap. Do they have damage though? That's a really good AOG from Ogun just to stop them in their tracks. Crimson Beacon out from Cuffin, and now they might have to run away. They wanted to go for Flap, interestingly enough. But the damage again, I think it's a question mark.
And again, even in that skirmish that looked like Falcons Mena were the ones being proactive, it was Sano who had to burn the flicker.
SOD, he actually escapes. Whoa, Sano with that play. Okay, at least they don't hand over more and more advantage to Team Falcons PH.
Not gonna lie, that was kind of clean with it. Great escape, man, against 4 members of Falcons PH. Any normal player would just be like, alright, I'm dead. But Sano refuses to play safe gold lane. He is the definition of play safe gold lane. He knows if 4 members are coming up, how to handle them. Up top though, Marco's gonna try to build a slow push. And Falcons Mena won't actually be using Moskov, Sano. Oh,
yeah, he's here in mid, and because they need the damage, they pin down when they want to burst him down. Flap goes in with the falling star moon, but the Crimson Beacon too as a response.
What?
They want to apply a bit more crowd control, and now he's slowly being shredded down. Kyle enters from the sides, but he doesn't seem to land the damage onto anyone. It's Sanji, just needs one more hit. It's a flicker from him to finish off the kill on Kyle, but Marco going in. This might just be the turnaround. Buoyant stays alive for too long, but not until the damage from Falcons PH arrives.
Both Falcons want to go toe-to-toe, head-to-head, fighting fire with fire. They started the fight with a pick with a Way the Dragon on Ogwen. It ended up being 3 for 2 in favor of Falcons Mena. The 2,000 gold lead for Falcons PH now crumbling down to 1.7k, and you see again in the skirmish, Falcons Mena really utilizing that mana advantage for a while. Thank God for Haji getting that angle to go for the pin on Sano, because if not, it would have been a bad fight for Falcons PH to take. Marco was just way too late in the skirmish. Again, Selena, Valentina, it just seems like it's Haji who's holding down Fort.
Yeah, it looked like a really good entry from Kyle too, but the fact that the damage didn't really land onto anyone was just so unfortunate. Okay, it's different this time, yes. So they might have a bit more advantage. Oh, Falcons PH though, they go in for the engage. Sanji already very low, but the Lay of the Dragon!
Wait!
They find Haji as Soti does not connect. Sano might have to commit to the push. He will as the team fight still continues to break out, and Kyle will secure the objective for Falcons PH!
It was a 4v5. Falcons Mena held them down for so long, but in the end, it's Flap with a triple. But a base turret up top might be taken by Sano. The rest of the team want to punish this. Sano, I don't think you have the minions, buddy.
Oh, he just wanted the turret, but now he might have to go down to no SOD available. And the kill goes over to Super Marco.
What a crazy sequence of events. They tried to go for the 4v5. Initially, it looked good. They got the pick off on Haji, but they really used everything for it. Even the heavy spin that was supposed to win them out the red tree battles. Again with Kyle, able to stitch out that damage together with the red tree, chaining it, securing the neutral objective. Sano, I really feel like that was already good. The fact that they were able to get a tier 2, but they wanted more. And in the end, now they might lose a base turret because of it.
Yeah, they desperately wanted that because they lost on the objective fight. They wanted something, but now it's Falcons who is trying to set up something with the AOG troll. Finding a target! He finds Kyle! Falcons Mena take down one crucial member. The damage seems to be enough. Blazing do it though as a response from Super Marco. They might want to calculate it a bit. There's the knock-up on Super Marco. No kick available. The falling star moon from Flap. He's starting to become a massive threat, but Troll is yet to fall. Sanji's still alive too. Falcons Mena, none of them are going down.
Marco gets the Melfic gun. He's so confident. Kyle gets taken out, but there is no bounty, so it's A-okay. Falcons PH can still chill even after that skirmish. Oh my God, it's just back-to-back fights. Falcons Mena now. It's all about scaling again for Sano. The Melfic gun already for Marco, so now it's Sano waiting for his own Melfic gun. Let's take a look at the items real quick. Melfic gun on the way. The Fury Hammer is next. I thought maybe there's a possibility for him to go into nature, just looking at the amount of damage that Falcons PH have on him. But yes, he needs the range. He needs to be able to dish out the damage when his frontline tanks it up. But that gold lead is ridiculous, 1,500. A whole item with the Melfic gun. He's gonna be able to get the win of nature before the Melfic gun of Sano gets completed. Now it's damage on Troll. Marco as well.
Oh, who got it? Okay.
Buff Boyet. Boyet still got it with the red tree. Kyle had his red tree on cooldown.
At this point, it's just the mid-duo of Falcons Mena who are slightly ahead, and it's not even a significant lead. It's just that they had a bit more advantage, and you saw that, I mean, from the early up until the current point that we're at here in this game, and that's a Sky Piercer on Coffin too, so I guess it's at least successful scaling that you see from Falcons Mena at this point onwards. It's just that maybe the decisions should be something they really take into consideration, especially that one time we saw from Sano earlier on. That cost them a bit too much, and now Falcons PH, they are setting the tempo all over again for this upcoming Lord fight.
Sano's in the bottom lane. This is going to be this looks great. Oh, Marco low though.
Oh, Boyet, they don't want him to get near. But Boyet's trying his best. Heavy spin, 2 heavy spins. SOD could have made it. Haji goes down though. Falcons PH do get the objective, but Falcons men are now on fight. AOG from Ogwen, that might just have been the means to stop Falcons men. Super Marco landing the free hits. He finds a double on both Sanji and Boyet. It looked too good for Falcons Mena. But the AOG and now Sano. Can he get away from this? He's still trying to survive, but Kyle will find Troll.
Falcons PH played the long game in that skirmish. They got the Lord. It looked great for Falcons Mena as they got one man down straight up. But it wasn't enough in the end. Falcons PH waited for the resources to be spent, to be burnt down. Then they re-engaged. Marco on the claw, that blazing duet, and the clutch factor you have when you have Mr. Bulletproof in your team. It's just ridiculous. Now, Falcons PH are gonna be looking for the throw.
Okay, that's a blazing duet from Super Marco, just blasting Sano, and that's one of the most important members you have on your side of your team, Falcons Mena. It just seems like such a big difference. It's the sides that you're seeing from Falcons PH really making work. Falcons Mena, they had so much promise in the early for their mid, but now it's Kyle on a killing spree against Sanji. Boyet catches multiple members.
It's over.
But what can they do? Cuffin flickers out. The Lord is still up, and Troll goes down next. It's a triple from Kyle to close out this game and to close out these series and making it a Maniac 2. Falcons PH.
Hope of the Philippines, the only team left representing their region, and they made it a 2-0 win against their sister organizations, Falcon Mena, Falcon PH. It was GG, well played. Only one Falcon can prevail, and today it's the one from the Philippines.
It's so weird seeing same exact jerseys, but it is what it is. They know each other so well. Our panelists have mentioned it too. Scrim partners even. This isn't the first time. They've been up against each other multiple times, and you see how they really fought until the very end, especially for Falcons Mena. Reverting back to comforts, taking the risk, trying to play for Sano in the late game. But it didn't work out for them. Falcons PH seemed very much more polished compared to their previous performances here in this series.
Absolutely, they really fixed a lot of the errors that we saw in their match against Vitality here. They're finding their craft and playing it clean, not panicking. Especially here, you know, committing, making those decisions, the right ones, not hesitating a single time in this game. Even though there were some dicey situations that Falcons Mena placed them in, again, it looked really good. It looked like this pickoff was great with Haji down 4v5. But they'd already used all their resources, and Flap and Ogwen, these two were too darn tanky. They were too darn good. At the end of the day, with Sano dead, there was no chance for them to defend. Haji with the constant pins, these heavy spin steals, man. Wow, the Kadam machine.
Haji, Kadam machine, Selena, Valentina. He's definitely got it this time.
We're gonna throw it over to an interview on stage with Flop.
Yes, my friends, we're here with Flop. It's Falcons PH that take the win in advance over their sister team. A few questions. What does it feel like to be back here on the international big stage?
We feel really good to be back in international, yes.
It's a hell of a moment here, but not only are you coming in and being the only Filipino team that's advancing on in the knockouts, but you're also representing the EWC 2025 Club Champions. What does that mean to you as a person and as a team?
I think it means a lot because I need to win this one for my team and my bosses, so...
That's an extra bit of pressure on here, but you've got a lot of people that are giving you that energy all the way from home. So is there anything you'd like to say to the camera here to all the Filipino fans out there cheering for you?
Maraming salamat sa sumusuporta sa amin. Kami ang last hope.
The last hope, there it is, Flap and Falcons PH taking it and advancing on to the knockout stage. But you know what that means. It's time to crush a key. Come on over, my friends. All of Falcons PH, and let's head all the way back. Our final key to be crushed here in the group stage of MSC at EWC 2026. 16 teams are now down to only 8. There's one more to fill in the gap. It has to be a team-on-team kill. But it's Falcons PH, the only and final hope for the Philippines that get to crush, guess what? Team Falcons' own. Whoa, back. There it is. Congratulations, Team Falcons PH. Eliminate Team Falcons Meta and secure their own spot in the knockouts. With that, the key is crushed, the heart is done. And it's one Falcon that'll fly out of the nest. Whereas the other one, they're just gonna have to go back home into that egg and prepare for their next bout. And that is our group stage, but that is only the beginning.
Enter the knockout stages. I think it's gonna be so crazy. And you know what? The group stages, it's such a roller coaster. The teams that we were expecting to smooth sail it all the way has unfortunately dropped. We lost the defending champions yesterday. Today we send home the 2024 champions. I honestly cannot believe this is how MSC 2026 is playing out, Milosh.
It just means that if you want to compete at the top level in MLBB, you have to constantly be on your toes. It's an important thing here at the Esports World Cup is that everything is earned, right? You cannot just come in and assume that you'll be given the space. No, and that applies the same way to MSC 26. Every single point, every single moment has been earned by our victors. And from here on, we move on to knockouts.
But you know what's gonna be exciting about this knockouts, Milosh?
There's a lot, but yes.
One thing that could be a possibility that for the first time in a very, very long time, there is a high chance that we will be crowning a new region as the champions in MSC. And oh boy, I am excited for that.
It really gets you pumped up because then you think, hey, the crown is up for grabs for anybody, not just here, but it sets the tone for the future, right? M-Series, MSC next year, but we're still in the here and now. And we have to decide how teams are gonna be seated and playing up against one another next up. And that all depends on how they're selected based on their seeding performance.
Yes, sir. So we have 2 seededs here for the draw. Seed 1 teams will pick from the Seed 2 2-1 bracket. And of course, how they are allocated is based on their winning game time. As you guys can see on your screens right now, Team Vamos is leading in the #1 position, followed by Yangon Galacticus, Team Vitality, and lastly, Aurora Gaming. Now, some people might ask, like, why do we have Aurora Gaming in the last place despite them having 2 9-minute and 40-second game? Simple. Their last match here in the group stages ended in a 2-1, which gave them a little bit more time. I think they could have been easily #1 if it wasn't for that.
Yeah, because you're trying to have cumulative good performance, right? If you're already moving out and having that first seed in what is essentially 2 victories in a row, then of course that adds to it. But those are the Seed 1s. They're already set up in the final bracket. They're going to have to choose from 4 other teams, and that's where our second seed comes in here in our draw show. So please join me in welcoming to the stage our second seeded teams. And we'll see them heading out. Team Spirit with Kid Bomba. Pro Esport with Saw. Onic with Kelra. And of course, Falcons with Ogwen. And Falcons PH, that is, if you just missed the action. These four, one of them will be picked first by one of our teams on the other side in the seed one.
Yes, indeed. So, you know what? Are you ready for it?
I'm ready for it.
Let's call on the team seated in the first seed. We have Aurora Gaming Lunar, Team Vitality Shogun, Yangon Galacticus M-God, and Team Vamos Error 404, who looks like he's the tiniest among the bunch.
He packs a big punch when it's in the game. I can tell you that much. But this is quite simple because the running order is, as Rose mentioned, Vamos, Galacticos, Vitality, and Aurora. They'll be choosing one by one whoever is on the side that they would like to play against. They don't really know what the others are planning on picking. So, Team Vamos will be the first one to choose. So, Error, please join us on here.
Hello. How are you feeling today, especially knowing that you're the first to choose, which gives you an advantage?
Feels really weird because we got to pick first, you know, out of all these strong teams.
You weren't expecting that, huh?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that.
Okay, so the moment of truth. Who will you pick in the second seeded team?
Team Spirit.
Whoa!
Wow, okay. Kid
come
Bomba,
on over. Kid Bomba, come on in.
Why Team Spirit?
Because I think we are really confident against them. Yeah.
That's a lot of confidence. Are you going to let him talk like that?
I mean, what should I say? He can say whatever he wants. We will see in the game.
All right, gentlemen, come on close. Come in. Stare down. Let's go. Face to face. Let's see if you can hold this one, Error. Let's go.
Serious face on.
Final word before we send you guys off.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Gentlemen, please shake hands. Good luck. And you can move out from the center all the way to the middle. Our first matchup is set. As you saw it, that's Team Spirit versus Team Vamos.
Ooh, that's gonna be a spicy one. But of course, we have the next team, Yangon Galacticas with M-God. Hello, how are you?
I'm fine.
You're fine, okay. How are you feeling about, the remaining teams here?
Oh, they are so good. They should be the one in the doozy.
So, moment of truth. Who do you want to go up against?
I'm gonna choose Pro.
Pro
Esports
nice.
again. We are gonna have a rematch here.
Wow, okay, Sa. I have to say this, man. He's asking for trouble.
It's okay. I'm looking for a rematch also.
Do you think you're gonna take him down this time, really, for done?
Let's see.
All right, let's see, gentlemen, please. One more time, up close. Final words before we get this show on the road.
Good luck. Good luck also.
Good luck, shake hands. Please, friends. We're not doing weigh-ins for this one, that's for sure. We're doing size-ups in the game itself. Our second game is set and ready. That's Pro Esports versus Yangon Galacticos.
Dude, that is crazy. Yangon Galacticos is the reason why they were even dropped to the lower bracket in the first place.
Revenge tastes so sweet in knockouts.
Ooh, I think it felt so good. Yangon wants to do it twice.
That's the sort of moments we're looking for here. But we're left with only two options, but with only one team that can choose first, and that is Team Vitality. Join us up here, please.
Come on over, Shogun. Hello, sir.
Hello.
Are you nervous?
Not really.
Not really. So between these two, who do you want to pick and who do you want to leave with Aurora Gaming over there?
I think we're gonna choose Falcon PH.
Falcons PH, come on in.
Why Falcons PH though?
We love greens.
They love them greens. They love the greens.
I mean, look, it's no secret, right? Team Falcons, Team Vitality in the club championship, they have a big rivalry. What do you have to say to this, man?
It's a rematch. Yeah. So we will do our best.
We'll do your best. All right, please come on in for one more face-off. I don't think people can keep a straight face and try not to laugh through this, but...
Ogwen, can you flex? Flex the Shogun. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah, now we're talking.
All right, final words, gentlemen.
Good luck.
Good luck, pre.
There we go. Shake hands, my friends. And off you go. That's a third game set up. Falcons versus Vitality. Not only in the context of MSC is that super cool, but in the context of the Esports World Cup Club Championship, that adds a lot more to it.
Overall, just an amazing matchup. And you know what? For the last matchup, come here, Lunar.
Come here.
Come here, Lunar. Who do you want to meet, Lunar?
That's a pretty hard choice for me, but I will go with Onic.
Yeah, so hard. Hardest question of the day.
Honestly, did you expect to pick them? If you had the choice, would you pick Onic?
Either if you're first to, no, but if you're third, I think yeah.
Okay. There's a bit of praise on there. What do you got to say?
I'll just take my revenge.
Oh, it's all revenge matches in this coming knockouts.
What do you got?
For our group stage match, you also said revenge.
All right, get him close, get him close. Final words, gents.
Good luck.
Good luck, good luck.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Please, you may leave us on the stage. There's love between all of our teams. That's a big part of the competition. But when we're walking in the server, it is on another level.
Yes, but just a reminder to everybody and to all the fans that are watching, the order that we pick the players and the teams today does not determine the final schedule for match day itself. So don't forget to wait for the official announcement. That is it from us on the main stage for the group stages. But of course, we have to throw it over to the panel to break down what happened in this series and in this draw.
Thank you, Rose and Milos. What an exciting time. Those were some fun head-to-heads. I like that trash talk. They said revenge already. And so now they're finding a way to see if it'll be real this time or if it'll be a little deja vu. I love what we get to see there. And, you know, also all of them having a little bit of fun with it as well. Welcome back to the panel. I'm Rain Day, Renmar, Gideon, guys, closing out the day. We've got the bracket coming up soon. That will tell, like Rose aptly put in, actually, it's here now. It's not necessarily the timing of when we'll play these games, but here is what it is going to look like. Team Vamos over Team Spirit. You know what? You guys can read it out. Why don't you focus on the matchups that are most interesting to you?
A lot of rematches. I think Vamos Spirit are the only ones that isn't a rematch, if I'm not mistaken. And the theory of everyone that Vitality and Aurora Gaming might just be the grand finals of this MSC, the possibility is still alive.
It really is. It's pretty crazy how this actually turned out to be so many rematches. Like, of course, I'm excited to see how Yangon Galacticos are going to face up against Pro, because that was already a banger. You can only imagine that they're going to push it to the 45 minutes rather than the 30s.
I'm really excited about this, again, because of all the dynamics we've seen throughout this tournament. It is also really